Do you find it challenging to clear Selenium interviews or to develop a complete reusable framework from scratch? Or maybe you are looking for a step-by-step guide that takes you from basics to advanced concepts all in one place? Then this video is for you. Hello everyone, my name is Verma and I'm going to develop a complete Selenium framework in this video. And these are the topics which we are going to cover in this framework development. Why this framework video is important? So most tutorials only cover basics. This video covers end-to-end real Selenium project scenarios from basic to advanced concepts. Prepares you for interviews with practical advanced questions. Teaches how to integrate with CI/CD pipelines and Docker for real-world projects. Makes you job ready with hands-on framework building experience. So do not miss to check this video description for complete information about this video and this channel, and don't miss it. Watch this complete video, build the framework step by step with me, and by the end you will have your own Selenium framework ready for any project. So let's get started. So this is the application which we are going to automate as part of this framework, and these are the test cases. Few test cases I have written just for demo purpose, like 3 test cases. In this framework we are going to automate around 6 to 7 test cases, including like database testing and API test cases as well. So here the config.properties for now, these many configurations. Now let's create the base class. So right click, new, right click on the package and then new and class. We have base class. So we need to create a couple of variables over here. From properties class we'll create one prop. We are going to do the proper error handling in those methods inside ExtentReport class. That ensures robust and refresh the ExtentReport. So if you see the failure one, you can see compare text, right? And now you can see here it is started bordering the element, right? Username, password, login button, you can see everything is getting like border. So you can see here 5 test cases, right, which we have created. Connection will create one method called getDB connection, and inside that what we need to do, let's put system.out.println, and here we'll write starting DB connection. We can write a statement like this, correct? And to make the connection, guys, what we'll do, we need to, in the driver manager class we are developing right now, how we are going to add the API test cases. So let's have a look at the agenda quickly. So we are going to talk about the basics of API testing, like introduction to API testing. Later on we'll talk about why we go for API testing, generally why do we perform API testing. Now coming back to the console output, you can see in success, and coming to this OrangeHRM build, and here we have the project, the report name we have given, right, HTML ExtentReport. So click on that, you can see report is properly visible over here. Docker Compose in test frameworks, and we'll have a look the YML file, right, overview of that, and Jenkins pipeline as well. Jenkins pipeline we have already covered, but we need to make some changes when we go for Docker Compose, when we are going to use YML file. So this is what we are going to discuss to framework, and we have covered all the topics, right? Now today I'll show you how to clone the project. So this is the part 1 of Selenium framework series, guys, and we are going to construct a data-driven framework with page object model using Java language, and we are going to use latest Selenium features in this framework. So let's have a look at the agenda for today, and we are going to have an overview of the complete framework which we are going to construct in coming days using this in this particular series. So let's have a look at the agenda. So we'll talk about what is a test automation framework, the brief about what is test automation framework, and later on we'll have an overview of our complete framework, like what are the different tools which we are going to use, and what is the application under test, what is the application which we are going to automate, and how many number of test cases are there, and what are the key highlights of this framework which we are going to learn today. And later on we'll talk about what are the different components of this framework which we are going to develop, and I'll talk about the framework folder structure as well. And at last we'll talk about the key prerequisites to learn this framework. So let's have a look. The first topic, what is a test automation framework? So whenever you get an opportunity, guys, whenever you join any company, then you have to work in the when you join as an automation engineer, then you have to work in the automation framework, right? You cannot blindly write the automation script. So we use framework to automate the manual test cases, right? So it's systematic approach. Basically there is a standard some coding standard we are going to use, some structured way we use to develop or build the automation framework. So if we talk about the definition, proper definition, what is automation framework? So a set of guidelines like coding standards, test data handling, object repository, etc., which when followed during automation scripting, right, that produce beneficial outcomes like increase code reusage, high portability, reduce script maintenance cost, etc. Right. So we have spoken about like what is a test automation framework earlier a lot. You can go to the playlist of my YouTube channel, and then you can see what are the different we have already spoken about the framework in the earlier framework series. So basically these are not just like guidelines, okay, and not rules. These are just guidelines and not rules. They are also not mandatory, and you can still do the scripting without following the guidelines, but you will miss out the advantages of having a framework. So we have already spoken about what are the different advantages of having the framework when we learn any automation tool, right? Now let's talk about the next thing, like an overview of the framework which we are going to develop in this particular series. So we are going to use Selenium WebDriver is being used as the core automation engine, right? And Eclipse IDE is used to develop the automated script. We are going to use to write the script. We are going to use the Eclipse IDE, and we'll use Maven as build tool for building, execution, and dependency purpose, right? We have pom.xml to generate different jar files. So for build tool, we are going to use Maven. TestNG we are going to use for testing framework, is used for organizing the script, and page object model as the design pattern, right? To have the page classes and test classes, we are going to use the page object model as the design pattern. For test data, we are going to use the Excel sheet from where we can read the data, and Git and GitHub is used for version control management system, and CI tool we are going to use Jenkins, and extend Spark report for reporting purpose. So these are the different things which we are going to use in our framework. If we talk about what is the application which we are going to use, like OrangeHRM, which is like to maintain the employee, or I would say this is employee management application. Probably in the next video I'll give an overview of this application, OrangeHRM, the demo application of OrangeHRM. And we are going to automate around 6 to 7 test cases in this framework, maybe more than that as well, because the main idea is how we are going to construct the framework, right? The number of test cases doesn't matter here, but we'll have different the scenarios, and we'll use different test cases as well. An automation tool like Selenium WebDriver, as we discussed, TestNG framework, and Java, Maven, Jenkins, Git and GitHub, and JavaScript, some JavaScripting as well. And this is important point, like what are the key highlights of this framework. So we are going to use Selenium 4 features, some locator strategy, and we are going to use Selenium manager as well. So we don't explicitly give the driver path, so automatically this will be taken care by this Selenium manager, which is the new feature in Selenium 4. And this is again important, like we are going to automate API and DB test cases as well. So maybe a couple of test cases I'll show you how we can automate API and database related test cases in our framework. And we are going to use base64 image format for reporting purpose as well. So we can directly attach that image into our ExtentReport, and we can easily open that image and we can have a look. And element border, this is important, like how we can, let's say there is a particular like username and password field is there, how we are going to highlight that. Let's say in case of failure, how we are going to highlight in red color, how we are going to highlight in green color in case of pass. So this is new feature which we are going to use in our framework, like element bordering, how we can use that green or red color. And we improved logging and reporting features as well. Proper log4j we are going to use, and then improved weight handling as well, different weight mechanism which we are going to use in this framework. And of course we are going to use cross browser and parallel testing as well, and Singleton class as well to create a single instance of our WebDriver as well. That is also we are going to use in this framework. So what are the different components we have in this framework, which we are going to have in this framework, right? So we're going to have a base class. We're going to construct a base class which manages browser setup and teardown process, right? And later on we'll have a action driver class as well, which contains reusable methods for performing common Selenium actions, like click action will be there, how we're going to entering the text. So we are going to have different methods which we are going to develop in this action driver class. And there will be a config reader config.properties file, which loads and manages configurations from config.properties file. And as part of the page object model, we are going to have page classes, which encapsulates the functionality of web pages using the page object model. And we have test classes as well, right? Which contains the actual test cases validating the functionality of the application. So if you don't know like what is the page object model and some other other features of automation, then probably I would recommend first go through my previous videos which I have created on Selenium and Java. You can find in the playlist. And we are going to construct some utility classes as well. Manages the setup and creation of ExtentReport. For ExtentReport, we have extend manager. Data providers, we are going to have the data provider for parameterization, DB connection class as well for connection with the database, and then API utility class for API test cases, and then Excel reader utility as well to read the Excel file, logger manager for logging purpose, and RetryAnalyzer for retrying our test cases. Sometimes what happens is because of the connection issue or any other issue, our test gets failed. So in that case, we try using this logic, we'll try our test cases 2 or 3 times. And another important component is TestNG integration, like to organize and execute our test cases with TestNG. And we're going to use listeners as well, customize test execution behavior using TestNG listeners, like when it gets passed, fail, or escape, or any other things, right? So using this listener. Maven for jar file version control to maintain to download all the jar files which we are going to use in our framework. So for that we are going to use the Maven as build file. For version control, which we are going to use the Git we are going to use, and GitHub as well for the remote repository. And Jenkins integration as well, automates test execution, integrates with Jenkins. Test data and TestNG XML and screenshots as well, separate folder for screenshots. So test data will be a separate folder, and then testing.xml, so from where we can run our suite. So these are the different components which we are going to have in our framework when we develop. Now this is the folder structure, guys. Probably in the next video we'll construct this folder structure and we'll talk more about it. So there are 2 main folders, src main java, here you can see, and src test java, under which we have different subfolders like the package, ExtentReport, and then BaseClass will be there, under which we have base API test, and BaseClass will be there. So more or less we'll construct in this way. And we have listeners package as well, and then we have pages, and we have utilities, where we have different utilities under this utilities package. And under these resources we have config.properties, and we have log4j 2.xml, right? And similarly for test cases, we have in this main folder, inside that we have our test cases like test classes. And we have some other resources like screenshots, reports, extend reports, or Spark report, test data, testng.xml, like that. And these are some other folders we have. So these are the folder structure which we are going to follow, and you'll understand more when we construct in real time in the next video. Now what is the key prerequisites to learn this framework? So you can learn this framework effectively if you know these details, like these features, or if you have these skills, right? So you should know the basic knowledge, you should have the basic knowledge of agile and software testing. The basic programming language you should know, like Java, the basic concepts like variable, data types, operators, right? Here I have listed down everything. You should know the basic Selenium WebDriver, the basics of Selenium WebDriver, like setting up how we are going to set up the driver, how we can locate the web elements. You should know the basics of TestNG framework, like you should know different annotations, how we are using, how we can create different test classes, how we are going to use, how we can execute our TestNG classes. Basic knowledge of Maven dependency, right? And then we have page object model, and logging for log4j, reports, extend reports, data driven testing, how we can read the data, read and write data from Excel sheet, Git and version control, and then basic knowledge of database. These are optional, but you can still learn, because we are going to use database test cases as well in this framework, database and API test cases as well. So these are the different things, guys, which I would say like key prerequisites to learn this framework. Even if you're a beginner, you can still go through this series and you can learn how we are going to construct the framework. But I would recommend first to go through the Java and Selenium series in our channel. You can go to the playlist and you can learn those concepts first, and then you can come to this series. And so this is the task for you guys for the next, before the next video, right, before the next part. So set up the Java and Eclipse and Maven on your system. So even I have created the document on this as well, because I'm not going to explain how we are going to download the Java or Eclipse, or how we are going to set up the Maven and all, right? So better if you know, like if you are an automation engineer, or if you're learning automation, then these are the basic things which you should know. So we are going to use Java, like Java 17. You can use because recently I used it, so I don't find any issues. So we can use Java 17, and whatever latest Selenium Eclipse ID will be there, we can use it. And in the next part, we are going to talk about how we are going to set up the project in Eclipse, and I'll also talk about what are the manual test cases, which we are going to automate in this framework. And also we'll talk about how we're going to construct different folder structure in the next video. So this is the second part of Selenium framework series, which we are going to develop from scratch. So in the last video, we have spoken about an overview of our framework, like what is test automation framework, what are the different components which we are going to have in our framework, and what would be the folder structure of our framework. Now today we'll talk about basically the environment setup of our framework. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about the application which we are going to use, which we are going to automate as part of this framework, and I'll also walk through a couple of manual test cases which needs to be automated as part of this framework. So basically, for automation testing as well, we need to write manual test cases like step by step. So we should have a proper template as well. So I'll show you the template as well, like how the manual test cases needs to be should be written for the automation testing, which needs to be automated later on, right? So we'll walk through a couple of test cases for sample purpose, and later on we'll create the Maven project in Eclipse ID, and we'll add a couple of dependencies, the required dependencies to run the project. So we'll add a couple of initial dependencies like Selenium Java and TestNG dependency. And at last we'll organize the project like folder structure. At least we'll create the packages and a few files as well. So this is what we are going to discuss, guys, today. So let's have a look at the first point, like what is the application and what are the manual test cases which needs to be automated. So this is the application which we are going to use, OrangeHRM. So basically this is HRMS system, like a human resource management system, as it the name says, HRM, right? Human resource management. So basically this application is used to manage HR related activities like employee management, the leave management, or performance management. So let me just log in, and this is the demo site, so you can easily automate it. And this is very good website, and it will never it is always up and running, so you can always use this site to automate, and you can practice for your automation stuff. So these are the different tabs we have, like admin, PIM, leave, time, recruitment, right, performance, dashboard, and we can log out from here. So, and let me show you. So this is the application which we are going to automate as part of this framework, and these are the test cases, few test cases I have written just for demo purpose, like 3 test cases. In this framework we are going to automate around 6 to 7 test cases, including like database testing and API test cases as well. So here for this application I have written 3 test cases, and this is how you should write the test cases for the for automation which needs to be automated, like step by step. So we have the first one is the serial number, and here we have system, or you can say module, like login page. And what is the script summary? Verify valid login functionality and verify user lands on home page after successful login. So these are the basic test case, guys, so that you can understand easily. So what are the different steps which we are going to take to verify the valid login functionality? Like launch the browser and open the URL, enter username, enter password, click on login button, and then verify. Once we log in into the application, then verify the admin tab. We have seen, right, in the home page we have admin tab, so we can verify here. And corresponding, you can see the data column. Here we have the Chrome browser, the browser name, and here we have the type of browser which we are going to use here, and the URL here, the application URL and user ID and password. You can see the corresponding expected result, and here we have the actual result. And if you see after login, we'll verify the admin page, right? And here we have, I have mentioned this one as well, like put assertion at this step. So we need to validate, right? That is the main point of doing the testing, like how we are going to verify. So in our framework or in automation, we use assertion to verify the results, like validate the result. So here we put the assertion at this particular point. We can also add one more thing, like at which point we are going to take the screenshot, like at the end of the validation. For this validation we can take the screenshot, or at each step also we can take the screenshot, right? And definitely we are going to add for all the failure steps, right? So as part of this framework, we'll try to add we'll capture the screenshot at particular point, like assertion point, and also for failure test cases, right? And similarly we have another test case for invalid login, and we have OrangeHRM to verify the OrangeHRM logo on home page. So these are the few test cases which I have written. The template I'm going to provide in our ATI Digital Hub site. So last time I have given the link of this one, Java Eclipse. So I'll provide the link of this one as well for this template. So you can easily download this template, which is free of cost. Okay. Now let's talk about what is the next, like how we are going to create the Maven project in Eclipse. So my Eclipse ID is already ready, guys, and in the last video we have spoken about like the prerequisite to start the framework. You should be ready with the like Selenium and Java setup and Maven as well, right? So hope you have already done it. If not, then you can follow the, I'll provide the link of this template as well. Basically this is the document where I have put some screenshots, like how we can set up Java, Eclipse and Maven, right? This is the quick guide of all three applications, all three things. So let's start with the creating the Maven project. So here we have an option, and from here also we can create like new, and we can create the projects from here. And here we have also like a triangle. From here we can create the Maven project. We have Java project, so we are going to use Maven as build tool. So, and we are going to use the Maven project. So simply click on this Maven project, and we'll use the default workspace whatever we have in our local system, and simply click on next. And here what we are going to do, we'll filter some archetype, right? We need to wait for some time. Yeah, now you can see. So you can write like quick start. So here you can see three results we found. So select this one, version 1.4 1.5 Maven archetype quick start. So basically when we use this archetype, so it creates the Maven project and the built-in pom.xml file where we'll manage all our dependencies and build configuration. So simply click on next. So here we should give the project name. OrangeHRM, and project name, let's say we'll give like OrangeHRM project. So basically this name will reflect here in Eclipse in the project explorer. So OrangeHRM, and I think you can remove it from here. JUnit we don't need. And Java, we are going to use Java 17. So Java compiler 17 version we are going to use, and simply click on finish. So it will build the project for us, the Maven project. Scanning for the project, and you can see some downloads. It will download the plugins and some resources for us from Maven site. And simply put Y, yes, and then you can see build success. Now you can see our project has been created, OrangeHRM. Now what you can do, if you go inside, we have couple of folders already, src main Java and src test Java. Inside that already some package will be created. So what we'll do, simply we'll delete this for now. So this is how the package name look like, right? What is the name of the project, OrangeHRM and OrangeHRM project. So simply I'll delete this for now, and similarly we'll delete inside test /java folder as well. We don't need right now this one. So we'll create our own structure like the packages and then classes, right? And other things we don't need to do that. And one more thing, guys, how we can increase the font size here, right? So let's say let me open any project on this. Suppose you want to increase the font size here, so how we can do that? We simply need to press Control plus sign, so it will increase the font size in console as well as here in the editor, right? And here if you want to increase in the project explorer this side, so basically I don't know the shortcut of this one, so you can go to the Windows preferences, and here you can type like font colors and font, and this basic one you can see the, not this one, basically the Java, and this one is for the this is for the editor which we are going to write our script, Java editor text font. So from here you can increase the font as well, and we have shortcut as well like control and plus button. And if you want increase from the for the explorer, then you can do I think this one. You have to go to the view and editor folders, and here we have tree and table font for views. So right now we have 12, so let me make it 16, and you can see this hierarchy, this size the font will be increased. Now you can see here, right? So let me keep it 12 only. Yeah, this is how you can increase the font in the project explorer as well as in the editor. Let me delete this, close it, and then let me open the pom.xml. So this is how our pom.xml will look like, and here we'll keep all our dependencies to generate the jar files inside our framework, inside our project, right? So here we don't need this dependency management, so you can simply delete this, and basically you don't need this one as well, like JUnit related, so you can simply delete them as well. Just save the pom.xml. So basically what is jar files, right? I mean if you put the dependency over here, so it will create the jar files and it will be added in the project path, right? So basically jar is nothing but the Java archive file which is in compressed format, so to build to run any project, right? So generally what it contains, basically it contains like a .class file or images or some other configuration file. So this is how it happens, like in the whenever we develop or build any project in Java. So what we'll do, we'll deploy these jar files into, like, whether it's QA environment or production environment. So that's how it basically will build the project. So similarly here also, to run our project we need certain jar files. So since we are going to use Selenium Java, right, so we need Selenium Java jar file as well, and TestNG as well, like to write the test cases we need TestNG jar files. So first of all we need plugins as well. So here you can see we don't have Maven plugins, so when we keep the jar files here like Selenium Java and TestNG, so Maven will be added here, Maven library, but here we don't have the TestNG library right now. So how we are going to add the TestNG library first? So simply right click, and here we have build path, configure build path, and here we just select this class path. So here you will see add library, simply click on that button, and TestNG, click on next, click on finish, apply and close. Now here you can see TestNG has been added, and there are some default like plugins related jar files over here in TestNG. Now what we are going to do, we are going to add dependencies in this pom.xml, right? So Selenium Java we need, so what we'll do, simply we'll type here Selenium Java Maven dependency. So this is the mavenrepository.com, guys. From here you can download like copy all the dependencies. So here we have the latest version of Selenium, like 4.27. so simply click, you can see when it was released, November 25th. So simply click on this, and you can copy this dependency from here and put it inside the dependency tag. Now Control S. As soon as you do the Control S, and Control Shift F, so it will arrange it properly. And when it's saved, here you can see the bottom right side, it will build the project, right? And here you can see Maven dependency has been added, so that will add the Selenium Java, all these Selenium Java related jar files over here. You can see here one of the jar files, Selenium Java 4.27, right? Now here you can see TestNG is not being added right now. So what we are going to do, we are going to add TestNG jar file as well. That will not come here in TestNG because these are related to the plugins, okay? And now we need TestNG. So simply in the search box you type TestNG and click on search button. Here you can see TestNG plugin, jar files like dependency. So the latest version is 7.10.2, and you can see usages like 396 users. So simply click on this one and simply copy the dependency from here and put it inside form.xml. Control S, you can see building, it builds the project, and Control Shift F to rearrange the form.xml properly. Now you can see inside Maven dependency, you can see the TestNG will be unchanged. Now here you can see Maven dependency, here you can see TestNG 7.10.2 got added. So this is how you can add the jar files and you can configure in your project, right? So for now we are good. Like we have added a couple of dependencies like Selenium Java and TestNG. For now we are good. Now let's do the project, organize the project folder structure, right? So I think we have already spoken about it, so let me open this in MS Paint. So this is the hierarchy, guys. So let's first create the packages inside SRC main Java. So what are the different packages we have? ExtentReport, base, listeners, pages, utilities, and all, right? So what we'll do, SRC main Java will create, right click, and here we can see. So this is how you need to give com.OrangeHRM. Simply copy this one, dot ExtentReport package, right? Click on finish. So here we have it got added. Similarly, we'll add base for BaseClass as well, com.OrangeHRM.base, and we have another com.OrangeHRM.listeners. So we'll keep our listener classes in this particular package. Click on finish. And what else we have? We need our all the page classes as well inside this SRC main Java. So com.OrangeHRM.pages. Click on finish, and let's create another one. What is remaining? ExtentReport is done. Base, listeners, pages, utilities. Utilities is important. So utilities package as well. So these are the different packages we have created, and inside that you can create the class. So probably whenever like going forward, when we talk about like BaseClass or ExtentReport, when we are going to develop them, so at that time we create the class. So for now, let me create just ExtentReport for now. ExtentReport, and naming convention is very important. So you should give naming like this for the classes, which starts with the capital letter. ExtentReport. Click on finish. Right. So similarly, we can add other. So you can see earlier it was blank. Now you can see some brown color, right? So this contains one class called ExtentReport inside this package. Now let's do some other folder structure. So SRC main resources, right? SRC main resources. What will come inside that? So we are done with these are the things which we are done, and utilities also, and resources. Inside resources, what we'll have? Config.properties and log4j.xml. So whatever configuration things will be there, which will come under this config.properties file. So how we are going to add that? So right click, new, and file, config.properties. So make sure the naming convention and the extension should be proper. So config.properties we are going to add here. So here you can see one file got added. and we are going to have log4j.xml as well. Log4j, right, inside that resources. So log4j.xml new, and then file log2.xml. we are going to use the version 2 log4j2.xml. so click on finish, and here you can see some error. So I think we need to add for the XML file version, you need to give, simply you need to add this XML tag encoding, and then close this tag. So now the error has been gone. So we'll later on we'll construct we'll add the different tags, and we'll construct this log4j2.xml file. We'll build this one. So for now we have just created the file, and src test java, inside that what we are going to have, we'll have all our classes there, right, like test classes. So simply I'll put com.orangehrm.test, and inside src test resources what we'll have all our like reports and test data. So we have folder option here, so I'll keep like test data, and screenshots, and TestNG XML as well, from where we are going to run our script, right? So file and TestNG.xml, simply click on finish. So here also we got the error, so simply add this XML tag version, and then encoding UTF-8 like this. Simply click on save, Control S, right? And what else remaining in the src test resources folder? We need report as well, right? So what we are going to have, one report folder we are going to add ExtentReport. So simply I'll use ExtentReport folder name like this, and inside that we'll create, it will be created automatically when we run our script, so no need to create that one for now. And we need logs folder as well. So in the main folder we need log folder as well, logs. Yeah, so pretty much we are done with all the folder structure, guys. So let's have a look what is the next. So we have, these are the tasks for you guys. So set up the project as part of like today's session, right? You set up the same thing what we have done so far, and in part 3 we are going to construct base class configuration. Okay, so base class creation and test the configuration. We'll test the configuration as well, whether we are going to do correctly or not. So this is all for today, guys, and let me know if you have any other questions regarding this particular video, or any other questions as part of the framework in the comment section of this video. So this is the third part of Selenium framework series which we are developing from scratch, right? So in the last video we talked about like how we have created the project inside Eclipse OrangeHRM project, and we have created a few packages as well, and we have created some folders and files. So this is what we have done in the last video. Now today we are going to talk about how we can set up config.properties file, and how we can set up base class in our Eclipse project. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we need to understand what is config.properties file before practically looking into it, right? We should know what is config.properties file, and why do we need config.properties file, and later on we'll talk about what is base class, right? And what is the importance of base class in the framework. And later on I'll show you step by step how we can create, or how we can set up config.properties file in Eclipse project, in our project, and how we can set up base class. So there is some theoretical stuff, guys. We should know the concept behind what is config.properties file, what it contains, what is base class, right? We should know that. So let's have a look some theoretical stuff before moving towards how actually we are going to implement in our project or our framework. So let's talk about the first thing, like what is config.properties file. So the name says like config, so it talks about some configuration settings, whatever we are going to have in our framework or our project, right? The extension of this file is .properties, so you cannot change anything like that, like any other name. So config you can change, but .properties, it should have .properties extension, right? So basically it is used to define application specific or framework specific configuration details, right? And a configuration file that stores key value pairs. So key value means, let's say we have configuration like URL, right? URL of the application. So we can define like URL is equal to so and so URL. So the URL is the key, and is equal to whatever URL we have, that is the value. So that is key value pair. It stores the value in key value pair. Examples of some properties is stored. So we have browser type, like browser is equal to Chrome for an example, right? URL of the application, example.com, and explicit wait times. So we can define some wait time as there as well. And why do we need config.properties file? So it is centralized configuration. So whatever we are going to use for the framework or our project, so all critical settings at one place. So basically this is a settings file where we can do all the settings at one place, and we can achieve or we can access across the project or framework. So all critical settings in one place for easy management of the project. Ease of maintenance, avoid hard coding values in the code base. So no need to go no need to hard coding the values inside our other classes, right? So we can have all the configuration settings at one place, and we can achieve the target across different test classes or other classes. Update settings without modifying the code. Reusability. So the same configuration file can be reused across multiple test cases or modules. So let's say if you have different modules or different test cases, so we can easily use the configuration settings from config.properties file. And flexibility, quickly switch between environments, like suppose we want to switch from one environment to any other environment. So all the configuration, if the configuration are the same, then we can use those configurations for different environments as well. Now let's talk about what is base class. So basically base class is, I would say, the heart, or I would say the backbone of the framework, right? And it contains common set of some utility functions, some common methods, and I would say common setup and tear down logic shared across all test cases. So common setup means how we are going to, start our browser, how we are going to initialize our WebDriver, and how we are going to do the tear down logic, how we are going to end the session. So all things will be there at one place, that is base class, that will be used or shared across all test cases, right? So basically all the test classes extends base class, so that we can they can acquire all the properties of this base class. So common functionalities in base class includes initializing the WebDriver, browser initialization and termination, how we are going to start the browser and how we are going to terminate it, loading configurations from config.properties file, as we have discussed some like config.properties file. So we need to load the config.properties file, right, firstly. So how we are going to load that? So that will be done using base class, which I'm going to explain in a couple of minutes. And then managing the wait times as well. Why do we need base class? So code reusability, as we have discussed for the same thing for config.properties as well. So same thing here, like avoid duplicate setup tear down logic for each test class. No need to do that. We can set up easily inside this base class, and then we can achieve our target. Scalability makes the framework easier to maintain and scale. So easily once we set up everything like reusable code and all the setup and tear down logic at one place, then easily, like, it would be easy to maintain the code base. Centralized control, right? So any changes in the test setup, like browser settings or any other settings, we can easily do at one place only, and we can achieve the target globally. Foundation for test execution. So this is the main like foundation of our test execution, acts as a base for all the test classes. So that's why I have discussed, like, all other test classes will acquire all the properties from this base class. So those test classes will extend this base class. So let's have a look practically, like how we can achieve, how we can create the config.properties file, and how we are going to create ExtentReport class. So my project is already open here, the Eclipse, and here this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM project. And inside that we have different folders, SRC main Java, SRC main resources, SRC test resources, and we have created different packages as well, like com.orangehrm, orangehrm.ExtentReport, right? So guys, I made one mistake in the last video. So the package name HRM I have given in caps, right? So basically, if you see the coding standards, so we should give all the naming of the packages should be in small letters. com.orangehrm, the HRM also I have corrected, so that is also in small letters now. So com.orangehrm.base. So how you are going to change it? So simply right click and go to the properties, open the project folder, simply go to the Java and then com and this OrangeHRM. So you need to just change this folder name, this HRM, to small letter, OrangeHRM. All should be in small letter, so automatically it will change all the other packages. So that correction you can do that. Now let's do the one which we talked about, like config.properties file, how we are going to set up the config.properties file. So you need to what are the configuration we are going to have? So application URL, the first thing is application URL. So how you are going to define? So this is how you can give the comment in the config.properties file using hash, and then URL, the key, and what is the value. So here I have application already open, so simply copy it and put it over here. And then we have browser configuration, so browser, and what is the name of the browser, and then we have credentials, so username and password. Like that we can define all the configuration inside this config.properties file. And let's say lastly implicit wait, like 10 seconds. You can give proper like in seconds. So you should always comment whenever you do the coding anywhere in the, whether it's in file or in any class, you should always give the proper naming convention, right? The comment. Now let's create, we have done with the config.properties for now, these many configurations. Now let's create the base class. So right click, new, right click on the package, and then new and class. We have base class. So we need to create a couple of variables over here. From properties class, we'll create one prop variable, and we need to just import this import properties from java.util package. And then we, of course, we need WebDriver, so I'll use variable as driver. So you can change variable, but this is the ideal way to name it. And simply give we need to import it, import WebDriver org.openq.selenium. So you can see those two import statements are at the top, and we don't see any error over here. And I will define them like access modifier. I'll give like protected. Why protected? Because this can be used inside, like within the same package, and it can be accessed in other package as well if that class will be extended by any other class, right? So let's say we are going to use other test classes, so that is inside other package, so we can easily use these properties in child classes. Now what is the first thing we are going to do? We'll create public void one method, and a setup method we are going to create. So the first thing which we are going to do is we need to load the properties file, right? We need to start the configuration file. So what we can say, load the configuration file. Load the configuration file. How we are going to load the configuration file? So we need to create the object of this properties class, so that like empty object, right? So we can give the value here. We can give we can store the object in this variable prop. And later on, what we need to do, we need to read the file, right? So for that we need to create the object of another class using new keyword file input stream, and simply import the file input stream from java.io. And we have to give stream. We need to store one variable over here, right, of file input stream class. So and it will give, we have to give the file over here, right? We need to read the file, so that's how we need to give the file here. What is the file we have? Config.properties. So right click and go to the properties and just copy from src. This is the main folder. Inside that we have src main resources. You can see src main resources config.properties. So simply give the file location over here, and still we have some error. So let's mouse over, and you can see add throws declaration. So it will throw an exception if you don't get the file, like file not found exception. Now we can read the file using this file input stream. Now we have to load the file. So how to load? So inside this prop we have a load function, load method, and we have to give this variable over here. This is the file where we have stored. We have to give here, and this is how we can load the file, prop.load. And this will also throws, we need to add the throws declaration, so IO exception. So if you are unable to read the file, then it will throw the exception, IO exception. So this is how you can load the configuration. Now what we are going to do, initialize the WebDriver. We'll initialize the WebDriver based on browser defined in config.properties file. So this is how you need to give proper comment, so that whenever you are going to update the code, you can easily understand what you have made the changes or what we have added the code inside your code base, right? So what we're going to do, driver dot, not driver, what we need to do here, we need to read the property, right? Get property. So we have a method called get property here, and here we have to define the key, the browser, right? Browser, and we have to store inside a string variable, because that all the things whatever we have defined here, those are strings. String browser. Now we got our browser using this prop object we have used, prop variable, and there is a method get property. Using that we can read the properties from properties file, and we can get the value of this browser. So whatever we are going to pass it from here, like Chrome browser or Edge browser or Firefox. So based on that, now we are going to see how we are going to instantiate our WebDriver, how we are going to start our browser or session, right? So we can use if condition here. You guys can try with the switch case as well, right? There is a multiple condition here, like if you get like Chrome browser or Firefox or Edge, whatever name is defined inside config.properties. Based on that, we need to instantiate our WebDriver. So browser dot equals ignore case. We can use this method, and here we'll give Chrome. And what we need to do here is, now we are going to use the Selenium manager, guys, the new feature of Selenium 4. So that will that takes care of, no need to explicitly give the driver path. So Selenium manager automatically download the driver, okay, and instantiate the driver and start the session. So simply give driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Simply we need to give like this, and we have to, what is the problem, Chrome driver. So we need to import Chrome driver from org.openqa.selenium.chrome, right? So this is how you can give. And then else if another condition, just a minute, yeah, and another condition, browser dot equals ignore keys, and here we'll give Firefox, another browser, and here also we'll create the object of Firefox driver. We have to give the name properly, Firefox, and it will import Firefox driver, right? Now else if one more, browser dot equal ignore keys and edge driver, right? And simply we have to create the object of edge driver as well, this. And let's say if name is not defined properly, if you are not passing the driver properly, then what we can do at last, else we can throw legal argument exception. We have to insert new keyword, create the object of this one, and here we have to give like a legal, that's fine, right? Now this is fine, and here we'll give undefined, or we can say browser not supported, okay. and here we'll give the value of the browser which we are passing from config.properties. So our configuration is done so far here inside this setup method. So we have done the load the configuration file and then initializing the WebDriver like this. Now what next we are going to do, we'll implement the implicit wait. So what is the method? Driver dot manage dot timeouts. So there is a wait, we have different weights in Selenium like implicit wait, explicit wait, right, fluent wait, like that. So implicit wait is the global wait, right? So this will be there throughout the like the session of the WebDriver, and this will applicable to all the elements, right? So let's say we have given 10 seconds over here, so it will applicable for the this particular session for 10 seconds. If you don't find any particular element, then it will throw an exception, right? We'll talk more about different weights as well going forward. So let's say right now I have defined like implicit wait, which is global wait, you can understand like that, right? And later on, let's say if you have more dynamic application, we have more different dynamic elements, then we can go for explicit wait as well. We can define some condition over there. So right now let's use the driver.manage.timeouts, and we have method called implicit wait like this. And before that, what we need to do, we need to convert this into a string, integer, right? So how we are going to do, int implicit wait dot, we need to just parse the value, the string to integer. So and from here prop dot get property, right? So what is the variable over here? Implicit wait. Simply copy this and put it over here. So this will get the integer value. And what we need to do now, implicitly wait here duration of duration, I think duration of seconds, right? And we simply give the implicit wait over here. So this is how you can define your implicit wait. Now what we need to do, we have to initialize our WebDriver. We need to maximize the driver, right? Maximize the driver. So driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. This is how you can maximize the driver, maximize the browser. And what we need to do, navigate to URL. So how you need to navigate, driver dot get URL, right? So we have method called get URL, but here we need to get the browser. So how we are going to pass the URL? The URL we need to read from config.properties, right? So simply what you can give, prop dot get property, and here we have URL. So driver dot get URL, and this one will get the URL of the application. So pretty much I think we are done the setup of our base class. Now what we are going to do, let's test this configuration whether it is working fine or not. And you can arrange the code properly, Control Shift F. Now what I'll do, I'll create one dummy test to test our configuration whether it is working fine or not. So we have inside src test java, we have already created the package.com.orangehrm.test. Right click, and I'll create one class dummy, that's a dummy test, or you can create like dummy class for now, dummy class, finish. And inside that I'll create public void dummy test. One more configuration we forgot, guys. So we need to write another method as well, public void tear down. So once we initialize the driver, once our testing is done, once we execute our test case, then we have to close the browser as well. So for that we have this tear down logic, right? So if we'll put condition, if driver is not equal to null, then simply we'll close the session, driver dot quit. So we have another method called driver dot close as well. So what is the difference between driver dot close or driver dot quit? So quit will close all the sessions, all the active browsers, right? Whether the new window is there, or in the like we have opened the window in different tabs, it will close all the web all the browsers and close the session, WebDriver session. Whereas in close, what happens is like dot close method, it will close the active window only and it won't close the WebDriver instance, right? So that is the difference between close and quit. That is the basic thing you should know. And when we use close, so let's say we are working in particular test case and we are opening a URL, we open a window and we are going to perform some task over there and we want to close that. So in that case we can close that the open window, and then we can come back to the main window and we can perform, or we can continue our testing. So that open window we can close through that close method. So in our scenario we can use this quit at the end of the method, right? Now we are going to test method. Now we are going to do one thing. We'll define before method. We are going to add before method annotation over here. Sorry, this setup, right? So before method. So we need to import this before method from org TestNG.annotation. So we have different annotations in TestNG. So if you haven't gone through like TestNG classes, then you can go through in my playlist. So there is before every test method. So this will setup will run, and what we'll do, we'll define this as after method, and simply we need to import this as well, after method. So this is done. Now let's come back to this dummy class. So dummy class, and what we are going to do, first of all, it will extends base class. Okay, so we'll read all the properties from base class, and we have to import base class from com.orangehrm.base, which we have created. And what we'll do, let's say driver.get title. Let's get the title of the page of OrangeHRM. So right click and simply inspect title. So what is the title? OrangeHRM is the title, right? So we'll store string title. Now let's evaluate this. Okay, so we can evaluate easily through this Java keyword assert, and title dot equals OrangeHRM, right? Colon. So this assert, Java assert, for we can use, we have TestNG assertion as well, like assert we can use assert class, and we have different methods as well that we are going to discuss in coming days, right? For now let's evaluate this. So this will evaluate if title is OrangeHRM, then it will, the test case will be passed, otherwise test failed. We can give like title is not matching, the second part of this condition. Okay, now here title equals OrangeHRM. So if it, so let's print the statement, guys. Once it is, let's say this title dot equals is condition is passed, right? So then what we are going to give, test passed, and title is matching. If it is failed, then this part will be executed. Title failed, title is not matching. So this is an keyword, a keyword in Java, assert keyword. We can use TestNG as well, that we are going to discuss coming days, right? When we create different test classes and test cases. So if this condition is passed, then it will execute system.out.println test pass, title is matching. So let's see, let's try to run it. Before that, I am going to add the test annotation here, and we have to import it from org TestNG.annotations. And as soon as we add this test annotation, we got run and debug button as well. So we can easily run and debug our test cases from here, test method, right? Now let me just simply run it. Click on run. The browser is launched, navigated to URL, and you can see quickly it got executed. Later on we'll put some weight as well, so we can understand like it goes to the proper URL, right? So you can see test pass, title is matching, you can see here, and you can see the result over here as well, dummy test. Now what we'll do, I'll give some other name, like deliberately I want to fail the test case, so simply run it again. This time test case will fail, and that the other part will get executed. Now you can see one failure, you can see assertion error as well, Java lang assertion error, test failed, title is not matching, so this part got executed. So this is how you can evaluate the result, right? So this is all for today, guys. So what we have done, quickly recap: config.properties file we have set up, and then we have created the base class as well, and we have created simply a sample test case using this dummy class, and we have executed the test case. So our configuration is perfectly working fine. So in the next video, we'll talk about how we are going to set up our testing.xml file, how we can execute our test case from there, and we are going to refactor our base class as well. We are going to add a couple of more methods, and we are going to separate some, like we are going to adjust our code base as well on base class. So this is all for today, guys. So let me know if you have any other questions or anything in the comment section of this video. Please like and share this video, and if you haven't subscribed this channel, then subscribe the channel. So this is part 4 of Selenium framework series, which we are developing from scratch. So let's have a look like what we are going to do today. So we are going to create a TestNG XML file, and we are going to refactor our base class, right? So in the previous video, we talked about how we can set up our config.properties file. We have seen how we have set up the config.properties file in our Eclipse project, and how we have created the base class, right? Now today we'll focus on how we can refactor our base class in a proper way. So whenever we create the framework, always we do kind of enhancement, right? So how we can do the how we can update our base class, we'll have a look today. So let's have a look the agenda quickly. So we'll refactor our base class, we'll add a couple of methods, and we'll talk about how we can how we can configure our TestNG XML file, how we can create it, and at last I'll show you I'll show you through all these steps through Eclipse project, right? So let's get started. So this is the project which we have created, guys, OrangeHRM, and last time we have created this base class, and here you can see the code we have written, the setup method we have written, and then there is a teardown method, and we have given the annotation before method and after method, right? And then we have created a dummy class just to test the configuration, whether it is working fine or not, and we have created a method called dummy test, and we have run it, and it is perfectly working fine. Let me just run it again quickly, whether our setup is working fine or not. So you can see browser is launched and navigated to URL, and it is closed the browser. You can see one test case is passed, and you can see the result over here, and you can see here as well. So now what we are going to do today is we'll we refactor our base class in a proper way, right? So how we can do that? So the first thing what I'll do, I'll create a method called load config, public void load config, and what we'll do, this portion of the code will keep inside that method. Simply just cut that and keep inside this load config method, and it throws, right, file not found exception, and if you see over here, it will also throws, so IO exception we can add here, throws IO exception. So this is, we have this part we have done. We have created method called load config, and we just added the configuration code which we have written in the last video. Now what we'll do, we'll create another method, public, or let's say this time I'll use like private void launch browser, correct? So to launch the browser, we have the code here, right? So simply I'll cut it over here, cut that code and put it inside this launch browser method, correct? So we can simply put the comment at top of this method, correct? And simply you can do Control Shift F, so that you can arrange the code properly, right? And another way to put the comment is simply you put a forward slash and then a star, and if you want to keep in 2 lines, right? So we can simply put a cursor over here, and we can just put enter, so you can see 2 lines added in the comment line, right? Simply I'll put it from here, I'll remove this backslash and star, so you can keep it here. And so this is the method which we have created, launch browser, for launching the browser, right, by getting the browser from the properties file, and then we have if else condition based on the browser value. Another thing which we are going to do here is we'll create one more method, private void configure browser, right? What we're going to do here is simply will the weight, implicit weight, will keep it here in that method and maximize the browser, and then we'll navigate to the URL. So simply I'll cut this code and I'll put it over here inside a separate method. We are just rearranging refactoring our base class properly, right? So we have configure browser method over here. So what it does, so we can put the comment here. So basically this method is to configure browser settings such as like implicit weight, maximize the browser, and what else, and navigate to the URL, right? This is what we can write, and simply we'll add the comment like this and put the cursor here and just put the enter, press the enter, right? And simply put the backslash from here. So we have created two private methods, launch browser and what else we have, configure browser, right? And then yeah, and then we have, so what we'll do, just copy this, cut this setup method and we'll put at top like this. And what we'll do, inside this setup method, we'll call those private methods. So what we have, launch browser, right? Launch browser, and then another method what we have, we have configure browser, two methods we have, right? So simply we'll put inside this setup method, and what I'll do, I'll put a proper method comment over here, like setting up WebDriver for, and I'll put, I'll put the test name over here. I'll call the test class. What is the class name? So we have method called, what is that method? Get class, right? Get class dot get simple name. So that will give us the name of the class. So simply we'll put the like print the message like setting up the driver for this dot class name, class dot simple name, get simple name. So it will print the class name. So this is done, guys, and what we'll do next, configure browser. Okay, what we can do here, we can add try catch over here in case if you're not navigated to URL, so it throws the exception properly. We can handle this through try catch. So right click, select it, and then right click, surround it with try catch. So it will try for driver.get, okay, get URL, and then we'll print the you can simply remove a couple of lines. What you will do, you can write like fail to navigate to the URL dot get message. Simply will print the message in case of any exception, right? So this is how you can handle the exception. You can throw the exception like in case if you get any exception, right? This is how you can handle it using try catch. This one also we can put you can surround it using try catch, surround with try catch, right? And just remove here, we'll put the proper message here, unable to quit the driver, right? And simply print the message if you get any exception. So this is how you can handle, you can refactor your code. Now what we are going to do, we'll add annotation here at the red test annotation. Okay, which annotation we are going to use? TestNG annotation before switch. Okay, why? Because we are going to load this before running the suite. So in couple of minutes we are going to create testng.xml, right? So there we'll set up the suite. Okay, so import before suite from org.testng.annotations. So simply add this, and this is before method, this is find this setup method, and what else we have, this one tear down will be after method. So now I think everything is done, guys. We can just run our, what we'll do, we'll configure our testing xml. Now our base class is almost done, right? So what we are going to do next, src test resources and open the testng.xml, and we'll configure our testng file. So the first, the topmost tag is suite tag, right? And after that we have test name. What is the test which we are going to have, like this. And then after test, this is the hierarchy. You can navigate, you can go through my TestNG playlist as well. You can learn about the complete TestNG tutorial I have listed down there, right? So you can learn more about TestNG. And we have next tag is classes, and inside classes all the test classes will be included here. So class, like this, and control shift F, and we have to provide the name of the suite name. So OrangeHRM, so like this we can give, and let's give test name as well, test OrangeHRM test. Simple meaningful name we have given over here, and inside this we have to give the class name. So here name, and simply we have to put the class name. What is the test class name we have? So we have simply created a dummy class here, right? So what we'll do, we'll copy this path, like the package name and dummy class, right? No need to write like .java. So this is fine. What is the name of the test class name? So, and this is giving an error, so that's fine. We can do it later on. We need to add this doc type for the XML, so that's fine. Let's try to run whether it is working fine or not. So right click on this testng.xml and then run as testng suite. So now you can see it is running perfectly fine, right? Test pass title is matching, and you can see these results running. So you can see here the OrangeHRM suite. Inside that we have this dummy test, right? Our test class, test method, and inside this we have, this is the class, dummy class. So this is how you can run your script using TestNG. Now what we'll do, since we are using the suite, so it contains multiple tests and test classes, right? So what we'll do, we'll add another test over here. But before that, what I'll do, let's add one more method in base class, like a static method, a static wait we are going to add, right? Because it is quickly closing the browser. So let me just show you again. So TestNG, we'll put some wait so that we can see like it launches the URL properly. You can see it closes as soon as the page loads, and then after that it closes very quickly. So what we'll do, we'll add one static wait method here, so that will be like useful, right? Later on we can use that method as well. So public void static wait. So we are not going to use thread.slip because that is not very efficient, and the method which we are which I'm going to show you, like this is static wait, that will be very useful. And whenever we want to debug our code, or we want to pause the thread for like couple of seconds, then we can easily use this method. So there is a class called log support, log support. So we have to, why it is not showing, log support dot, yes, park nanos. There is a method called park nanos. So thread.slip works with millisecond, and this one works with nanoseconds. Okay, and what we can give, time units dot minutes dot seconds, and we have another method to nanos, and here we'll give seconds. We'll pass the parameter in seconds, and simply what we'll do, we'll pass these seconds to here, right? So this is how you can write the method, guys. Static wait for pause, and we can call this method, this is public method, so we can call it throughout our framework anywhere. So what we'll do, what happens when we launch our browser and configure our browser, and after that we'll put that wait, static wait of, let's say, 2 seconds. Okay, and then let's see whether it is working fine or not. It should stop for a couple of seconds and then close the browser, right? So let's see, where is our testng.xml? Right click, run as TestNG suite, launches the browser, navigated to URL, and then you can see it stays for some time, right? So this is how you can do using this method, using this static method. You can use whenever you want to use it. Now what we'll do, come back to this testng.xml. Let's create another class and we'll see whether our test suite is working fine or not. So simply copy it and put it. I'll just copy paste the same class. Simply I'll change few things here. Dummy test 2. Let's put dummy test 2, right? And rest of the things will be same. And in testng.xml, what we need to do, simply copy this class, right? Copy this class and put after. So classes tag will contain multiple classes, right? So, and here we'll put dummy class 2. Now let's see whether it is working fine or not. Right click and run as TestNG suite. So browser is launched, navigated to URL, and then it will close the browser. Now you can see one of the test case is skipped, right? It's not failure, but it's skipped somehow. Go to the results, and here you can see the one test case is passed perfectly fine. Another one got failure here. So what is the failure? java.util.properties get property, because this dot prop is null. So our prop value is null, base class 4434. Here we got the 44, got the error. So property, this value is null. Why? Let's see. So we have defined over here, right? Protected properties prop, and it is initialized only once, correct? So how to because we have initialization, this is before suite, and it is initialized only once, because before suite will run only once, irrespective of how many test cases we have inside that suite, right? So how to solve this problem? So what we can do, we can simply use the static keyword over here. Static, using static keyword we can resolve this, because we want the name itself like static. So static belongs to the class level, right? Not like the object, it belongs to the object, right? What it will do, it will carry the same value, like the instance will be the same throughout the it will carry the same instance for the other classes as well. So since we are going to initialize only once, so it will be like useful for the both the classes, both of the test classes, it will carry the same value, right? So what we are going to do, we can simply put the static keyword here, then I think it should solve our problem. But before that, let's try to debug it. What is the problem, right? How you can also know like how we can debug our code in case of failure. So what we'll do, simply where we got the problem here 44, right? So simply put double just you can add the breakpoint over here by clicking twice. Okay, now what we'll do, simply go to the testng.xml, right click and debug as testng suite. So simply what it will do, it will break the code, it will stop the code here, string browser is equal to prop. Now you can see the value. So the first run for the first test case, you can see the value id is there, right? Prop is equal to properties, and you can see the id, some id is assigned to the prop value. Now what we'll do, here we have certain buttons and shortcut as well, like F8, we can resume our test, and this is step info. Suppose we want to go inside the particular code, if you have inner methods, and then step over F6, this is F5, this is F6. Suppose we want to switch to another level, then we can go with F6, right? and this is to return to previous step, like step return F7. So simply what we'll do, this is the first case running, so simply I'll resume F8. So it will launches the browser, navigate to URL, and it will close. So the first test case is run now. It got stopped for the second case. Now what we'll do, you can see cursor over here, you can see the prop is null. So this is the problem, right? This is what we face the problem. So what we'll do, simply I'll stop the execution now, the debug execution, and what we'll do, we'll put the static keyword over here, protected static, and save it. Now let's see whether it is working fine or not this time. So come back to TestNG.xml, run as TestNG suite. First test got executed. Now it is looking for the second case. Now you can see successfully both the test cases got executed. Now you can see the comment, guys, setting up the WebDriver, the comment which we have given, right? If you go to the base class, setting up the driver, and this code, this particular statement like this dot class name gives you the class name, dummy class, and you can see here dummy class 2, right? The name of the class name, test class name. So this is how you can do, you can configure your base class, and there is no harm if you put static keyword over here as well. However, there is no need for the driver, because what we have done is, we have, after each test we are closing the driver, right? After tear down, you can see the tear down process, we are simply quitting the driver. So the instance will be closed, and then for the second run we reinitialize the driver. So that's why it is not needed, and this was needed because we have initialized only once, and then we tried to use for the second class. So that's why we got the failure. So there is no harm if you put the driver over here, because going forward we might need that. Okay, so yeah, this is what we can achieve, right, by configuring our or we can refactoring our code. What else is remaining today? I think we are pretty much done. Yeah, one more thing you can do here. So we have set up two classes inside this classes tag, right? What you can do, and we have run only one test. What we can do, you can simply copy this and put it over here for the another text test, and make sure you change the name of the test, otherwise it will give the error. So just change the name of the test. Now if I run it, then 4 test cases will be executed as part of two test we have inside this suite tag. And you can see there is a warning here, it is strongly recommended to add doc type. So let's add this doc type in our TestNG.xml. That's the reason it is showing some error over here, right? So you can add like this. Now let's run one more time this TestNG.xml. So 4 times it will launch the browser and it will close the browser. Now you can see 4 test cases are passed, right? And if you see the results, you can see OrangeHRM is the suite, the first suite, and then we have 2 tests inside this OrangeHRM suite. So we have OrangeHRM test and we have OrangeHRM test 1. So this is how you can run different tests inside your suite tag. So what I'll do, simply I'll remove for now, we don't need this. So this is all for today, guys. So what you can do, the next we are going to set up our action driver class, right, in the 5th part. And the task for you is better to understand the concept of static keyword. You can do some more R&D on it, okay, and you can refactor your code based on like how we have done it today, right? So this is all for today, guys. So this is the 5th part of Selenium framework development series from scratch. So in the previous part we talked about how we have set up how we have refactored the base class, and later on we have created testng.xml file, and we have executed the script using testng.xml file in our framework, right? Now today we'll focus on what is we'll set up the action driver class in our framework, right? And we'll create different reusable methods inside action driver class. You can call it as reusable methods, or you can call it as customized methods. Okay, so let's have a look at the agenda for today. So this is an important session, guys. So we'll talk about action driver class, what is action driver class, what it does, and we'll talk about different key features of this class, and later on we'll talk about different benefits of using action driver class in our framework. And at last, I'll show you how we can set up the action driver class in our framework step by step through Eclipse project, which we have already created, right, as part of this framework. So let's talk about the first topic. What is action driver class? So the name says like action driver, right? So what happens is whenever we automate the page, whenever we work on any web page as part of the automation testing, so we work on different actions. We perform different actions on a web page, right? Like click on an element, enter some values in the input box, select values from the drop down list, and check the checkboxes. Like that, we perform different actions on a web page. So what we do as part of this action driver class, we write all those action related methods in single class, that is action driver. The name says, right, action. So we'll write all those action methods like click method, and for entering the value in the input box, we'll write like enter value method. Scroll to an element, we'll write scroll to an element method, like that. So these are just for example. We have different actions method inside this action driver class, correct? So now you might ask question over here, like we already have click method, send keys method in Selenium, right? As part of web element interface, we already have these methods like click method, we already have send keys method, we have. So what is the need of having all these methods inside this action driver class? Correct. The reason being, we write all these methods like click method, enter value method. We'll use these methods only, whatever system defined methods are there like click, send keys inside this action driver class, but we'll customize those methods in a proper way. That is the difference, right? So we'll customize those methods in action driver class in a proper way. So let's have a look like what is action driver class basically. So the action driver class acts as a custom utility layer as well. So since we customize all those methods, so we can call it as custom utility layer as well, which is designed to handle common browser interactions more efficiently. So how those methods will handle in an efficient way. So basically it simplifies and enhances WebDriver functionalities by adding additional features. What are additional features? We are going to use explicit weights, which is nothing but the dynamic weights in Selenium, right? Based on based on WebDriver weight class, we have different conditions. So we are going to use these explicit weights inside our script in action driver class. And error handling, we are going to do the proper error handling in those methods inside action driver class. That ensures robust and reusable code, correct? So this is the definition, or I would say this is brief about action driver class. You'll come to know when we practically see like how we are going to create the action driver class. So as part of today's video, I'll create different action related methods and probably will add more methods going forward, right? So for demo purpose, I'll add like 6 to 7 methods in today's session. So let's talk about the next point. What are the different key features of action driver class? So encapsulation of Selenium actions. So what happens is this is a centralized location where we perform for all the actions at one place, right? We keep all the methods inside this action driver class. So, and we don't know what are written inside those methods. So those are encapsulated properly. So we follow this OOPS concept over here, and we don't know whenever we call those methods. So we don't know the inner logic or how it is written inside it, right? So that is like encapsulation of Selenium actions. And enhance stability with explicit weights. So yeah, this is what we have discussed. Explicit weight we are going to add in our script. And improved error handling, this is also we talked about in the previous slide. We are going to manage the proper error handling in our script as part of action driver class. And reusability, so we write all the action methods inside this action driver class, and we can reuse all of them in our page classes, different page classes as part of page object model. So let's say this is login page, this is home page, and this is admin page. So we'll call all those methods, action methods, in these separate classes, and we can perform different actions. Performance optimization, so we are going to have in the action driver class, we use to locate the element, we are going to use by class locator, okay? Because this locates the element at runtime, whereas generally we use web element, right? Web element using the web element interface we use to locate the element. So firstly what it does, it stores the element and then locate it later on. So, and this will locate the element at runtime. Sometimes what happens is when we locate the element and later on when at runtime, what happens is if element is not available or if it is stale, then it throws exception. So this is the better approach. performance point of view as well. So here we have performance optimization when we follow this action driver class. And what are the benefits of using action driver? So it simplifies the code. And how it simplifies? So we write, as we have discussed, so this is at centralized location. We write all the action related methods. So this code will be very simple. All the action related things will be at one place at centralized location. And whenever there is a need, we go to that particular class like action driver and modify those action methods, right? It enhances the readability. So we can easily, for maintenance and for readability, it will be very easy to read all the action related methods at one place, and code base looks great, right? And it increases test stability as well. So test will be stable because wherever we want, we can call those methods in all the page classes. Promotes reusability. This is what we have discussed. So we can call it all those methods, all those action related methods in our respective page classes. So we can reuse the same method again and again in our test script based on the usage. So this is all about action driver class guys, and let me show you practically how we can achieve or how we can set up the action driver class in our framework. So this is a project which we have created, OrangeHRM, right? And if you see here, we have base class which we refactored last time, and here we have action driver class which we have created, but we did not write anything earlier. So there is one thing in the base class which we forgot to add. There are a couple of methods. So you can see here in the previous video, right? So I forgot a couple of methods. So today I'm going to write those methods before we start the action driver class. Okay. So if you see here, we have a couple of variables or properties and WebDriver instance variable, right? So those are declared as private. So what we are going to do here, I'm going to write a couple of methods which we might use going forward when we access that driver, right? So how we are going to, we can access this driver from outside of the class, outside of the package, because since this is declared as package, so how we can access the driver? So what we are going to do, we are going to create getter and setter method. Probably you might have already know the concept of encapsulation. So we can create getter and setter method so that we can use this method outside of the package whenever we want, and we can modify the driver as well. So how we can do that? Driver getter method. So public, I'll declare it as public. So whenever we want from outside of the package, we can easily use this. So public void get driver. I'll write method like get driver, and here simply I'll return the driver. So you need to change the return type to WebDriver here, correct? So this is how we can write the getter method. So we can call this method outside, and we can access the driver instance variable using this method. Another one is driver setter method. How to change the value? So these are the controlled access to the driver object, okay, driver variable. So public void set driver, and what we'll do, this dot driver is equal to driver. We have to pass the WebDriver instance local variable here, driver, like this. So why we use keyword this? Because this will talks about the instance variable, and this is the local variable which we are passing through the parameter. So this is how we can change the value of the driver. So these are the two methods which I forgot in the last video. So we have just completed it. Now let's focus on action driver class. Come to the action driver class. So let's write different methods in action driver class. So the first thing, I will declare a couple of variables of WebDriver, couple of variables. So one is from the WebDriver. So we need this driver. So simply I declare WebDriver over here and import WebDriver from org.openq.selenium. Another one is private WebDriver wait, because we are going to use explicit wait. So that's the reason we have to use this as well. So WebDriver wait class. So we need to import from org.openqa.selenium.support.ui. Correct. So we have two variables which we have declared. Now what we are going to do to initialize those variables, what I'm going to use, I need to create the constructor of this class action driver. So constructor has the same name as the class name, correct? And what I need to do, this dot driver is equal to driver. This is how we can initialize it, and I'll pass the WebDriver instance here, WebDriver driver. Second, how to initialize this wait variable. So simply what we need to do, we have to create the object of WebDriver wait class, WebDriver wait, and it will take couple of parameters, WebDriver and duration, right? The time duration which we are going to pass for the explicit wait. So the driver parameter, and another one is duration dot of seconds, and here we can pass, let's say 30 seconds. So here you can pass it from configure properties as well, but that we'll do later on. And what we can do here, this dot wait, correct? So this is how we can write the constructor for this class action driver, and we can initialize driver and wait variable. Now what we'll do, we'll write different methods. So let's say wait for element to be clickable, correct? So we'll write method public void wait for element to be clickable, and here what we are going to do, we use this reference variable of WebDriver wait, and there is a method called until, and here we have expected conditions, and here what is the method we have, wait for, not wait for, element to be clickable, correct? And here we'll pass the by class parameter. So here we also will pass by class and simply put the semicolon over here, and here we need to import the by class from import org.openq.selenium, and expected conditions, I think this is already imported here, and this is the by class which we imported right now. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll surround this with try catch. So select that surround with try catch block to handle the error properly, and here we'll write proper message siso control shift control space system.out.println, and here we'll write unable to wait for element, unable to or element is not clickable, like that we can write, right? And here simply pass the message, error message. So this is how you can write wait for element to be clickable. So what it does, it will wait for the element with until it becomes clickable, otherwise it will throw the exception. Okay, and it will wait till 30 seconds, correct? If the element is not clickable, then it will throw the exception. So this is the dynamic wait based on the expected conditions, guys, right? So we have different methods we have. So we are going to use a couple of methods for the wait, you'll come to know. Okay, so another thing is another method, wait for element to be located, to be visible, visibility of, we'll check visibility of the element. So we'll write another method. Okay, so public void wait for element to be visible, correct? And wait, we'll use the variable wait dot until again, and expected condition dot, what is the method we have? We have visibility of elements located by, visibility of element located by, and here we'll pass again the by locator through parameter, correct? So simply we can write this method like this, correct? And again we'll surround with try catch block. So surround with try catch block, and here we'll write the proper message element is not visible, like that we can write, correct? And simply throw the message. So this is how you can write the methods inside action driver class. So two methods we have written. Now we are going to write important action user page action methods. So the first method is click method, right? Method 2 we can write like comment method method to click an element, or method to click element. Okay, and here we'll write public void click, and simply we'll pass the by class parameter. And here we'll write like driver dot find element, correct, and we'll use the by locator by dot click. Simple as that, right? So we'll use the click method from web element interface, and simply we'll surround this with try catch as well. And here we'll write proper statement, will give print statement. So here we'll say like unable to click the element. Unable to click element is also fine. Unable to click element, simply will print the message. So this is how you can write. And what is the next method to click an element? And method to enter text into an input field. Right? How we can write that? Public void enter text, correct? We can write method like this, public void enter text, and we'll pass two things here. One is by class parameter, and another one is string parameter, which we are going to enter with the value which we are going to enter, correct? And what we'll do, driver dot find element by dot, first we'll clear the input box, right? And then if it already has some value, then we'll enter the value. So how to enter the values? Using sendKeys method. And here we'll simply pass the value as parameter from here, right? We'll get it from the parameter. So this is how you can write for enter text. And one more thing, guys, the methods which we have already written, right here, we'll make them private, and here as well, correct? What we'll do, we have written wait methods, right? So we'll use these methods like wait for element to be clickable inside those the action methods. So what we'll do first, let me just copy this, like what we'll do. So we'll try for the element to be clickable first, correct? So we'll call this method wait for element to be clickable first, correct, which we have written inside this ExtentReport class a while ago. And if it is clickable, then we'll go for the driver.findElement by dot click. We'll go for the click method, right? So this is how you can implement the wait mechanism here as well. And for second method, what we'll do, public void and entering the text, right? So first we'll see check the visibility of the element. So we'll put the visibility of the element method here. We'll call this method first, and then once it is visible, then only we'll go for the we'll clear it, and then we'll enter the value. And simply what I'll do, I'll surround again with try catch, correct? We can do like this, and here we'll put the message unable to enter the value in input box, or simply you can write like unable to enter the value. And here we'll put e dot message, the message which we get. So this is one more method. Now what we can write, method to enter text into an input field, method to get text from an input field, correct? This is also important method, so we'll write like public void get text method, correct? And here we'll pass the by class parameter again. And here what we'll write, first we'll call this method wait for element to be visible. If it is visible, then we'll go for the next script like driver.findElement by dot get text method we have, right? As part of the web element, we have get text method. So this is how we can get it. And what we'll do, we'll return this, right? Return this, because this is a string, so we have to change this to string. So we'll get the get text method when we call this get text method, so it will return string value. So this is how we can do. And simply you can again surround with try catch for proper error handling, surround with try catch block. So what we'll do here, so in case of exception, let's say return, it will return null like that. In case if you get the exception, instead of null, let's put a double quotation, so it will return blank in case if you get any exception. So it will not throw null pointer exception kind of. Okay, so here we'll write method to get the text from an input field, unable to get the text. Correct, we can write like this, and e dot get message. So we can write method like this, method to get text from an input field. Now again we'll write one more method, which is important method to compare to text. So how we'll write it, public void compare text. Compare text or compare values, you can give anything. Again we'll call this method public, wait for element to be visible first, and then what we'll do, we'll call driver dot find element by, again we need to write by class parameter over here, and by dot we need to get the element, right, get text, and here we'll store that as actual value, actual text, and that will be string actual text. Correct, we can write like this, and we'll write if condition, if, and in this compare text we'll pass another parameter expected text when we call this method. Correct, so that we can compare inside, and what we can write here, if expected text equals actual text, then we can say text are matching, right, text are matching, and simply we can pass the value like actual equals actual text equals, have to give plus sign over here as well, actual text equals expected. Correct, like this we can give if text are matching, right, and in case if it is not, then we'll write, simply copy this and put it over here, text are not matching, and here instead of equals we can give like not equals. So this will gives us the proper values, right, what is actual, what is expected. And what we'll do, we'll surround again with try catch, right, surround with try catch. So this is how you can write, guys. Here we'll write unable to compare text. Okay, unable to compare text, and simply you'll throw that exception if in case if you get the exception. Correct, we can write the method compare text like this. And what else, let's write one more method to check if an element is displayed. Correct, public void is displayed method we are going to write. Correct, so first we'll check the visibility of the element. Again we'll call this method, and then driver dot find element by dot is displayed method is there, right, we don't have that, is part of web element, right. So what we'll do, we need to get the web element first, element, and wait for element to be, oh sorry, we have forgot to write here is displayed method is here, right? And simply no need to store here in web element. That will be the boolean value, right? So yeah, let's store in a boolean value is displayed. Now here we'll write the condition if is displayed. If is displayed is true, then simply we'll print the message element is visible, and let's return the value true or false, and we'll change the return type to boolean. Correct? This is how we can write. Else return is displayed the false value. So this is how you can write. To simply select shift F, control shift F to arrange the code, and simply what we can do, we'll surround it with try catch block. Correct? So here also we'll need to write the return statement, return false. Unable to uh, unable to element is not visible, like that, is not displayed. Correct? And simply we'll get the message here, the error message. So these are the different methods. So I think we have written 7-8 methods. These are very important ones as part of the action driver and as part of our framework guys. And there are some other methods as well where we use JavaScript to write. So take an example, like we have click method here, right? So sometimes what happens is some element we are unable to click with the normal click method. So in that case we used to write a JavaScript method. So what I'll do, I cannot write all the methods. So probably going forward I'll try to write a couple of more methods as well as part of like JavaScript methods. And what I'll do before I push the code to GitHub, before we complete our framework at the end of close to the last session, probably I'll add all those methods, whatever extra methods we have, right? So this is for demo purpose, whatever we have written so far. So I'll make sure I'll add all those methods in action driver class so that you can get it all the methods from this class. Okay. So I think a couple of methods again I can write related to JavaScript. One more method I can show you. Scroll to element. Okay, so scroll to an element, that is also important. So let me write it. Public void scroll to element. Simply we'll give method name like this, and here what we'll do, we'll write JavaScript over here. So what we'll do, we need to create the object of this JavaScript executor, script executor class. Okay, and what I'll do, I'll pass the driver first to perform the WebDriver command, JavaScript command on the web page to scroll to the element. Okay, so we need to import this JavaScript executor. JavaScript is something wrong here. Script executor, we need to import this. Why it is not coming? Add type parameter JavaScript executor. JavaScript executor, and we have script executor method right inside that. Why it is not coming? Let me write again. JavaScript executor is that, I think S is small here. But not. Let me add another class which I wanted to add for the page load. I think I have somewhere in the notepad where I have that which for page load, right? So here what I'll do, I'll copy this and I'll put it over here. This for the page load, guys, and here also this is the class, right? So import JavaScript executor. So simply I'll import it. Now you can see error is on. Here also I'll use the same JavaScript executor. Now we don't see any error. We have to add cast to JavaScript executor. So simply you can cast like this, and you can pass the driver to this JS object. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll explain this code as well. This wait for page load later on. Let me write first this is equal to an element, and here what we'll do, we have execute script method, execute script, and here what will pass the JavaScript command. So that is like arguments 0 of 0 scroll into view, and here we have to pass the value true like this, and here we need to pass the web element, correct? So what I'll do, I'll write like driver dot find element by, so here we'll get web element is equal to, we can do like this, we need to get the web element, right? Element first. From here driver dot find element will pass the by locator, so we'll get the element variable here from the web element interface. So simply we'll put the element here because the it takes this execute script takes the element. Okay, so simply we'll close the line, and what we'll do, so what it does basically, we call the method called execute script from JavaScript. So this is the command, it will go to particular element whatever we are passing from here, passing over here, right? And scroll into view, it will scroll, there is true and false. Okay, so simply we'll provide the true value over here, and let me just surround this with try catch as well, like this we can do, and here we'll write unable to locate element. Simply we can write message like this, and e dot message, get message, correct? So this is a JavaScript method to scroll to an element. Okay, now the above method, guys, which we copy paste here, like wait for page load, right? So this will take the integer parameter in the form of time out in second. Okay, so what we'll do here is we call one method called wait timeout. Okay, from WebDriver wait class, wait with timeout and duration of seconds. What it will do, there is a condition as part of the Java WebDriver wait condition. So until WebDriver will pass one command to the JavaScript, so that is return document dot ready state. If ready state is equals to complete, so there are different states of web page, like interactive or loading. So in case if you get like complete, then we'll say page loaded successfully, otherwise page did not load within the given timeline, timeout. Okay, so this is how you can write the page load, wait for the page load method as well in your action driver. And here we have written the scroll to an element. So I think we are pretty much done. We have written so many methods as part of this action driver class. So there is one thing task for you guys, you can do that, and let me know if you are able in the comment section if you are not able to do that. So just make it dynamic, this one, pass the value from the config.properties file, because here we have a hard coded, right? So just pass this value from the config.properties file. That is the task for the next session. I think we have done pretty much, we have covered everything. In case if we like if you find like if we miss anything, then probably we'll cover in the next video, right? And in the next video we'll talk about we'll create the login page and home page as part of the page object model, and we'll create login test class as well to write maybe we'll create one test case and we'll execute the script. So this is for, so this is the sixth part of Selenium framework development series, guys. And in the previous video we talked about how we have created the action driver class and how we have created different action related methods inside our action driver class, right? Now today we'll focus on how we can implement the page object model in our framework, and by creating the login page and home page classes, right? And we'll write login page test class as well, and probably we'll write one test case like valid login test to verify the whether setup is working fine or not. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is page object model, and later on we'll create login page and homepage classes as I have discussed earlier, and we'll talk about like how we create the login page test class, and we'll create one test case to verify the setup. And there is a small update to the ExtentReport class which I have already updated. Like previously we have set up the ExtentReport class, so a couple of places I have updated the code. So I'll show you what are the things which I have updated before we start with the login page and homepage classes. So let's get started. So let's first discuss about what is page object model. So I discussed a lot about this page object model in the previous, I have created multiple videos on this page object model, and I have talked about it also while creating the previous framework, right? So let me explain you again what is page object model. So basically the page object model is a design pattern which is widely used across Selenium automation frameworks, right? So what it does, it simplifies the process of writing and maintaining the test scripts. So how it simplifies? So basically there is a clear separation between the test script which we write, test script for validation, and the code which we use to interact with the web application, correct? So there is a separation between the test script and the code which we write to interact with the web applications. So what is the meaning of this? So in page object model, what happens is web pages, or you can say UI components, are represented in this page object model. Those are represented as Java classes. So let's say we have different pages on a web page, like login page. So this is login page. Let's say this is home page. There will be admin page. So let's say these are the different pages on a web page on a website. Okay, so what we'll do as part of the page object model, we'll create the separate login page class, separate page classes for all these pages, login page.java. Similarly for home page.java. So we'll create separate Java classes for all the pages which we have in our website, and we'll have different elements on the web page, right? We have different elements on the web page. Those elements will be considered as locators inside the login page class. We'll write all the locators. So those will be the variables in login page in the page class, right? And we perform different actions on the web page, correct? By calling action related methods from the ExtentReport class. So those will be written in this inside those separate Java classes. So those will be the action related methods will write inside this login page. Like let's say click on an element, right? So we'll write all the methods which we are going to perform on the particular page. So let's say take an example for this login page. So what are the different actions which we are going to perform? Like entering the username, entering the password, click on login button, right? So we'll write separate methods in this login page Java class. So this is brief about page object model, guys. So let me know if you still have doubts related to page object model. So you can put your doubts in the comment section. Now let me practically show you how we can create login page and home page classes, and how we can create login page test. So this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM, and this is the ExtentReport which we have created in the previous session. Now there are a couple of updates which I talked about, so let me show you those. So here I have, what is the problem? So method to enter text into an input field, so avoid code duplication. So here we have written a couple of times, right? Like driver.findElementBy, driver.findElementBy, right? By calling these methods like clear and send keys. So instead of that, what we can do, we can simply call once this driver.findElementBy find element method, and we can store the value in this element variable, right? And we can call those methods like clear method to clear the text and send keys method to enter the value. This is how you can do improve your code. So here I have given the proper comment as well. And while commenting something, when you fix the code or when you update the code, so give the proper comment and add the date, or add the date as well, right? And with the comment. So this is one update. Another one is this method. So it looks a little lengthy, no need to verify inside the if else condition, right? Method to check if an element is displayed or not. So here I have just simplifies these method is displayed. So just surrounded with the try catch. So we'll wait for element to be visible. This method will call the internal method, and then simply we'll verify driver.findElementBy is displayed, whether the element is displayed or not, and we'll return it. In case if not, then we'll simply print the what is the exception and return false. What else? And here I forgot to add the semicolon over here, so that also I fixed. So added a semicolon. So later on I reviewed the class, guys, and then I found these issues. So this is how you can fix in your code as well. And there is one task which I have given in the previous video, like to make it dynamic, right? To pass the variable from, to pass these seconds from config.properties. How we can do that, right? So let me show you how we can achieve that. So what we'll do, first we'll go to the config.properties, and here we'll give one parameter, one explicit weight, right? We'll give one value, we'll store one value, explicit weight. Let's say 20 seconds we are giving here, explicit weight over here, or we have given earlier 30, right? So let's keep it 30. So we'll store the value here, key value pair explicit weight is equal to 30 seconds. And what we'll do here, I think we need to update what we'll do, we need the prop variable as well, right? So if you go to the base class, the prop is protected, right? So what we'll do, the similar way we have created the get driver for this driver variable, we'll create one get prop getter method as well for prop. Okay, so we'll simply write getter method for prop. So simply write public void get prop, and it will return simply prop, which is variable of properties class, right? So we'll change the return type to properties. So simply we can write like this, right? And now what we'll do, to get this value from the config.properties which we defined here, like 30, this is in string, right? So we need to convert that into string. So how we can convert, parse int integer, parse int method is there, and base class dot get prop, correct? We have method get prop, we need to import this base class from com.orangehrm.base, and here we'll call get property to read the values from the get property from properties file. So what is the value we have, the variable name explicit weight, so simply we'll put it over here, and here change the get property to static. So simply we'll come to here properties, get prop method, and we'll change the return type, the method to make it like static. Why? Because we have just do the load configuration only once, right? Which we have already discussed earlier, like we just load the configuration at before suite. So just we'll make it static, so that the value will be static throughout the script, so we can utilize this value in our in other classes as well. So this is how we can do, and we'll store that in int variable explicit weight, and simply just pass this to change this 30 to explicit weight, and this is how we can make it dynamic. So there is no hard coded here. Get prop to static, which I have already changed, right? We need to save it. Now it is fine. So this is how you can make it like you can avoid the hard coding values, and whenever you want you can just change the value from here. You can come to this config.properties and change the value from here. So this is about the ExtentReport class, guys. Now let's create login page class from com.orangehrm.pages as part of the page object model. Login page. Now what we'll do in login page class, what are the variables we need? We need couple of private variables. We'll declare them as private for now. Private, we need action driver, right? We are going to work with action driver. So action driver, I'll write like action driver variable here, and we need to import this action driver from package com.orangehrm.action driver. Now what we'll do, we'll define all the locators. Define locators using by class, correct? Using by. So, and I'll declare them as private only. So private by, let's say, user name field. Okay, so we'll try to use different locators. So by dot, let's say, I think we need to import first this by from org.openqa.selenium, and here we can write like by dot So username field, right? So let me open the site here. We have already opened here. So let's inspect this, the username, right? So here we have class name, username, placeholder, like that. So we can write the X path, or we can directly use this name as well, because whenever you get ID or name, so that would be the better one. So we'll use here the name. So by dot name we can use in double quotation, just put the what is the name, and another variable private by password field by dot what we are going to use here. Let's use CSS selector, but we need to see where we can use it or not. So for password field, what we have, so inside input, right? So what we can do in CSS selector, we can use input tag and then value. So let's input again the value. We can use like type attribute. We can use type is equal to password. So now you can see we can use like this in CSS selector. So simply in double quotation put the CSS selector. So this is another locator we use, CSS selector. Here we use name, here CSS selector, private by, we need login button, right? Login button. So by dot what we are going to use, let's say X path this time. So how we can locate this login button? So simply what you can do when you right click, when it is selected, so simply right click and copy as X path and put Control F, Control V, and here you can see it is located, right? But this looks very lengthy, so simply what we can do, simply remove it, or just have this button tag, and then inside that we'll provide the text, what the text we are looking for. So here what we have, if we expand this, so we have login, sorry, we have this, that is gone, like login, right? So simply provide the login here, the text, and there is a space, guys, just remember that, right? Like this. So when we find it, so it should display here 1 of 1. When you get the unique element, then only you go for that locator. So simply I'll put the locator over here, and then another one by what we need here, login page is there, error message, which we are also going to add as part of our test case. So let's say if I write something username, and if I enter anything, and we'll get the error over here, right? Error invalid credentials. So let's inspect that, and here we got, simply we can do copy paste, copy, and then copy as copy XPath, Control F, put the XPath over here, and just remove everything, text as invalid credentials, right? So you can copy the value, this text from here, put it over here. You can see 1 of 1. So we can copy this locator as well. So error message by dot XPath, we'll put the locator here like this. So these are the different locators which we have written on login page. Now what we'll do, we'll perform different actions, right? We'll write different action related methods. So method to perform login, so public void login. So what we'll do here, we'll send, when we'll create login method, and we'll pass username, we need to pass username and password, right? Username and string password. So we have ActionDriver class variable already, right? So we can use this, and we can call whatever methods which we have written inside the ActionDriver class. So what we need here, we need to enter the text, enter text, error message, enter text. What it will take, one is by the by class value, right? So we'll put the username, and one is an string value, what is the value. So let's hard code it for now, later on we'll parameterize it. So admin is the user. Similarly, just copy this and put it for the password. So here this time password field. We'll copy it and put it over here, and admin123 is the password. This is how you can write for the login page, correct? And what else we need to write here? We need to click on login button, right? So we can call the click method from action driver and put what is the login button variable here, correct? So this is how you can do, you can perform the login action here, entering the username, entering the password, and click on login button. Now let's write couple of other methods as well as part of this class. Method to check if error message is displayed. This will be useful when we test the invalid login functionality, right? So public void error message, we can write like error message, or we can simply say like is error message displayed, correct? And we'll call the method is displayed from action driver, right? And here what is the error message? This the error message, right? So simply we'll pass, which is already given here, and just semicolon, put the semicolon, and this should display the boolean, right? So what we'll do, we'll change it to boolean, and we'll add the return statement here. Like this, you can simply write one method is error message displayed. What else we can write for the page action method as part of this login page? Method to get the text from error message, correct? So we'll write one method public void get error message text. Like this we can write, and here we'll simply call get text from action driver, right? And simply it will be like error message only, correct? We can get the error message like this, and simply will return that and store in string. Return type should be string. So this is how we can get the error message value. Another method what we can write is we can verify if error message like correct or not, right? Is displayed correct or not. So public void verify error message, and here we'll pass the what is the expected string, what is expected value of the error message. So we can simply say like expected error, and from action driver simply we'll call one method which we have already written, compare text, right? And here expected, and this one will get it from this variable, correct? Error message. So this is how you can write different methods, action related methods inside your login page. Now how you are going to initialize the action driver, right? So what we'll do, we'll create the constructor of our login page. So public login page, and we'll pass the WebDriver here. We have to import from org.openkey.selenium, and how to initialize guys your action driver. So simply we'll create the object of action driver class here, correct? And we need to pass the driver. You can store in this action driver variable. So this is how you can do, you can initialize the action driver object by constructor of this login page. So in the test class, when we call this when we create the object of this login page, so automatically the constructor will be called and it will initialize the action driver, correct? So our login page is done. So no need to extend the base class for now, right? I think it's not required. So the login page test class, probably we need to extend the base class that we have to extend. Now we'll go for the another class implementation, the home page. So let's create another class, home page. Click on finish. So here, so simply I'll copy this, the private action driver object, okay, the variable which we have created. Define locators by using this one, will also be the same. Now we'll write locators for homepage class, okay. So let me log into the application. So what we are going to write here, guys, after logging in, once we log in, we need to verify any of the tabs. So let's verify this tab, whether this tab is visible or not, okay, when we write the test script, after if we check the successful login or not, right. So what we'll do, we'll inspect this. We can write the XPath for this. So simply you can do Control F and you can write like, what is the tag, span tag, double / span. We'll search for a span tag and text is equal to admin. Correct. We can do like this. Simply copy this and private okay, what is the field name? Admin tab by dot xpath, right? And simply we'll put the value, the locator value here. Similarly, we'll write private by what we need. Admin tab is done, and what we'll do for now, let's inspect this one as well. The user, for logout we need to write, right, this admin is done for now, and let's write one more for OrangeHRM and then for this one as well while logging, so we can test the functionality, like whether we are able to log out or not, okay. So let me inspect this. We can say like user ID button. So what we can do, we can use the class name here, by dot class name, right, different locator. So user ID button class name, like that we can view and put the class name over here like this. Private by logout button by dot, let's use XPath this time for the logout button. So when you click on this admin, like user, when you click on this user, you'll see the logout button. So let's inspect this. So we have simply logout under this anchor tag, right? So text is equal to logout. Simply you can give like this, logout, right? It's not giving. One second, guys. So yeah, L capital logout, right? So simply put like this, copy this XPath, come back to our script and put like this, okay. Now one more is, let's inspect this one as well, OrangeHRM, right? So here we have image, correct. So what we'll do, we can use this class name, and later on we'll write the XPath. So let's see, div that class we can use like this, correct. And then we can go to the image, the next tag. So we come to this first, the class, right, and then we go to the particular image like img, another tag. So we can copy this XPath, private by OrangeHRM logo. y.xpath. Correct, you can write like this. Now what we'll do, we'll simply call the constructor here to initialize the, you can give comment like slice the action driver object by passing WebDriver instance. Correct, and simply we'll copy the same thing here as well for home page. Simply we'll change the constructor name to home page. Correct, we can do like this. Now let's write some methods. What are the methods we need to write on home page? So we can say like method to verify if admin tab is visible. Correct, public void is admin tab visible. Can write like this, and action driver object dot is displayed. Correct, admin tab. Change the return type to boolean, and here we have to change automatically when we select this to boolean type. Correct, so we can verify the admin tab like this. Now what we can write, public void boolean orange, verify OrangeHRM logo. Correct, we can do like this, and then action driver variable, and then is displayed OrangeHRM logo to verify the logo whether it is displayed or not. Correct, what we action we can perform again, like click on this logout, right? So what we'll do, method to perform logout operation. Correct, so public void, simply will write method like logout. So action driver dot click. Correct, and what is the user ID button? Here we have variable user ID button, and then action driver dot click that logout button. Correct, so like this. So this is how you can perform like a logout operation. Correct, so our home page is also ready, guys. So now let me do one thing, we'll create the test class now. So we'll go to the src test java package, and where we have created some dummy classes. So com.orangehrm.test, and here I'll create one login page test. Login page test. Click on finish. Now what we'll do here, we need to initialize those objects, right? The page, login page and home page. So what I'll do, I'll create the private variables of those pages. Login page, so login page, and private variable of home page. We need to import those classes. So this is how you can do it. And what else we need to do, so we'll write one method, public void setup pages. So what we can do here, to initialize those, to create the object of those pages, right? We are going to use these object or like variable values. So we need to initialize the login page and home page. So how we can do that? By creating the object of login page, correct, and creating the object of home page. We can do like this, and we have to pass the driver over here. Correct, so we'll do one thing, it will extends base class so that we can access the driver. So simply we'll write like extends keyword here, and base class import base class.com.orangehrm.base, And if you remember, we have written the get driver method here, right, to get the getter method. So what we'll do, we'll simply copy this method and we'll put it inside this, because we need to pass the driver to this login page constructor. You can see in the login page we have written the constructor, correct? So we can do like this, and similarly for home page as well, and we'll store those in login page, like login page variable and home page variable, correct? So we can do like this, and semicolon here. And what we'll do, I'll uh, create the object before the every test case. So I'll write like before method, before every test method. So we can write annotation like before method. Simply import the before method from org.testng.annotations package from TestNG. Okay. Now what we'll do, we'll write one test class, test method, public void verify login test, or I would say valid login test, correct? So what we'll do here, we need to use the login page object here dot login method, correct? So let me go to the login page. Here we have already given, so we'll just pass the parameter over here, the string value, and from test class we'll pass the actual value. Okay, so we have just updated our login page. Now here I'll pass the actual username login. Later on we'll parameterize, guys, don't worry about it. So login page dot login admin, and admin123 is the password, correct? Now we'll assert whether we are able to log in or not using assert class dot assert equals or assert true. Okay, so what we are going to write here, home page dot is admin tab is visible or not. When we get the successful login, then we'll verify, right, like whether we'll verify whether admin tab is visible or not. We should get the admin tab is visible or not. So if you come to this method, we are calling internally this is displayed method from action driver. So we can call it like this, and we can write message here in case if we are not able to log in. So we can write simple message like admin tab should be visible after full login, right? Double s, it will come double s, right? Successful login, right? Like that we can write assert true, and what else, verify valid login test. And after login in, what we'll do, we'll put we'll log out the application. So from where we'll log out, home page dot logout function which we have written, right, method which we have written inside home page. And what we'll do, we'll wait a couple of seconds after logout. So we have, if you remember, we have created one static method in our base class, right? So where we have that method, static wait, right? So we can simply call that method at the once we log out. So static wait, and I'll give 2 seconds. So we can call this method directly because we have extended the base class here, correct? So our setup is already done, guys. So let me open the testng.xml, hope it will work. So test resources, testng.xml. What I'll do, I'll create one more class, and I'll write, and I'll put it over here like login page test. What is the class name of our test? Login page test, correct? So simply save it, and let's run it whether it is working fine or not. So right click and run TestNG suite. So browser is launched, navigate to URL. So this is the first test case, this is the second test case. Now let's see, third test case is not running. What is the problem? login page OrangeHRM test dot login page test. We have given the proper login page test. Login page test. Oh, sorry, we forgot to give the @test over here, right? So we need to insert like this. Either you can run it from here or you can run from testing.xml as well. So let me run it again. The first test case is running. Now the second test case. I think we got some error, so let's try to fix it. For input string 30 number format exception for input string 30. What is the problem here? Action driver explicit wait integer dot parse int, right? Duration of seconds. Oh, I think if you go to config.properties, so here we have given the semicolon, so that is the reason it got failed. Hopefully it should run this time around. Now it is launching the browser for the third test case. Now here you can see admin, enter the password, invalid credentials. Oh, probably password we have given wrong. So let me see login page test. Password is correct only, right? Admin 123. Username, password field. Oh, we are making some mistakes, guys. Here, copy paste mistake. So you should always avoid the copy paste. So username, we have user, password you should give when we enter the password here. Hopefully this time it will run. So this is how you can fix the code as well. When you easily when you come to know like what is the problem, then easily you can fix it. Now it is logging to the application, stay for a couple of seconds, and then it closes the browser. So finally our setup is perfectly working fine. So you can see 3 cases and 3 passed, and you can see the results, all the test cases are passed. So this is how you can implement the page object model. Now in the next video we'll talk about we'll write a couple of more test cases for login page and home page test classes as well. And yeah, in the next video we'll talk about it, and then probably we'll go ahead with the log4j in coming videos. So this is part 7 of Selenium framework development from scratch. So in the previous video we talked about how we have set up the page object model in our framework. We have created a login page and home page classes. Later on we have created the login page test class. There we have created one test case, like for one test case for valid login test, right? And we have executed the script as well using testing.xml, and our framework is perfectly working fine. Now today we'll add a couple of more test cases, like for invalid login in the login page test, and we are going to create one more test for home page as well. Yeah, so this is what we are going to discuss today, guys. I'll show you practically. So let's get started. So I'll take you to my Eclipse, where we are creating this project, right? We have been working on this OrangeHRM project as part of this framework series. And in the previous video, let me just quickly recap what we have done so far. So we have created the login page, correct? Login page class. There we have defined all the locators in the form of like how we have located the elements, using BaseClass, right? And then we have created the constructor of this login page using the and passing the WebDriver to initialize the action driver objects, right? This action driver object. And later on we have created related methods to that particular page, like login page. For the login functionality, we have created the method over here. Similarly, we have created other methods as well, correct? Other related methods for the page class, login page class for login page, right? And if you come to this home page class, so here also the same thing, like we have created the locators and corresponding methods we have created. And later on we have created the login page test, and there we have written one test case verify valid login test, right? Now today what we'll do, we'll write another test, public void invalid login test, correct? So how to do this? If you try invalid username and password, then what will happen? Let's see. So if I enter username as admin and password some random password, so and if you click on login, you'll get the message invalid credentials, correct? Now what we'll do, first we'll try to login page dot login, and we'll pass the username and password from to this method login method from login page, right? And here I'll put the password, some different password, so let's say like admin only. And then what we'll do, we'll store this message as expected message, right? Expected message, we should get the error validation like this. So let's see, string, in string variable will store expected error message. So this should be the expected error message. Now what we'll do, we'll put the assertion assert true. So let me come back to this one, login page. We have created a method verify error message. So this returns nothing void here. So what we'll do, guys, I think we need to change it to boolean. But before that, we are calling this compare text method, right? So that also we need to change. So go to the ExtentReport class. So simply press Control and click on this method. So it will take you to the particular method on ExtentReport. So what we'll do, we'll change the return type over here. And here I'll give change the return type. Okay. And what we'll do, I'll make it boolean. You can try with string as well, that's also perfectly fine. So here return true. If texts are matching, then it should be, it returns true, and if it is not, then will return false, like this, return false, correct? And after that return, no need, so this is fine. I think, yeah, we need to add return false. Try if it is matching, else return false, correct, out of the try catch block, right? So come back to this one, the method which we have written inside login page. So we have to change this one as well. We need to add return type here, return boolean, right? So simply change the method return type to boolean. So we have some update on login page class and ExtentReport. Now what we'll do in login page test class, simply we'll call the method login page dot verify error message, which we have just updated the return type of this method, correct? And what is the expected error message? This is the expected error message. And in case of failure, what we'll do, we'll print the message like a text test failed, invalid error message we are displaying, right? Invalid error message, in case if it is not matching, if it is not getting the true value, correct? So this is done. Now here what we'll do, we'll add at the test annotation. Now let's verify whether it is working fine or not. So you can add this, I think login test is already there in our testing.xml. Let me open it, or you can run the script from here as well. So that will be as part of this login page test only, right? We have written two test cases. You can see at the test here, at the test over here. So we can simply run the testing.xml. But let me try from here as well. So if I click on run, so it launches the browser. It will navigate to the URL, enter the username and wrong password, and we got the error message, right? Now you can see text are matching, invalid credentials equals invalid credentials, right? Expected and actual texts are same, and you can see here those are matching. Now we'll see whether we are getting, if I put one here, let's see whether we are getting the failure or not. So we are expecting invalid credentials 1, Now you can see one failure, correct, because it is not matching. So we should get the assertion error over here. Test failed, invalid error message, expected true but found false, right? And this is another which is coming from the ExtentDriver method. Text are not matching, invalid credentials, not equals invalid credentials. The expectation is invalid credentials 1, but we are getting invalid credentials. This is actual, this is expected. We can probably will give the proper messaging over here as well. We can give the proper message in our ExtentDriver method, but for now it's fine. So this is how you can write another test case in your test script, guys, in login page test. Now we'll write one test case as part of home page test. Okay, so go to the login page test. Here we have written, we'll write another class login home page test, correct? Click on finish. So simple thing, we'll do the same thing what we have done in the login page test, right? That will extends the base class. So simply we'll write extends base class. That is first thing, and we need to import the base class. What is next thing we need to do? We have to create the private variables of those login page and home page objects, correct? So simply we'll just do copy paste, that's fine. And what we'll do, before method will also be the same, because before every test method we are initializing the we are creating the object of login page and home page classes. So simply copy this piece of code as well. So just whenever you do copy paste, so just do it carefully, right? So now what we are going to do, we'll write another one test inside this home page. So no need to copy this, right? So we'll write separate test over here. So public void verify OrangeHRM logo. Okay, and here what we are going to do, we'll verify home page. We have second home page. Where is home page? We have method here, guys, verify OrangeHRM, right? That returns the boolean value. So simply what we'll do, first we'll login, right? Login page dot login, and here I'll pass admin and admin 1 2 3, correct? And what we'll do after logging into the application, we'll we'll call that method. But directly after logging into the application, we can simply put the assertion, right? Assert true. So here home page verify OrangeHRM logo, and here logo is not visible in case if there is a failure, right? So this is how we can do. And just write @ annotation over here, test annotation. We have to just import from org.testng.annotation. So this is done. Now let's see whether it is working fine or not, correct? Simply click on this run button. So as soon as you write that @test to your test method, automatically that run button will be enabled. I can see, you can see one pass, right? If you go to the results here, you can see verify OrangeHRM logo test case is passed. So this is how you can add different test cases in your script, guys. So this is all for today, and so this is part 8 of Selenium framework development series from scratch. So in the previous video we talked about how we have implemented the page object model in our framework by creating home page and login page classes, right? And inside login page and home page, what we have different variables in the form of locators, and we have different page action related methods as well, right? And later on we have created the login page and home page test, and there we have written a couple of test cases and calling those methods from page classes, home page, login page and home page classes, right? This is what we have done in the previous video. Now today we'll focus on how we can implement the singleton design pattern in our framework. So I thought of talking about log4j today, but let's discuss this singleton design pattern today, and then probably in the next video I'll talk about the log4j. Yeah, so this is the agenda today, and before we move towards like what is singleton design pattern, let me explain you what is the problem with current approach, right? So what happens currently, so in the as part of the page object model, we have created login page.java, and we have created home page.java, correct? we have all the pages in our application. So, and here we have written all the locators and then corresponding methods, correct? And we have created the object of action driver class, correct? We have created the object of action driver class. So let's say this is action driver here. So here we have all the page action related methods, right? So why we have created the action related object over here? So to call all the methods in login page and home page classes, correct? And then we have written login page test, and in login page test we have a setup method like before method, and we have @test, which is actual test, right? Here we have written the test script. And in this before method, what we have done, we have created the object of login page and home page, correct? We have created the object of login page and home page, so that we can call all the methods in our test script from login page and home page, whatever action related methods are there, right? Whatever what the, like, let's say login functionality is there, so how we are going to perform the login functionality. So we are calling all the action related whatever we have written inside login page and home page. So what happens when in the login page test, when this part of code is executed before method, before every test, right? So we have created login page and home page. So it creates the object of login page and home page. So ultimately when we call this, it creates the object of action driver, correct? So when we call this login page, it creates one action driver object. When we call home page, it creates another object of action driver. So ultimately two instances will be created for when we execute this login page test, correct? So generally we don't need these two instances. So to avoid this, we are going to follow this singleton design pattern approach in our framework, so that single instance will be created, okay? So that single instance will be created and we can execute our script like normally, okay? So we'll talk about more about what is singleton design pattern and different benefits. So let me take you to that. So what is singleton design pattern basically? So singleton design pattern ensures that a class has only one instance and provides a global point of access to the instance. In the context of Selenium in Java frameworks, the singleton design pattern is commonly applied to the WebDriver instance. So that is nothing but the action driver object, right? Because there also we are passing the WebDriver instance. So that is nothing but the WebDriver instance only, right? WebDriver object. So we should have only one WebDriver object. So ensuring that only one WebDriver instance is active throughout the test execution. So this is singleton design pattern. So how can we resolve that problem which we discussed earlier, right? This problem, how we can resolve using this singleton design pattern. What is the best approach, right? So we have base class, right? And in base class also we have before method annotation. We have setup method here, correct? Setup method. So what we'll do, we'll create the object of action driver class here. So this is the solution, right? We'll create the object of action driver class here in base class, so that it will be initialized only once, and then we can use this instance to our action driver class, right, to execute all the action related methods in our test classes. So that is what we are going to do today, okay, as part of this singleton design pattern. Now let's talk about what are the benefits of using singleton design pattern. So it is like global access to WebDriver, correct? That ensures a single instance of WebDriver is accessible throughout the test framework. Another benefit, efficient resource utilization. So it prevents unnecessary creation of multiple WebDriver instances, saving memory and resources. This is another benefit of having single instance of WebDriver, okay? So thread safety. So we are going to implement the multi-threading environment in our framework, like parallel execution kind of, right? So it ensures thread safety when using WebDriver in parallel execution. Centralized control. Initialization and teardown of WebDriver are controlled centrally, simplifying maintenance, right? And lastly, we have avoid test interference. So it prevents issues caused by multiple instances. So when we have two or more instances of WebDriver that interfering with each other during the test execution, so we can avoid by creating just single instance of the class, right? So let me show you practically how we can implement this singleton design pattern in our framework, guys. So this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM. So let me quickly go through. So we have action driver class over here, and we have base class, correct? So this is how it is executed before suite is there, before suite, and here we have load config method, correct? So let me open other classes as well. So pages, we have created home page and login page in the previous video as part of page object model. And we have, let's say, one test class. I'll open login page test, right? So here you can see we have created the object of login page and home page. That creates the problem. Okay, it creates the two-time instances. Okay, so let me see, press control and click on this login page. So it creates the object over here, action driver. And if you see this home page, it creates another object of action driver. So let me show you also how you can debug it, and you can see. So let's put the pointer here and try debug as, or we have debug here as well, debug button. Okay, so let's execute this verify valid login and I'll show you what is the problem. So before I'll show you the problem. What I'll do, I'll put a comment over here so that we'll come to know. WebDriver instance is created. Correct. So ultimately we are initializing this driver by passing the WebDriver, right, to the instance driver, right? So WebDriver instance is created. So let's see. First of all, let's execute it first without in debug mode. Okay, whether we have the problem or not. So run as TestNG test. First test got executed, and then this is the second test. We have two tests inside a login page test, right? Now both the tests got passed, right? Now here you can see WebDriver instance is created, and you can see one more WebDriver instance is created. That is coming from this action driver, which the one which we have given, because it is created this constructor called two times, right? So that's why this message is executed two times. Here you can see, and here also for the second test case two times. So we should avoid this, like for each test only one instance should be created, right? Now let me debug it. We have put the pointer here in 19. So what we'll do, right click and debug and go to, not from here, what we'll do, debug as TestNG test. Okay, so it opens the browser, navigated to URL. Now here the pointer comes here, right? So what we'll do, till now the message is not displayed here, so just put just press F6. Okay, so you can see WebDriver instance is created. Now I'll press again step over, so you'll see WebDriver instance is created again. Correct. You can see like this, two times this object got created. Another way what you can do, how you can debug it, you can go inside the, let me remove this, and inside action driver, so number 19, for this constructor we can put this pointer, and we can try to debug again so that we can see in detail. Browser is launched and navigated to URL. Now you can see here, so this constructor is called, right? So here you can see the ID. Just remember this ID, guys. Action, for action driver we have 62, and for Chrome driver 63, the one which we got from the base class, right? So just remember 62 and 63. So we don't have problem with the driver which when we initialize from the base class, which will be the same, but this action driver will be changed for the second case, right? So what we'll do, we simply put press F6, so it will go inside, and now it will initialize the inside variables, whatever we have, driver and then explicit wait and all, right? So and then you can see the value of, yeah, Chrome driver and WebDriver, correct? So now press again, so you can see WebDriver instance is created. Now again press F6, so that it will go inside the constructor, the complete, it will execute the complete constructor. So this login page was it is called from this login page, right? It comes to this login page. Again press F6. So ultimately it is calling from this one, right? When we create the object of this login page. Now press again F6. So now this is the second time it is calling home page. And again the same process will be done. Now here you can see action driver, the ID is 126, and Chrome driver you can see is still 63. You can see, right? So the action driver ID is 126, which is like changed for the second instance, and here you can see Chrome driver is still 63. Now you can see the comment got added again. So this is how you can debug it, and you can see the problem. So how to resolve this, right? So let's see how we can implement this singleton design pattern in our framework. So what we'll do, most of the changes will be on this base class. So what we'll do inside this, first of all we need to create one declare one variable. So I'll declare like private static. I'll create the object action driver instance of action driver like this. Okay, and we have to import the action driver from right. So this is done, and inside this before method what we'll write, initialize the action driver object once, right? Initialize the action driver only once. So we'll create the object of action driver class only once here. So how we can write? So let's put one condition here. So if action driver is equal to null, action driver, right, is equal to null, then what we'll do, we'll create the object of action driver. And pass the driver here, and what we'll do, we'll put the value of this object in action driver variable. Correct? This is how we can do, and you can put comment here, action driver instance is created. Correct? This is how we can do. Simple cheese we can simple thing we can add here. Yeah, what is next, guys? So here we have what we'll do, just go to the tear down, and here what we'll do, after once we execute our case, so we'll put we'll assign driver is equal to null, right? This is how we can do. And action driver also will make it null once we execute the case after method, right? And what else we can do here, we can write one message as well, WebDriver instance is closed. This is what we can write inside this tear down. So after the execution, when we execute this tear down, when we close the driver, then simply we'll assign it to null. So we'll just nullify the instance. So this is how we can do. And we need to change here as well the way we are getting the driver, the get driver method. So where we have that getter and setter method, right? So what we'll do, let's comment this first. We'll write getter and setter method again, or probably we need a getter method for now. So we'll write new getter method here, getter method for WebDriver, public void WebDriver get driver, right? We can write like this, and this will just remove void, right? Because we have the instance WebDriver type and a return type driver. So what we can write here, if driver is equal to null, correct? So what we'll do, we'll simply print like WebDriver is not initialized, correct? We can print like this, and let's throw an exception in case if we get the null driver, right? So illegal state exception we can throw, and here we'll mention, we can simply copy this message like this. I think this is done, correct? So when we get the driver, if it is null, then we can simply print like this, WebDriver is not initialized, or else when it is initialized at top right, so we'll get the driver instance. Similarly, let's do it for action driver, getter method for action driver. So what we'll do, get action driver, I'll make little bit changes. If action driver is equal to null, then here we'll mention like action driver is not initialized, simply put here, and we'll get the object of action driver here. Oh, sorry, we have to change this instance, right? Yeah, now it is fine. So this is done, guys. The base class setup is done. Now what we'll do, we need to simply call this action driver instance, right? Action driver method, this getter method from login page and home page. So instead of writing like this, what we'll do, let's comment this first. So we'll write like public login page, and yeah, simply pass the WebDriver that we need to pass, and this dot action driver, right? Action driver is equal to what we're going to pass here. We'll call it from base class dot action driver, get action driver. This is how we can do, correct? Instead of creating the object here, which we followed the process earlier, so we'll simply call the action driver method from base class, and copy this. Same thing applies to for home page class as well. So simply I'll change this to home, and then the rest will be same. We have to comment this earlier initialization like this, right? So I think everything is done. So hopefully our problem gets resolved by implementing this. So let's see, login page test. Let me again execute this. Right click, run as TestNG test. And there was some problem here, action driver, right? Create git prop method. Oh, I think we have commented this get prop as well in the base class. So let's go to that one. Yeah, here. Yeah, so that's the reason it was throwing an error here. Now this is fine. We earlier we made a mistake, we commented this one as well, right? So I have resolved it, so hopefully it should work now. Right click and run as TestNG test, launching the browser, entering username password. Now you can see two test cases, both are passed, right? Here also you can see both the test cases are passed. Now if you see here, you can see WebDriver instance is created. Only one instance got created, right? And this is from the WebDriver instance. Yeah, this is from the action driver class, and this is from the base class. Action driver instance is created, which we have given the comment, and this action driver method, get action driver method, right? So this is how you can resolve. Now we can see we have created only a single instance of the class. So this is all for today, guys. So this is part 9 of Selenium framework development series from scratch. So in the previous part, we talked about how we have implemented the singleton design pattern in our framework. Now today we'll talk about how we can implement the log4j in our framework. Correct. So let's have a look at the agenda for today, guys. So we'll talk about introduction to logging, like what do you mean by log, and why we use log4j for logging purpose, and what is log4j2, right, the second version of log4j, and we'll talk about how log4j works. Later on we'll discuss about different levels of log4j, and at last I'll show you what are the different steps we need to follow to integrate the log4j to in our framework, right? So let's have a look at the first topic, what is logging or introduction to logging, right? So logging is a way to record information, about application execution. So whenever you execute our application, right, whenever we run our script, so we need a certain information, right, for the debugging purpose, or if you want to know the flow of the application, flow of your execution of the script, right? So generally what we do, we use like system.out.println, right, to print the particular step, like what we are doing at that particular step. So instead of that, what we are going to use now, we can use the logging mechanism. So logging is a way to record information about the application execution. This is the simple definition of like why we use logging, and what is the logging mechanism. Helps in debugging, monitoring, and troubleshooting. Correct. And essential for large scale and multi-module applications. So generally when we have big project, then this is very useful, right, because it is very difficult to debug the application, to understand the application workflow. So log4j is very important when we have big projects. Why we use log4j for logging, right? So it is industry standard logging library for Java. So this log4j is from the Java, provides flexible logging configuration, like we can print the logs on the console, and we can add those logs into file as well. Supports various logging levels like debug, info, warn, error, and fatal. So we'll talk about them in detail in coming slides. What is log4j2 now, right? So this is successor of log4j1 with improved performance and functionality. Asynchronous logging for high performance system. So performance is better in this log4j because of the asynchronous nature. What is asynchronous in this sense, like a log4j2? So basically there is one thread to generate the log, and there is another separate thread to write the logs into the file or on the console. Okay, so two threads working separately in this log4j2, and that gives the better performance of the application or our script, right? And better configuration via XML, JSON, and properties file. So we can configure with XML, JSON, or properties file this log4j2. How log4j works? So there are three components in log4j. One is logger, right? Capture log messages like logger. This is how we need to create the object. We need to call this getLogger method, and from the log manager class, right? I'll show you how we can create this variable, this logger, and then how we can achieve the logging mechanism. There is another one is like appender, which defines the destination of log messages, like where we need to write like console or file database or anywhere. Layout. So layouts means format of the log messages. So in the XML I'll show you what are the different categories, like logger. This is for the logging mechanism, like we create the object and we use those methods, and appender is there, and layout. So there are three different things or different components in log4j. Log levels in log4j. So there are different levels. Trace, this is fine-grained informational events. Generally this is used for development purpose, useful for debugging the internal working of the application. These are detail level. Basically we have another like debugging the debugging information. Info, which generally we use for our automation. General informational messages. Warn is there, indicates a potential issue or an expected situation that isn't critical but may require attention. For warning related messages, right, we can print the warning message. Errors that prevent some functionalities from working. So this is important, and this info is important for automation purpose. And there is one more, like if you have severe application related issue like fatal, so we can use that as well, that level. Now let's talk about steps to integrate log4j in the framework. So this is what I'll show you practically how we are going to follow this. So let me just quickly go through it. Add log4j dependencies to pond.xml. So there are a couple of dependencies we need, like log4j core and log4j API, to use this log4j mechanism in the application, right, in our framework. create a log4j.xml file in the particular folder directory in the root directory of the application. Probably like src main resources, you can keep this log4j.xml file. I think we have already created the log4j.xml, but I think we have not written the inside. We haven't written any contents inside that. So configure loggers, appenders, and layouts in the XML. So these 2 points, like we need to write a log4j.xml file and configure it with loggers, appenders, and layouts. Create logger manager utility class, which we are going to create, and initialize the logger in your class. So we need to create the logger. We need to initialize the logger in our probably we'll use in BaseClass as a primary class to start this, to initialize the logger in our framework, right? And use logging methods like logger.info, logger.error, like that in the framework. So this is what we are going to do today. These are the steps which we are going to follow. So let me take you directly to Eclipse, guys. So far we have covered in the framework series 8 videos. So if you haven't watched those videos, then I would recommend first go through and watch all those videos. Just navigate to Automation Testing Insider channel and watch those videos. Navigate to this playlist tab, and here we have all the playlist name is Selenium Framework from Scratch 2025, right? So let me take you to Eclipse. So this is the project which we have created, and you can see. So the first step is we need to open this pom.xml and just add a couple of dependencies, right? So here we can add. So let me quickly. So log4j core Maven dependency we need from Maven repository site, right? So what we'll do, we'll take this 2.24.3, click on that, copy the dependency from here and put it in the pom.xml. And another one is this is log4j core, and we need log4j API as well. So we can search simply here log4j API, log4j API here, you can see, right? So what we can do, we'll use the same version, correct? log4j / API -API, correct? So we'll use it. Press Ctrl Shift and F to arrange the pom.xml and do Ctrl S so that it will build the project, correct? So this is done. This is the first step which we are done. We just added the log4j core and log4j API dependencies in our framework. Now what we'll do, if you go to this src main resources, right, we have already created log4j2.xml, while I think in the second class we have already created this log4j2.xml, the file, but inside the content we haven't created. So I have already created offline, guys, this file. To save our time, what I'll do, I'll simply copy the entire XML and I'll put it over here. And what I'll do, just save it. Let me quickly explain you. So there are 3 things, right? One is appender and pattern layout, the layout of the class, and then we have like loggers, right? So here you can see this appender, what it does, like console appender, and it will write the logs in the console. Here you can see, right, console name, console, and general file appender. So what it does, file logger. So we'll create the log file here, logs, under logs. Here we have log folder. Inside that it will create app.log, correct? The first thing, this one will write the log on the console whenever we run the script. So in the console we'll see the logs over here in this console tab, right, once we execute our script. The second one is general file appender, this one, file logger. It will create the file like app.log in this particular directory, logs, under logs folder, correct? And there is a particular thing it will do, like exclude error and fatal logs from this log4j app.log, okay? And another one is error file appender. There is another appender. What we'll do here, include only error and fatal. So what we'll do, inside this logs folder we'll create 2 files. One is app.log and another one is error.log, correct? So this error.log will contains only error and fatal related messages, and in the console will contain all the information. So this is about this XML file, and there is loggers. So here we have simply we need to just provide the root of the package, right? com.demo project. I need to just change it to OrangeHRM. OrangeHRM. Just change the package name over here, com.OrangeHRM, because whenever we create the logger object, so this requires at that time, like we can give any name over here, but like in base class we are going to create the object, right? We are going to initialize the logger, so that's the reason we give this package name over here. So com.OrangeHRM. So this is about the log4j.xml, and I have already added the log4j file here, guys. Log4j2.xml sample file. So I'll provide the link in the description box so that you can download it. I have already created, so it is available in the ATI Digital Hub site. Okay, so I'll provide the link in the description box of this video. Now what is next? What we need to do? We have to create the logger manager inside this utilities package, com.OrangeHRM.utilities. Right click and new class logger. You can give any name, but let's give meaningful name like logger manager. Click on finish, and what we'll do here, we'll create one method, public static. We'll create a static method so that we can call using this class name logger. What we can do, so let's write one method, guys, get logger. And what we'll do, so what this method will do, this method returns a logger instance of logger is an interface. Okay, so it returns the logger interface so that we can log for a particular class. So this method returns a logger instance for the provided class. So what we'll do, here we'll provide the class for which we want the log. So how we can provide, like class, and we use generics instance of any type of class. So we can give like this class and then question mark, which means unknown type, right? So it will take any type of instance of the class. So, and we can give variable name like class over here. And inside that, what we need to do, we have log manager, right? Log manager class from which we call get logger method, correct? And what will do, what it will return, a return log manager. So I think we need to change the return type to logger, correct? Set method return type to logger instance. So this is what we can write, and our logger manager is done. So this is how we can write the logger manager. Now what we'll do, we need to initialize the logger wherever we are using the logging mechanism, right? So let's make it like in the base class, the primary location where we use the logging, right? Where we initialize our logger. So how to initialize this? So we'll create like public, right? And static, let's make it static final, so that once we initialize we cannot change it. We are not going to change, so we'll set it as final logger. We can create variable like logger here, correct? And then logger manager, right? Our class name is logger manager dot get logger, correct? And we need to just provide the base class dot class. This is how we can write, correct? And we have to just import this logger from org.apache.logging.4j, right? log.log4j. So this is how we can create the logger. Now we need to just use this logger object and call different methods, unimplemented methods from the logger interface. So what are those methods? So what we'll do, so here we can write like logger.info, like that we can write. And here properties file loaded, correct? config.properties file loaded, like this we can give. And here let's see, let's say about after this one we can give like logger.info, we can give WebDriver initialized and browser maximize, right? Maximize like this we can give, and action driver instance is created. So instead of this system.out.println, we can simply give logger now, logger.info, correct? And now let's do one more thing, guys. Inside this setup method, let's set up all the logger related methods. Okay, so we have logger.info, logger.trace. So we'll see whether we are able to get all the messages or not, right? So here what we can write, trace messages, trace message. Simply we'll give like others as well, error. If you want to print error related message, so error message, logger dot what we have, debug, debug message. This is a trace message. We can give proper message like this, correct? And we have fatal as well, logger dot fatal. So trace debug info one is there. One more, logger dot warn. Like this you can give, correct? Now what we'll do, let's give some meaningful inside this and this one as well, like inside launch browser. So what we'll do here, logger dot info, here we can say like Chrome driver initialized, right? Simply just copy this, or Chrome driver instance is created, like this we can give, correct? Simply copy this message and put it inside here. Let's change it to Firefox driver instance is created. Similarly for Edge driver, like this. Now what we need to do, inside the tear down, what we'll write here, here we have already given, right, system.out.println. So simply you can just change it to info dot logger object dot info, correct? You can give like this. So I think pretty much done, guys, for base class. Now suppose we want to use this logging mechanism on, we want to use this same object on action driver. So how to use it, right? Open the action driver. So simply we need to write here public static final logger, correct, of logger interface. We need to just import from org.apache.logging.log4j, and here we need to just write like BaseClass.class, correct? And we need to just import, change type of logger to BaseClass.logger. We need to just call this logger from the base class, right? Yeah. So instead of this system.out.println, we can use info.logger, correct? We can use like this, sorry, logger.info, correct? WebDriver instance is created, and here we can write like info.logger.info. Here we'll put clicked an element, correct? And here what we can write, logger.error. Unable to click element. Correct, we can write like this and enter text. Here what we can give, logger.info value entered, and here we can give value like this. Correct, enter text or enter value. Enter text and what is the value, and instead of system.out.println you can give like logger.error. Correct. Now get text, you can add the same thing over here. Instead of system.out.println I'll use logger.error. If you get any exception, then we can simply unable to get the text like this we can write, and here we can simply use logger.info. Wherever we have used system.out.println, we can simply write logger.info. Here logger.error. Correct, and here also logger.error. So this is how you can change you can update the system.out.println with logger, guys, and here as well logger.error, right? Here logger.info, and here you should give logger.error. So like that you can change, and here also logger.error. Here we got also exception, so here logger.error. Element is not visible, logger.error. So like that you can change in the ExtentReport class wherever we have used like system.out.println. In place of that you can use logger object and you can log it properly, right? So done for now. Everything is done. Now let me simply run the test, guys. So let me open login test, and what we'll do, we deliberately fail this invalid login test. So we have when we enter invalid username and password, then we should get some message, right? So let's say the expected error message I'm getting like invalid credentials 1, some different message. Okay, like I'm deliberately fail because we get invalid credentials, but I'm expecting invalid credentials 1, so this case will fail. So to test the logging, right? So let's see how it works. I think everything is done whatever we have written over here, 6 steps. So add log4j dot dependencies in the form.xml, create log4j xml we have done, configure loggers, dependers, layouts in the xml, create logger manager class, initialize the logger in the base class, and use logging methods like logger.info, logger.error on different methods, right? So let me just run it, right click and run as TestNG test. Now you can see there are 2 tests, one is fast, one is fail, and here if you see one test case is fast, failed, the invalid test one, right? So if you go to console, you can see all the logs as well. So here you can see, guys, from the first thing like base class config.properties file loaded, that is info message, right? So this log is here you can see the properly it is logged in the console. Info base class Chrome driver instance is created, so it is giving the class name as well. So that is very like it's very beautiful. And WebDriver initialized and browser maximized. You can see all the messages as well. Like this is a test message, error, debug, fatal in one message, right? So you can see everything is logged over here. Now let's check the files. So where we have files inside test resources, no here. So we need to just refresh the project, and inside logs we can see app.log has been created. So you can see here app.log, everything is logged here, right? Like info, trace, error, debug, fatal. And if you go to error, Here also it is logged everything. Oh, sorry. Let me, yeah. So if you go to app.log, here you can see everything is logged except error and fatal, right? You can see here whatever we have like info, debug, warn, everything is coming over here. And if you see in the error.log, it will just capture like error and fatal, right? So this is how it works, guys. Log4j in the framework. So you can implement in your framework as well in the same way. So you can just download this one, log4j XML file, which I have provided over here, right? I'll provide the link in the description box of this video as well. So thank you for watching. Please subscribe this channel if you haven't done so far, right? And watch all those framework related videos. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. Insider. So this is part 10 of Selenium framework development series from scratch. Now today we are going to talk about how we can create getElementDescription method inside our ExtentReport class. Okay. So getElementDescription method for better logging, right? So in the previous video we talked about how we have implemented the log4j in our framework, right? For our logging mechanism, how we use the logs in our framework. Now for the better logging, for the enhancement, we create one more method called getElementDescription method. This is not related to the log4j, right? Log4j API, but this is different. Like getElementDescription is separate one, and we'll create one user-defined method getElementDescription, right? And we'll use inside our ExtentDriver script. So I'll show you what is the purpose of this getElementDescription. So let's go to the Eclipse. So these are the project, guys. OrangeHRM. Let me open BaseClass and ExtentDriver class. These are our base class, right? And here we have ExtentDriver class. Correct. So let me show you the purpose, like why we are going to use the getElementDescription method. So you can see in ExtentDriver class we have different action related methods, right? We have click on an element, enter text, and get text. So just take an example of this click method. Okay. So here we have log at this step, like logger.info clicked an element, right? So but we don't know which element we clicked upon, right? So what we'll do, we'll create one method, getElementDescription method, and we'll get the description of the element based on like name, based on different attributes of an element, like name, id, class name, type, text, like that, right? So that we can just append to this particular line, so that we'll come to know like which element we clicked on, right? So let me show you with the application. So this is our application OrangeHRM, and here you can see, let's say this is username, right? Here we have username field, and so if you inspect it, so here we have different attributes of this element, right? Class name is there, so we can get based on, first we'll check id and name. If id and name is not there, then probably we'll go for the class name, and we can go for the text as well, right? So here we have different attributes like class, name, placeholder, like that. If we talk about the password, we can get the element description based on class is there, and what we can say, yeah. So we can, here we have different, right? So password text is there, class is there. And if you talk about this login button, here we have text as well. If you don't get id, name, right, we can get the login button, right? I mean this one, login text. So these are the different attributes any element has, right? I mean, based on that we can get the information. So what we'll do as part of this getElementDescription method, we'll create one method called user-defined method getElementDescription, and we'll get the element information based on different attributes, and we can utilize that method inside all these action related methods. Okay, so let me just quickly write that method. So we can give comment like method to get the description of an element using while locator, correct? And we'll write public string get element description, correct? We can write like this, and we'll pass by locator here, same way earlier we have used like this, correct? And this will return string object. So we'll do that later. We'll write the return statement, but what we can write here, we'll check one thing here when we call this method. So we'll check for the driver. If driver is null, then we can say like driver is not initialized, right? Or if you say like locator is null, then we can say locator is null or something. So let's check the null exception for this one as well. So what we'll do, check for null check for null driver or locator to avoid null pointer exception, right? So how we can write, we can give if condition driver is equal to null, and so what we can say, return driver is null simply, right? And if we say like if locator is equal to null, then we'll say return locator is null, correct? We can do like this. And what we do now we'll write find the element using the locator, correct? So what we'll do, we'll use driver dot find element, and correct, we can do like this. Driver dot find element will pass the locator over here, and will store in web element, correct? Web element variable. So we can do like this. Something is wrong. Yeah, now this is fine, guys. So what we'll do now, we'll write like get element description, correct? How to get the element description? So we can use this element variable, and dot, we have get DOM property, right? Earlier we used to have get property, get attribute, right? So we can say get element attributes. I'll write comment attributes. Okay, so how to get the attributes? So we have like get attribute, correct? Get attribute, we have one method earlier, but that is deprecated. Actually, you can see here deprecated, right? So instead of get attribute, we have another method called get DOM attribute. So let's say we are getting based on the name first. Okay, we'll check for the name first. If we have name attribute, so we can write like this, and here we'll give string name, correct? String name is equal to element dot get attribute by name, correct? We can get like this. Similarly, let's say for id, so we can use id here, and we can give simply id attribute as id over here. So we can get name and id. We'll check for the name and id. We'll write a if condition, right, later on. Let's first get all the attributes of an element, correct? So name and id is done. Now we'll go for the text. So okay, so how we can get text? Element dot, we have get text method, so we can do like this, correct? And then we have class name, correct? So we can simply copy class name, and here we'll change to class attribute, right? And let's write one more attribute as well. Placeholder is there, placeholder, and here we'll give placeholder. Just make sure give the exact name of the attribute, like name, id. Don't, you cannot write like in caps over here, okay? So class and placeholder like this, the exact attribute of an element. So whatever we have here you can see name, right? Name is there, placeholder is there, like this. So this is done. Now what we'll do next, so we'll return the description. We can write like return description based on element attributes, correct? Attributes, we can write like this, and here we can go for the if else condition, right? And we'll see, we'll check whether if name is not empty or not null, then we can return this name, correct? So what we'll do inside that, we can write like if it is not null or not empty, then we can. So what we'll do guys, we'll check null and empty for all the attributes, right? So better let's create one more method for empty check, null and empty check. Okay, so what we can do here, we can create another utility method to check a string is not null or empty. Correct, we can write one more method here, and what we'll do, we'll create one private method because we are going to use this method inside this if else, inside this getElementDescription method. So we can simply write public void is not empty to check whether that string is empty or not, right? And here let's give boolean condition, boolean return statement, right? Private boolean is empty, and what we can do here, and let's pass some value, string value, return value is not equal to null, right? And we can give end condition, and value dot is empty is empty, and we'll put should not be empty, correct? So it will check if value is null, if value is not null and not empty, this exclamation mark is there, right? So if value is not null and not empty, then it will return the value simply. So is not empty, it will check, correct? So we can write a statement like this, and simply we'll copy this method and we can use inside it, correct guys? So what we can do is not empty, we will go for the name. So if it is not empty, or if name is not empty or not null, then what we'll do, we can simply return element with name, correct? We can give like this, and we can simply give the name of the element. We can write like this, right? And else if, we can write else if condition over here, and simply we'll copy this and we'll use for id. We can put id, same thing will go for, if you don't get with name, then it will go for the if it is empty or null, then it will go for the id, correct? So simply we'll give like this, and we'll copy, we can just make the change over here, element with id, and we'll print the id over here, correct? We can do like this. And again, else if, what we have, text is there, right? So text, for text will apply the same thing, text, and here we'll put return element with text, and here also text. Now what we'll do guys, when we sometimes the text is lengthy, right? So what we'll do, we'll give, let's create one more method the way we have created here, right? And we have utilized over here, right? So in the same way, what we'll do, we'll create one more method for the truncated text. So if it is long text, then it will be in truncated format, okay? So simply we can write one method over here, utility method to truncate long string, correct? So let's write one truncate method here. So what we'll give, private string, right? Return type should be string truncate, and what I'll do, I'll pass two values here. One is a string, the value which we are going to provide, and another one is integer max length, what is the length we want, right? We can pass like this, and now we'll check inside if value, the string value is equal to, we'll put if condition, if value is equal to null, and we'll check one more condition, or if it is null, or if value dot max value dot length, we have length string function, right? If it is greater than, if it is less than, or equal to, right, if it is less than or equal to max length, correct. If it is null, or if value is less than or equal to max length, then we can return it simply, right? So what we can do, value dot length less than or equal to, put one more this, I guess, yeah, like this we have, and for this one we have to delete this, I guess. Yeah, correct. Now here what we'll do, return, it simply will return the value, correct, in such case. And or else what we'll do, return, otherwise it will return value dot substring, will truncate the value. If it is like null, or if it is less than or equal to max length, then we can return this value, otherwise we'll use the substring method to truncate the value. So what we can, how we can truncate, zero index, and we'll use the max length, correct, till max length, and up to 50 or whatever we'll give, like 30, 40, whatever characters we are going to give, and we can truncate like this. And what we'll do, we can simply use three dots to present it like it is truncated. So we can use method like this, truncate method, and what we'll do, we'll use this truncate method inside our getElementDescription method. So let me give again, guys, like if you're getting confused. So we have written main method called getElementDescription, and inside that we have like we have written another couple of utility methods like isNotEmpty and truncate, which we are using inside this getElementDescription method. Okay, so what we'll do now, return element with text, and else if one second, we can use, and here we'll use truncate, we can call this method, right, truncate, and simply will pass text, correct. We can simply pass this truncate method, it is add argument to match text. Yeah, so we'll pass two things, text and another, let's say 50 characters we are passing the length. Okay, so we can write like this, and let's write one more else if, right. So placeholder is remaining, right. So if you get the statement with placeholder, if you get the attribute with placeholder, so here we'll have placeholder, correct. So we can write return element with placeholder, correct. You can do like this, and simply will print the placeholder value, right. So this is how you can do. And what else, I think we have covered the four: name, id, text, placeholder. Name, id, and class name is pending, right. So before placeholder, I think we should write the class name. So let's copy this entire code and we'll put it over here, and we'll give class name, and here also class name, and here I'll put like class name, correct, or we'll give with class, and else, correct. If you don't get the elements using these attributes, then what we'll do, simply one second, what we'll do instead of that, so we have done like this, simply you'll use try catch. Okay, let's keep this inside try catch. We can surround with try catch, correct. And what we'll do, here we can use the logger dot error, and here we'll put unable to describe the element, and simply we can use get message, correct, e dot get message. So like this we can write, and why it is a return statement. So yeah, we can use like this, correct. So it will try, look at it, I think it's fine. We can simply unable, here also we can write like unable to describe the element, correct. So this is how you can write this getElementDescription method, guys. And let me just quickly explain you again. So we have written method called getElementDescription method, which we first check the driver or locator. If it is null, then we'll we have written any statement like driver is null, locator is null, like that, and inside that we are using different attributes of an element to get the information about the attribute of the element, right? And we have if else condition, we have written properly. If it is like with name, then we'll return with that name. If id is there, we'll return with id. If name is not there, then we'll go for id. If id and name is not there, then we'll go for text. If text also not there, then class name placeholder, right? Like this we can write. Now let's use this method inside our action driver. Okay, so how we can use, and then we'll run the script whether it is working fine or not. So what we'll do, we'll use like this string, we can say element description, and here we'll call that method. Here I'll provide the file locator, and we can use this element description. So here we can simply write we can write like clicked an element, and we can use like this, correct? So clicked an element, and it will give based on the name, so it will display like this. If you get if you got the id, then it will simply display. If you get the name, so it will display like element with name and name of the element, right? And what we can do, we can directly call, we can use directly this method get element description inside the enter text. So do we need here enter text, where to enter on element? So we can pass value, we can give like this, enter text on this element, right? Element name with id name or whatever we get. And what we do, and here we'll pass by locator, right? We can write like this. And what is the value? Enter text on get element description, name id or whatever we get based on the attributes, and then we put the value, correct? We can get like this. And simply get text, compare text. Also compare text, already we have actual test and expected test, so this is not required. Is displayed is required. So what we can do, element is displayed. Here we can simply write logger.info element is displayed, and here we'll put get element description method like this, put the semicolon, get element description. What happened, guys? Element is displayed, get element description method. Oh, this is after the return statement, right? So we need to put after the, before the return statement, so like this, correct? So all done, I think. So this is not required. So let's see whether it is working fine or not, right? So let me just use some tests to verify this whether it is working fine or not. So what we'll do, src test java, I'll open login page test, and let me run this test, the login page test. Couple of test cases we have. Right click, run as TestNG test. Now let's see whether it is working fine or not. So we have one failure, so that is related to this one, like invalid error message expected, because here we have given the invalid. If you remember the last session, so we have given the wrong expected text over here, right? Invalid tech credentials, right? Deliberately we failed earlier. Now let's see the main thing, whether our get element description method is working fine or not. So here you can see enter text on element with name username admin, correct? So enter text on element with name username, and what we have entered text. So we can refine it properly. So enter text on element with name. We can do that. Unable to click clicked an element, and what we'll do, element description, right? Element with name. This is fine. Click one is fine, I guess. Clicked an element with text login. This is fine. Only thing is we have to change here. Enter text on element with name, username, and what we can give like this. Okay. So it will come arrow mark over here, arrow mark and admin, and enter text on. We can remove this one as well. Yeah. So let me quickly run it again for one of the tests, and we'll see whether it is working fine or not. So this one, let's run this only. Valid login test. So browser is launched. Navigate it to URL. Enter username and password, and verify whether we have logged in or not, and then log out. So now we'll see whether it is working fine or not. So enter text on element with username, with name, username, right? And this is the value we have entered, admin, and enter text on element with name, password, and admin123. So this is how you can get the proper name of the element using this method, right? And you can see the click one also. Clicked on an element with text login, element is displayed, element with text admin, correct? So this one also you can refine it. So let me do that one as well before we close, right? So element is displayed, we can just remove this colon, so it will not display here. Element is displayed, element with text and admin, correct? So here you can see, guys, clicked an element with text login. So for login button we don't get ID name, right? If you see the login button, we don't get ID and name, so that's why it picked it goes for text. So element with text login. So we have seen, right? If you see the login button here, we have text as login. So this is how we can get the attributes of an element using that user defined method, get element description. So this is all for today, and in the next session we'll talk about parallel testing and cross browser testing. So thanks for watching. Have a nice day. Please subscribe this channel if you haven't done so far. So this is part 11 of Selenium framework development series, guys, and today we are going to talk about how we can implement the parallel testing in our framework, right? Parallel testing with Selenium Java framework. So in the previous video we talked about how we have created the get element description method inside our ActionDriver class, and how we have used it across different action related methods inside ActionDriver class, right? And we have seen the beautiful log after that. So that is what we have discussed in the previous video. Now today we'll talk about how we can achieve the parallel testing in our framework. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we're going to talk about the definition, what do you mean by parallel testing first, and then we'll talk about what are the different advantages of parallel testing, and what are the different ways we can achieve the parallel testing in Selenium framework. There are different ways we can achieve the parallel testing, so we'll talk about it, and we'll discuss about what is ThreadLocal. So basically in our framework we're going to use this ThreadLocal mechanism. So it's a Java concept, so we'll use ThreadLocal, and why we use ThreadLocal in our framework, and later on we'll set up the framework for parallel testing and execute the script on classes, methods, and in test parallel mode, right? So these two things we'll see practically. So basically we are going to use TestNG concept plus ThreadLocal concept to achieve the parallel testing in our framework. So this ThreadLocal is nothing but the multi-threading concept in Java. So let's talk about the first topic. What is the definition of what do you mean by ThreadLocal? Parallel testing, right? So parallel testing is the simultaneous execution of multiple test cases on different threads, browsers, machines to save time and resources. So this is simple definition, guys. So when we execute our different test cases at the same time, that is nothing but the parallel testing. So let me give a simple example. So let's say we have 5 test cases in our script in our framework, right? And let's say we are running on the same machine and we are running on Chrome browser. So what will happen if we execute this on parallel mode? So 5 browsers will open at the same time, 5 Chrome browsers, and this case will run on this thread, this will run on the second thread, this will on third, and so on, right? So what will happen, like all the test cases will be executed at the same time simultaneously, right? That's the simple definition of parallel testing. If we talk about different advantages, so if our test cases are running concurrently, right, so definitely it speed up the process. So it speeds up the execution time, and it ensures tests are independent and thread safe. So when we run our test cases simultaneously, so those are like independent and thread safe, right? It will not interrupt each other, and utilizes the system resources efficiently. So these are the main advantages of having parallel testing in the framework. And what are the different ways we can achieve the parallel testing? So there can be multiple ways. So using TestNG we can achieve, as we have discussed at the beginning, like using TestNG we can achieve it. And using Selenium Grid, right? Selenium Grid is another concept where we use based on hub and nodes, right? We can achieve the parallel testing. Probably I'll try, if once we are done with this framework, then probably at the end we'll try to implement this Selenium Grid as well. And using parallel execution in Cucumber as well. So in Cucumber BDD framework, we can achieve this parallel testing using Docker container, and with the help of Selenium Grid we can achieve the parallel testing. And parallel execution using tools like Browser Stack. These are the cloud related cloud based tools, like we have Browser Stack, Sauce Labs, and Lambda Test. Using those tools also we can achieve the parallel testing, right? And using thread programming in Java, so multi-threading concept we have. So today we'll focus on how we can achieve using ThreadLocal and this TestNG. And JUnit 5 parallel execution as well. So JUnit 5 has its own built-in parallel execution mechanism, so we can achieve using JUnit as well. So what is ThreadLocal? So this is basically multi-threading concept in Java. So ThreadLocal is Java utility class that provides ThreadLocal variables. Okay, so we need to create ThreadLocal variables using this ThreadLocal and ThreadLocal object. Each thread accessing a ThreadLocal variable gets its own isolated copy of the variable, correct, which is not shared with other threads. So when we create one variable, so basically what will happen, it will create one thread and it will execute the script on this particular test case. If you want to execute, then it will be executed on that particular thread only, which is not shared with other threads. This ensures that thread safety without the need of complex synchronization mechanism in the framework. So this is very good concept, guys. We'll try to implement this ThreadLocal in our framework. So why we use ThreadLocal? So ThreadLocal ensures that each thread has its own isolated instance of WebDriver and action driver, correct? So if we talk about the current setup of our framework, so definitely we'll get the problem when we run the test in parallel. So I'll show you that before we implement this ThreadLocal in our framework. I'll show you how it fails, right? And later on what we'll do, we'll use ThreadLocal. So basically what will happen, we'll create the object, we'll create two variables for WebDriver and action driver, and we'll set up this ThreadLocal. And what are the different benefits? Like avoids conflicts in shared resources during parallel execution, and provides a thread safe way to manage test data and instances. How it works basically, so ThreadLocal maintains a separate value for each thread internally, correct? This is what we discussed. And a thread can set or get its own value using set and get methods. So we are going to use set and get method. Okay, so first we need to to initialize the driver, what we'll use set method, and to get the driver we are going to use the get method. So we are going to use this set and get method in our framework by using ThreadLocal. So let's talk about it, how we can achieve this using ThreadLocal in our framework. And before I move further, guys, so I have already added the test cases template for automation. I think in the first part we talked about it, the template of the automation template, test cases for automating the test cases, right? So I have already uploaded here. So you can, I'll provide the link in the description box of this video so that you can download it. So other two templates which we have uploaded, that is Maven and Log4j as well. And yeah, if you navigate to the channel and just navigate to the playlist, so we have created we have done around 10 videos as part of this framework series. So I would recommend you to go through each and every video so that you can understand the concept thoroughly from the beginning, right? Because we are going to making changes, a lot of things here and there, right, in all the classes, so that it's better to watch the videos from the beginning so that you can learn the concept, and at the same time you practice from your end as well, so it will be easy. So this is our project, OrangeHRM project, and if you expand it, so let me open the TestNG.xml and we'll try to run it first. Yeah, so here we have three classes, so let me add one more for home page test as well. Right, so before we proceed with the ThreadLocal, let's run it first using normal method, right, using TestNG only. And what I'll do, if I go to BaseClass, here I'll do one thing. When we set up the driver, okay, when we initialize the action driver, so what I'll do, I'll print over here the thread ID, okay, and we'll see with the current approach, right, current setup, how many threads are getting created. current thread dot get id. Get id is there, so this will print the thread id. Coming to TestNG.xml, so what we need to do here at suit level, we need to just write like thread count. Before that, parallel attribute is there, and here I'll use classes, and the thread count I'll give 5 because we have 5 test cases, right? In login page test, we have 2 test cases for valid login and invalid login. Other test cases are having only 1 test method, and these 2 are the dummy test cases which we have written at the beginning of our framework at the starting, right? So now let me run it in parallel mode using classes without ThreadLocal, right? So let's see what happens. So run as TestNG suite. You can see since we are running this in parallel mode as classes, so that's why 4 browsers opened, right? So this will definitely fail the test case. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, it's done, guys, but we can see the result over here. Let me close it first. So you can see total test run 5, pass only 1 test case got passed, and failure you can see 1, and 3 already skipped. If you see here, you can see the exact result, like WebDriver is not initialized, right? So we are getting here and there some different issues, and you can see here cannot invoke Selenium WebDriver because this driver is null, right? And let me just look into this console. What we'll do, we'll copy this and we'll see how many threads are created. So you can see 3 threads were created, but you can see ExtentReport instance created 22, 23, and 25, right? But we have 4 classes and 5 test cases. So there is like it's not thread safe, right? Because 3 threads were there, and we are trying to execute 4 classes and 5 test cases into those threads, correct? So this will definitely fail our test cases. So what we'll do now, we are going to implement the ThreadLocal. So how we can do that? So what we'll do, we need to just do some settings on, we need to add a little bit, we need to do some scripting on this one, and a couple of lines of code. So what we'll do, first of all, we need to just comment this driver and action driver. So we'll create ThreadLocal variables over here. So what we'll do, first of all, like we need to create the object of ThreadLocal, correct? We use Java generics, and what we'll do, we'll assign it to driver, and then we need to simply write, we'll make it like private, right? Static ThreadLocal, and this is of WebDriver object, correct? So we'll create like this ThreadLocal, and what is the problem here? Private static ThreadLocal. Yeah, some spelling mistake was there. So this is how we can create the object. You can create the variable of driver by creating the object of ThreadLocal class, right? Simply you can create for another one as well, for action driver like this, and here we need to pass the action driver class, correct? Action driver is our class. So what we have done, we have just commented the previous variable which we have declared for driver and action driver. Now we have created 2 variables using ThreadLocal, right? ThreadLocal class, driver and action driver. Now what we need to do, the second settings, we have to go to our getter and setter method, and what we'll do here, yeah, here what we need to do, driver dot, so we have get method, right? We have get method and set method. So what we can do, we can get the driver by using get method, driver dot get. We use the same ThreadLocal object which we have created at top, and we can give like this, and here also driver dot get. Similarly for action driver, what we'll do, we can call this get method, and here as well. So these are the settings we need to do, guys. We need to adjust our script, the base class script, little bit to achieve this ThreadLocal. Now what we'll do, we have initialized here, right? Action driver over here. So what we'll do, simply we'll comment this. First of all, we'll comment the earlier initialization of our action driver. So right, so what we'll do, we'll use action driver. I'll write comment like initialize action driver for the current thread. Like this we can give, right? And we can use action driver variable which we have created, action driver dot set method is there, correct? And here what we'll do, we'll create the object of action driver the same way which we have done earlier. So simply I'll put it over here inside set. So this is how we can initialize it. And here action driver set action driver, and here we need to pass the get driver, right? We need to pass the driver, so we'll pass the get driver from the getter method. So this is how you can do, you can initialize the action driver. And what we'll do, let's put logger.info here to log it properly, correct? And what we'll do here, I'll write like WebDriver action driver initialized for thread, and here we'll give thread dot current thread, will print the thread dot get id. And earlier we were using this one, so let's remove that one. Oh, this is already commented, so that's fine. So this is how we can initialize the action driver, right? By creating the object of action driver here, you can see, and we pass the get driver inside that because we are passing the WebDriver instance of a WebDriver instance in the action driver, right? And this is how we can set the action driver here over here. So action driver dot set using the set method. So this is done, guys. Now what we need to do here, we have to change here as well. So driver is equal to, we use set method here as well in the same way. And instead of get driver, what we have to do, we have to create the object of Chrome driver, right? So like this we can change here and just comment this line. Similarly, you need to do the same thing for other drivers as well. So I'll put it over here. And so what we'll do, we have to change it to like Firefox driver here. Simply comment this, and I'll put it over here as well. Just comment this line as well. Like this we can give, right? So let me just quickly recap. So what we have done, we have just commented two lines which we have declared earlier, driver and action driver. So we have created two variables, driver and action driver here, using the ThreadLocal, right? ThreadLocal object. And what we have done later on, we have used set method to set the our getter method, right? Getter and get action driver method here using the get method. And in the similar way, we have done the initialization for our action driver as well. Here you can see using set method. And inside this launch browser, we have just used set method as well to set the driver, right? Now we need to just use driver.get here. Wherever we have driver over here, we can use driver.get, or you can simply use get driver as well. So that is also fine, right? So you can use get driver like this. Let's use like get driver only here as well, and inside this one as well. And yeah, here as well, driver.quit. So we'll use get driver.quit. And what we'll do, we instead of making them null, so what we'll do, here we have one method called driver.remove, and we have action driver.remove, correct? So this is how we can, once our teardown will execute, right? Like once it is quit, once we quit the driver, then simply we'll remove the object, right, which we have created at the beginning. So I think this is done pretty much. We are getting some more error over here as well. So what we'll do, so change type of driver to ThreadLocal. So we can do like this in the setter method. Anyway, we don't need this setter method, but let's use like this. And why we use, not like that, because we are using driver. Why it is giving again error? ThreadLocal WebDriver we have already done. Yeah, so now it's fine. So now there are no errors, guys, so it looks fine. We can give some comment here, new changes as per thread, right? Like this we can give whenever we have set our different drivers, right? So now everything looks fine. We have some error over here, src test java, so dummy class. So instead of driver, what we'll use, get driver, right? And in dummy class do the same thing, get driver. Now everything looks fine. Now what we'll do, we'll simply run our script, right? So let's run it whether it is working or not. So we are using the parallel as classes mode and thread count is 5, and it will print the thread as well, because we have given here setting of, not here, action driver, wherever we have here we have initialized the action driver, so here we have given the thread count as well, thread id. So let's see whether it is working fine or not. So it will open up the 5 Chrome browsers and it will execute the script, because we are using the classes, right? Parallel mode as classes. So right click and run as TestNG suite. You can see 4 browsers gets opened, right? And it will execute all the script. Yeah, and one more, the last test case, right? Yeah, so this is how you can execute, guys. Here you can see total test run 5, passes 5, failure 0. And if you see here in other mode, you'll see all the test cases got passed, right? And let me just copy the entire thread, entire console, and I'll show you how it looks basically. So you can see we have 4 threads, right? Action driver initialized for thread 25, 24, 23, 23, 24, 25, and 26. So 4 threads, and here you can see another thread is there. So why it is showing another thread here, like two threads on the same, like same test case for 2 threads, oh sorry, different same thread for different test cases. Why? Because here we used as classes, right? So 4 classes, for 4 classes 4 browser will open, and this login page test case we have 2 test cases, right? So those will be executed on same thread one by one. So this is how it will be executed. Now what we'll do, we'll try on other methods, like we have different methods in TestNG. So what we'll do, I'll use as test. So what will happen in this one, it will execute one by one only, because we have one set of test case, right? Here you can see test OrangeHRM test, and we are running in parallel as test. So only one set of test is there. So whatever inside classes or test will be there, that will be executed sequentially only. So this will not be in parallel mode. So let's see, run as TestNG suite. So you can see only one browser gets opened, and that is closed. Now the second test case. So there are 4 ways we can use in TestNG. One is classes, which we have seen. Another one is the test, and another one we have methods, test methods we can run in parallel mode, and the last one is instances. So if you are using the different instances for same class, then we can go for instance. So let's analyze the result, guys. So we have executed our test using parallel is equal to test, right? So this will definitely create single thread only, right? So here you can see whatever test cases will be there, test classes or test set, test classes inside this test tag, that will be considered in a single thread. Okay, so even though we have given like 5, it will create only a single thread. So let's see, we'll analyze the logs and then we'll see how many threads it got created. Okay, so simply copy the, and you can see all the test cases running successfully, all are passed, right? So let me simply copy the complete console and put it over here, and we'll see how many threads were created. So here you can see action driver initialized for thread 21, 21 over here as well, 21, and here as well, and one more will be there, 21. So for 5 test cases, single thread got created. Why? Because we have whatever we have inside this test tag, that will be considered in a single thread, right? So that is parallel is equal to test, and earlier we have seen test parallel is equal to classes, right? And here we have 4 classes, correct? So for 4 classes, 4 threads will be created, because we are running the test cases in parallel is equal to classes mode. even though we have two test cases inside this login page test, it will create a single thread for that as well. Now what we'll do here, you can see valid login and invalid login test. Now what we'll do, we'll execute parallel is equal to methods over here. Now let's run it. Right click and run as TestNG suite. So this time around 5 threads will be created, 5 browsers will be opened. So you can see 5 browsers launched, and it will execute test cases on those browsers, 5 test cases on those browsers, right? Looks like we have some problem with this one. Yeah, you can see for total test run 5 passes 4 and 1 failure. So what is the failure we got here? So copy this and put it over here. So this will create 5 threads basically. So you can see here thread 23, 24, 25, 3 threads. We have 26 and one more 27. So separate threads were created, but there is a problem. I think problem with the login test only. So invalid login test failed, invalid error message. So I think I got the problem. So let me explain you. So how it is happening. For login test, what is happening? So we have 2 threads, right? And we have 2 test cases. So what is happening here? This test case is using this thread, and another one using the another thread. So maybe like the conflict occurs between these 2 test cases, guys. So what we'll do, I think, let me just look at our test setup. So we have done correctly here, ThreadLocal. I think setup is perfectly fine, but there is something with the, maybe we need to manage our test cases effectively. But that is not kind of blocker issue, because when we run on classes mode, then it is perfectly working fine. So I'll try to debug it, because all the things looking good only. And what we'll do, you guys can take this as challenge as well, how to fix this, and you can put the answer in the comment, right? How to fix this. But I'll also try to debug it, because everything looks fine, the setup and everything, how we have managed. Probably we can do one thing, like inside this test tag for the login, we can create another tag called methods, and we can try it out. But I don't think so that will resolve the problem, but we can try different ways as well. So probably in coming days I'll try to fix it. And for now I think we can use classes, which is the best way to execute it, which is working fine, right? So this is all for today, guys. So yeah, in the next session we'll talk about cross-browser testing, right? So yeah, if I get the fixes for this, then definitely I'll let you know about it in the coming days. Yeah, so for now we can execute this on classes, parallel mode as classes, right? So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So in the previous part we talked about how we have implemented the parallel testing in our framework, right? And we used TestNG and ThreadLocal. By creating the ThreadLocal variables, we have implemented the parallel testing. But we found an issue as well, like when we run our test using parallel is equal to methods, then we found the problem, like one of the test case got failed, right? So the problem occurs when we have 2 test cases in the same class, correct? So that issue has been fixed. So today I'll show you how I have fixed that issue. So let me take you to Eclipse, guys, and this is the XML, TestNG.xml, which we have used. And the problem occurred when we use parallel is equal to methods, right? And we have 4 classes in our framework so far. We used 4 classes, dummy class. So all the test classes having single test case except this login page test. So this login page test has 2 test cases, correct? Valid login and invalid login. So when we run in parallel modes, parallel is equal to methods, what happened? Like there is a race condition between the 2 tests, right? And there is a conflict occurred, and our test got failed. So today I have resolved it, but before that let me explain quickly like what we have implemented in the previous session. So as part of the parallel testing, we have created 2 objects, 2 variables of ThreadLocal class, right? We have created the object over here by creating the object of ThreadLocal class here, and we use Java like generics here by passing this WebDriver and ExtentReport objects. So these are the 2 variables we have created, driver and ExtentReport, correct, to implement the parallel testing, correct? So we have spoken about it, right? What is ThreadLocal? So here you can see ThreadLocal is Java utility class that provides ThreadLocal variables. Each thread accessing a ThreadLocal variable gets its own isolated copy of the variable, correct, which is not shared with the other threads. So for that reason, we have created two ThreadLocal objects, variables, in fact, so driver and action driver. And we have just made some changes in our base class. So where are the changes? So using we used set and get method, correct? We used set method to set the to initialize the action driver over here. You can see here action driver dot set, and here we have created the object of action driver, and we used to set that variable in that action driver variable, right? And here we just printing the thread ID. What is the thread ID? So this what we made the change, one change. And if you talk about the getter and setter method here, you can see getter method here. So we just used driver.get method to get the driver object, correct? Driver.get to get the driver instance. So here also we have changed, instead of using driver.get. Similarly for action driver as well, here we have used action driver.get, and here as well we are returning the action driver.get. And on top we just used like this, instead of driver.manage.timeouts, we used get driver, which we will get the driver from the getter method. Similarly for this one as well, other statement right here. And we use the same in tear down method as well, correct? Now what I have made the changes in this to fix the issue, I just declared setup method as synchronized. Okay, so what happens when we declare the method as synchronized? So in parallel testing, or when we talk about the multi-threading or synchronization, so only one thread can execute the particular method which is declared as synchronized, right? On particular object. So when I declared this setup method as synchronized, so only one thread can use this method at a time, even though we'll run the script in parallel mode, but it will be used at a time by single thread. So this method, setup method, I have declared as synchronized, and you can see one more method as well. So inside that, what we do, we launch the browser, and there is configure browser, right? Two methods are there, which internal methods of this base class. So here we have those two methods, launch browser. So this one also I have declared as synchronization. So at the same time, only one thread will use this method to create the object of particular driver. Like let's say we are passing the Chrome driver, Chrome over here. So we create the object of Chrome driver over here, right? And we just use the set method to set the driver. So this is one method, guys. And for Chrome, for configure browser, we don't need that synchronized method here. And for tear down also we need, while closing the browser, we should use this synchronized over here as well. So this is very minimal changes which I made to fix the issue. And now let me show you how we can run this, right, in parallel mode. Parallel is equal to method. So let's see whether it is working fine or not. So right click and run as TestNG suite. So when we run parallel is equal to methods, so 5 threads should be created, 5 thread ID for 5 test cases, right? We have given thread count as 5. Now you can see, guys, everything looking good. All the test cases are passed, correct? If you see in other tabs as well, so all the test cases are passed successfully. Now let me just copy the console, the whole console, and I'll put it over here, the notepad, and I'll show you how many threads will be, how many threads were created. Okay, so you can see here action driver initialized for thread 23, 24, 26, 22, all are different threads, right? And 25 will be there. So 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, correct? So this is how you can run the test cases in parallel mode using methods. Now let me quickly recap how we can run through classes as well. So if I use classes, so four threads will be executed, right? The 2 test cases from this login page test will use the single thread, so and that will run sequentially. All other test cases will be executed parallelly. Okay, so this is the difference. So first 4 browser will be open, and later on one more browser will be open to execute the another test case from this login page test class. So let's have a look. Now you can see 4 browsers, and one more browser will open later on. The last one like this. So this is the shared thread which is open at last. So you can see 5 test cases all are passed, and all the test cases are passed here as well. So let me just copy the console again and I'll show you how many threads were created. So you can see 21, 22, 24, 23. So we got 21, 22, 23, 24 and the same 23, correct? So one thread is shared by 2 test cases. So this is what we can run using classes. Parallel is equal to classes. Now let me show you the test as well. Before that, what we'll do, so this will execute this particular test under this test tag will be executed in one thread only. So what we'll do, we'll create one more test suite over here, and I'll give the name like OrangeHRM test 1 and this one OrangeHRM test, right? Now let me run in parallel is equal to test. So only through 2 threads will be created, but we'll get 10 test cases, right? 2 threads will be created and that will be executed, that will execute all the 10 test cases. So at the same time, one like 2 browser will be open. That's how it will do for 5 times. So let me run it. So you can see 2 browsers got open and it will execute. I can see 10 test cases all are passed, right? Now if I copy the console over here from here and put it over here, and you'll see only 2 threads should be there, 24, 23, and here you can see 24, 23, 24, 23, here as well 24, 23, and at last 24, 23. So why 2 threads only? Because we are running parallel is equal to test, right? So this will be considered in a single thread, this will be executed in single thread, and another test will be executed in single thread. So this is how you can execute your test cases in parallel mode. Yeah, and let me change it to classes. You can use classes as well. Yeah, so this is how you can fix the issue, guys, and don't worry about the codes, the code which I have written, right? I'll share the code once we are done with the framework. I'll push the code into GitHub. So this is all for today, and in the next video we'll talk about the cross browser testing. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye, and please subscribe this channel if you haven't done so far. Thank you. Framework development series from scratch, and today we are going to talk about cross browser testing, right? That ensures application compatibility. So in the previous video we talked about how we have set up the parallel testing in our framework, right? And it is working perfectly fine, correct? Now today we'll focus on cross browser testing. So it will be very quick because setup has already been done in our framework, right? If you're following the videos from the beginning, this framework series, then probably you might know already, like we have already done the settings in the base class, like setup for different browsers, how we're going to handle, and how we pick the value from the config.properties, right? So it will be a quick session, but we should know some theoretical stuff as well, like what is cross browser testing and why we perform cross browser testing. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is cross browser testing and why is cross browser testing is important, right? And browsers to consider, what are the different browsers which we need to consider, and cross browser testing with Selenium, how we can achieve that, right? So if we talk about cross browser testing, so it's the process of verifying that your web application works as expected across different web browsers, devices, and operating system, correct? So your web application, whatever you develop, to make sure that is working on different browsers and different devices as well. It doesn't mean like it will work on the Android device or Windows system. It should work on different operating system and different like mobile devices, desktop application, and everywhere, right? And operating system as well. So that is nothing but the cross browser testing. What is the goal? To ensure a consistent and seamless user experience regardless of the browser or platform used, correct? And why is cross browser testing is important? So diverse user base, correct? So it depends on user how they are going to access the application, right? based on their convenient, they use the different platforms, right? So user access websites using a variety of browsers like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari, etc. So nowadays, whatever application we are going to develop, that is the primary focus should be on the diversification, right? It will be used on different platforms and different browsers. So that is the main focus in today's world, like whenever we develop the application. Rendering differences. So browsers interpret HTML, CSS, and JavaScript differently. So sometimes what happens is if one UI is working fine here, it might not work in another browser, right? Sometimes it happens because of it interprets, like browser interprets, it depends on browsers as well. It interprets the HTML code or CSS or JavaScript differently on different browser. So that happens sometime. And browser versions, older versions of browser might not support modern features, correct? So in the today's world, we have different technologies, new technologies are there. So old browser, if you are using old versions, then that might not support the new features. And responsiveness, how it is responding, right? Ensure compatibility on desktop, tablets, and mobile devices. So whenever we have a new application, so make sure it is responsive, like the response is similar to other devices as well. It doesn't mean that if it is working on one device, it will work in another device, right? So we'll make sure it is working on desktop, tablets, or mobile devices. So these are the different reasons, guys. That's the reason we perform cross-browser testing, and it's very important nowadays, right? So what are the different browsers to consider, right? So Google Chrome, that is a major browser which we use. Whether if you talk about the mobile browser or desktop, we use Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Microsoft Edge, correct, and Apple Safari. So we are going to cover these three because since we are using Windows system, so we are going to cover Google Chrome, Mozilla, and Microsoft Edge in today's session, like how we can run our script on different browsers, okay? And Apple Safari, that will be on iOS, right? So these are the major browsers which we consider normally when we perform any testing in organization. So we consider all these important browsers. Cross-browser testing with Selenium. So how we are going to do that? Set the browser in config.properties, correct? So we have set the value there, the browser value in key value pair in config.properties. If you remember the initial session when we set up the framework, so we have set up our value there like Chrome browser. And in your code, fetch the value from the config.properties and run the test for different browsers, because we have already done the coding in BaseClass. So I'll show you in a couple of minutes, right? Yeah, so this is what we are going to discuss. So before we proceed further, so guys, this is the channel Automation Testing Insider, and if you haven't watched the framework series, so just go to this channel, right? And here we have playlist, and here you'll get all the 12 videos which we have uploaded. So I would recommend go watch the videos from the beginning so that you can understand the complete concept thoroughly. So let me take you to the Eclipse, and this is the project which we have created, and let me show you the base class. So here you can see we have already configured our browser settings, right? So here you can see launch browser, one method is there, and based on different browsers, here we are getting, right, from the properties, that variable prop variable get property browser, so it will read from the config.properties. So whatever browser will get from there, it will execute our script. This is the simple script we have written over here, correct? Simple coding of how we are reading the browser. So you can convert this into switch case as well. So here I have used if else. Now let me open our config.properties, and here you can see one variable is there, browser, and this is the value, correct? And let me open testing.xml. So we are not going to write any script today, guys. We'll just see whether our script is working fine on different browsers or not. So Chrome we have checked a lot, right? So let me execute first on Chrome, like parallel is equal to methods, so whether it is working fine or not. And let's see, right click, run as TestNG suite. Now you can see it is working perfectly fine on Chrome browser, right? So here you can see 5 test cases, all 5 passed, and here you can see in other tab as well, right? The class wise and the test case wise all are passed here. Now what we'll do, simply we need to change the browser from here. So suppose I want Firefox, correct? So just change the value. You can write in caps or small case as well, capital or small case. So it will pick, because here we have method called ignore equals ignore case, right? So it will take any value, but make sure that spelling is correct. Now let me just run on Firefox whether it will run or not. So it will run in parallel mode, so it is just overlapping here in the, you can see here, right? It is running in parallel mode. See, our configuration is perfectly working fine, and test cases are also fine, though we have written like small test cases, but that is perfectly working fine in our script, in our framework, right? Now let me change it to Edge, whether Edge browser is fine or not. So let me this time give in capital letter whether it will pick or not. We'll see. Now you can see Edge browser has been launched, and it is executing all this script. Yeah, now you can see all 5 test cases are passed. So this is how you can perform cross-browser testing, guys, and it is perfectly working fine on our framework. So it is compatible on different browsers, right? And our script and the application as well. So in the next video, we'll talk about ExtentReport implementation in the framework. So that is very important. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 13 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch. And today we are going to talk about ExtentReport implementation in the framework. So in the previous part, we talked about cross-browser testing, guys, and today we'll focus on how can we implement the ExtentReport in our framework. So let's talk about the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is ExtentReport, benefits of ExtentReport when we use in the framework, and how ExtentReport works, and later on what are the different steps to be taken to get the ExtentReport in the framework, right? So this is what we are going to discuss today. So let's talk about the first topic, what is ExtentReport. So the ExtentReport is widely used in Selenium framework. So ExtentReports is a popular reporting library in Selenium, and it provides interactive and visually appealing reports for automation test cases. So we will get very good report when we use ExtentReport library in Selenium framework, right? So at the end of this session, you'll come to know like how that report looks like, right? And we'll get very good report. What are the key highlights? So detailed test cases, test steps, and logs we will get in the, we can easily embed in ExtentReport. Screenshots for test validation, easily we can attach the screenshots in ExtentReport, and we are going to use base64 model, guys, base64 format. So these will be kind of embedded format, so we can easily embed into ExtentReport, and that will be kind of like a link. We need to just click on it, and then report screenshot will be displayed. Okay, so this is very good light format. Okay, so we'll use base64 format to attach the screenshot in ExtentReport. And since we have used already parallel execution in our framework, so we'll make this ExtentReport multi-threaded also. Okay, so it supports multi-threaded support for parallel execution. So what are the different benefits of using ExtentReport in the framework? So user-friendly UI. So you will get very good UI when we use this ExtentReport. Easy to understand for different stakeholders. Customizable reports. Add your own branding, like you can add your logo, themes, or structure. You can change the structure, or you can change the theme, right? You can add your own branding as well. And screenshot integration. So you can attach the screenshots for pass-fail scenarios, correct? And support for multi-threading, as we have discussed earlier. So we are going to go for multi-threading environment as well in when we use this ExtentReport in our framework. Helps in parallel testing, correct? And easy integration, compatible with tools like TestNG, Maven, whatever we have used inside our framework, it will be compatible with all the tools. How ExtentReport works. So basically we'll talk about what are the key features or how it works basically, right? So initialize the reports. First we need to initialize the report, like how we are going to configure the theme, name, etc. Some information about the ExtentReport. Start and end test, that tracks basically the individual test cases, how we are going to start the test cases, how we are going to end it, right? So it will track everything. And logs, log info, pass, fail. So we have different logs. In the extend test, we have different methods like info, pass, fail, and skip with clear messages. So we can provide our messages to log all these steps in case if test gets pass, fail, skip, right? So we'll get the clear message in the extend reports. And screenshots. Take screenshot for better validation. We can easily attach or embed the screenshots. How to implement extend reports, right? So first of all, we need to add dependencies. So a couple of dependencies we required. So extend reports, the first one, and commons IO. Okay, this is for like when we generate the screenshot to save in a destination file folder. So we need this commons -IO, and basically we need extend reports dependency. So these two dependencies we need, and create extend manager class. So what we're going to do the next step, first we'll add the dependencies in pom.xml, and later on we'll create extend manager class. There we'll configure everything, every settings for extend reports. Like we'll write the logic for extend reports. We'll write the logic for how we are going to take the screenshot, attach the screenshot in base64 format. So taking the screenshot will be same. Just we need to write some methods inside this attach screenshot in base64 64 format as well. So we need to convert the simple simple screenshot into base64 format as well, and define methods to initialize the report and manage test threads. How we are going to configure multi-threading in multi-threading environment in this extend report. And little bit changes will be there in base class and action driver and test classes. So basically changes will there for action driver and test classes for sure, and base classes today we'll implement it, but when we use listener at that time it is not required, right? So in the next class we'll talk about the listener. There we'll implement everything, like automatically it will do when test gets when test is passed or gets failed or skipped, it will automatically log everything, the steps and all. So this is what we are going to do today. So let's configure the extend report. So this is the project, guys, which we have created, OrangeHRM project, and if you expand it here, we need to we have pom.xml, right? So just open it by double clicking on it. So here we need to add a couple of dependencies from like for extend reports, right? So we'll add above this dependencies tag. So what we'll do, we need to search in Google extend reports Maven, right? Right click on it, the first link from Maven repository, and here 5.1.2 we can use this version. So this is the first step we need to take to get the dependencies for extend reports. So just copy the dependency from here and put it inside pom.xml, and another API, another commons IO, right? Another dependency we want. So search that dependency, and you'll get the first link over here, like commons-IO. So just click on that, and here you will get the version 2.18.0. So you can take the latest version, open it, and just copy it and put it inside your pom.xml. Press Ctrl+Shift+F to arrange it properly, and Ctrl+S to download all the jars in your library, correct? So the dependencies part is done. Now what is the next part? So here we have a Selenium in Java folder. Inside that we have created one utilities class, package, com.orangehrm.utilities in the beginning of the series, right, of this framework series. So what we'll do, if you expand it, you will see logger manager that will log the how we have created the logs in our script. We have created one logger manager class earlier, right? Now in this utilities class only, utilities package only, I'm going to create extend manager. Right click new and class. We are going to create extend manager class. So that will take care of the complete extend manager related code. Okay, all the settings, all the configuration related to extend manager. So this class will take care. Now here we need couple of variables, guys. So private static, I'll declare it as static, right? So that we can directly call using, we can access using this extend manager class. And what we need, extend reports. We need the variable from this extend reports class. We need the variable of this extend report class. Okay, so variable name is extend, and we will just import this extend reports from com.eventstack.extendReports. So before we So like before importing this one, right, you can see it is imported over here. Without adding the pom.xml, you won't get it. Okay, so just make sure first add the dependencies like this extent reports, then only you will get this will be imported successfully. Correct. So that is the first thing. And what we need one more variable, guys. So we want to make it thread safe because we may use for parallel testing like we have earlier used, right, the parallel testing in our framework. So what we'll do, we'll create one more variable and we'll create ThreadLocal variable. Okay, ThreadLocal variable basically of extend test class. So we'll create the variable of extend test class. So what will it will do, basically it defines the test which we are going to write on our extent reports, right? So we can, what we'll do, we'll create the object of ThreadLocal like this. Earlier we have seen in parallel testing, right? And here we have to give the name. So you can give name like test, and you have to import extend test from com.eventstack.extentReports. So we got two variables, guys, and we need one more variable. So what it will do, like we'll create one variable that stores in key value pair. So the first value like key will store the thread ID, right? This is for parallel testing as well. So we'll make sure like our code is thread safe. So we'll store the thread ID and we'll store the corresponding WebDriver instance. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So we'll create the object of a hash map class in collection framework of Java, right, to store the key value pair of that variable. So what we can do, we'll create the object of hash map hash map class, right? And what we'll do, we'll store in map interface, right? So this is how we can do. Simply write private static map and let's see, give name like driver map, and the first value like key will be your thread. Okay, so we'll take long type of data type and we'll use WebDriver as the value. So for corresponding thread ID, will store WebDriver instance. Correct. So we need to just import hash map from java.util, and similarly you need to import this map from java.util and WebDriver as well. So like this you can create different variables in this extend manager class. So we have created extend, test and driver map of different classes, right? So what we are going to do now, we'll create one method, initialize extend report. Initialize the extend report, right? So what we are going to write, public static extend. We'll create one method called get reporter of extend reports class. Okay, the reference of extend reports class. So what we'll do, before that I'll create one more method, guys. So what will it will do, we have created this variable, right, driver map. So what we'll do, register WebDriver for current thread. So what we'll do here, we'll write one method called public void. Let's declare a static with this one as well, static void register driver. Correct. And what we'll do, we'll use this driver map and we'll use put method to store the values. Correct. And here we'll use thread dot current thread dot get id. This is how we can get the current thread id, and here we'll pass the driver. So simply pass driver as parameter over here and put it over here like this. So this is done. Now here come back to this extend report, how we are going to initialize the extend report. So this is the first initial method of extend report. Here we'll initialize the extend report, right? How we are going to do that? So we'll write first condition like if extend is equal to null, right, then only will start creating the report, right. This extend reports will generate the reports. This is the main method, main class to generate and manage the report, correct. So what we'll do here, we'll write the path, report path, and where we are going to generate our extend report. So system.get property, and user directory, right, we can give like this, and where we are going to save our extend report. So here we have already created the structure, guys. Src main Java. Here you can see src test resources, correct, and this is the folder which we have created at the beginning. So simply copy from here and put it over here. I'll give forward slash, you can give single slash only if you give forward, right. So like this you can give, and extend reports, and what is the report name we are going to give? Extend report dot html, correct. So this is how you can give and store in string variable report path, right. And what is the next thing you need to do? Now we need to create the object of extend Spark reporter. So earlier we used to use extend HTML reporter. Now we need to create the object of extend Spark reporter. We need to create the object of extend Spark reporter. So what it will do, it will it will generate the contents in the extend reports, right. So we need to import this extend Spark reporter from com.evenstack.extendreports.reporter, correct. And here what we'll do, we need to just store it in this variable extend Spark reporter variable. So what we'll give name like Spark. So basically this Spark will give a beautiful report, guys. Earlier we used to have extend HTML reporter, right. Now we are going to use, that is deprecated now, extend HTML reporter. So that's the reason we are going to use this extend Spark reporter. And here, so here we need to give the path, this report path, correct, to generate the report to so this is how we can do. And what we need to do next, we can use this Spark variable and write different configuration related, like how we are going to write the contents inside this extend report. So we are going to have different like config method is there. Inside that we have set report name. So here we'll give the report name, what we are going to give report name. So let's say automation test report, we can give like this. And we can use another method called set document title is there. So here we'll give like OrangeHRM report, correct. OrangeHRM report. And what else we can give here, we can set the theme as well. config dot set theme will be there, and here we can set the theme. So you can set the theme like this, dark, okay. So we have different themes over here. You can see dark, standard, right. So let's use this dark now. So this is done, guys. So what we'll do next, what we are going to do next, we need to create the object of this extend reports as well, right. So here we have created the variable extend report extend, right. So we need to create the object of this as well to initialize this variable. So how we are going to do, new extend reports, correct. And here what I'll give variable name, will give extend, correct. So this is how we can do, and which we have created earlier. So we have just initialized by creating the object of this extend reports. Now what we'll do, we can add some system information as well. adding system information. How we can add? Extend using this variable. We can write like a set system info is there, and what we'll do, let's say what is operating system, right? And here instead of this one we can call method system dot get property, correct? System dot get property, and here we'll give os dot name, like this we can give. So that will give us the operating system what we are going to use for where we run the extent reports, the system where we generate the report, right? So this is one thing. And another information what we can keep, Java version as well inside our report. So Java version, and here we need to just change this value to Java dot version, correct? And one more we can keep, user, right? User information, username, like that we can give. And here we need to just give like user dot name, correct? So this is how you can initialize your extent reports, get reporter method, right? And what we need to do, simply we need to add the return statement extend, correct? This is how you can do, you can write the get reporter method. So this particular method to initialize the extent report, so initially we'll generate the report, and we'll set the report name, document title, and set theme, and later on we'll add some system information using this extent variable. Now what next method we can write, how to start the test, start the test, correct? So we'll write private, we'll give public, so we're going to call it, right, from another class, so that's why we'll give it like public static extend test. Of extend test we'll create one method called start test, correct? So what we'll do inside that, we'll use this method get reporter which we have created, and call one method called create test, correct? And here we'll pass the test name, so we'll pass the test name like this. So this will create the test, and here we'll pass the parameter. And what we'll do, we'll store this in extend test variable of extend test class, correct? So this is how we can do. And what we'll do, we can use to set the value, correct? To set, we have created one another object, right, another variable of this extend test. So how we are going to start the test, we need to call one method called create test from this get reporter, and then we need to set the value to actually start the test. So what we can do, test dot set, and here we'll provide the value extend test, and simply write the return statement of this extend test, correct? So you can write the how we are going to start the test using this extend test reference of this start test method. This is how you can write. Okay, now what next you need to do, control shift F, and another method you can write, and a test. So we'll write public static void, no need of any return statement for ending the test. So we'll say like end test, and simply what we'll do here, we'll use this get reporter only which we have created earlier. Get reporter dot flush method is there, so simply end the report using this flush, right, flush method. So this is how you can do to end the test. Now what we need, guys, we need one more method, get current threads current threads test name. Okay, like how we are going to log the info, fail, pass, all these values using this test name, right? Using this test. So how to create this? Public void public static, right? And this will be of extent test only. So we'll give name like get test, and here what we'll do of extent test, right? So we'll use this test variable from extent test, correct? So how we are going to get the test name from this extent test class? So test dot get method, right? Simply return this. So one simple method we can write like this to get the current threads test dot get method, correct? If you remember last time we have used set and get method, right? So this is thread local object, so we can simply write like test dot get, correct? Now what next we need to write? We need the actual method name, right, to get the actual test name. So what we can write? Method to get the name of the current test. So how to get this? Public static get test name. I'll give it like this, and inside that what we are going to do? So current test we need to get first. Current test. So get test will use the method which we have created and will store in variable, right? A current test. So what we can do here, that is of extent test type, correct? This is how we can do. And we can write one statement over here as well. If current test is not equal to null, correct, then what we are going to do, we want to get the exact name of the test, right? So this is how we can do. Current test dot, we have method called get model dot get name or something, get name, correct? Get model dot get name, and we can simply add the return statement like this. Or else we can write no test is currently active for the thread. No test is currently active for this thread, correct? We can write like this, and here we need to just change the method name to string, right? Return type of, we need to add this string as return type of this method. So this is another method we can write like this, that will give the actual test name, right? Which will need we need this method while generating the screenshots. So this is one method, guys. And what we will do now, we'll write some method to log the steps. So to log step, how we can write this? So public static log step, like this we can write. And inside that what we are going to do, we'll use this get test method which we have created, right? Dot, we have method called info, right? Info, correct? And here what we are going to do, we need to just provide the message. So here I'll give like log message, and simply will pass this log message in this when we log a step. So get test dot info, this is how we can do, right? And let's write another method So this is just informational step, guys, and yeah, we need to just pass this string here, right, with this info method. So this will just log a step with informational message, right? Now what we'll do, we'll write another method called log a step with log a step validation with screenshot. So what I will write, public static void log step with screenshot, correct? And here we'll pass three parameters, so string WebDriver driver, and I'll tell you why we are passing the driver as well, because we are going to take the screenshot over here, right? So that is one variable we need to pass, one parameter, and string log message, and we'll pass one more string screenshot message, correct? So this is how we need to do, and simply we'll call that get test method dot, we have pass method, correct? And here I'll give the log message, correct? I'll pass what is the pass message, and here we'll write, we need to give the screenshot method over here, we need to call the screenshot method over here. For that we need to pass driver and screenshot message, so that I'll keep blank for now. Screenshot method we need to call here, right? So we'll, once we write the screenshot method, then we'll keep it over here. That is one thing. Now for failure also we need to log, so log a failure. So how to write, public static void log failure, correct? Log failure, and simply here also we need to pass WebDriver string log message and screenshot message, because when we take the log for failure, so we'll take the screenshot as well. So this is how we need to do, right? Get test dot fail method is there, correct? And simply we'll pass the log message over here, and later on we'll put the screenshot, we'll call the screenshot method here as well. This is how we need to do. And for skip as well, so we'll log a skip. If any test gets skipped, then we need to log that as well. So simply I'll write public void static void skip, or I would say log skip, right? So simply for log skip we need just like informational message, so simply we need parameter like this, right? So just put it over here, and here get test dot skip, simply we can pass like this, correct? We can call one method called skip. So this is how you can do at various levels when you log the steps. So you can take the, you can create different methods like log step without taking a screenshot, just informational message, and this is log step with a screenshot, right? And this will be when we call this method, so it will pass that particular step, and this is for failure, and this is for skip. Now what we'll do, let's write the method to take the screenshot, guys. So that is important. So take a screenshot with date and time in the file, correct? We append with date and time. So what we'll do, we'll write one method called public static, okay, and void take screenshot, take screenshot. Yeah, we can give method name like this, take a screenshot, and here we need to pass WebDriver driver, and we need the screenshot file name, so we'll pass screenshot name, right? We can give like this, and inside that what we need, so to take the screenshot we need an interface called text screenshot, and we'll create one variable called ts and assign the driver to it, and we have to cast that text screenshot interface over here, text screenshot like this, and we have to import this interface from org.openk.selenium. So this is how you can do, and later on what we'll do, we can use this ts variable, and we'll call one method called get screenshot as, and here we'll pass like output type output type dot file, correct? We can do like this, and simply will store this in file class variable src. We can give like this, and we have to import this file from java.io. This is done. Now what we'll do, we'll write I will convert the timestamp to like simple date format we'll use, and we'll format the date and time so that we can append it to screenshot, right? So we can give like format date and time for file name. So how to do that? We'll use simple, we need to create the object of simple date format, and here what we need to do, we'll use the format. What is the format we are going to use? So let's say we are going to use this format, dd by yy and hours, right, minute and second. Like this we can give dot. So we need to import this first simple date format from java.text, and after that we need to call one method format, and here we'll pass, we need to create the object of date class, correct? So java.util, we need to import it from java.util, this date class. So this will give us the string in the format, in this format, right? So date has been converted to this format, and that will give us simple date format will give in the string format. Now what we need to do, we'll store in string variable timestamp. Like this we can give. Now what is the next step, guys? We need to do, we can do like saving the screenshot to a file, correct? We need to save the screenshot to a file. So what will give string destination path. So firstly, when we take the screenshot, that will be stored in a memory, and later on we have to store in a particular path, right? So destination path, like that we can give. And here what we'll use, we can simply, we'll use the same path where we have a screenshot here, right? src test resources ExtentReport. So similarly we can do like this, copy the entire thing, and what we'll do, we can write like this, correct? And here user directory, and instead of ExtentReport, that will be screenshot, correct? So screenshots, like this we can give, and we don't need this format, right? And after that what we need to do, we need to append, what we'll do, we need to append the timestamp here, right? So we have created the variable called timestamp, so simply we can copy this, and we can keep it over here, timestamp screenshot, under which it will be like screenshot, under screenshots folder it will be like timestamp first. No, we'll give first the screenshot name and then timestamp, correct? So how we can give, double quotation and underscore, screenshot name underscore, and later on we can append with timestamp stamp, like this, right? So screenshot name and timestamp dot png, correct? So what we can do, we'll give like this dot png format, correct? And here we have to append that string. So this is how we can write, guys. So it will be stored under screenshots folder here, screenshots folder. Inside that we'll give screenshot name, whatever we provide when we call this method, the screenshot name, and hyphen timestamp dot png. So it will be stored in that format. So this is done. Now what, let me expand this, drag it to the right side, right? So now what we need to do, now we have to copy that to new destination, right? So for what, for that we need to write, we need to create the object of file class, and here we'll pass the destination file path, right? And here we'll give like file destination, like this, correct? We can give like this. So this is the destination path, and the final path will be, or we can give like final path, like this we can give. Now what we need to do, we use file utils class, and we'll use copy file, right? And like this we can give, and what is the source file we have when we take the screenshot, so it will be stored in src, right? So this is src source file, and what is the destination path we have? This is the destination path. So like that we can copy in this path, right? The final the screenshot into the final path. And we need to surround it try catch. So simply we can give like this, copy files like this, and yeah, this is done. So, and what we need to give, guys, what later on what we'll do, when we take the screenshot, that will convert to a string, okay, to append into ExtentReport. So what we can give, convert screenshot to base64 for embedding in the report, correct? So this is what we need to do. So what we'll do, we'll create one variable called base64 format, and what we have to give, let's assign blank string over here, and we'll give like a string base64 format, and simply return this format, and we'll change the return type of this take screenshot method to string. Now what we are going to do here, we need to create one method, we need to create one utility method, and when we call that method, right, so that the screenshot will be converted into base64 format. So whenever we call this take a screenshot, that will be in string format, right? So that's why I have returned over here. Now we need to call this method, we need to write one method, and we'll put it over here, so that will be converted into base64 format. So for that we'll write one method, so convert screenshot to base64 format. So how to convert it? So let's write one method, guys, public static, and that will return a string, right? And a public string static string convert to base64, correct? Convert to base64. And here what we need to do, we have to we need to pass that path, right? File, and I would say screenshot file, like that we can give screenshot file. Now so simply we'll pass one parameter, the file, and that will be converted into base64. So what we need to write inside it, so let's take one blank variable over here, base format, base64 format, and I'll use like this. And here what we need to do, read the file content, read the file content into byte array. We need to create one array that will, that will read the file, that file format, the string file, the file path into a string of array, okay? So what we need to do, we have to create one string variable here, file content. I'll give like file content. So we are creating an array, guys. So what it will do, so file utils dot read file byte to array. So we need to call one method called read file to byte array, correct? And here we'll provide the parameter of file type, right? The file path will provide, and that will be converted into this file content array, correct? So this is simply we can do like this. Now what we need to do, finally we need to convert the byte array to a base64 string. Now this is converted to array. Now we have to convert that into a string, right? So how to convert it? So simply we'll give base64 format here, and later on we have base64 dot, we have different method. Get encoder method is there, get encoder dot, we have encode to string, right? And we have to simply pass the file content here. So this is how we can do, guys. And simply we have to add the return statement like this we can give, correct? And why it is giving, we have to add we have to throw declaration here, right? So what we can do here, we can surround with try catch, that's fine. So this is how we can do. So we have created one method called convert to base 64, and simply we'll copy this method and we'll put inside our convert to string text screenshot method, right? And here we have to, this is the method, and here we have to pass the file src, because it will take one parameter, right? So here we'll pass the src. So just let me just recap. So we have created take screenshot method, and later on what we have done, we have whatever file when we take the screenshot and save it, so that we need to convert into string format, base 64 format, right? And for that internally we will call one method convert to base 64. For that we have written one utility method over here. So this is what we have done. What is giving initialize variable file content, what happened here? So something is wrong here. We have to, while adding into try catch, right? So I think this should be fine now, but still it is giving file content. This is the same file, right? What is the problem, guys? So file details dot read file to array screenshot file we have provided here, and base 64 format base 64 dot get encoder dot get dot encode to string, one method is there. So here what we'll do, what is giving create local variable file content. So what we'll do, we'll copy this, right, and we'll put inside and try block, and here simply we need to just return base 64 format like this. I think this is fine now, right? So yeah, so this is done. And what else we need to write? So this is done, guys. Now we have created the get screenshot method, right? Take a screenshot. What we'll do now, we need to attach that into report. So for that we'll create one more method called attach screenshot to report using base 64, correct? We need to attach the screenshot using base 64. So for that we'll write one method called public static void attach screenshot, right? And here what we'll do, we need to write give parameter. So WebDriver definitely will give WebDriver driver, and we have to give one more parameter, a string message, right? And later on what we'll do, we'll create one variable called string variable. So screenshot base 64, right? And here what we'll do, we'll call this method take screenshot, right? Take screenshot. And what we need to do, we need to pass the driver, right? The driver, in this method we have to pass two variables. You can see two parameters will be there, WebDriver and string. So we'll pass simply driver comma, and what we'll do, what is the string will pass when we attach the screenshot, and let's attach with, we'll pass the test name. So if you remember, we have written test name as well, get test name method to get the name of the current test. So the actual test name will get it from here. So simply we'll pass that while, where is that, here, right? So we need to just simply pass the get test name to this take screenshot method over here. So we'll get the get screenshot in string format, right? Now what we'll do, now we have to attach that into report, right? So for that we call get test method, get test dot, what are the methods we have? First of all we need to call this info method, and here we need to provide the message, correct? We'll provide the message, and then we have to call methods com dot event stack dot extend reports dot. We have one method called create screenshots. What is that method, guys? So get test dot info take a screenshot. Extend reports dot media library. I think that is media screenshots dot com dot event stack dot extend reports com dot event stack dot extend reports dot media entity builder dot, you can see screenshot capture base 64 string, right? Create screenshot capture base 64 string. So simply we'll call that method, and here we have to pass the method I think we don't need to pass here. Dot build is there. Create screenshot capture from base 64 string. So simply we need to pass this get screenshot base 64 over here, right? So simply we pass like this dot build. So this is how we need to do to create the screenshot, to attach the screenshot into ExtentReport. So com.eventstack.extentReports.media entity builder dot create screenshot, that is the method create screenshot from base 64 string. Now what we'll do, simply we need to write that into try catch. So write and surround with try catch over here, and simply here what we'll do, we'll write get test dot fail, and here we'll pass one message called let's say like fail to attach screenshot like that we can give message, right? And here we'll pass the message. So this is how you can attach the screenshot as well into in ExtentReport. So this is how we can create the extend manager class, guys. So our extend manager class is ready, guys. So this is how you can configure your extend manager class. I know we have done a lot of coding over here, we have created different methods, but this is a like single time activity, guys. After that you'll get very good report. So what we'll do, I think we forgot this one right here. We need to call the screenshot method which we have created, right? When we log a step validation with a screenshot, and for failure as well. So here we have to call the screenshot method which we have created at the end. So we can simply copy this method and we'll put inside here, and here what we'll do, we'll pass the driver, correct? Driver comma what is the screenshot message. So it will take the screenshot message. We have one parameter over here, so simply put the message over here. Simply copy this and put inside failure method as well. So this is done. Now we need to if you remember, guys, when we have done the parallel testing, so let me open the base class. So we have declared some of the methods as synchronized, right, to make it more thread safe. So single thread can use, like at a time one thread can use method, right? So for that reason we'll declare the method as synchronized. To what we'll do, we'll declare some of the methods from extend manager as synchronized as well. So get reported, definitely we need synchronized, and start test as well, and test as well, and what else, get test this one as well. This is not required. Get test name, and a screenshot as well, take a screenshot, and we probably don't need this attach screenshot, but let's make it synchronized as well. So all done. Now what we'll do, we need to make some changes in the base class. So let me just open the base class again, and here we'll add in the before suite. When we start our suite, then what we'll do, what we'll add, start the ExtentReport. ExtentReport, right? So how to start the ExtentReport? So simply we'll call the extend manager dot, what is the method, guys? So get reporter, right? Get reporter we need to call from the extend manager class get reporter, which we have created right at the top. You can see at the top we have created ExtentReport get reporter method, correct? So that we need to call. And another thing, inside launch browser, what we are going to do, we need to register the driver, right? So if you remember, in the extend manager we have created one method called register driver. For that we have stored the value in key value pair in map variable, right? Driver map. So there we are using like to store thread id and WebDriver instance, correct? So what we'll do, we'll call this method from to register the driver when we start our driver, right? So for every driver we'll do like that. So extend manager dot register driver and simply get the driver from base class. So this is for Chrome driver. So similarly we need to do for other drivers as well. So I'll put it over here and inside this one as well for the edge driver. So this is how we can do. And one more settings we need to do, one more method we need to call. After method we need to call extend manager and test, right? After each test we'll call and test to flush the report, to end the report. You can see in simple words. So this is some methods we need to call from base class. So this is done. Now we need to make some changes in the action driver as well. So just open the action driver and so what we are going to do, whatever methods we have written, so some of the methods we can directly call in our like log step, right? Log step we can call in our test classes in the test method, right? And some of the methods we can directly put inside the action related methods which we have written in action driver, right? So for example, like this, extend manager dot, what we need to do here, log step, log step, right? So simply we can say clicked an element, like this we can give, and here we'll provide the element description here. Like this we can call directly log step. So automatically it will take care this click whenever we click on any element, so it will log this particular step in the ExtentReport. So this is how we can do. And for failure as well, we can simply extend manager dot log failure and pass the driver base class dot get driver, and here we'll pass what is the log message, right? So unable to click element, like this we can simply give. And what is the screenshot method? Log message screenshot message, right? So here we'll provide the screenshot message like enable. You can simply give what is the element description, and you can append element description like this, and you can append some text over here. Let's say unable to click, right? So this is how you can give in the log failure for click method. Similarly, let's enter text also you can provide here, like log step and log failure. But we want for this one compare text, which we are going to call from our test method. So what we'll do here, compare text. So inside that we'll write extend manager dot log. We have one step, guys, log step with screenshot, right? So some of the methods we can directly some of the steps for which we don't need screenshots, we can call this method log step, correct? We can simply call this log step method, right? And for some steps, if you want the screenshot, you can call this log step with screenshot. If you want for all these steps, then you can simply call this method, right? Because some of the steps we directly call it from our test class in the inside test method, so we'll simply call this log step to log a particular for the informational message, right? For info message. And some steps we want screenshots, so we can call this method. And for log failure, definitely we need screenshot, so we have a screenshot method over here, right? So let me come back to here, log step with screenshot. So here we can pass base class dot get driver, and here log message we can say like compare text, right? compare text, and here inside screenshot message what we can give, we can say text verified successfully, like this, right? And here we can give what is the actual message, right? What is the actual text, and we can say like equals, simply copy this, equals, and what is the expected text. So what is here we have to give, not here, yeah, like this, correct? So text verified successfully, actual text equals to expected text will get the message. So this is how you can give, and simply for failure also you can copy like this and put inside this one after the in the else part, right? So log step, log failure, correct? So here compare text, what we can say, text comparison failed. We can give message like text comparison, okay, text comparison failed, and not equals, we'll say like not equals, actual is not equals expected. So this is how you can give inside compare text. And there is a method called is displayed. So here we can simply call log extend manager dot log step, and here we'll give element is displayed, simply element is displayed, correct? And we can simply call this what is the element. So you can give space like this and simply call this getElementDescription method. So this is how you can give for is displayed. And in case if we get failure, so simply you'll put log failure over here, log failure, and element is not displayed. But before that we need to call getDriver, right? Base class dot getDriver, and here element is not displayed, and here we have to give the screenshot message, correct? So screenshot message what we can give, element is not displayed, and here we can attach this getElementDescription method, correct guys? So this is how you can give is displayed method as well, right? So this is how you can make the changes in ExtentReport, so automatically it will take the log, right? So this part is done. Now what we'll do, we'll make the changes in our test methods. So simply go to src test java, and here we have different. So let's start with login page test, and here what we'll do, we'll start writing the steps. So extent manager dot log step, what we'll give at the start of the test, right? No, we have to call start method, manager start test we have to give. So later on when we in the next class when we talk about the listener, then we can skip this, we can remove this step guys, because that will be taken care using listener, right? Based on how it like starts the test, pass or fail the test, so it will, the complete things will be taken care by listener. So right now we have to give it explicitly, right? So here what we'll give, valid login test, this is how we can give. And inside this we can write like extend manager dot log step, we can give here log step, and here navigating login page, entering username and password, and here we can give like extend manager dot log step, again we'll call, and here we'll put verifying admin tab tab is visible or not, like this we can give log step, right? And at last what we can give extend manager dot log step, we can give like verify admin tab is visible or not. That is the validation step we can write here. And here after logging out we can say logged out successfully, right? Logged out successfully. And yeah, after this, before logging out also we can write one more step, like we can say validation successful, correct? So this is how we can write validation successful. So now let's do it for invalid test as well. So simply we'll call the first line, first step, start method, start test, valid login test. So here I would say invalid login test, correct? We can write like this. And here the same thing, admin username and password. So navigating to login page and entering username and password also we can write for this step. So simply write like this. And here verifying, we can say yeah, after this we can say simply validation successful for expected error message, right? This is our expected error message, validation successful, and logged out. Again we can write one more step over here. Like this you can call the start test and log step method from extend manager. So our login page test is done, guys. So now let's simply do for home page test. So simply let's quickly do it. So we'll call the start test from the beginning, right? And entering username and password also we can copy like this, we can do that. And here valid login test, so verify, or we can say home page test, home page logo test, like that we can verify logo test, home page verify logo test. And entering username and password, and logo is not visible when assert to, right? So here we can see verifying logo is visible or not, verifying logo is visible or not. And at the end, once we are done with the validation, so we can simply write validation successful. And at last what we'll do, logged out successfully, like that, this we can call, correct, for this one as well. And what we'll do, let's start for dummy class as well. Similarly we'll call the first method start test, or this one start test, yeah, start test, start, or I would say dummy test, dummy one test, right? And here let's deliberately skip one of the test case, guys. So what we'll do, extend manager dot, not extend manager, what we'll do, we have one, like we can call skip exception from skip exception class, right? So we have one method skip exception, like that we can call. Yeah, we need to throw it, throw new skip exception, and we have to just add the argument. So this case will be skipped, right? So we want to throw new exception, and here we have to give, what we can give is skipping the test as part of testing. We want to just test the report, like whether it is skipped or not, right? So we'll just give, we'll skip this test. And here we can simply write one more step, verifying the title, like this. So this is for dummy test. And similarly let's write for dummy class 2 as well. So we can simply call some methods for statements from here, dummy test2 test, and other things also we can copy. extend manager, verifying the title, right? And lastly, what we can validation successful. We can simply do like this. Okay, so all our classes are ready, all our test classes, right? We have done we have called all the methods. Now what we'll do, we'll simply open the TestNG.xml and let's see whether it is working fine or not. Let me change it to parallel mode as classes and we'll run. Let's run on Chrome browser. I'm not sure whether we have Chrome browser right now. Edge, it was Edge. So let's run on Chrome browser first. So right click and run as TestNG suite. Let's see whether ExtentReport is getting generated or not. So all the test cases are done. So you can see total 5 and 4 passed and 1 skip. Now let me let me just refresh the project directory. So select the project and see it, and you can see ExtentReport what we have given. Something is wrong over here. So ExtentReport what we have given, just go to the ExtentReport, extend manager, what we have done wrong here. I think we forgot to change the here ExtentReport get reporter, right? This is to generate the report src test resources ExtentReport ExtentReport.html. This should generate the report, but what we have done wrong here. So I think we forgot one step over here, guys. So we have just created the object of ExtentReports class over here, right? And we need to call one method called extend.attachReporter, right? And we have to pass the value from this extend spark reporter object. Okay, so simply pass that value. So what it will do, it will just attach the report to this path, the one which we have given on top. So you can see here it will create a report inside ExtentReport folder, and this is the report name ExtentReport.html. So this part we were missing, so it is done now. Let me quickly check. And another thing is why screenshot is coming over here, right? It should come inside screenshots folder. So let's have a look, maybe something wrong with the path. So you can see here it is looking good. I think here we are missing the forward slash. Now this is fine. Now we'll do one more thing, guys, which we forgot. So what we'll do, when the test case gets failed, right, log failure, so what we'll do, we'll write that step in red color. So for that, what we need to do, we'll write one HTML code, color message like this we can give, and here we'll call from string class one method called format, and here what I will give, I'll give one HTML code like span and style HTML CSS code, right? So we can give like this, color is equal to red, color colon red, that will be displayed in red color, and semicolon we can give like this, and then we need to just end with span tag, and we can use the placeholder as for string, right? So this is how we can give. Okay guys, so and here we need to just pass the log message and put the semicolon at the end of the end of the statement, and here we'll pass this colored message to the step get test.fail. This is how we can do. And what we'll do, we just copy this and come to the skip one. What we'll do, we'll log if it gets skipped, right, this step, then we'll log in orange color. Okay, so everything will be the same, and simply we put the colored message over here. So this is done, everything is fine here in extend manager. Now what we'll do, the next thing, let me just quickly review the other classes as well. So our login page test is looking good, start test, log step, everything looks fine. This is for invalid login test, so we have log step, home page test, let's have a look, start test, log step, and dummy class, so start test. So this will create another test, right? So here we need to write log step, right? So this is what we were log step. We made a mistake over here as well. So this is how you can do extent manager.log step. And since we are not using the test listener here, so deliberately we are failing here. But what we'll do, we have to log that explicitly, right? So what we'll do, extent manager dot skip we have to call log skip method, and here we'll put the message like this case is skip, like this we can give, and this message will be displayed in orange color based on the code which we have just written for log skip, right? So let me come back to this dummy class, right? So this is how we can write, and let me just review this one as well, dummy class 2. Here also we made the mistake, so log step we have to change it here as well. Other steps are looking good. Now ExtentDriver, let's review quickly ExtentDriver as well. So click method, here we have log step, that is fine. Log failure over here, that is also fine. And compare text, we are logging it properly. Log step with the screenshot and log failure, that is fine. Is displayed, I think we need to change here, because what we are going to do when we log the step, when we log simple step, then we can simply call this log step. But when we verifying anything, like checkpoints are there at different places on our test, then what we'll do, we'll simply call the other method log step with this one. In the compare method we call, right, log step with screenshot. This one we should call, because that will attach the screenshot, right? So what we'll do here, I'll write that I'll call that method extent manager dot log step with screenshot, and here we'll pass the driver dot get driver, and here we'll pass the log message. So what is the log message? We can simply pass like element is displayed like this, we can pass. And here what we'll do, the screenshot message, we can simply pass log element is displayed, and here we'll put the get element description method, we'll simply call and put it over here. Just give some space over here. So this is fine, guys, right? Because there are couple of places where we call this is displayed method for verification purpose. Inside, if you can see in login page test, here we have is admin tab visible. We are calling internally, we are calling, if you see from home page as well, you can see we are calling this is displayed method. Now that is fine, so we changed it. So let me just rerun the script whether it is working fine or not. So what we'll do, we'll go back to our TestNG.xml and right click and run as TestNG suite. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. So some of the steps we can skip it, because in the next video test listener we can directly put all the steps based on the different actions that will automatically log our steps like start and fail, pass and all, right? So we'll do some enhancement in the next video when we talk about the listeners. So now let me just refresh, select the project and refresh it, and here you see all the screenshots are coming, and you can see inside ExtentReport we got the HTML report, right? But why this is again ExtentReport and inside that screenshots coming? Maybe something we forgot to do, or we made a mistake over here. ExtentReport inside that this is fine, but here I think screenshots we ExtentReport we should directly give screenshots over here, right? These are the extra things which we have done. Inside src test resources we have directly screenshots folder over here, right? So that's the reason it is coming over here. Now let me open the ExtentReport whether it is looking good or not. So open with web browser. Now you can see, guys, it is looking good. You can see dummy test 2, and if you go to dummy test 1, you can see this case is skipped, right? And it is coming properly fine in orange color. This case is skipped. If you see the verify home page, verify logo test, and here you can see that screenshot has been embedded to this one, right? So if you open this, so you can see the screenshot properly. It is attached to the ExtentReport only, and you can see all the steps properly coming. Navigate to login page, entering username and password, clicked an element with text login. So these are all this clicked related is coming from the ExtentDriver, verifying logo is visible or not, right? So element is displayed, element located using this one, and element is displayed. In the is displayed method we have written one, we called one method, right, log step with screenshot, so that's why it is coming pass. Internally we have called that pass method, right? So we have the validation at particular step only here, like whether that element is displayed or not, right? So here you can see that screenshot is attached. We can just enhance the logging properly, right? So this is how you can, if you see the invalid login test, you can see compare text, that is text verified successfully. Here invalid login, invalid credentials equals invalid credentials, this for invalid login. So if you open it here, you can see the screenshot, right, invalid credentials, and here you can see the screenshot is attached properly. Similarly for valid login test as well. Now what we'll do, let's deliberately fail one of the test case, right? So we'll fail this invalid login test. So let's see what happens. So what we'll do, we'll go to this login page test, and here in the invalid login error message, we'll deliberately fail it with we'll give expected error messages invalid credentials. So this will definitely fail the test case. Now just go back to TestNG.xml and run as TestNG suite. Now you can see out of 5 test cases, 3 pass and 1 fail, 1 escape, right? And if you go back to the, and let me see whether screenshots are coming fine or not. Now you can see, one second, let me refresh this. Now you can see screenshots are coming inside screenshots folder. So that has been fixed now, because we have given the wrong path, right? And this screenshot we can delete. This is from the beginning, and this these are the also from beginning. So let me just delete all those, and this folder as well, this one as well. So next time when we'll run, it will generate the ExtentReport inside this ExtentReport folder only, and screenshots will come under this screenshots folder. Okay, and let me just refresh the ExtentReports. So if you see the failure one, you can see compare text, right? And it is coming perfectly fine, right? Compare text is failed. We can give the message properly, and here you can see it is attached the screenshot. Maybe we need to make some adjustment over here, and then it will look fine. So this is all for today, guys, and in the next video we'll talk about how we can implement the listener in the framework, right? And we can do some adjustment in our code as well. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 14 of Selenium Framework development series from scratch, and today we are going to talk about how we can enhance our framework using TestNG listeners. Correct? So in the previous part we talked about how we have implemented ExtentReport in our framework, and we have done a lot of coding, right? And we have created different methods. We have configured our ExtentReport, right? ExtentReport class, and at last we have seen beautiful ExtentReport at the end of the session. Correct? And we have used base64 image format as well. Correct, guys? So that will be embedded, that got embedded in the ExtentReport, and by clicking on that we can see the screenshot, right? We have generated the screenshot, we have taken the screenshot, and we have attached to the report. So this is what we have seen in the previous video. So if you haven't watched that, then I would recommend first to go and watch that video, and then you can come to this video to see the how we can enhance the framework using TestNG listener. So today we'll focus on how we can enhance the framework using listeners. So let's talk about the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what are TestNG listeners basically, and what is the purpose of TestNG listeners, and types of TestNG listeners, what are the different TestNG listeners are available, and why we use ITestListener in our framework. Basically we are going to use ITestListener in our framework. So we'll talk about it, and step-by-step code explanation. So I'll show you practically how we can implement the ITestListener in our framework. So let's talk about the first topic, what are TestNG listeners. So TestNG listeners are interfaces, right, that allow you to listen. So that those interfaces having unimplemented methods, and we need to just write piece of code, right, and that allow you to listen specific events in a test lifecycle. What is the test lifecycle? Like how we are going to start the test, when it gets success, failure, right, or escaped. So it listens the name itself, right, listeners, TestNG listener. So it listens the specific events. Correct? So this is the simple definition. TestNG listeners are interfaces that allow you to listen to specific events in a test lifecycle. And based on our implementation, like how we are going to do when test starts, what is the code or what is the piece of code when we write inside when it gets passed, right? So that will do, and how we are going to take the screenshot, that we are going to do as part of test failure. So it listens the different events and act accordingly. So in the previous video, you might have seen like we have done some kind of hard coding. So when we implement this TestNG listener, then it will be very like we need to just configure one class listener, and then automatically it will like it will log the reports perfectly, right? Now let's talk about what is the purpose of TestNG listeners. So it track the execution status like start, pass, fail, skip, which we discussed, and perform actions such as logging, taking screenshots, or sending notification. So we can perform different actions using TestNG listener. Enhance reporting capabilities. So this is what we are going to discuss today, right? How can we enhance our framework using TestNG listener? And what are the different types of TestNG listeners available? ITestListener, this is what we are going to implement today. So tracks test execution lifecycle events. So mostly in most of the framework, we are going to use this ITestListener. And we have suite level suite listener, iSuite listener, and there is iAnnotation transformer that modifies test annotation dynamically, right? And iExecution listener as well, executes custom logic before and after the entire TestNG execution. So these are the different listeners, guys. Basically, we will talk about ITestListener, how we can implement that, and why we use ITestListener in our framework. So that automates test status logging like pass, fail, skip, simplifies report generation by integrating with tools like ExtentReports. This is what we are going to discuss today, and centralizes test monitoring by easy debugging. We can easily debug our code by monitoring the tests, right? So there will be a centralized class. We are going to create test listener from which we can easily monitor our test. Supports advanced features like screenshots for on failure and detailed logs as well. So this is what we're going to implement today, guys. So let me take you to Eclipse directly, and what we'll do here. So if you go to Assertions in Java, here we have utility package, right? And this is what we have created. So let me quickly recap extend manager class which we have created, right? We have written different methods over here in the last session, and based on like we called few methods inside, we have done some settings in BaseClass, right? And ExtentReport as well, and corresponding test classes as well. We made some changes, and later on we have seen the reports like this. When test gets skipped, so you'll get message like this, and if it gets failed, so we'll get message like this. So I think I need to modify the message over here, so that I'll do. And here you can see base64 image format, right? Now let's enhance the framework by implementing ITestListener. So what I'll do here, we have already created the package, guys, com.orangehrm.listener, and simply right click on that, and I'll create one class called TestListener, right? TestListener, correct? So click on finish, and what we'll do to implement the listener, we need to implement that. Those are interfaces, right? So implements, will use keyword implements, and ITestListener, correct? That is an interface. So we need to import ITestListener listener, and we have to import it from org.testng, correct? And what we need to do, so generally whenever we implement, so whatever unimplemented methods are there, automatically it should come over here, but not sure why it is not coming in this Eclipse version. So what we'll do, you can do like right click and source, and here we have an option called override implement methods, right? So what we can do here, from here we can select different methods. So what are the different methods we need? On finish, on start, on test failed, we don't need this one, we need not this one. On test failure, on test skipped, on test start, and on test success. So these are the different methods which we required. So click on OK, and you'll see all the unimplemented methods are coming over here, right? So what we'll do, guys, we'll implement each and every method. Now we'll write piece of code, right? So what we are going to do, So let's start with on start. So what it does basically, so here I'll write this will trigger when a suite starts, right? And here I'll give extent manager dot, we have get reporter method. If you remember, we have created get reporter method, right? So simply I'll go to this, and this is the method which we have created. So basically what it does, this method on start, it will trigger when a suite starts. So it will trigger, it will call this method, right? So simply you can give comment here as well, initialize the extent reports, correct? You can give like this. Now what we'll do, if you remember in base class we have already given it before suite, right? That extend manager get reporter. So what we'll do, we'll simply comment this, and we can write this has been minted in test listener. We can give, we can comment this line, and we have earlier hard coded, or we can say we have implemented inside base suite before suite, right? So we can simply comment this line, and we can call it over here, this get reporter method, and we can simply remove this as well, that is not required. And here triggered when the suite ends, right? This method on finish. So here what we'll do, flush the reports, extent report, and we have extent manager dot what is the method which we have created, end test, correct? So that will flush the report, correct? And if you remember in base class we have already called that method, so we'll comment that line as well. So what I'll do, simply I'll copy this line of comment, so I'll simply comment this one, and I'll put message over here, this has been implemented in test listener class, right? So these two are done, guys. Now what we'll do, so when we start our TestNG.xml, so automatically our reports gets initialized using this get reporter method, and once it is done, it will automatically end the suite, right? So this is done. Now we'll write some code over here. I would say triggered when a test starts, right? And what we are going to do here, we need test name, right? We need name of the test. So what we'll do, we have you can see already parameter ITest result, right? And this is the class, guys. So if you hover over here, so you'll see this class describes the result of a test, correct? So simply we can use this, and there is a method get method dot get method name, correct? So this will gives us test name. Now when we start the test, then what we can do, we can call extent manager dot start test. We have method, and simply we'll pass the test name over here, correct? This is how we can do. We can call start test, which we have written in the previous video in extent manager class. So this is what we can do when we start the test, correct? And we can say, we can comment here start logging in ExtentReport. From here it will start, right? And extent manager dot log step, we can write test started, and here we'll put test name, correct, guys? Now what we'll do, since we have already written over here like start test, so if I open all the test classes, so we have already written like here you can see start test, right? So no need of this one. So simply we'll copy the comment from here and put it over here, correct? We have already started with the test in test listener, so no need of this one, which we have done in the previous part. And here as well, so simply go to the next test class, and here also we'll comment this line. So if you watch the previous video, then you'll understand, guys. This is what we have done, and homepage test as well. When we have started the test, right, verify orange HRM logo. So simply we'll comment this line as well. And what else? Login page test. We don't need of this line, and here we have two tests, right? So this one also we need to comment. Now come back to test listener. What we'll do here, so this is done. Now what is the next? On test success. So what we are going to do here, so we can write simply triggered when a test succeeds, right? When a test succeeds. And what we are going to write, we'll call the same thing. We want test name, right? And here what we'll do, extent manager dot log step with validation. We have one method, right? Log step with screenshot, correct? And here we'll provide what we're going to provide here, BaseClass. We need to provide the driver, right? Get driver method is there. And here what I'll write, we need to write the log message. So I'll write like test passed successfully. This is how we can give, right? And here the third screenshot message, what we can give. So I have proper comment like this, so we can use this test and test name and test pass like this. When test got passed, right? So that is will be the last step. So we can simply give this one like test and test pass like that. We can add, correct? So we can give like this. And now let's talk about when test fails, right? So triggered when a test fails. So what we are going to do here, so every time I'm using this method, guys, like name of the test, right? So maybe you can create one private method and you can call that method, that is also fine. So what we'll do here, extent manager dot what we can say, log failure, right? Log failure. And here also we need to pass base class dot get driver, correct? And we can say test failed like this message we can give when test fail. And here for that also I have comment like this, so it gives us beautiful report like this. So this is done. Now we can give one more, we can write one more line over here. We can give one message here, result dot get throwable in case of failure, right? And here get message, not get method, get message is there, maybe it is not there. Get throwable, once again get throwable dot get message, get throwable dot get message, correct? So this will gives us the failure message. So we can give like string failure message. And what we'll do, we can log a step over here as well, extent manager dot log step, and we can give the failure message over here. So this is what we can do as part of like on test failure, correct, guys? So what is remaining on test skip, right? So this one also we can write. So this will be executed when triggered when a test skips, right? And here we'll write simple extent. We need name of the test, simply call it, we can put it over here, and extent manager dot log skip, right? And here we'll give the message over here. Before that, I think we can give test skip like this. We have only one parameter, I guess. Color message. Okay, that's fine. Can we give like this? Yeah, we can give like this: log skip, test skip, and test name. Correct? What is the test name we'll give? So this is how we can do like this: log step test started, like this we can give for that one as well. So I think everything is done, guys. So we have created the class test listener that implements ITestListener, right? And there we have some unimplement methods like on test start, and we have implemented with our code. Correct? So what we'll do now, let's save the other classes where we made the changes. Now let me just come back to go back to the extend manager, and here what we'll do, last, not here, action driver. In action driver, what I'll do, for compare text, I think I have given like this, so that's why it is coming message like this. So what we'll do, comparison field, or I would say text comparison field, like this I can give. Correct, guys? And so this is done. So anything left, we have already commented our base class, right? We have created test listener, and accordingly we have commented the base class as well. And now what we need to do, we have to open our, let me just quickly check our base class. We have already commented everything, right? We have commented the extend manager.get reporter, where we start the report, extend report. And here we don't need, like we need to set the, we need to register the driver, that is no need to touch here. And at the end, tear down, we have already given, we have already done that, like there's an end test, right? Now what I'll do, I'll open TestNG.xml under src test resources, and here we have TestNG.xml. Now what I'll do, we need to add the listener over here, listener tag. So inside switch tag, we'll add listeners, correct? And here we need to add, not here, we need to add inside switch tag, guys. So inside switch tag, that's why it was not coming automatically, so you can see here now. And inside that, we'll add listener tag, right? And here we'll give the name, class name. So com.OrangeHRM dot, what is where is our class? Listeners, right? Listeners dot test listener. Test listeners, like this we can give. It's test listener only, so make sure the spelling is correct. So com.OrangeHRM.listeners, so this is the package, com.OrangeHRM.listeners, and test listener is the class, and control shift F and save it. Now everything is ready, so I think hopefully we can run it. So let me run it and see whether it is working fine or not. Right click, run as TestNG suite. So all test cases got executed. So deliberately we have failed one test case, right? If you remember in the previous video, and we have skipped one test case as well. And there are 3 passed steps for pass cases. Now let me just refresh the report, and here you can see successfully all the steps are logging over here, right? And let me go to the failure one. So here you can see test comparison failed is coming, and this is what you can get, right? The last step as well. So whenever we have failure, so we attach the screenshot, you can see here, and when test ends, that there also will attach one screenshot, and that this beautiful message is coming, guys, like cross mark over here. You can see test end, invalid login, you can see cross mark test failed, correct? And if you see the pass one also, it is coming the right mark over here. So that looks beautiful, right? And here you can see pass when all the test cases, all the steps are passed, so you can write the final step like pass, right? And there is a, whenever we do verification, that part is also passed over here. You can see element is displayed, and basically when we, what is the purpose of this one OrangeHRM logo? So when we verify the logo, so this is the screenshot, right, which we took, and here we have given the pass information. Similarly, you can see valid login test. Here you can see this is the place where we verify whether admin tab is displayed or not. And at last you can see test and verify login test, and you can see we have written the we have given that correct mark, right? That right mark, test passed. And for skipping the test, this test case is skipped. I think we have deliberately gave this message, so maybe we can comment that one as well. So dummy class, this one, we don't need this one, so automatically it will be taken care by this, right? You can see test skip dummy test. So how it is coming, or whatever pass or failure are there, those are all coming from TestListener class now, right? There is no hard coding at all. So based on the test events, like whether it is pass, fail or skip, it is logging all the things here. You can see test skipped, and dummy test is the method name. What is the test name? Here we have test name, right? Dummy test, you can see dummy test. So this is how it works, listeners, guys. So it is very good feature we have in TestNG. So this is how you can implement, and you can see the report, beautiful report as well. So in the next video we'll talk about how to border the element for pass and fail. So take an example. Here we have verified, like let's say for pass, this one, right? This field add username and password. So how we can highlight that in green color? Or let's say if we talk about this one, admin tab, so how to like highlight with green color this admin tab. In case of failure, how to highlight with red color, like that we are going to see in the next video. That is going to be an interesting video, guys. So try to implement this ITestListener in your framework, and let me know in case if you have any doubts or if you have any other queries, put in the comment box. And please subscribe this channel, putting a lot of effort to make this framework, guys. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 15 of Selenium framework development from scratch, and today we are going to talk about how can we border the element in Selenium, and that we are going to apply in our framework as well. And let's say we are validating an element, so how we are going to border using green color, like let's say if it is pass, and in case if it is failed, then how we are going to border using red color, correct, guys? So in the previous video we talked about how can we implement Spark report or ExtentReport in our framework, and we have, in the last video we have implemented listener as well using ITestListener interface, right? Now today we'll focus on how can we border the element in Selenium. So we are going to follow a couple of steps, quick steps, right? So we'll write an utility method in ExtentDriver class. So basically I'm going to use JavaScript to write an utility method in ExtentDriver class, and what we'll do, we'll call that utility method in all the action related methods. What are the action related methods which we have written in our ExtentDriver class, like click method, enter text, right, and scroll to an element. So we have different methods inside our ExtentDriver class, whatever methods which we have already created. So this is going to be an interesting video, guys, and we'll enhance our report as well, so I'll show you that. So let's get it started. So probably if you are doing manual testing, then how we are going to do the bordering, right? So let's say this is the application which we are using in our framework, OrangeHRM. So simply I'll take the screenshot, and let's say we are validating this OrangeHRM logo, right? And let's say if it is not as per the expectation, so we'll border using red color like this, right? While posting the defect in manual testing, we used to do in this way, correct? And let's say if you are validating username and password, and if they are good, then we can border like this, right? So to post, while posting the defect or while creating any testing document, we used to do in this way, right? So we are going to achieve this automatically using Selenium automation script, right? So let me take you to my project. So this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM project, guys. And here where we are going to make the changes, action driver class only, com.orangehrm.action driver. So I'll open that class, and what I'll do, I'll just navigate to the end and write the utility method over here. Utility method to border an element, and I'll write one public method, public void, and let's say apply border. I'll give the name of the method apply border. So this is what we're going to create, apply border utility method, and I'll pass couple of parameters like I'll pass the locator by locator, and I'll give one string parameter that will be like what is the color type which we want to, like green color or red color, right? The border to border an element. And here I'll write one statement how we are going to locate the element. So simply I'll use web element is equal to driver dot find element, and the locator, our locator type is by here, right? So this is done. Now I'll write JavaScript apply the border, to apply the border. So for that, what we are going to do, we'll write one string object using JavaScript code. So what I'm going to do, arguments, we are going to pass the first argument on the web page, that is element, right? And we'll use CSS like apply dot border and equals to, and here we have to give like what is the pixel size using which we are going to border the element, right? So 3 pixel size, and a solid line, we are going to use solid line. And what I'll give over here, I'll pass the color, correct? So we can give like this, argument 0 the element, apply border, 3 pixel size, solid, and just give the space, and then the color like green or red. So this is what we are going to do. Now it is done, and what we are going to do, we are going to use JavaScript executor to execute this script which we have written just now, right? String type which we have string type of script which we have written. So what we are going to do, we'll use JavaScript executor, and we'll create one object JS, and we'll pass the driver to it, and we have to cast the JavaScript to this driver, right? And here we'll use execute script, we have execute script, right? And here we'll pass the element. The first would be, I think first would be script, right? And the second we have to pass the element like this. So this is done, guys, and let's write the log as well, log info. Applied the border with color, and here I'll give the color, right? And to element. And if you remember, we have created one getElementDescription method as well. So to get the correct element description, we'll call this method over here, and simply I'll pass by locator, right? So we'll get the proper message in the log, applied to border, applied the border with color, what is the color, to element, and get element description, the description of the element. Now let me simply, in case if you get an exception, so simply I'll put this into try catch block. So right click and surround with try catch, and here I'll put one log like logger.warn, and here I'll put the message like fail to apply the border. we have to apply the border to an element. Here also we can call this method getElementDescription, and I'll put the by locator over here, and comma will get the message, the exception, in case if you get any exception. So this is how we can write this apply border, right guys? And let me just quickly recap. So we have located the element, web element, using this driver.findElement, right? And we got our web element over here and apply the border. So we write one JavaScript, arguments of 0, apply border 3 pixel, solid and color, right? Color which we are going to pass using this parameter, and then we just execute using JavaScript executor. js.executeScript method is there, and we'll pass the script and element, and we have just written some logs over here. So this is done. Now what we are going to do, we call this method to all the action related methods whatever we have written inside this action driver class. So let me just quickly go back on top. So I'll call that method here, apply border to all the methods, right? So by locator and green, correct? And similarly we'll copy this, and in catch block also, in case if we get the failure, so that will be in red color like this. Similarly for another method we have enter text, so here we'll put apply border by in green, and in the catch block simply I'll put this would be red color. Get text also we can do similar things over here, this will be in red color. Compare text, so compare text here we need to put here the log the message, the method which we are going to call here after if condition, because if it is equals then it will be passed, right? It will be in green color, and if it is failed then it will be in red color like this. An exception that is fine and is displayed here also we can put in red color, but yeah, let me put red color over here in case if you get any exception, so it will be highlighted in red color. So this is done guys, and is displayed also in green color, and this would be in red color. Page load, wait for page load, that is not required. Scroll element we can use here, we can put like this, and inside here as well red color. So I think it's done, pretty much everything is done. Now let me simply run the script, run our TestNG.xml, and we'll see whether it is working fine or not. So I'll open that from TestNG.xml from src test resources. Here we have TestNG.xml, right? Now let me simply run the script whether it is working fine or not. Right click and run as TestNG suite. So it will execute all our script one by one. We have written 5 test cases, and deliberately we have failed few test cases. And let's see whether, I think it is not bordering the element, so I don't know what is the reason. I think it's not bordering the element. We got some exception over here. Cannot set property setting border. Okay, something is wrong guys, so let's review the script. Apply border by string color, arguments 0. I think we have the problem here, so it should be style instead of apply. So it should be like arguments of 0 style dot border and 3 pixel solid and whatever color we are going to provide using the parameter. So now I think it should work guys, so let me save it and come back to testng.xml and run the script again. So it will opens up the browser, it will execute all the test cases parallelly. Now you can see here it is started bordering the element, right? Username, password, login button, you can see everything is getting like border. So you can see here 5 test cases, right, which we have created, and 3 of them passed. And if you remember in the previous session we deliberately failed a couple of test cases, like one test case deliberately we failed and one is escape, right? So let me open the ExtentReport. Now it should look properly. So open with web browser. So let's start with invalid login test. So here you can see test comparison failed and test comparison failed, invalid credentials. We are expecting invalid credentials, invalid credentials 1, but we are getting invalid credentials. So let's see how it looks. So here you can see, guys, because this is not as per our expectation, right? This message, because deliberately we failed this case. So that's why it is highlighted in red color, because that test case has been failed. If I go to the next test case, like verify OrangeHRM logo after logging into the application. So if you open the screenshot, here you can see the OrangeHRM logo is properly bordered, right? Now let me dummy test. Anyway, we don't verify any verification over here, so that's why we don't get anything here as well. Verify valid login test. So here you can see after logging into the application, we should see the admin tab, right? So here you can see it is bordered using green color. So this is how you can do like bordering in an element in Selenium, and you can apply in your script as well in your framework, right? So this is all for today, guys, and in the next video we'll talk about data driven testing. We haven't implemented in our framework, so we'll talk about data driven testing, how we are going to implement data driven testing, right? So thank you for watching. This is all for today, guys, and let me know if you have any doubts or any question related to this session. And if you're new to this channel, then please subscribe it and share this channel and like this video. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 16 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and today we are going to talk about how we are going to achieve data-driven testing, or I would say parameterization, in our Selenium framework. So in the previous part, we talked about how can we border an element in Selenium, like in case if it is passed, then how can we border using green color, and in case if it is failed, then how can we border using red color. So that is what this is what we have discussed in the previous video. Now today we'll focus on how can we achieve the data-driven testing or parameterization in our framework. So let's have a look the agenda quickly, and then we'll talk about some theoretical stuff before moving towards like the actual implementation. So we'll talk about what is data-driven testing, guys, and benefits of data-driven testing, and what are the different classes which we are going to use, the utility classes in our framework to implement or to achieve this data-driven testing in the framework. And I'll show you the complete setup, or I would say the implementation in detailed way, right? We'll write the code properly, and I'll show you how we can achieve this data-driven testing. So let's talk about the first topic, what is data-driven testing. So data-driven testing, or I would say like a parameterization, a testing approach that separates test logic from test data, correct? So our test script should be separated from the test data, right? So the test data should be handled separately, like using any external file, let's say like a Excel file or CSV file, or directly we can access the data from database. So we should maintain our test data in a separate like external source in a file or from the database, right? So that is nothing but the data driven testing, so that we can easily maintain the data from the external source, and we can pass those data to our test script. Test data is stored externally, which we discussed, right? Like Excel file or CSV file, or we can access it from database. Automation scripts execute with different data sets that improves the coverage, right? So the ultimate goal is to have the to have more coverage in the testing, right? So how can we achieve that? By passing the different data sets in the script, correct? So that is the main idea behind the data driven testing. The name itself says, right, data driven. So based on the data, like different data sets, we are going to execute our script. So this is brief about data driven testing. Now let's talk about different benefits of using data driven testing in the framework. So reusability will be there, like we can use the same script with different data sets as we have discussed earlier. And scalability will be there, like easily we can handle large amount of data inside a single script, correct? And maintainability will be there, like we need to just like maintenance will be very easy. So let's say suppose we want to execute the script with different type of data, then we need to just no need to update the script, we need to just update the test data, correct? Wherever we are accessing from, let's say we are using the Excel sheet, so we need to update our test data over here, and the script will be the same. There is no changes in the script. So we need to just pass this data to the script. And flexibility will be there. Use external data source like Excel sheet or database. So it will be easy, and it will be flexible as well when we maintain our script like this, like the data in the separate like in a external file or from the database. Now what would be our approach, right? What are the different classes which we are going to implement as part of this data driven testing? So we are going to create one class guys a utility class Excel reader utility, correct, to read the data from the Excel file. So that it handles reading data from Excel file using Apache POI. So we are going to use Apache POI library, using which, right, Apache POI library from the Java. So for that we need to add couple of dependencies, which we are going to I'll show you before we start our script. So we're going to use Apache POI library to have this to implement the data driven testing, and reads data dynamically row by row and cell by cell, correct. So let's say we are going to use Excel file in our framework, data driven testing framework. So let's say this is our Excel file. So how we are going to read the data row by row. So it will iterate the first row and it will read the data from the cell wise, correct, and then move to the next row and then read the data again cell wise, and so on, and returns data as list of arrays of list of strings. So I'll show you this one, how we are going to read the data using an array. Okay, so this is about Excel reader utility class, which we are going to implement as part of our data driven testing. And there would be another class which we are going to have, data providers, right. So what is the usage of this Excel reader utility? It will read the data from Excel file, right, the Excel reader utility, and then Excel reader utility will pass the data to data providers. Like we'll write one method over here in Excel reader utility, and that will be accessed by this data provider class. And then what it does, it provides test data to TestNG test methods. From data providers will pass our data to TestNG test methods, whatever test classes we have at the rate, wherever we have written at the rate test methods. Fetches data from Excel reader utility, right, which we discussed, and configured with at the rate data provider annotation. So we have at the rate data provider annotation in TestNG. So what we'll do, we'll write separate test methods, separate data provider methods to pass the data to test methods, right. Let's say for valid login, so we'll write one at the rate data provider method and we'll pass the data to valid login test, and we'll create another data provider method for invalid login test and we'll pass the data to at the rate test. So this is what we're going to achieve, guys, and let me show you practically how can we achieve that. So this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM project, and let me show you, like earlier we have hard coded the values in our classes, right. So if I open this login page test, so here you can see we have created this test method, verify valid login, and you can see here admin and admin123 username and password we are passing, like we have hard coded the value over here, right. Now we are going to parameterize it. We are going to pass these values from Excel file, correct, and similarly for invalid login test as well. So first of all, what we need, I'll open the pom.xml and I'll add couple of dependencies over here. So I'll just scroll down, and just before the dependencies tag, what I'll do, I'll add couple of dependencies. So we need a POI Maven dependency. So Maven repository site, so you just right click and open a new tab, and you can take this, the latest version 5.4.0. So I'll take this one, and this API, this dependency will handle XLS format, okay, the old format, and XLSX we need another API as well, another dependency. So I'll put it over here, and then so this is POI dependency, and we need OOXML POI API as well. This one dependency, this, and here also we have 5.4.0. So simply I'll use this one and I'll put it inside our pom.xml. Control Shift F to arrange it properly, and Control S to save it, right, to build the pom.xml, and it will download all the jars and build our library, correct. So this is done, guys. Now what we'll do, let me close this pom.xml. The first thing, let me close this one also, login page test. And what we'll do, here we have src test resources, here we have test data folder, which we have created at the beginning when we have started this framework. Now here we need to add the Excel file, correct. As part of this test data data driven testing, we are going to read the data from the Excel file, right. So what I'll do, I'll create the Excel file inside here in the test data folder. So you can directly create from this file option. What I will I will do, I'll just go to the properties and open the project folder location, test data, and inside that what I'll do, I'll create simply Excel file over here, and let's say I'll give name like test data. And if I open here, let's say we are going to pass the data for our login test and invalid login test, right? So what I'll do, simply I'll rename this worksheet. I would say like valid login data, and here what are the columns we want? Username and password. We need username and password, right? And for OrangeHRM, what is the username? Admin and admin123. So this is how we can give, right? And this is valid login data. Now another will take invalid login data and simply copy the username and password from here, and I'll put it over in the invalid login data. And simply we want invalid data over here, right? So simply I'll change the username to admin1, and you can change the password as well, but that's fine. Anyone is we can keep it like wrong value, and we can keep the values like this. So this is done, guys. So let me close it. So what we have done, we have just created one Excel file inside our, and let me refresh so that you can see inside this test data, right? So I'll close it, then you'll see this test data.xlsx format. Close it. So you can see test data has been created over here. Now let's start creating the script from. So what I'll do, I'll go to the main src main Java folder, and here we have already created com.orangehrm.utilities. So inside this package, what I'll do, I'll create one class, and I'll give name Excel Reader Utility, Excel Reader Utility class, right? And click on finish. Now what I'll do, guys, we need couple of methods. So first method, like we need get sheet data, right, to get the data from worksheet, and another one is how we are going to capture the cell value. So what I'll do, I'll write the first method like cell value first, right? Private and static string get cell value. So what we are going to do, we are going to use in when we write the get sheet data method. So we'll use this get cell value inside that method. So let me, because when we get the data in the Excel sheet, so it will be in different format, like in Boolean format, like true and false, or it will be numeric, or it will be in date format. So different format will be there. So that's the reason we are going to have that like proper value in the string format, right? So that's the reason I'm creating one method called get cell value. So here what we'll do, we'll pass the cell parameter like this. So I have just given the reference with this interface, cell interface. So simply we need to import this from apache.py.sss user model, correct? And here what we'll do, I'll write one if condition. If cell is equal to null, right? If the value is null, then simply will return blank string, correct? Blank value. So this is we can write, and then what we'll do, I'll write switch case statement, guys, with because we get different data. So to format those data, we'll use switch case, and here I'll say cell dot get cell value, cell dot get cell type, right? And inside that what we'll do, we'll create different cases, correct? What is the cell type, right? So let's say if it is like a string, correct? So how to get the string value? Simply cell, or we can directly use the return statement, cell dot get cell. We have method get string cell value, correct? Like this we can return this string value. And we need another case statement if it is numeric, right? And there will be condition inside that, like let's say if it is date format, right? Date util class we can use, and is cell formatted, we can use this method. This is fine, and inside that what I'll do, how to format that, return cell dot get date cell value, right, and convert it to string like this. And if it is like numeric, like if it is let's say if it is in decimal or something, then how we can do that, return string dot value of method is there, and here what we'll do, inside that cell dot get numeric cell value, we can do like this, right, we can format like this. And to convert into integer type, we can simply use int value, int, we can cast with int like this, right. So this is done. Now what I'll do, I'll write another case statement is boolean, and here return cell dot get boolean cell value. We need to convert into string, so string dot cell dot value of cell dot get boolean cell value, like this we can write. So this is done, guys. And what we'll do, another like default value, we can return the blank value, correct, if it is not all those types. So we can do like this, Control Shift F to arrange it properly. So we have just written one get cell value, correct, and we are passing the cell value over here, reference type of cell interface, the value cell. So this is done. Now what we'll do, we'll create another method, the main method public and static. I'll use a static so that we can call that method using this class name. And what we'll do, we'll have list of arrays of string, right. So we need to create a string of arrays, I would say list of arrays of string, because we'll get multiple data in the Excel sheet. So we can create like this the return type of this method, and let's say get sheet data, we can give the method name like this, correct. And we have to import this list from java.util, and here let's say we need to insert the return type, so we'll do that later on. And here we'll pass couple of parameters like file path, we need Excel file path, and string, we need sheet name, right, we need to access the particular sheet. So this is how we can do. And here what we'll do, we need one data variable, correct, how we are going to store the data. So what I'll do, I'll create list of array of string data, like this we can do. And we'll create the object of array list. We are going to use array list, guys, array list over here, because that is resizable array and we can store the data in array list, right, because we don't know like how much data will be there, how many data rows will be there. And we'll give the reference of this list interface over here, right. And simply we can array list like this, and we have to import from java.util. So like that we can create one data variable. And what I'll do, I'll give the comment properly, like data variable is defined as a list of arrays of strings, correct, string. And here, so this will finally will store the data in this one when we read the Excel file, right. Now what we'll do, we need to read the data, to access the Excel file, we need to create the object of file input stream, and we need to create the object of workbook as well, right, the particular sheet, like how many sheets we are working on with the Excel file, we need to create the object of that as well. So what we'll do, when we work with file input stream, then it will throws the declaration, right, exception, and then either we need to do try catch block or we need to throw the declaration, right? So what we'll do, I'll use try statement with resources, right? Try with resources statement. So how to write this? Use try, and inside that we'll create the object of file input stream class, file input stream, and here I'll use FIS. So create the object like this, correct guys? And just close the bracket over here and semicolon, and just mouse over here. So we need to import file input stream from java.io. So this FIS object will, like, using which we can read the Excel file, and later on to work with Excel file we need to create another object, right? So here we need to just pass this file path, do like this. Now what we'll do, so we have written just inside try with resources, this statement is called try with resources. Inside that bracket we can write, we can give the statements. So no need to close using finally block, like automatically once resources are done, like objects are done with the whatever activities which we are going to perform with those objects, it will be automatically closed like this FIS. And I'm going to create another one. What is the another one which we are going to create for workbook? So using workbook reference variable, so I would say workbook will create the object of XSF workbook class, correct? We can do like this, and let me import it. Why it is not showing? So that's fine. So what you'll do, you can simply Control Shift O, you can press. I don't know why it is not, it was not showing. Now you can see it is automatically imported, guys. Here you can see Control Shift O, right? And here it will, this is what we discussed, right? Add throws declaration and add catch. So what we'll do, I just written the try statement over here. Now we'll write at the end the catch statement. So that we'll do later on. What we'll do here, so we need to access the sheet, right? Worksheet. So for that, before that we need workbook. Workbook we have already created. Now we need to access the sheet, right? So I'll use the sheet interface reference variable sheet, and then workbook dot get sheet, correct? This is how we can do. And here we will provide the sheet name over here. So this is how we can do, and we have to import the sheet from apache.org.apache.py ss user model. Now we'll write one if condition over here. If sheet is equal to null, then what we'll do, we'll simply throw an exception, throw new girl argument exception, and inside that what we'll do, we'll simply say like a sheet or worksheet, sheet name doesn't exist, right? We can do like this. And after that what we'll do, now we'll, how we are going to iterate, right? So using this we can get the, we can access the sheet worksheet in the Excel file, and later on what we'll do, we'll iterate through rows. So we'll use for each loop, guys, and here simply I'll use the reference variable of row interface, right? In the Apache PI we have this row interface, and simply you need to just import apache.org.apache.py.ss.user model, and here we'll iterate the sheet, right? So this is how we can write. And we write we'll ignore, right? We'll ignore in, if it is, we'll ignore the first row, right? So how to do that? If row dot get row number is equal to 0, so simply we'll ignore that and continue with the next row, right? So this is how we can write. And in the same for loop, what we are going to do, will read the Excel file, right? So let me show you that one. Or how we are going to do. So we'll read rows wise first, and then all the cell wise, correct? So we'll access the first row, and then we'll read what is the cell value, and then we'll go to the next cell in the same row, and so on, right? So this is what we're going to do. So in the inside this for each loop, what we are going to do, read all cell in the row, like this. We can put the comment, and then what I'll do, I'll create one temporary variable like array to store the values, and later on we'll add that into our main data array over here, array list, right? So what we can do here, I'll create array of string over here. I would say row data, and new array list, like this we can create, right? So what we'll do, we'll write for loop now for each loop, and here using cell interface reference variable cell, and we'll iterate through the entire row. So this is how we can do. And then row data dot add, and here what we'll do, the method which we have written, right, get cell value. So we are iterating through the complete row one by one, all the cells. So what I'll do, simply I'll copy this and put it over here, get cell value, and here I'll put cell over here. So this is done, guys. So far it is done. Now what we'll do, after this we need to convert this row data, right? We get the value, we have in values here in the row data. Now what we'll do, convert row data to array. So how we are going to do that, to, I would say, string array, right? So how we are going to do, data, the variable which we have created, data array dot add, and here row data dot, we have function the method called row to array. And how we are going to create the array with zero object, we can simply use new string and pass zero value to over here, like this we can do, correct? So this will convert into array, and then we'll add that array into our main array which we have declared at top. So this is done, and finally we'll write one catch block over here, and here let's say IO exception, and inside that we need to just import this IO exception from java.io, and here e dot print stack trace, correct? And after this block we can write, simply will return the return data, like this, correct? So that will give us list of arrays of string, correct? So this is how we can write, and control shift. So we are done with Excel reader utility class, guys, and let me just quickly recap and review it. So we have created one method called get sheet data inside Excel reader utility that will accept two parameters, string file path and sheet name, the file which from which we take the data, the Excel file, and sheet name, right? And later on we have created one variable called data that will accept string list of string arrays, and we have created the object to read the Excel file input stream. We have created the object FIS, and here we have provided the path, the file path, the Excel file which we are going to read. And later on we have created the object of workbook, and here we need to pass FIS, we forgot to pass it. And later on we get the sheet using get sheet method, and later on we have just iterated all the rows and columns, right? Rows and then corresponding cells. And we have created internally one method called get cell value to get the exact data type value from the Excel sheet. So this is what we have done so far. What we'll do now, as per the our PPT, right? So we have created Excel reader utility. Now we need to create another class called data provider. So what it will do, it provides test data to the TestNG test methods and fetches the data from Excel reader utility. So we need to call this method from data provider class. So what I'll do, I'll create, right click on the utilities package, and we'll create class called data providers. Click on finish, and here what we'll do, we'll create one to read the file, right? We need to read the file, Excel file. So what I'll do, I'll create one variable, static, public static, let's say final, because we are going to, this is not going to change, and I'll give name like file path, and here we'll provide the file path, system dot get property user dot user directory, right? So this will give us the exact like root directory of the project, and later on we need to get the exact data. Right click and properties, from src we need to get, so just put it over here. You can give backslash, double slash, or you can give single slash like this. So this is done, guys, and we have to add semicolon at the end, right? So we have just given the file path over here. Now what we'll do, we'll create one method, right? Private static get sheet data, and to work with data providers we need to return the data as object of 2D array. Okay, so what we'll do, that will accept any data type. So here what we'll do, we can give the return type as object of like 2D array, right? So this is how we can do, and let's give the parameter sheet name or sheet data. We can give anything, let's say sheet name only. We'll give one parameter name, sheet name, from which we get the data. And later on what we'll do, we need to call this method, right? We need to call this get sheet data method. So simply we can call, because that is static, so we can call get sheet data, and here we'll provide the file path. Here we need to provide the file path and sheet name over here, like this we can give, and this will return the list of arrays of a string, right? So simply I'll give like this, and let's give the variable name as a sheet data. So we can give like this. Later on what we'll do, we need to create the object of 2D array, correct, to store those values. So simply what we'll do, let's give the name like data, and here we need to create the object of this object array. So what we'll do, now we need to initialize it with sheet data dot, how many rows will be there, dot size, right? So it will gives the number of rows, so that will be like total number of rows in the Excel sheet. And how many columns will be there, the first row contains how many columns. So how we can get that, sheet data dot get I get of 0, like first row, dot I would say length, right? So that gives us the column. So this is how we can initialize this. And later on what we'll do, we need to just write for loop to iterate the entire rows, right, to get the data from the Excel sheet. So what I'll do, int I is equal to 0, I less than sheet data dot size, correct, and I plus plus, simply we'll write one for loop, and here data of I, that will represent the entire rows, guys, and we'll get the all the values, and we'll store in this data. So sheet data dot get of get method, like this we can do, and simply we have to return the data, correct. So this simply represent the entire column, entire rows, and we get the username and column, and that will be converted, because we have already iterated through Excel reader utility all the rows and column, and that will be stored in this data object now when we call this method, right? Then get sheet data method, so it will be stored in this object 2D object array. So our username, like our columns, whatever we have and whatever values we have, it will be stored in this 2D array. So this is done. Now what we'll do, we need to create data providers methods, right? So for that, what I'll do, I'll create data provider annotation. But before that, let me write the method public static. We'll declare it as public because we are going to call this object of 2D array, right? And let's say valid login data, and here return, how it will return, get sheet data. We'll call this method internally, get sheet data, and here we need to provide the sheet name, right? So what is the sheet name which we are working on? Like we want to get data, valid login data, right? So simply just make sure you should get the correct name. So valid login data, like this we can get the data, and this is for login data, right? Correct. So I'll write another method for invalid login data, and here also we need to simply give the sheet name. So we have created two methods, guys, correct? Valid login data and invalid login data. Now we need to just give the annotation data providers over here. Data provider, that is the annotation, and here we have to give the name of the data provider, valid login data, and yeah, that's it. And here we have to add, we need to import data provider from org.testing.annotations. Similarly, we need to give the data provider annotation for invalid login as well. So here I'll give invalid login data. So this is data provider name, you can give anything, and but while calling this method you need to provide this data provider name, right? And this one, don't confuse with this one is the sheet name, correct? So this is done. So what we'll do now is simply we need to call this valid login data and invalid login data from our test methods, correct? So this is done. So let me just quickly recap. So we have created one method called getSheetData. Initially we have just created the string file path and provided our file path over here, and later on we have created one method called getSheetData, and later on we have just created two methods, valid login data and invalid login data. Now we need to just call those from our test classes, right? So here what we'll do, here we need to just give like data provider is equal to, what is the data provider we have here, valid login data, just put it over here, comma, data provider class, you can give like this, and simply data provider dot class, like this we need to give the data provider class, right? So here what we'll do, simply we have to change it to data provider, yeah, this should be small, guys. So data provider, like this we have to give. Similarly we have to give this for the invalid login, or let's do this for verify valid login test first. So here I'll pass two parameters, string username, string password. So earlier we have hard coded it, right? So simply I'll just make it dynamic. So simply provide the username over here and password. The rest of the things will be taken care by the data which we have entered, which we have given in the Excel sheet. So while executing this test case, so this is done. Now what I'll do, simply I'll copy it from here and put it over here for the invalid login test. And here we have to change the invalid login data, the data provider name, right? And here also we need to just give string username and string, the parameters we need to change, password, and simply provide this over here as well. Sorry, username, and to give like this, correct? So this is how you can provide your data to your test methods. Now everything looks good. We have created data provider, and here also everything looks good. So our test case should work. So let me try to execute it, whether it is working fine or not. So what I'll do, I'll open testing.xml and simply let's try to run it. So as you all know that guys, something went wrong, I guess. We got some failure, I guess. One speed null pointer exception. Method public void login page test. Let me close this first, and let's quickly review. I think everything looks good. Let me review this login page test. So here we have given the data provider class. So our class name is data providers, guys. So this is the mistake I made over here, and we have to import data providers from com.orangehrm.utilities, which we have created, right? So similarly for here as well, data providers the class. So that is the mistake I made. Now what I'll do for the second run, I'll create another row in our in test data, and let's say admin and admin123. So it will run 2 times. This test case will run 2 times, right? Login page test, very login test data. So I'll close this, and what I'll do, the second thing is, for home page also we can call the same method. So home page test. So here home page also we are using the same, right? Login admin and admin123, like we need to log in the application. So simply I'll call the same data provider method over here as well in the. So let me just simply copy this and I'll put it over here. No need to write the separate data providers for this valid login for OrangeHRM logo test. So here I can simply give string username and string password. Simply use this username and password over here. So all done, I guess. So let me just run it again. I think this time it should work. Right click, run as TestNG suite. So I think this time it looks fine. So let's see. So you can see guys, everything looks fine. So 7 test cases. We have deliberately failed 1 test case, if you remember from the previous class, right? And skip 1 test case. And you can see, if you see over here, we have just given the data, right? So you can try from here login page test. So you can see admin1 and admin123. This is one set of data. And if it is hard coded, then it won't show over here, right? The data which we have used. And the second thing is here, sorry, this is for invalid login test admin1 and admin123, which we have provided, and verify valid login test. Here you can see admin and admin123, and we have provided 2 times, right? So that's why it is showing 2 times over here. This method got executed 2 times. For OrangeHRM also we have given one data over here, admin123, and this is also going to execute 2 times, right? Because same method will execute, we have given 2 times in the Excel sheet. So admin and admin123 here and here as well. So this is how you can do the parameterization in the framework. So we are done for today, guys, and let me just show you what we are going to do in the next video. So we are going to add the DB test case in the framework. So we'll do the database connectivity, and we'll create one database test case as well in the framework. So this is all for today. So let me know if you have any questions related to how we have created the Excel reader utility and data providers class. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 17 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and in the previous part we talked about how to set up data-driven testing or how to perform parameterization in our framework. Now today we'll focus on how can we set up OrangeHRM application in our local environment, or I would say how can we set up this OrangeHRM application in our local system, right? So this particular video is not completely like 100% related to the framework which we are building right now, but this is related to this application OrangeHRM, right, which we are going to which we are using to build this framework. So we are using demo site of OrangeHRM, right? Now you might ask question over here, like why do we need to set up this OrangeHRM site in our local environment, right? So there are a couple of reasons. The first reason is currently the demo site is down. The demo site which we are using to build this framework is down, right? So the thing is like this demo site also completely owned by this OrangeHRM organization, which is US based company. So we don't have control to their environment, right? So that is the reason why we are going to set up this locally. Right now this site is down, so there might be some, maintenance activities is going on, or some server is down or something is going on. So that is the reason this demo site is down. I'll show you also it is not working right now. The second reason would be why we are going to set up it locally. If you remember, like earlier we wanted to we wanted to add database test case in our framework. Last time also we have spoken about it. We wanted to add database test case in our framework. To do that, to add the database test in our framework, we need to access the database, right? So that will not be possible using this demo site, which is completely owned by this OrangeHRM application, OrangeHRM organization, right? We don't have access to their database. So that's the reason we are going to set up this, we are going to install local server, and we are going to have this MySQL database as well, so that we can play around the data. So that's the reason we are going to set up this OrangeHRM locally. So these are the two main reasons why we are going to have this OrangeHRM application. We wanted to set up it locally in our environment or in our system. So actually I have already installed and set up the environment, guys. I have downloaded whatever required softwares and everything is there. And sorry to say that I couldn't record the video while installing it. And but actually I have taken the screenshots. I have taken all the screenshots, and I have created very good documentation as well, step by step documentation. So I'll walk through as well. I'll go through all the steps today, and I'll show you how can we configure in our framework as well when we run this local environment, right? And I'll show you as well how the local URL looks like, and whether we are able to access the application or not, right? So that I'll show you, and I'll provide the link also from where you can download this document. So let's get started. So this is the framework, guys, which we are building right now, OrangeHRM. And if you go to src resources config.properties, this is the demo site, right? This is the same demo site which we are working on, right? And let me show you whether it is working or not. So you can see right now this page is not working, right? So might be some maintenance activities is going on, so that's the reason it is down right now. Now what we'll do, we have to install the software, some softwares to access the database, and to install the this OrangeHRM locally. We need to configure it locally. We have to install a couple of softwares. So there is one software like XAMPP. So XAMPP is free and open source software package that includes Apache web server, that includes the web server, MySQL, the database, PHP and Perl like languages, right? And it creates a local server environment. You can see it creates a local server environment for web application like OrangeHRM, right? So we need to install this XAMPP software, guys. And another software, definitely we need OrangeHRM. So OrangeHRM is open source human resource management system. Companies use it for managing employees attendance, leave and payroll. So these are the two softwares which we required, and this is the first step, download required softwares. So we need to install XAMPP from Apache Friends site. So let me open it. So you need to just install for Windows this version you can install. I have installed this version 8.2.12. You can install it from here, this button, download button. And if you want on any, if you are going to use any other operating system, then you can install for Linux or Apple over here, right? So this is the first thing. And what we need to do next, so you can install it from here. So let me increase the font a little bit. Yeah. And the second thing is download OrangeHRM from OrangeHRM source forge site. So you can simply click on this and you will get the link like this. So you have to just provide the full name, phone number and email ID, and just click on this download open source button at the bottom. So you should be able to download the software, OrangeHRM software. So it will look like this, guys. You will get two folders like this once you download it. And the step 2 would be install XAMPP in C drive. So you need to just open this software, this installer, and install it in C drive. this installation like simple, like how we are going to install any software. So you need to just install in a simple way. So I think screenshots are not available for this. So simply you can install it. The third step would be start Apache and MySQL from the XAMPP control panel. So you'll get the control panel like this. So let me open it right now. So you can see XAMPP control panel. So once you install it, you'll get the control panel like this. So I have taken the screenshot as well at the beginning. So you'll get like this, and you'll see initially it will be like start like this. So I have already started this one. So you'll get like this. And if you try to access this one admin page, so what will happen, like if you wanted to access the database, so it will be, if it is not started, right? If it is you can see this Apache is not started over here. So you'll get like this, you'll get admin page like this. So later on what we have done, both are started now. So you can see this MySQL is running on 3306 port, and this one is running on 80 and 443 Apache software, right? So both are running. So let me run as well from here. It is already running earlier. So let me start. You can start like this. Simply click on this one and like this. So both are running right now. And here you'll see create a database in phpMyAdmin. So what you need to do, guys, here we have in MySQL we have this admin button, right? So click on admin button. It will take you to this localhost PHP admin. So when you install for the first time, it will show you the screen like this. So what you need to do, you need to just click on this new. You have to click on this new, and then you have to give the create database. You need to click on create database, enter OrangeHRM. You can give any name, but prefer to give OrangeHRM. So you'll give, so you can see when you click on this new and create database, so you'll get like this, create database, and give the database name over here. Just leave this as it is, and here you'll see it will be added. Sorry, this one OrangeHRM, right? So OrangeHRM database has been added over here. And later on what you need to do, the second thing, OrangeHRM, the folder which we have like downloaded from OrangeHRM site, right? From this OrangeHRM, when you download it, so what you need to do, you have to extract the downloaded OrangeHRM zip file. So it will have initially it will have some OrangeHRM -5.7 some version, right? So what you need to do, you have to extract it and put inside this folder czamp/sddocs. Here you can see in the screenshot as well. And if you want to rename it, you just rename it to like OrangeHRM only. If you get like OrangeHRM -5.7 like that, if you get the folder like that, just rename it to this one once you download and extract from there, right? Now simply you need to install this OrangeHRM. So open the browser and you need to configure the database. So that's how you need to do. So install the OrangeHRM, open the browser, and you need to just go to this site, http://localhost/orangehrm. So it will opens up like this OrangeHRM site, okay? And you need to just go to all the options over here one by one to install this software from the welcome till the installation complete. So these are the some database host and some of the items while configuring the database you need to provide, right, at the MySQL site earlier. So if you remember, like we have given the database like OrangeHRM while set up the database, and you can set up the username with like root only and leave the blank if no password is there. So you need to just provide like this 3306 localhost and OrangeHRM database name like OrangeHRM, database username root, and the password fill, just keep it blank. And then while installing, if it is showing disable, so what happens is while installing, I don't remember exactly, but I got some problem as well, maybe system check or something. I got something is like disabled. You'll get some message like that, like let's say this one, extension.ldap is disabled. Okay, so what you need to do in that case, you have to just go to the control panel, and here we have config. So from this config, just open this php.ini, this file. You have to just open this php.ini file, and after that what you need to do, you'll see some semicolon, right? So that means disabled. So what you need to do, just remove the semicolon from here, and then you are good to go. Just save it, this file, this ini file, and later on it will ask you to once that step is over, then it will ask you to set up the admin user. You will see, let me show you, like admin user creation. Here you need to do the admin user creation. The admin user creation is nothing but the login credentials which you are going to set up for your OrangeHRM application. So you can set up any like user, and later on username and password, and you will see like this. Once you can see all the information over here, and this is the username, right? And later on you can see 100%, 90% is done, and you can see 100% is completed over here. And so this is the access to database. So let me show you how can you access it. So here you can see that, guys, localhost php myadmin. This is how you can access the database. Here I have created the OrangeHRM. So just open it, and here you'll see all the tables over here. The main table, the employee table, from here you can access like this. And suppose you want to write some queries, so simply go to this SQL tab and you can write the query over here like this, and click on go button will be there. Here go button is there, so you'll get all the records over here, how many employees are there when we have created simple query. Select star from HR underscore employees, right? So this is one thing, and to access the application you need to just click on this link, so you'll be able to see this OrangeHRM site is up and running. Make sure both are like Apache and MySQL are should be run over here in green color, should be in run mode, right? And simply you need to just log in using your user ID and password. So you can see, guys, it is perfectly working fine on our local environment, right? And you can access all the tabs as well. If you want to add new employees, so you can add it from here as well. So let me add a new employee. So click on this add button. I'll give new employee, or let's say Rahul Sharma, and this is the ID 007. And if you want to create the login credentials, you can simply select this, or if you don't want, it is not required, right? So let me just simply creating this Rahul Sharma and click on save. You can see successfully saved, correct? So if I want to go to the database, and what I'll do, simply I'll copy this query, go to SQL again, put the query over here again, and click on this go button. You'll see this has been created, right? You can see the employee number, employee ID, and this new employee has been added over here. So this is how you can do that. You can add as many as you want, and you have complete control over this database. Some important note, right? So if you get the error like this below while running MySQL, so sometimes what happens is, like a couple of times it happened to me. So when you start your system, and when you run this control panel, and when you start the services, then what happens is sometimes this MySQL is not working. It is showing some error like this. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to just rename the data file inside this location, XAMPP and /MySQL. Under that you'll see one data file. So you need to just rename that to data_old, and later on we need to keep make a copy of backup file. You need to just create the backup as you need to copy this backup file, and you have to just rename it to data. Okay, and after renaming it to data, what you need to do, from MySQL data into, you need to just copy all your databases folder from the old data which we have renamed into this new one, except MySQL, performance schema, and PHP admin folder. So remaining you need to just copy from the previous folder and put it inside this new data folder, and then the error will be gone. So this is how you can fix that one, and later on you'll see the site is up and running. Now I'll show you how you can configure this into our framework. So this is the previous URL, guys, and now let me do with the new URL. So I'll take this, I'll copy it, and I'll put like URL. So this is our local host URL right now. Let me rename it to URL1, the first one, old one, or I would say URL_old. So it will be this one. This one is not required to change credentials because we are not taking the data from here, right? This from this config.properties. So if you remember, in the data driven testing, we have picked the data from our test data from our Excel sheet, right? So let me go to that, and I need to change the username and password in this test data folder. Username. So what is the username we have? OrangeHRM_H Verma. So whatever you are going to set up, that will be your username, guys, and the password as well. Don't try with this one because it will not work, right? So what is the password I have set? I think this is the password. Let's try this. We log in. Yeah, that is the password. So we have done it. So simply close it. So our framework is configured with the new URL. Now I can simply run the script. So simply I'll go to TestNG.xml and let's run it, whether it is working fine or not. Right click, run as TestNG suite. Now our test cases will be executed on our local server. So you can see localhost / OrangeHRM. So now it is entered the invalid, which is not required to change, right? Invalid username and password from the Excel sheet. Rest of the things, like it is picking the data, like the valid credentials. Now you can see all the test cases like run successfully, 3 of them passed. One failure is there because deliberately we failed one case. If you followed the previous videos, we have done that, and it skips one test case, right? So let me open the report as well. There won't be any change in the report as well. So perfectly it is working fine with our local environment. Open with web browser. You can see one test case is failed, right, and one is skipped as per expected, and you can see it is working fine, like OrangeHRM logo and a valid login test. You can see admin like this, right? So this is working perfectly fine, guys, and you have complete control over the database. You can add as many as employees you want, and you can play around this, and this will never be down until unless if you set up it perfectly, and you can just follow this documentation. So I have already uploaded this on my ATI Digital Hub site, so let me show you as well. So if you go to the site atidigitalhub.myinstamojo.com and just go to this automation testing, and here you'll see this file, right, which I have added over here. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video so that you can access it, and let me know in case if you find any like issue while setting it up, like this OrangeHRM site locally. Let me know in case if you get any difficulties, so I'll try to resolve it. So that's all for today, guys, and in the next video we'll talk about, because we have done the OrangeHRM setup locally, now we can easily add the database test case to our framework. So we'll talk about it in the next video. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 18 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and today we are going to talk about how can we set up database testing, or how we are going to achieve database testing in our framework. So in the previous part we talked about how can we set up OrangeHRM application in our local environment. So the previous part is mandatory to achieve the database, because I have shown you like how to set up the database and how to access the OrangeHRM application in local environment. So that is mandatory to go about the database testing, so that we can have the access to the database and we can easily run our application on our local environment. So today we'll focus on database testing because the environment is already set up, and we'll achieve the database testing in our framework. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is database testing in Selenium, why is database testing is important, types of database validation in Selenium, right? And at last I'll talk about what are the different steps which we are going to perform to achieve this, like database testing, how we are going to implement database testing in our framework. So I'll show you step by step practically as well. So let's have a look at the first topic. So what is database testing in Selenium? So in simple words, I have written the simple definition over here. Database testing in Selenium ensures that the data displayed on the web. So it's not about like Selenium, but this is general definition, like what is database testing in simple words. So database testing in Selenium ensures that the data displayed on the web application UI matches the actual data stored in the database. Okay, so whatever you see on the UI part, that should match with the database. Whatever data we have in the database, that should reflect on the UI. It validates data integrity, consistency, correctness by querying the database directly and comparing result with the UI data. So this is the simple definition, right? Like whatever data we have in the database, that should reflect in the UI. So why is database testing is important? So ensures data accuracy between UI and DB, which we discussed. So data accurate data should be displayed on the UI. verifies data integrity after UI transactions, right? So there should be proper integration between the database and the UI guys, and helps in detecting data corruption and inconsistency. So there should not be any inconsistencies with the data when we talk about the database testing. So easily we can, when we perform the database testing, we can easily detect those kind of data like corrupted data or inconsistent data. Automates data validation for faster execution and better test coverage. What are the different types of validation we perform as part of Selenium testing? So data consistency check, right? So ensures the UI reflects the correct data stored in the database. That is the basic thing which we perform. CRUD operation we perform, like verify, create, read, update, and delete operations work as expected or not. So we have different queries, right? How to create the data, how to read the data, how to update it, and how to delete the data. So basically we perform the CRUD operation to check all the validations are properly happening or not. And then UI DB synchronization confirm that the updates in the UI are reflected in the database, and when we update the database, then it should reflect on the UI. So we should check the synchronization between UI and database as well. And lastly, data integrity checks. So validate different keys like primary key, foreign keys, and constraints are enforced or not, right? So these are the different validations which we perform as part of database validation in Selenium. Now, what are the different implementation steps which we are going to take to achieve this database testing? So this is the first step which we have already done, like setting up the OrangeHRM in our local environment. In the previous video, we have done that. We need to add JDBC dependency. We are going to use this JDBC API, guys, Java Database Connectivity API, right? So we have to add this in our framework, in our pom.xml. Another one would be like, we'll talk about what is the database scenario we are going to cover as part of this framework, database test case scenario, and database configuration and implementing database connectivity. So basically we need to have one utility class where we can make the connection, database connection, and we can do the query as well to get the results from the database. So we'll create one class called DB connection, or you can give any name, database connectivity or anything, right? Any proper name. And then we have implementing page classes for UI verification. So maybe we need to slightly make some changes based on the what data we are verifying on the UI. So we'll update our page class as well. And implementing DB verification test. So we'll create one test in the test classes to check the database verification and test execution and validation, right? So at last we'll run the script and we'll see whether it is working perfectly fine or not, right? So this is what we are going to do. So step by step, right? So let me take you to my project. Yeah, so this is our project, is OrangeHRM project, and let me first do what is the first step. We need to add this one is done already, and we have to add the JDBC dependency. So we'll open the pom.xml. So here we'll add JDBC dependency. Connector Maven. So we'll go to Maven site. So the first one is the Maven repository site. So we'll open it over here. And what is this one? MySQL connector Java. So we need MySQL -connector -j, not Java. So we need these guys, MySQL connector -j. So we can use this one. This is on 9.2.0 we can use, or 9.1.0 is stable one, so we can use either of them. So let's use this one. So copy this one and simply we'll put inside our pom.xml. Control Shift F and save it so that it will download all the jar files. So this is done, guys. And what we'll do, the next step, let's talk about the DB test case scenario, right? So last time we have set up the OrangeHRM locally. So for that, so we need to start XAMPP control panel, and what we'll do, we have to start this Apache application and MySQL database. So you can see both are running, up and running, and we should be able to access the local OrangeHRM application. So localhost / OrangeHRM. So you can see we are able to access. So still it is logged in. So let me log out, and you can see the login page like this, right? And right now the site, the demo site is also working fine, guys. So OrangeHRM like this. This is the demo site which we have, right? We have written all the other test cases, and this is our local environment. So here you can see like username and password is given over here, and but we cannot perform the database testing using this one, right, this application, because we don't have access to their database. However, since we have already set up this locally, so we can easily perform the database testing over here. So let me show you, let me log in what the database scenario which we are going to cover. So enter username and password, and here you will see, and just click on this PIM tab where you'll get all the employees, right, and you can add new employee using this button as well. And here you can see I have already added few employees. Okay, so what we'll do, our scenario would be like, I'll put the name over here and search it, and we'll get the result at bottom. So here we'll get like Hitendra Verma, right, first name, middle name, and last name, and here is the employee ID. So we'll verify with the database whether the value displayed on the UI is correct or not. Now let me show you the database as well, like how we are going to perform the, like how we write the query and how to get the data from the database. So let me close this one now, and what we'll do, how to access the database. So here MySQL, and here you can see one button called admin, so click on that. So you'll be able to access this localhost / php myadmin database, right? So here you can see the database which we have created, OrangeHRM. So click on that, which I have shown in the previous video. And when I select this OrangeHRM, so here you'll see all the tables over here. All the tables are listed down over here. So the employee table, here we have the employee table HS_HR_employee. This is the table, and here you can see, guys, all the values are displayed over here, all the columns, like all the employees. Now let me write one quick query. So simply you can click on this SQL, so that you'll get this editor, and let's write one query. Select employee first name, employee middle name, employee last name from HS HR employee, right? And where we'll put where condition, employee ID is equal to, let's say, 1. So simply click on this go, you'll see the results over here. So this is our query, guys, and here you'll see the employee Hitendra Verma, right? Suppose you want some other employee, let's say you want, let's say this one, employee ID 3 Robinson you want. So what we'll do, we click on this edit, and instead of 1 we'll put employee ID 3, and simply click on go. So you'll get the employee ID like 3 Robinson, right? So this is how you can write the query, and you get the result from the database. So this is what we're going to achieve. Like we'll write the query in our script to, we have to create the database connection, right, and to access the database, and later on we'll write the query to get the data from the database, and we'll write one test case to make sure whatever data we are getting from the database is matching with the UI. So that is our scenario. So this is our database case scenario. Now if we talk about the next step, database configuration and implementing database connectivity. So we have to have we'll create one class called database connection. Okay, so let me go back to the OrangeHRM project, and I'll go to Assertions in Java, and here we have the utilities package. Simply what we'll do, I'll create one class over here. Let's say DB connection. You can give any name, meaningful name. Click on finish. And here what do we need, guys? To make the database connection, we need 3 things, like database URL, and we need database username and password, right? So what we'll do, we'll create 3 variables over here: private, static, so it belongs to the class, right? So we'll make it static, and final, so that will be kind of constant, the value will not be changed, string, and db URL. And what is the db URL which we are going to, what is the URL we have? JDBC colon mysql colon /localhost colon 3306. You can see the port over here, 3306, the one which we are using, right? And slash OrangeHRM, the database name, OrangeHRM. So this is how you need to provide the URL, the database URL: JDBC colon mysql colon /localhost colon 3306 OrangeHRM. And we'll write another variable, public static final string db username. And what is our username? Root. root is our username guys, and let's write another one, public static final string db password. Password is blank basically. So when we have set up this local environment, so at that time we have given the username as root and we have given the password is blank. So that's why we are able to access directly without entering the, if you click on this admin, we are able to access without entering the password. So we don't have any password in this database, we don't set it, right? So what we'll do now, next thing is we need to create one method, public static and void get db connection, right? To make the connection, we'll create one method called get db connection, and inside that what we need to do, let's put system.out.println, and here we'll write starting db connection. We can write a statement like this, correct? And to make the connection guys, what we'll do, we need to, in the driver manager class, driver manager, we have to set the driver, the JDBC driver on driver manager class. So what the method we have, get connection over here. So here we need to provide the driver manager.get connection. We have to provide three things: the URL and DB username, comma DB password to make the connection, right? And what we'll do, we have to add throws declaration and surround with try catch. We'll do that later on, and that will gives us, will store in connection interface variable. So we have created the con object, so we have to import this connection from java.sql. So this is done. Now next thing what we need to do, system.out.println, we write one statement again over here, like db connection successful, right? When we enter the username, when we navigate to the db URL, entering username and password, so that we can simply write like this. And what we'll do now, let's surround this with try catch. Surround with try catch, and what we are going to do here is, this is fine, let's remove this one. Catch blog, here we have written, and we can write proper print statement over here as well, like error while establishing the connection, db connection. Now what we'll do, let's change the, instead of white, what will what we'll write, will return the object of connection. So we'll change it to the return type to connection, and simply we have to add the return statement. So simply we'll return this connection object. So here what we'll do, we need to got it from here, we have to return it over here, and here we'll return null, right, in case if you are not able to make the connection. So this is how you can write guys. So our db connection method is done guys. So to make the connection with database, so we have written one method called get db connection. Right now let's write another method to get the data from the database. So what we'll do, we'll write one method, public static void get employee details, and what we'll do, we'll pass employee id. So when we write the query, so that we can simply pass employee id as parameter, right? So this is how we can do. And let's change the return type of this one to map, so that we can store the values in key value pair. So I'll use key as string data type and value as well. So let's say if you get the data from the database, like first name, right? So we'll have the key like first name and corresponding value like Hitendra, employee name, right? So that's how we are going to store in map interface, in hash map in fact. So simply I have to import this map from java.util, the reference of map interface, right? So we'll have the return type of this, and later on what we'll do here, let's write the query. And yes, and if you see, we have already written the query over here guys. Select employee first name, middle name, last name from this employee table where employee ID is equal to 3, right? So simply I can copy this entire query and I will put it over here. And instead of hard coding here employee ID, what we'll do, simply will pass the employee ID here. Correct? We can do like this, and later on what we'll do, we need to store the values that get employee details into map, right? So what we'll do, we need to create the object of hash map interface. Correct? So this is how we can do. And what we'll do here, we have to import this hash map from java.util, and here we have to have the reference of map interface and string like this data type, and we have to give the variable name employee details. Like this we can write. Later on what we'll do, we need to create 3 objects, right, to make the connection. Connection already done. To write the query to and to make the statement to execute the query, we need to have 3 objects. So what we'll do, if you remember, we have created try with resources statement, so we'll use the same way, like try with resources. Inside that we'll create the different objects. So what we'll do, we'll create one connection object, right? So like this we can do, and we'll call the method from the above which we have written, get db connection, right? So first of all, we need to make the connection. Before writing the query, we need to make the connection. So simply we'll call this method from above and have the reference of this connection interface, right? So this is how we can do. Another things which we need to do, we have to create the statement, right? So what we'll do, we have a method, we can use this variable, and dot create statement is there. Create statement, using that we can create the execute the query. Correct? So that will give us the statement reference variable. So we can store in state reference variable. So what we'll do, statement like this we can give, and we have to import this statement from java.sql. And the last one we have to do, what we need to do, we have to execute the query, right? So and store in result set. So simply we can call one method execute query. Correct? And query will pass as parameter over here, and what we'll do, we'll store in result set reference variable, and I'll give rs. So we have to import the result set from java.sql. So this is done, guys, and let's write. So throws declaration and catch block. So catch block will write later on. So this is try with resources which we have written, like we have created 3 objects, connection, statement, and rs. So this will store the result of the query. Okay, and here what we'll write, let's write one print statement. So here we can say executing query, and here we'll pass the query, right? Query, which we can simply print the statement like executing the query. After this statement, our query will be getting executed. And later on, what we'll do, to store the values in the map, we need to iterate one by one, right? So what we'll do, rs.next, and here what we'll do, we need to store all the values into map. So first of all, we need to get the result, right? Rs dot, using this object, rs object will get the result. So we have method called getString, and here we'll give the what is the first name, employee first name, and here we need to store that into variable string, let's say first name. Like that we can do. Similarly for the middle name and last name as well. So simply I'll copy paste from here for the middle name, and I'll change it to middle name, and similarly for the last name as well. Here also I'll change it to last name. So we'll create 3 variables to get the data from the from the query, like employee first name, middle name, and last name. And later on what we'll do, so this is our if statement, guys, and later on we need to store in map. So store in a map. Now how to store? So we already have this variable over here, employee details, which we have created. So simply we have one method, put method, right, to store the values in put. So in the map, first name, So key value pair we need to insert. So simply I'll give what I'll give key like first name only, and here we'll provide the value which we get from the database first name, correct. And similarly we have to store the other values as well for last name, middle name, and last name. So make sure whatever you can change this to any other name as well, like first underscore name or like that, the key, and this is the value, whatever values which we are getting from the getString method, right, with the result set object. So this is how you can store the values in map. And later on what we'll do, simply after this we'll write, let's say, query executed successfully, right. We can write like this, and later on in this if statement, this is our if statement, and I'll write else part. Here what we'll do, system.out.println, and here, and let's write one more statement over here guys, like employee data fetched, employee data fetched, right. And here what we'll write, in case if you are not able to do that, then what we'll write, employees not found, employee not found, like that we can write inside else statement. And then what we'll do, we have to write the catch block here, right. So this is for the entire try block which we have written, right. So catch block will come over here, and inside that here we'll write, let's write exception and store that, right, catch it. So simply I'll write system.out.println, and simply I'll put one statement like error while executing query, right, like this we can write. And simply after that e dot print stack trash, we can print the error. And here after this block we simply return the value, correct. So return, so this is the entire the method block. So here we'll write the return statement employee details. So this is the variable which we have where we store the values in the map interface, right. So this is how you can write the employee details, get employee details method guys. And here let me write one comment like get the employee details from database and store in a map, control shift F. So this is how you can write both the methods. One is DB connection and another one is to get the database the data from the employee table. Let me quickly review this class guys. So DB connection we have created, and inside that we have created couple of methods, get DB connection to make the connection, and here we have get employee details to get the records from the database, right. And when we print this employee data fetched, what we can do here, we can simply print all those employee details. So like this we can do. And one more thing we can do here is some employee doesn't have the middle name, right. So what we'll do, we can use the ternary operator using which we can check the null values. So if middle name is not equal to null, then what we can do, we can print the middle name colon blank. So in case if we don't have middle name, then it will simply print the middle name, otherwise it will print the blank value, right. It will print the blank. Let's don't give the space, this is fine. So simply we'll print the middle name. So this is how we can do. So this is done. Now what is the next step? So database configuration is done, and we have created the DB connection class. Now let's talk about this one, implementing page class for UI verification, right. So if I go to OrangeHRM, here what we'll do, we need to create the page objects, right. So first we need to log into the application, and we have to navigate to this PIM tab, and here we have to search the employee, right? And we'll get the employee details over here by clicking on the search button. So let's write the UI locators and everything like action related methods. So what I'll do, those are all related with page objects, right? And that will come under home page. So we can go to this com.orangehrm.pages and homepage.java will open, and here we'll write all the locators. So private PIM tab, right? We have PIM tab by dot xpath. Let's go to the, let's inspect this one, PIM tab, and here we have, what do we have? PIM text is there, so simply we can write under this under span tag, right? So control F and span text is equal to PIM. Like this we can write the XPath for this one. So we got here one of one element, so simply copy it and put it over here. This is done. So next what we are going to write, so private employee search, right? So here we have, we need to put the, after that we need to, when you go to the PIM tab, so we need to enter the employee over here, right? So for that we need to inspect this one. So we have type for hints, we can take this one, this text. Apart from that, what we can do, we can get this employee name, so let me see how is the hierarchy. Employee name is there and type for hints is over here. So we can go to this one, and from there we can come to this. Yeah, so we can use this type for hints, but let's see. So label, we can go to the first one, label, and then text, we can say like employee name. So we'll go to that one, the above one element, employee name. After that we can switch to this one, right? So how to do that? So where we are right now here, so after that we can go to the parent element, this dev element, and from there, so we can use xpath access parent /parent and then that div, right? That div we can go, and after that we can use following sibling div. Why it is not showing here? After coming here, what we'll do, these are all inside div, right? So we can do like this, we can come to this div. So here what will give, parent :div following sibling div. Yeah, so we can come to this one, and from there, here we can simply switch to div like this, and so we got this, but we need to switch one more, right? Div. So what we can do here, we can simply give the tag, input tag. So like that you can see guys, you can use xpath access, and you can use this one as well, placeholder. Maybe you can try this, but let me copy this one for now. We can modify this one as well, so later on, but that's fine. I think this is unique one, so we can copy this xpath, the semicolon over here. Now what we need to do next is search button, right? Next what we have, search button, this search button. So simply click on this and see we have button tag. So this will be easy. So /button, we have 20 buttons in this page. So what we'll do, type is equal to, let's see what we have, submit, right? So type is equal to submit, we can give like this. So you can identify one of one here, so simply copy this and put inside our, so we'll create another locator, private by I would say search button by dot xpath. I'll put the xpath over here. So this is done guys. Now next is, after that what we need to do, after putting the first name, right? So what we'll do, let's say I'll put Hitendra over here and enter. we got the result over here. Now we have to, or let's say we want this one Robinson one, so that will get the middle name. So now you can see here middle name is coming over here, right? First name, middle name. So let's inspect this one, Robinson first name and middle name, right? So what we'll do this one, so how to do this? So probably we have to take this one, right? Let's write the XPath for this one. Private by employee first and middle name by dot XPath. And what we'll do here, we'll use the class, right? So Control F. What is the Robinson, right? So it will come under div. So slash div, we can give like this at the rate class. What is the class we have? We'll go to this top one, that the table which we have at the rate class is equal to oxt table. So we got the class over here, class name, right? And after that what we'll do, it is completely selected the table, right? And after that what we'll do, we'll go to the next div and another div, and I think we need to switch to one more div, correct? And after that simply we'll give what is the third or fourth, not like that. I think third one we have to remove one div like this, right? So this is how you can inspect this one, guys. First name and middle name. So what we have done, we have to go to the top one, like table one, what is the class, and after that we switch to two divs. So this is the third one. So if I put one, so you'll get the first one, the checkbox, the second one would be the ID, and third one is the first name and middle name. So we can copy this one, it's fine. So simply I'll put the XPath over here. You can practice and you can write your own XPath as well. So let's try another one. What we need to do right now, the last name, right? Employee last name as well. We need last name by dot XPath, and here what we'll put, what we'll write over here. So simply inspect the last name, and similarly we need to do this one as well. So we have what we have here, table card we have. So let's try the, if I put four over here, one second guys, if I put 4, then it will show me the last name, right? So we can copy this one as well. This one is also, this will work. So simply copy this one and put it over here. So I think all our locators are done. So we need to switch to PIM. We need to navigate to the PIM tab, and after that employee search, click on search button, employee first name, and this is how we'll get the employee last name. So now it's done. Now what we'll do, we'll write some action related methods. So what is the first method we need to write here? Let's write over here. So I'll say like method to navigate to PIM tab, right? We'll write the method over here. So public void click on PIM tab, like this we can write, and simply we'll call action driver dot click. From the action driver we have click method. So admin tab, not admin tab, we have to give PIM tab. What is the variable we have written, like locator PIM tab? Simply put the PIM tab over here. So this is done. So click on PIM tab. Next one is employee search. Employee search. So for that also we need to write the method. So public void employee search method we can write, and inside that what we'll do, we'll pass the value. So we'll take one parameter, string parameter, string value, and here what we'll do, action driver dot enter text, and where we need to enter the text, employee search, and here we'll pass the value. So this is how we can write. And after that, action driver dot click on search button, right? So search button we can select, and action driver. After that, what we'll do, we can after that we'll scroll it, right? We'll scroll to the, because when you enter Robinson over here, so you have to click on search, and after that you have to scroll down to see this result. So if you remember, we have written one scroll method as well, scroll to element, and here what we'll do, scroll to which element, employee first name and middle name, we can give like this, correct? Scroll to element, and here you can see guys, we have already written while talking about the action driver class, we have already written one method called scroll to element. We haven't used it till now, but this is the method which we have written. So it will go to that particular element whatever we have given over here, employee first name and middle name, right? On the screen you can see it will scroll to this element. So this is fine. So this is the JavaScript which we have written here. Instead of comma, it should be like dot. So this is the correction guys, I made it on this scroll to element like dot. I have added earlier by mistakenly, I think I have added I have written comma. So instead of comma, it should be like dot scroll into view true. So other than that, I think all good. So we can just save it. Coming back to this home page, so this is how you can write. So I think this is done. Now let's write another methods. So we'll write verify employee first and middle name, right? So how to verify this one? So we'll write public void verify employee first and middle name, like this we can write, correct? Another action method. So when you get the first name and last name, so simply we need to write one verification method, so that we can call that method from our test class when we write the test case, right? So this is how we can write verify employee first name and middle name. And here what we'll do, action driver dot, we have already written the method compare text in our action driver, right? You can see we have already written compare text, so we can call that method. And here what we'll do, let's pass one parameter, a string, what we can say, employee first and middle name from database, from DB. Okay, so we'll copy this and we'll put it over here. So it will take two things. One is we'll take this one, employee first name and middle name, the locator, and another one, what is the expected outcome. So whatever data we'll get from the database, that will match with this one, the locator, right? And internally we'll have, when you see this compare text, internally we'll call this get text method. So we'll get the value, right, of this locator, of this element, so that we can easily compare. And what we'll do here, the compare text is boolean, right? So let's change the return type also. So simply I'll say like return, and we'll change the return type to boolean. So like this we can do. And similarly we can write for last name as well, guys. So we'll verify separately, because first name and middle name we have together, and last name is we have in different column, right? So this is how we can do. And here instead of employee last name, like this we can give. And here also we can make the changes, employee last name from DB, and here we'll simply put this one, employee last name, over here, and this one to change like this. So I think this is done, guys. So this is how you can implement you can update your home page for the new elements whatever we are using for this test, right? First navigate to this PIM tab, and then we have this employee information where we'll search for employee, click on search, and when you get the record, you'll just verify it, right? So we can write two verification method, so that we can call them using our test class. So this is done. Now let's have a look, guys, what is the next step. right? So we'll go back to the PPT, and here we have written one step implementing DB verification test, right? So we need to start writing the test case. So what we'll do, we have src test Java. Here we have different test cases. So here I'll create one test case, test class. So I would say DB verification test. Okay, DB verification test. Click on finish, and simply whatever we have written, like login page test, we have to write like that, right? So before that, what we'll do, extends base class, right? DB verification test extends base class. So simply we have to import base class from com.orangehrm.base. And what we'll do, we need to create those two variables, login page and home page objects, and we'll create one method as well, setup pages. So this will be the same. So simply I'll copy this one and I'll put it over here, right? What we have done, we have created two reference variable of our login page and home page, because we are going to call login method and home page related methods as well. So that's how we have written. And set of pages, we have created the objects of those pages, so that we can, like, this is for initialization of those pages, right? And that will keep inside the before method. And what we'll do after that, we need to just simply write the test case, right? So what we'll do here, we'll write public void, we can say verify employee from DB, employee name from database, right? So this is how we can do. And here what we'll do, we'll start with extent manager dot log step, and here we'll say the first thing is logging with admin credentials, correct? So login with admin credentials or credentials, that is fine. And here what we'll say, like login page, we have login page object dot, we'll call the method login method, and here we'll pass username and password, right? So what we'll do here, we'll pass the username and password, and let's pass this from our config.properties, right? So where we have config.properties test resources, we can parameterize that one as well using data provider. So that is another way. So here I'll just change the value. I have username like OrangeHRM underscore H Verma, that I'll put, and I'll put the password over here. And let's use these credentials to call over here, right? So system dot get property, in fact we have to use prop, right? Prop dot get property, and here we'll pass those values like username and password. Username, and similarly we'll do for this one as well, prop dot get property password, like this you can do. And after that, what we'll do, extent manager log step, and here what we'll write, click on PIM tab, right? Next step would be like this. So we have already written the method after logging to the page in the application. After that, we'll land on the home page, and there we'll call click on PIM tab. So this is done. Next thing what we're going to do, extent manager dot log step, and here we'll do search for employee, correct? And similarly from the home page object, home page dot employee search we have, and here we have to pass the value. So let me just hard code this one right now. Robinson we are going to search, right? Later on we'll parameterize using data provider. So this is done, guys. And after that, what we'll do, we'll write another extent manager dot log step. If you haven't gone through this one, like if you don't get this one, like extent manager, why we are using this one. So this is for the extent report, right? Extent manager dot log step, we have written different methods to log into our reports, right? So that's the reason I'm calling using this object extend using this class extent manager dot different step, like we have log step, and here we are providing the different steps, right? Get the employee name from database. So here what we'll do, we'll get the data from the database, and later on we'll compare, right? So what we'll do here, I'll put string employee ID is equal to, I'll pass the employee ID as well. So for Robinson we have employee ID as 3, right? So let me show you again. Password at the rate. So if you come over here, PIM tab, and if you see all the employees over here, so Robinson employee ID is 3. So that's why I have given, right now I have hard coded this one. Later on we'll parameterize using data provider. So this is done, guys. Now next what we'll do, fetch the data, fetch the details, employee details, fetch the data into a map. So we have already created map, right? So to get the data also we need to create the reference variable of map over here. So what we'll do, so we have already created the method get employee details over here, and that is static, so we can call it using class name dot get employee details, right? And here we'll pass the employee ID. This is how we can do, and we'll store that into map interface reference variable, string comma string, and here I'll give employee details. Correct, this is done, and we have to import map as well. So this is done. So what we will do next, we have to get the data. Once we have the data here, so we need to get the data as well. So what we'll do, we have get method here, and here what we'll give, so whatever keys we have stored already in our DB connection, you can see these are the keys we have stored, right? So we'll simply put it over here to get the first name, similarly for the middle name and last name. So what we'll do, simply we'll copy it from here, middle name, so make sure there is no mismatch, last name as well, like this, and let's store them in string variable, string employee first name, and here string employee middle name, and here we'll write another variable, string employee last name, like this we can give. And what we'll do next, now what we'll do, we have to verify the first name and last name in a single verification, right? Here you can see Robinson HH is coming, so we'll concatenate first name and last name. So string, I would say employee first and last name, like this you can give, and here we'll concatenate employee first name plus last name, right? And what we'll do here, we should give the space, and here put the semicolon, and here what we'll do, here we'll put this space between the first name and last name. And one more thing we need to do, guys, in case if we don't have middle name, right? Sorry, not last name, we should have the middle name over here. We are concatenating first name and, sorry, there should be middle name, yeah, concatenating first name and middle name, because on the UI we have together Robinson HH, right? So that's the reason we are concatenating first name and middle name, and we should give the space as well. You can see we have space over here. And another thing is, like, let's say if you don't get the middle name, if it is null, then what we'll do, we'll simply trim whatever blank space will be there. So simply we'll call this trim method over here at the last, in case if we don't get middle name, so this space will be counted, right, with the first name. So what we'll do, we'll just trim it. So like that we can do. And here what we'll do, extent manager, we'll write another step, log step, and here what we'll say, verify the employee first and middle name. Let's verify it first. So how to do that, we'll use assert true, assert true, guys, assert true, and here we'll call the method which we have already written inside our home page, right? So what is the method to verify the first and middle name? So here we'll call that method. So homepage object dot employee first name middle name, and here we'll pass the this one which we are getting from database, right? Employee first name and middle name. So like that we can give, and comma we can put the message as well, first and middle name are not matching in case if it is false, right? First and middle name are not matching, like that we can give the message over there. So what is the next step? Extent manager dot log step, and here verify the employee last name. Here we'll verify the last name, so assert true, and here we'll call home page dot verify employee last name, like this we can give, and here we'll pass the employee last name from the one which we get from the database. So this is how we can do. So I think all things are done, guys, here. And what we'll do here, we can write one more extent manager log step database validation completed, like this we can give. Yeah, so this is what we can write, verify employee name from database, or we can say verify employee verification name verification from database. Okay, so here we have to add the test. So simply we need to import this. Now this is fine, guys, everything looks good. And now let's run this test. So simply I'll copy this one, and where is our TestNG? Inside src test resources. And what we'll do here, we have to call one more, or what we'll do, simply I'll remove it for now, and I'll put one test case only, like this employee verification test. So what I'll do, I'll put it over here. So let's see whether it is working fine or not first, right? So we can put our the latest case DB verification test. So everything looks good. Let me run it, whether it is working fine or not. So run as TestNG suite. Browser is launched, and it will navigate to, it is logging into the application. So it navigated to PIM tab, searching the employee. Now you can see, guys, everything looks perfect, right? So this is how you can verify the data from the database. And here you can see the log as well. Is starting DB connection, and after that DB connection successful, right? Executing query. This is the query which we have written, correct? And later on query executed successfully. And here you can see the data which we got. Employee data fetched, Robinson 1, Lamb, and HH, middle name, first name, last name, and middle name, right? And here we got one test case, one is passed. Let's have a look the reports. So let me refresh it first. Let's have a look the report as well. So right click to the ExtentReport and open with web browser, and here you will see all the logs properly. It is logging over here, right? And here you can see we have two verification point, right? Compare text, like text verified successfully, Robinson HH equals to Robinson HH. So you can see it is coming correctly over here. Now the second thing is compare text for the last name. So you can see Robinson Lamb, this one, right? Lamb. So that is also looking good. And test passed successfully. This is the final, screenshot. And here you can see test and employee verification name from DB test pass, and DB validation completed, right? So everything looks good. What we can do right now, let's parameterize using the like parameterization last time we have done, right? What you can say, using data provider, right? So let's do it. So how we have done using login page test, in the similar way we can do it for this one as well. So what I'll do, I'll go to the test data first, and there what I can say, right click and properties, open that. So here what we'll do, here I'll write one more, I'll add one more sheet, and here I'll say like employee verification, employee verification data, guys. So I'll add one column, one worksheet, employee verification, and here what we'll do, I'll pass employee ID and employee name. emp name will pass. Okay, so we'll pass two data over here, employee ID and employee name. The one which we are doing through front end, we'll do it through parameterization, right? We have hard coded earlier. Now what we'll do, simply close this one, and simply I have to go to the data provider. So here we have written the data provider like this, so I'll write one more data provider over here, and I'll say employee verification like this we can give. And sheet data, what is the sheet data we have? We have to give the proper sheet data over here like this, and here also we can give like this, employee verification. Yeah, so this is how you can give. And what else we need to do, we have to just go to the DB verification test. So similarly to the how we have provided the data to login test, right? So similarly we need to just call this, we need to copy this and put inside our DB verification in our test method like this. Instead of this data provider, we have to give the exact data provider. What data provider we have? Employee verification data provider. Here we have, simply pass this to our, and rest of the things will be the same, like data provider class, data providers dot class. This is our data providers class name. And here simply I'll pass string employee ID comma string, what you can say, employee name. So this you can give any name, and from here I'll, what we can say, employee ID we can simply put over here like this, we can pass, and employee name as well, employee name over here like this. So this is also parameterized now, so everything looks good. Let me save it, everything. Now what we'll do, we'll put the employee ID over here, like what is the employee ID which we are going to verify, and here I'll put the name of the employee like Hitendra. Let's verify the first employee, and simply I'll close this one Excel sheet. Now let me rerun it whether it is working fine or not. And we just remember, I don't have the middle name, right? So let's see whether it is working fine or not. So right click and run as TestNG suite. Browser is launched and it will log in into the application. Go to the PIM tab, search with Hitendra, and you can see it is perfectly working fine using parameterization as well. And we have used this time first name and last name, right? First name Hitendra and Verma, and middle name is blank. So this is how you can do, guys, database verification using Selenium. So we have covered everything in today's session about the database testing, right? So in the next part I'll talk about how we can add the API test cases in our framework. So this is all for today, guys, and let me know if you have any question related to today's implementation, what we have done so far. So thank you for watching, have a nice day, and if you're new to this channel, then please subscribe it so that I can come up with some similar interesting videos. Thank you so much, have a nice day, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 19 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and in the previous part we have implemented database testing, right? Now today we'll focus on soft assertions in Selenium Framework. I supposed to talk about API test cases, like how we are going to add API test cases in our framework, but we left with this topic earlier, soft assertions. So let's cover this small topic today, right? So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what are soft assertions and what is the difference between hard and soft assertions. Later we'll talk about when to use soft assertions in our framework, in our code, right? And I'll show you the implementation, how we can achieve the soft assertion in our script. So let's quickly talk about the theoretical stuff. So what are soft assertions? So soft assertions in TestNG allow test execution to continue even if an assertion fails. So let's say we write one test case, right? And there are multiple checkpoints, like verification points, assertion points, correct? So if one fails here, then it will continue to the other verification. This is the best part of soft assertion, right? Unlike hard assertion. So hard assertion, what happens is, like let's say if you have multiple checkpoints and if it fails over here, then it won't execute the further script, right? Which stop execution immediately when a failure occurs. Soft assertions collect all the failures and report them at the end of the test. we have assert all function method, so we need to call that at the end of the script. So this is about soft assertion, guys, and let's talk about the difference between hard and soft assertions. So if you talk about the execution behavior, so it stops execution on failure, which is like hard assertion. So till now we are using hard assertion, and if you talk about the soft assertion, it continues execution even if a failure occurs. An exception, if you talk about the exception handling, throw an assertion error immediately in case if we get any failure. It stores failures and reports them at the end of the script, right? It will collect all the reports. And if you talk about the TestNG class, what is the class? So it is, we have like assert class, and here we have soft assert. What is the use case? So critical test steps where failure should stop execution. So let's say we write one critical test case and we have written only one checkpoint. So in that case, we should go for hard assertion. And if you talk about non-critical steps where all checks should be performed before failing. So let's say we are validating one web page, and we are validating multiple points on the web page. So we should go for the soft assertion, so that we can see, let's say we are validating 10 checkpoints, 10 validations we are performing, right? So we should know like which one is failed, which one is passed, like that. When to use soft assertions? So form validations. So let's say we have a form and we have multiple, as I have discussed earlier, multiple things are there or fields are there to verify. Check multiple fields before failing. UI testing, multiple elements verification in one test. Database or API testing, multiple data points verification. We can use soft assertion. End-to-end testing as well, where minor mismatches shouldn't break execution. Let's say we are performing end-to-end testing, right, where we perform different validations. So in that case, we can go for soft assertion. So let me practically show you how we can achieve this soft assertion in our framework. So this is the project, guys, which we are working on, OrangeHRM project. And last time we have created, if you talk about the utility classes, so we have created this DB connection, right? And later on, what we have done, we have created this DB verification test. Now let me tell you the scenario, what will happen in case, like here we have used hard assertion only, right? So you can see assert class we have used. So let's see what happens because here we are performing couple of validations, like we are validating the first name, last name over here, first name and middle name in fact, and later on we are validating last name over here, correct? So let me put some comment, validation for first and middle name, and here validation for last name, correct? So two validations are there. So now what we are going to do, let's fail this one and we'll see whether it will go for this validation or not. So what I'll do, I'll deliberately fail this one. So let's put test over here between the first name and middle name. I just put instead of blank space, I just put test over here. Okay, now let me open my testing.xml and I'll show you the problem with hard assertion. Not here, where src test resources testing.xml. So let me comment this exclamation mark and 2 hyphens over here, and like this you can comment all other classes. So we'll execute this one only. So this is how you can comment the other classes. So let me run it, and our local environment is already up and running, guys. So I have opened the XAMPP control panel, and where we have started the MySQL and Apache. We have already covered this in earlier classes, right? So I just started the services Apache and MySQL, so that we should be able to execute our script on local environment. This is the local URL which we have. So what I'll do, simply I'll run the script, run as TestNG suite. Entering username and password, logging into the application, and here you can see it is stopped, right? So you can see one test run, one failure. So let me check the report. So just refresh it, and here we'll see the ExtentReport web browser, and here you'll see we got only one failure over here. You can see validation for the first name and middle name, right? And it won't go for the last name. Here you can see, and this is the overall result which we got at last. So here you can see it will show the first name and middle name only, right? So it won't execute the second validation. So what we need to do, so that's the reason we are going to use soft assertion in our script. So that is very simple. So let me do that. So here what we'll do, inside here we'll create the object of soft assertion, soft assert, right? And I'll say soft assert, we'll create the object of soft assert class like this, and we can use this object. Now what is the problem with this approach? Because this is not thread safe, guys. So every time, like we need to create the object whenever we use uh, when we create the test cases, then we have to use this. Like every time we have to create the object over here. So what we'll do, we can create the object ThreadLocal object of soft assert in our base class, and we can utilize that, right? So let's do that, and then we'll run the script as well. We'll run our script later. So we'll go to the base class, and here what we'll do, we'll create the ThreadLocal object. So ThreadLocal, we have already seen in earlier classes how to create the, and we'll create it for soft assert class. So this is how you can do, and give some name soft assert, and here you need to simply, there is another way we can create in this way, and there is another way as well. So let me show you that one. ThreadLocal, there is a method called with initial, correct? So what it does, it initializes the soft assert object only when it is accessed for the first time, right? So we can use this method, and later on we can create one getter method to use that object. So here what we'll do, simply here we need to write like soft, we have to create the object soft assert. This is lambda expression, guys. Here we need to create like this, and here we need to use keyword new. So this is how we can do, and here we have to import the soft assert like this, and let's declare this to protected. So within the package it should be accessible, and what we'll do later on, we'll create one method, getter method. So simply I'll create one getter method, so that can be called to access the object outside other classes. So what we'll do, I'll create one, so let's say get soft assert. I'll give proper name get soft assert like this, and this will give us the return type of soft assert object. And here simply we have to call one method soft assert dot get like this we can do, and here we have to add the return statement like this. So this is how you can do, guys. And what we can do, we can copy this method, correct, and we can call inside our db verification test. So instead of creating the object over here, simply I'll put the method over here, and this is how we can do. And later on what we'll do, we'll use this object, right, and put in our, so wherever we have like assert hard assertion, so simply we'll put soft assert, and here also we'll put soft assert, and at last what we'll do, soft assert dot assert all, right? This we have to execute, so it will collect all the failures, okay, and then give the reports. So we have to call this, this is mandatory, we have to collect all the information, all the failures and whatever is succeeds, okay. So this is how we can do. And one more thing we can do, guys, last time we haven't done that. You can see here we have given the system.out.println. So let's like use the logger as well, proper logging mechanism to do this, right? So if you remember, like we have already like defined logger inside base class. Here you can see where we have that here, like this one, right? So let's put it on top. So this is how we have defined in base class, right? And later on we have used the same instance of logger class in ExtentReport as well, to use logging mechanism in ExtentReport as well, like this. So simply what we'll do, we'll copy this one, okay, we'll copy this and we'll use inside our test class, not test class, in db connection class, right, wherever we have used like system.out.println. So simply I can do like this, we can declare this as private, that's fine. And here what we'll do, instead of system.out.println, simply I'll put logger.info. Okay, so because when we execute the script, so it will come in the log files as well, in the log folder, right? It should generate over here as well, because if you go give like system.out.println, then it will print on the console itself. So we can do like this and copy this and put it for this one as well. And here we have exception, so I'll put like error info. So info error over here. Similarly we have here as well system.out.println here, and here as well. We have to change everywhere, and in else part where we get the error or something, then we should give like error logger dot error. So if you haven't gone through like log4j related stuff, guys, then I would recommend you to go to the previous classes, previous part which we have covered, and this is log.info, logger.info. So I think everything is done over here, and here you can see when we have this object of logger, that is coming from the base class, right? Base class dot logger. So this is done. Now simply what we'll do, this one is also done. So let's execute the script again, run as TestNG suite. Now this time it will verify the first name and middle name, and later on it will validate the last name as well. So let's have a look. You can see the first name and middle name is, you know, red color, and the last name is in green color. So you can just refresh this one, and here you can see this one is, there is a failure here, right? And if I open here, you can see my name is surrounded with red color, right? So here you can see in the message as well, test comparison failed, Hitendra not equals to Hitendra test, correct? And if you see here, compare text, the second part, the last name, so test verified successfully, Verma equals to Verma. So here if I open, you can see this one, Verma is validated successfully, and this is the final result is failed, right? And here you can see like this, first name and middle name is failed and last name is successfully passed. So this was a quick session for today, guys, and I wanted to cover this soft assertion, which is very important, and what you can do. So here we have already created, right, in the base class we have already created the object, the getter method. Here we can write like getter method for soft assert. We can give like this, so we can utilize this method wherever we want to call, we can call it, right? So this is all for today. So let me know if you have any questions or anything, and you can put your question in the comment section. And if you're new to this channel, then please subscribe it and click the bell icon to get the notification for upcoming videos. So in the next part we'll talk about API test cases. So let me show you, yeah, adding API test cases to the framework. So thank you guys for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. One thing I forgot, guys, the logs. So let me show you. So if you come to here in the console, so you can see here DB connection successful, right? Executing query, query executed successfully. So these are all coming from DB connection class where we have written the logger, right? We use the logger object. So here you can see DB connection successful, and here you can see the class name is also showing, right? So you can see like this, yeah, starting DB connection successful, executing query, query executed successfully. And let me open this app.log, and here also you'll see all the logs are coming properly. Starting DB connection successful, executing query, and query executed successfully. So this is also done. So this is all for today, guys. Next session we'll talk about API test cases. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 20 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and in the previous part we talked about soft assertion in our framework, like how we have added the soft assertion in our framework. Now today we'll focus on API testing, how we are going to add the API test cases in our Selenium framework, the framework which we are developing right now, how we are going to add the API test cases. So let's have a look at the agenda quickly. So we are going to talk about the basics of API testing, like introduction to API testing. Later on we'll talk about why we go for API testing, generally why do we perform API testing, and later on I'll talk about which tool which we are going to use in our framework to implement the API test cases, and I'll show you the complete implementation step by step so that we can integrate easily the API test cases into our framework. So basically we are going to use the rest assured tool, right? Using rest assured API, I'm going to cover the API test cases. So let's talk about the first topic, guys, introduction to API testing. So guys, if you remember, like API testing we have already covered as part of like last year I have created a playlist. I have created different videos on API testing using Postman tool. So there I have discussed about different API concepts. So if you haven't gone through that, then I would recommend you to first go through all the API related concepts over there. So in a couple of minutes I'll show you that playlist as well, where you can refer the API testing related videos using Postman. Now if you talk about the API testing, right, so let's understand first what is an API, right? So API stands for application programming interface, which tells us like how the software systems are interacting with each other, how they are communicating with each other is nothing but the application programming interface. If you talk about API testing, so API, application programming interface testing, validates the request and response interactions between the software components. So how we are going to send the request to the another system and how we are getting back the response. That is, and we need to verify the interactions between the among the different software systems, how they are interacting with each other. That is nothing but the application programming testing, right? How they are interacting with each other, what request we have sent and what is the expected response which we got. To verify that, that is nothing but the application programming testing. It ensures data integrity, right? When we perform API testing, that ensures the integrity, the data integrity, like how the integration is done between the systems, the security and the functionality of the web services, the APIs which are there on the net, on the network, right? That is nothing but the web services. So it ensures the data integrity between the systems, security and functionality. If we talk about different common HTTP methods, so we have 4 CRUD methods like get, retrieve data from the server, the get method. We have post method, send data to the server. We have put and patch to update the existing data, and then we have delete to remove the data from the server. So in that video which I have spoken about at the beginning, we have covered like all the HTTP methods over there, right? Using Postman tool, I have already covered these methods. So these are the 4 main HTTP methods we used to use during the API testing. Now if you talk about why we perform API testing, so and this is also called the backend testing, right? And there is nothing is happening on the UI when we perform this API testing. It is like internally it happens like in the backend, so it is faster than the UI, right? So this is one of the advantage or one of the reasons why we go for the API testing. Another thing is detects issues and at an early stage. So whenever we go for the development, we start developing the APIs first, how the system are getting connected with each other, and how we are sending the request, how we are getting the response, how they are interacting basically, right? So we can get the issues at an early stage when we perform the API testing. That is another advantage or another reason we go for the API testing. Works independently of UI changes, so it doesn't matter what are the UI changes will be there. This is, since it is backend testing, so it doesn't depend on the UI changes. It ensures seamless backend communication, right? So basically when we perform the API testing, so that will make sure that the backend communication is happening correctly. So these are the main reasons, like 4 main reasons why we go for the API testing. Now what are the tools which we are going to use in our framework to develop or to integrate the API test cases? We are going to use REST assured, as I have discussed earlier, REST assured API testing framework for Java. So we are going to use REST assured library, and TestNG, right, for test execution and reporting, and ExtentReports, right? And these 2 we have already covered as part of our the framework which we are building right now. TestNG we have already integrated, and ExtentReport we have already integrated in our framework. So that is for the logging and result visualization, like how we are going to see the reports. So basically we are going to create a couple of classes, guys. So one class which we are going to create is API, where we write different reusable methods, API utility class, and second one would be API test class, where we write our test cases. So these are the main 2 classes which we are going to implement today, and we need to make some changes, little bit changes on the ExtentReport and TestListener as well, right? Because we don't want to start the browser, we don't need the browser to be opened, to be launched, right? And we don't want taking the screenshots as well, since this is backend testing. So we need to make some adjustment on ExtentReport, Extent Manager class, the utility class, and there is one more like TestListener class. So let's get started practically how we're going to implement this. So this is the video, guys, which I was talking about the API testing tutorial. So when you go to Automation Testing Insider, and you need to just go to the API testing tutorial, and this is the complete course, API testing full course. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video, guys, and here you'll see all the topics are covered over here, all the topics related to APIs. So this is just for your information, and I would recommend first go through all these videos so that you can understand better about the API testing. Now let me talk about what is the scenario which we are going to cover as part of this API testing tool, REST assured, right, which we are going to integrate in our framework. So I think we have one endpoint over here. So this is the endpoint which we are going to use as part of our API testing implementation today. So this is the URL which we are going to take. So if I send the request, get request, so we'll get the response. So we'll write a couple of test cases, like the response we get like 200. We should get, when we send this get request, we should get 200 okay message, right? And another things, maybe we can verify a couple of items from here, from a couple of fields from the response payload, the response which we got, the response body, right? So these are the use cases which we are going to implement today. So let me show you. Yeah, So this is the project which we are working on right now, OrangeHRM project. So this is my Eclipse ID, and let me first start this form.xml because we need to add the dependency over here. So we should add the dependency over here. What is the dependency we need? Rest assured Maven dependency. So open this Maven repository site and just click on this. 5.5.0 is the July 5th 2024. This is the latest version. Maybe we can use this one. So copy these guys and put it over here in our form.xml. Control Shift F, Control S. So it will build the jar files. It will download all the jar files. Just make sure to remove this scope, guys, otherwise it will create the problem while import the statement of rest assured class. And do Control S, so it will see, you can see like all the jar files downloaded. And let me show you inside this Maven dependencies library. Just come down over here and you will see rest assured jar file has been downloaded, right? Has been added in the Maven dependencies. Now what we'll do the next, just come back to the original project or OrangeHRM project, the folder, and what we'll do, inside that we have Selenium Java, and here we have com.oranghrm.utilities. Inside this utility package, right click, new class. Here we'll create one utility class, API utility. You can give PNI like this, API utility class. Click on finish, and here we'll create different methods, like how we are going to send the request, how we are going to send the get request, how we are going to send the post request, like that, how we get the response. So in this utility method we'll write all these API related methods. So method to send the get request. So simply I'll write public static. I'll declare it as a static, this method, because we can directly call through class name, public static void, and I can say like send get request. And here when we send the get request, then we have to pass the URL, right? So I would say endpoint, and here what we'll do, rest assured, there is a method called get method in rest assured class. Automatically this import statement has been added over here, and you can see we called one method called get, and here we have to pass the endpoint, right? And we get the response back. So what we'll do, we'll simply add the return keyword over here, so it will give us response back. So we have to change the return type of this method to response. So this is how you can, from the response class, right? Response when we get. So what is the next method? Method to send the post request. This is how you need to create different methods. So public void static void send post request. So when we send the post request, we need couple of parameters, right? String, we need definitely endpoint, and we need the payload body. When we send the post request, right, we have already spoken about it. So when we send data to the server, so we have to send using the URL, the endpoint, and the body, the request body, right? So what we need to call, what we call that, string payload, like that we can give. And here in the rest assured class, we have one method called given dot header is there, header method. Header we have to define. So what is the header type, guys? Content hyphen type. Content type should be application in JSON format, right? So application hyphen JSON, not hyphen slash JSON. So you can see we have different headers when we send the request. So here we have headers, right? This is how we need to define in the key value pair. So similarly here also we have to define. So content type should be application in JSON format, right? And after that we need to call one more method. So what is that method, guys? Body. I mean we have to send the payload, right? So simply we'll call one method body, and after that we have to send the post request. This is how we can do when we send the post request. And simply I'll change the return type to return, and this will gives us change method return type to response. So this is how you can write the post request. Now what we'll do, we'll write one more method to validate response status code. So when we send the get request, so we'll get back the status code like 200, right? So how to validate that? So for that we'll write one utility method is static public static void validate status code, and here we'll send we need to send couple of parameters, like we'll get the response back, right? Response will take the response reference variable comma int the expected status code, correct? And here what we need to write, response will use this reference variable response dot get status code, and what we'll do, we'll compare this with the expected one. So simply we'll give equal to, and here we'll give the status code over here, and this gives us the exact response code, right? And here we have to write return, correct? And we have to change the return type to boolean. So this will gives us the boolean result, like whether it is correct or not, the expected response code which we are equal to the response which we get, whether true or false, right? So this is how we can validate the response status. Now another thing is method to extract value from JSON response. So when we get the response back, guys, so how to extract the value from here, right? That we need to validate. So that will do. So here we'll write one method public static void get JSON value, correct? And here we'll provide a couple of parameters like response comma we need string JSON the value, right? The value which we want, like field value, whatever I want, like the username or email. So we have to provide the value, and here what we can do, we have to call method like response dot JSON path. We have JSON path dot get string, and we provide the value over here like this. So what we'll do, this will gives us a string type, and here we have to change the return type to string. What is the return statement over here like this. So these are the different methods which we have written. Let me just quickly recap. So to send the request, we have written one send get request, right? To send the post request, we have written here send post request. Validate the response status. So for that we have validated status code. And then how to extract the value from the JSON response. We have one method called get JSON value. So our API utility class is ready. Now what is the next thing? We are going to we have to make some changes on extend manager. So what are the changes we need to change in the extend manager? Because we don't want to launch the browser, right? We don't want to launch the browser. And also what we need to do here, we have to change a couple of things over here. What we can do, so you can see, guys, log a failure is there. We don't want to take the screenshot as well, the second thing, right? So we don't want to launch the browser, and we don't want to take the screenshot for API testing, right? Because that's backend testing and it happens at the backend. So we don't need to launch the browser and take the screenshot. So for that, what we can do, simply we'll use this method, we'll copy it we'll write one separate method for API, log a failure for API. And here we don't need driver, simply we'll use string message, log message, and we don't need the screenshot as well, right? So for log failure, we can simply remove this part. So simply we can write method like this, log failure API, and we have to give here API, log failure API, correct? So you can use the same method name over here because we have different parameters, right? So method overloading you can try, but this is fine, like log failure API. And next thing which we want for the pass message as well. Where is the pass one? A login step log step validation with screenshot. So simply I'll copy this one for API, and here simply we'll remove this one as well. We don't need, so simply we have to remove the screenshot from here as well. Correct. So log step with screenshot, log step, I would say validation, log step validation for API. Like this we can change the method name, right? So this one method which we have written, log step validation for API for pass scenario, and for failure we don't want the screenshot as well for API, so we have written log failure API. So two methods are done. Now we need to make changes on the listener as well, because when test gets fail or pass, then it will we call different methods, right? So inside listener, so we'll make little bit changes in the listener as well. We'll put one condition. So on test success, on test failure, we have to make some changes over here. So what the change which we need to make over here? If we'll write one if condition over here, if result dot get test class dot get name, we'll get the class name, the test class name, dot equals ignore case, or we can simply to lowercase dot contains API. If the test contains API, right, then what we'll do, if it is not equal to API case, then simply we'll call this method. Correct. So we'll call this method log step with screenshot, right? And else part will call method which we have just written inside extend manager for the validation, right? Log, above we have log step validation for API, so simply we'll call like this. And here we don't need this driver, correct, for API. Simply we need from here like this, guys. So this is how you need to make little bit adjustment in this on test success. And when we run other test cases, right, which is not API, so simply it will execute this part, right? And if it is API, then it will execute this part, because here we are calling driver and everything, right? So this is how you can put one checklist over here, put a check, right, if condition. And similarly for on test failure as well. So what we'll do here, test name, test failure, log step failure, and here what we'll do, here we'll write if condition, same if condition, we call this one, right, result dot result is from this one, right, IT test result, we have result reference variable. So result dot get test class name, get test class dot get name dot to lowercase dot contains. If it is API, then what we need to do here, simply we'll call this log failure. Correct, guys? And later on, this to attach the screenshot, right, because we are calling the get driver and all. So else, here we need to call simply test and from here, and we have to change the method name to log failure for API. That is what we have changed, right? Log failure for API, log failure API, like this. So this is done, I guess. We have done this. Okay, now what we need to do, the next thing, we need to simply write the test class for API. Correct. Our extend manager, the changes on extend manager is done, and test listener is also done. Now we'll simply create one test class. So come to this src test java, and we have package called com.oranghrm.test, and right click new class. We'll write one method, we write one class verify, or I would say API test, right? API test click on finish. So just a minute guys. So here we'll write one method, public void verify get user API, correct? And here what we are going to do, we'll write different steps, right? So we'll write different steps. So let's write the first step. Step 1, define API endpoint, correct? So how we're going to define the API? So, and we don't need to extend the base class because we don't want to, initialize the WebDriver, right? So simply this will be run in the backend. So what we'll do, we'll write string endpoint, and we have to call one method from API utility, which we have just written, right? API utility dot get, oh sorry, we have to define the endpoint over here, correct? We have to define the endpoint. What is our endpoint? So this is our endpoint, guys. Like this we have to give, and after that what we need to do, after that step 2, this is step 1, and here we'll write extend manager dot log step. We can simply write log step, and here we can say API endpoint will give proper message API endpoint, and we'll give like this plus is the endpoint, correct? We can simply give like this. And step 2, what we'll do in step 2, send get request. Send get request. So how we are going to send the request? So let's write some message, manager dot extend manager dot log step. So these are all steps will come in our ExtentReport, right? So here we can say sending get request to the API, correct? And here what will we need to call that method, right? API dot, since we do not have the API for this OrangeHRM, guys, so that's the reason I'm using this endpoint. Okay, so API utility dot get send request, and here we have to pass the endpoint, right? And this will give us the response. So we need to store in response variable like this. We have to import response from io.rest-assured.response. So this is how you can write. And here what we need to do, third step, step 3, validate status code, right? How to validate the status code? So simply we have to validate the status code, and here what we can say, extend manager dot log step validating API response status code, like this we can write. And here we have to call that method which we have written inside API utility class, like validate status code, right? And here we have to provide 2 parameters. One is response, which will provide from here, and the status code should be, the expected should be like 200, right? And here we'll store that in, that gives us the boolean result, right? So we need to store in boolean variable, boolean, let's say is status code valid, correct? And here we'll validate that, correct? So what we can say, simply using assert true, assert true is status code valid, correct? And this is how we can validate, by putting the assertion over here. And here what we can pass, we can simply say, like in case if it is not matching, if it is not true, right, so then we can send one message like status code is not as expected. Like this we can give the message, proper message. So this is done, guys. And later on what we'll do, if it is not valid, right, if we have to call the method, right, from the extend manager, like failure or whether it is pass or fail. So how to validate that? Again we have to write if condition over here. If status code valid is true, like this, then simply will validate, will call extend manager dot log. We have log step validation for API, and here simply will pass the message, like is like in case if it is passed, right, so we can say status code validation passed, correct. And if it is not true, then what we can say, extend manager dot log step log failure, right, log failure API. So here we can say status code validation failed. Like this we can give simply, right. So this is done, guys. Validation, validate status code, third step. Now we'll write another checkpoint to verify a couple of items from here, like couple of fields. Let's say username and email we want to verify, or yeah, let's verify the validate the username and email. So how to validate that? Step 4, validate username, correct. So how to do that? Extend manager will write proper message log step validating response body for username. Okay, so how to validate that? So how to get the username? So first we need to call this method, right, it get JSON value. So simply we have to use this class name dot get JSON value, and here we have to provide the response, and what is the endpoint? Not endpoint, here we have to provide the value. So with what we need, guys, username, right, you can see here this is username, so we have to give the field username over here, and this will gives us string username, correct. Username will give field it will give, so like that. And later on let's validate this username, right, whether it is correct or not. So for that, what we can say, how to validate that? So what is the username? The bread dot equals, and here what we need to provide the username, right, which we get from the API JSON value. And here what we can say, we'll get the value whether it is true or false, right. So is user name valid, like this we can give, and this will gives us boolean result, correct. This is how we can give. And let's validate now using the assert statement. So simply we'll call assert dot assert true is username valid. So this is how we can validate it, and here we can give the proper message, like let's say if it is not true, then we'll get the proper message username not valid, correct. And what we can do next, again here we'll write the statement if username valid, correct. If it is valid, if we get the true, if it is true, then what we can say, we'll call this method log step validation for API. So here we can say simply username validation passed, or else else we'll call this method log failure API. So you can simply say username validation passed, and here you can say it is failed, the failure message, right? So this is what you can do. You can validate Control Shift F. So this is how you can validate the username. Now last, what we can do, we'll validate the email ID. Let's validate this email. Okay, so simply I'll copy this one, the entire, because it will be like same. So here you can say email, validate response body for email, like this. You can give, you can change. And here, what is the field name? Email. So here we have to change the email, and instead of username, user email, like this we can give. And here we have to pass this one, is email valid, is email valid. And here we have to give, simply we have to change it over here, username is not valid. So simply if it is not valid, then we can say like email is not valid. And let's validate this. If this is true, then we'll say like email validation passed, otherwise email validation failed. So this just I copy paste from here, guys. We need to validate the same thing. Similarly, you can try for other fields as well, like name is there or ID is there, so you can validate other fields as well. So this is how you can validate. So I think our like test class is ready, and here I'll add at the test. Simply we have to import test as well, right? Now what we'll do, I'll go to TestNG.xml. Where is our TestNG.xml? src test resources. Here we have TestNG.xml. Here we have different classes, so simply I'll add one more test class for API test. What is our API test? This is the name. Simply change it to API test, and let's comment this one as well, like this one. So I have commented all the classes, other classes, and I'll keep it over here like this, API test only, right? Now let me try whether it is working fine or not, guys. So let's see. Right click and run as TestNG suite. We got some error. Let's see what is happening. WebDriver is not initialized. So still we are calling the WebDriver, right? So we have to, on test failure, we have to change somewhere. This class TestListener 52 on test failure. What is the problem? Let's see. Let me quickly review this. Log step, this is fine. Email valid, so we have to change here, right? Email, what is the email? But still our test case is getting failed, so we have to change this to email id dot equals user email. So let me try again, but maybe I think we need to make a little bit more changes. You can see it is fast, right? There is no browser launched or nothing like that, and it is fast successfully. Let me see the reports, but we have to make the changes, guys. Still we need to make the changes. So ExtentReport, open with web browser, and here you can see all the things are coming properly over here. Status code validation passed, and you can see username validation passed, email validation passed, and test passed. But in case of failure, we need to make some adjustment, like cases it is still called the failure one. So what we need to do, inside our test listener on test failure, right here we have to API contains to lowercase contains API. This is fine. We'll get the class name and it will convert it to lowercase, and our test class name is API test, right? So this is fine, and it will call this get driver, and that is also fine. Test name, all these things are fine, because it will come over here, right? Log failure API, it will call this method log failure API. So let's go to log failure API. Here we are not calling anything, right? Color message string.format and log fail, it log failure, so this is fine. Let's see the pass one. Pass is anyway, it's fine. In case of failure, what is happening, guys? On test failure, triggered when a test fails. Let's try to fail one test case. So here you can see get JSON value log step validation for API. So this is fine. And here also log step validation for API, log failure API, this is fine. Log failure API, this is also fine. Everything is fine. Why it is giving an error in case if it is failed, right? So let's say let's validate this one. I'll put like 2 not 1, and let's see whether we'll get the failure, we'll get some errors or not. We got the error, WebDriver is not initialized. Which line we are getting? Why it is going to this one in case of failure, right? Get test class dot get name. Oh sorry, we forgot to put the, if it is not, we put the exclamation mark, guys. So this is the mistake we made over here, so we have to add like this, right? So that's why it is going here. It should not, like if it is not API test case, then simply it should skip this and it should execute this part, right? Else part. If it is related to, if it is not related to API, then only it will execute this one. So let me rerun it again, then we'll see. And I think it should pass this time. You can see one test case and one failed because deliberately we have given the wrong, this one, right? Status code. So you can see test and verify status code is not expected true but found false. And why it is info here, we need to check that one as well. So let's go back to extend manager, get pass validation pass and log failure API, this is fine. API test case validation 201, log step validation for API, log failure API, we'll get like this. So it is stopped at this one because we need to use assert, soft assert, right? So what we can do, simply we'll create the object of soft assert over here, soft assert, like this, and we have to simply import soft assert from org.testng.asserts, and simply we have to use the soft assert, so it will proceed further, right? So simply I'll change this to soft assert.assert true, and here also wherever we have used the assert, we have to change it to soft assertion. So there are 3 places which we have used 3 validations. Now let me try to rerun it again. There are no failures. Why? Oh, we have to collect the, we have to call at last, right? So simply we have to call here dot assert all, correct? So it will collect all the failures. So this is how we can do, right click and run as TestNG suite. Now this time one test case, one failure will be there. If you see the report, and here you can see, guys, this status code validation failed, this validation is failed, other 2 validations are passed, right? Username validation passed and email validation passed, and if we talk about the entire case, then it is failed because we have one failure over here, right? So this is how you can do, you can write the test API test cases. So we got some failure, we have fixed those, and this is how you can do. So you might ask question over here, like why we have created the object of soft assertion over here, because last time we have created, while testing the DB verification, we have created the getter method right over here, right, inside our base class. So if you go on top base class, we have already created this one. So since the UI testing is different and API test cases are different, so that's the reason, because here we have not extends the base class as well. We have written this class separately, right, API test. So that's the reason we have created the separate object over here. So this is how you can validate. Let's verify the other test class as well, whether all are working fine or not. At least for DB verification test, let's see whether it is working fine or not. So simply I'll enable two classes, DB verification and API test, and let's see whether it is working fine or not. Right click and run as TestNG suite. Because we made the changes on the extend manager, so we'll make sure extend manager and listener class, so we'll make sure everything is working fine properly, right? So this is how it is working, guys. So deliberately we have failed both the test cases as well. Last time also we failed for DB verification, like you can see, like test comparison failed because we have given a wrong name, right? We are expecting Hitendra test, but we got Hitendra only. That deliberately we failed last time. If you have gone through the DB verification class, then you can see, you can easily understand that. And later on you can see the overall test is failed for DB verification, and Git for the API we have failed as well. So this is how you can work around API test cases, guys. So let me just pass this and we'll see whether all are looking good or not. 200 and DB verification test. Let me open it and we'll pass this one as well. So here we have to give blank space. Now I think everything should be passed when we run this time around. So testng.xml, run as TestNG suite. This is the DB verification test, and we have the API test case is also passed. And if you see the reports, everything got passed now, correct? So this is all for today, guys, and in the next video, now we are about to complete the framework. So only few classes are remaining. So retry logic will implement in the framework in the next video. After that, we'll push the code to the GitHub, and later one we'll talk about the. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Test Insider. So this is part 21 of Selenium Framework development series from scratch, and in the previous video we have implemented API test case in our framework using REST assured API library, right? REST assured tool. So since we don't have access to their API guys, APIs of OrangeHRM application, we have used dummy endpoint, right? We have used dummy URL to implement the API test case. So basically I wanted to showcase like how can we implement API test cases in Selenium framework. So that's the reason I have used dummy application, dummy URL to implement the API test case. So this is what we have seen in the previous video. Now today we'll focus on how can we implement retry logic in Selenium framework. So why do we need this retry logic? So sometimes what happens is because of some environmental condition, like environmental issue, our script may get failed, right? So in that case, what we can do, we can implement this TestNG mechanism, this retry logic, and we can go for rerun of our test cases. So maybe let's say in the first run it will fail, in the second run it may get it will pass the test case. So that's the idea behind this retry logic. So let's have a look at the agenda quickly. So we are going to talk about what is retry logic in TestNG, and this is the TestNG mechanism using which we are going to implement this retry logic. And second would be like steps. We'll see the complete steps. What are the steps which we are going to take to implement this retry logic in our framework? So let's talk about what is retry logic in TestNG. So retry logic allows automatic retrying of failed test cases before marking them as failed. Correct? So useful for handling intermittent failures. What are the failures? Like intermittent failures due to because of like network issues. Sometimes because of network issue. If it is network is down, then our script may fail for the first run, and then it may pass for the next run. So that's the reason we implement this retry logic. Another one would be timing problems because of synchronization kind of issues. Our test script may get failed, even though if we have properly synchronized our script, even though sometimes because of some other environmental timing related problems, our script may get failed. Another one would be dynamic web elements. So yeah, even though if you handle it properly in our script, sometimes there are some other elements are there because of dynamic in nature, it may fail, right? So these are the various reasons by which because of which we need to implement retry logic in our framework, or to implement retry logic in our script. Now let's talk about what are the different steps which we are going to implement to have this retry logic in our framework. So step one would be create the RetryAnalyzer class. So we are going to create one utility class, guys, that is RetryAnalyzer, which implements IRetryAnalyzer interface, right? So using which we have one method called retry. I'll show you unimplemented method retry, using which we need to just update this. We need to have this class and implement our logic over there, and that will take care of whenever we have failure of our test case, and it will go for the retry. Step 2 would be apply RetryAnalyzer to test cases. Once that class is implemented, then we can call this in our test cases, right? Option 1, so there are two ways we can do that. Option 1, directly in test class we can implement that, like at test level we can directly implement, we can call that RetryAnalyzer class, and by which we can directly call the retry method, and we can do that at test level. Second option would be apply globally using listener. So when we apply through listener, then it will applicable to all the test classes and test methods. And for sure, like we need to update TestNG.xml to include that listener, which we have already done. Like when we have implemented the test listener, at that time we have already included test listener, right? So that I'll show you. So let's talk about it, like practically how can we achieve this. And this is the API, guys, which I was talking about. So in the last video, when we have implemented the API test case, then we have used this API, right? So if you haven't watched that video, then I would recommend go through that API video. That is very important. Now coming back to this one, retry logic. So this is the project which we are working on, OrangeHRM project. And if you expand it, inside Assertions in Java, we have one folder called com.orangehrm.utilities. Here what I'll do, I'll create one class called RetryAnalyzer. Click on finish, and what I'll do, it will implement, we need to implement one interface called IRetryAnalyzer. IRetryAnalyzer, and we have to mouse over here, and then we need to import this, or we need to import it from org.testng. So that's TestNG mechanism, like it is coming from this interface, coming from the TestNG. And here when you mouse over here, then we need to add unimplemented methods, right? So this interface has one method called retry, using which we can implement this logic. And if you mouse over here, you can see easily over here, like interface to implement, to be able to have a chance to retry a failed test case, failed test. So what I'll do, guys, I'll just remove these two lines over here, and here I'll declare some variable private int retry count. I'll say retry count, and initially I'll initialize it to 0, and I can say I'll put one comment over here, number of retries. I can say like number of retries. Initially it is assigned 0, initialize with 0, and later on we need to take one more variable, public static, and this will be the final one, like the maximum one. So I can declare it as final, because this will be kind of constant maximum retry count, and I'll say like 2, and here I can mention maximum number of retries, like this I can mention, and here we have to give semicolon, right? And here what we need to do, we need to apply the logic. So if retry count is less than maximum retry count, correct, in that case what will happen, we need to just increment it. So simply we have to increment retry count plus, it will go for the like this method will be, this block will be executed, this if, and then what we can say, here we can return, if it is returned true, then we can say retry the test, correct, and here it will be return false. So let me just explain you. So let's say we have, like when we run our test, then initially let's say we have some issue, and initially this retry count is 0. So we will check it, right? Retry count is 0 less than max retry count. So it will go for the retry of that case. So it will become, here it will come, so it will become 1, right? And then what it will happen, next time it will try again. So this value become 1, so it will check, and then again re-execute the test case. 1 is less than 2, right? And then again it will try to execute the test case. Now it will, let's say our maximum try it 2, right? Here we have mentioned. Now again it will go for the third, and then 2 is less than 2, so this will fail, right? It will return false. because it will come over here and it will return false. So that means if you return false, that means it won't execute the case again. So this is how it will check. And in case if it is like passed in the second run, okay, like first time when we try it, if it is passed, then it will execute, it won't execute again. In case if it is passed, this will be executed only when we have failure, right? So this is how we can implement our RetryAnalyzer class. Now what we'll do, how to implement it. So what I can do, simply I'll go to the test case test level API test, I can open, and here we can apply it. So what we can do, guys, here we need to simply we have one RetryAnalyzer we have one attribute called RetryAnalyzer. This an attribute, and here we need to simply call this class, right? We have to do like this, and we have to import, one second, what is happening, RetryAnalyzer. Yeah, this is fine now, correct? So this is an attribute RetryAnalyzer which will take this class, which implements this class implements RetryAnalyzer. So don't make mistake to, this is an attribute, okay? So there should not be any spelling mistake over here. Now what we'll do, this will applicable, this test case will be applicable for retry logic. Now what we'll do, let me run it first. I think right now there are no failures in the test case, so it will pass simply. So let me show you. So we have a couple of test cases over here, DB verification and API test, and other test cases, other test classes are, I have already commented, right? So let's verify these two. So initially, even though like there are no failures, but it will not execute, right? So let's see, it should not go for execution again. So 2 test cases will be passed for the first run. So first test case is getting executed, guys. This DB verification one, you can see it is got executed, and another one is API test case that got also executed too. So 2 tests, both are passed, even though we have applied the retry logic over here. But since our test case is passed, so it will not go for retry. It will not retry the execute the test case again. Now what we'll do, let me see the reports. Open with browser. So you can see both the test cases are passed. Now what we'll do, we'll deliberately fail this API test. So what I can do, I can change this status code to 201, correct? So this will fail. We are expecting 200, but here I have mentioned deliberately I have failed this like 201. So let's rerun it, and what will happen this time around? So 3 test cases will be there. So here you can see 2 passes, right? So this time 3 test cases will be there, 1 passed and 2 failures, and 2 retries here it will come. So let's see that. So right click, run as TestNG suite. So here you can see, guys, 4, why 4? Because we have given 2, right? So one is the original run, and 2 more time it will try, and 1 is from DB test case. So 4, I missed that one. So 4 test cases will be there. 1 is passed, the DB test case is passed, and 1 is failure, and 2 retries. Yeah, 2 retries. So let me show you from here. You can see 4 test cases. It is retrying. It is trying for the first time, so it got escaped at the end. Again, it is retrying, so it is failure over here, and third time it is again failed, and because deliberately we failed, and here you can see the final result, right? And this is the DB verification. Now what we'll do, guys, let's do this at listener level. How can we implement this? So what I'll do, I'll remove it simply from here, and what I'll do, we have listener, we have to go to the listener class from com.orangehrm.listener. So here we have listener class. So here we can implement it. So there is an interface using which we can implement it. So what is that? I annotation transformer. This is the annotation, this is the interface, guys. I annotation I think this is the correct one. Why it is not taking implements ITestListener I annotation? So here we have double T Now this, why it is not taking I annotation? It should not be double N, right? So Tion. Yeah, I annotation, right? This is the exact interface I annotation from org to TestNG, correct? So we have to implement this one because this will modify at the rate test annotation at runtime, right? It will modify our test at the rate test annotation at the rate test annotation at runtime. So it will apply the same logic what we have done individually at the rate test level, right? So whatever we have given over here, that will be applicable when we implement this interface. Now this has one unimplemented method, so what it is not showing over here. So what we can do, we can simply go to source, and from here we can override implement methods. We can implement from here. So what is that method, guys? From here we have to use this method, transform method. So we need to simply add that and simply delete the body of this method. And here we have I test annotation. This represents the at the rate test annotation. This represents, this parameter represents the test class. We have another parameter constructor. If you have any test constructor for a test class, usually we don't have, but in case if you have, then that represents the constructor of the test class. And this one we have test method, right? So these are the different parameters we have in this transform method. So what we need to do, simply we have to call one method called annotation dot, that method set RetryAnalyzer. We have to call like this, and here we have to simply pass the our RetryAnalyzer class. So RetryAnalyzer class, copy it from here, put it over here, dot class, like this. Now it is done, guys. This is at listener level, right? And no need to apply the logic over here at the red test level. So now if I run it, then it will show us the same results over here. So let me try it. You can see the same result over here. It is again retries 2 times the API test case. So like this, and let me deliberately fill the DB test case as well, so that it will be applicable for all the test cases. We need to make sure like it will be applicable for all the test cases. So here what I'll do, simply I'll add between his first name and last name, I'll add test. I'll mention like in between first name and last name test. So this will be also filled. So 2 more things will test cases will be added over here. Here retries. Okay, so let's have a look. So the first time it got failed. Now again it is retrying for the second time the DB test case, and it will fail again, and then it will try one more time the DB test case, the final time, right? I mean 1 plus 2. One is the original run, and 2 times it is retrying the test case. So it is failed for the third time as well. So you can see it's total 6 runs, and you can see from the reports as well. Okay. So this is how you can apply the logic, guys, retry logic. So just implement it in your framework as well. And this is all for today. So in the next session, what we'll do, we'll talk about how we are going to push our code to GitHub, so that it will be applicable for all you guys to clone it, right? So this is all for today, guys. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Test Insider. So this is part 22 of Selenium Framework development series from scratch, and in the previous part we have seen how to implement retry logic in our Selenium framework. We have seen retry logic at the red test level, and later on we have seen at global level as well. So this is what we have discussed in the previous video. Now today we'll focus on how to work with Git and GitHub. So I'll show you practically how we are going to push the code, the framework which we have created, into GitHub repository, so that later on you can clone that project and you can work locally in your environment, and you can meet you can use that code in your framework as well. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we're going to talk about the basics of Git and GitHub, like what is Git, what is GitHub, and why we use Git and GitHub. And later on we'll talk about some prerequisites, like what are the things required to go ahead with to work with Git and GitHub. So I have created very good documentation as well, guys, on this one, like today's agenda. how to download Git, how to sign up on GitHub, and how to push the code into framework into GitHub repository. So I have created very good documentation, and I'll share you the link at the end of this video as well, and we'll walk through the documentation as well, and I'll show you practically how to push the framework which we have created into GitHub repository. So let's get started with the basics of Git and GitHub. So what is Git? So it's a version control system. So whenever we work for automation team, right, or development team, we have to maintain our code, right? Whenever we write some code, we have to save it somewhere, correct? So for that purpose, we need to use the version control system. So Git is nothing but the version control system where we can maintain different versions of our code, right? This is the simple definition of Git, because whenever we work, we have to create the repository, right? We have to save our code to somewhere. So that's the reason we need to work in version control system. So Git is nothing but the version control system, and it tracks code changes and enables collaboration. So we can track our changes easily using Git, right? And we have different commands on Git using which we can easily track our changes, code changes, and collaborate with other team members as well. And it is installed locally, like we can install this Git locally, and it is offline as well. We can work without internet as well. If you talk about GitHub, right, so it is cloud-based platform to host Git repositories. So for this one, we have to create the account, and we can access through browser, right? We need to sign up on GitHub, and we can access our GitHub repository account, and we can create different repositories over there, and we can clone the project from there, right? And allows teamwork and code sharing. So it will be very easy when we use GitHub for when we work in a team and for code sharing purpose. So this is basics of Git and GitHub. Now if you talk about why we use Git and GitHub, right, why we go ahead with Git and GitHub. So it is useful for version control and history tracking, which we have discussed, right? Collaboration with multiple developers, or if you talk about the automation testers, right? And backup and recovery of code. We can easily maintain the backup and recovery of our code. So let's say if we lost the code at our local, then we can easily pull the code from the repository, and we can have it in our local environment again. Efficient branching and merging. So we can create different branches, and we can code the merge as well. So let's say one automation tester working on one feature and another is working on another feature. Later on, we can merge these two code into another branch, right? And we can push that into main branch. This is how it works basically. So we can create different branches using Git and GitHub, and we can merge the code efficiently. And it is useful for continuous integration and continuous deployment integration for automation. So this is about Git and GitHub basics, guys. Now let me show you practically how to achieve it, right? And before that, what I'll show you, like I made some changes on our project as well, like offline. So let me talk about it. What are the changes I made? Some prerequisites, like what are the things which I have made some changes, and how to before pushing the code into GitHub repository. So let me show you what are the changes I made. So if you go to the base class first, so here what I have done, so just I have updated the root directory over here. So earlier the path I have given like this, so it will take from here like root directory of the project. If you give like this system.get property user directory, so I forgot to update this earlier. So this is one update I made. And if I talk about here, so when we launch the browser, right, so here I have created different arguments over here. Like I have created the object of Chrome options class. So what it does basically, to work with different browsers, right, to work on the or I would say the behavior of the browser, we can create this Chrome options object in case of Chrome browser, right? And we can add different arguments over here, like headless. Suppose I want to run the code in our headless mode, so we can add the argument like this. And if you don't want, you can just comment this line. Similarly, these are the other options which we have. So this is what I have added offline before pushing the code into GitHub repository. So this is about the Chrome options. So similarly for Firefox as well, here I have added, and similarly for Edge browser as well. Because when we work with the continuous integration, continuous deployment with Jenkins environment, so we mostly run the script using headless mode, right? So that's why I have added this one over here. So these are the changes about base class, guys. Now if I talk about action driver, so let me open the action driver as well. Here what I made the changes is like we have, if you remember, we have created different user reusable methods, right? User actions method. So here we have created like click and enter text, get text, like that. So this, for this one I have created already video, right? It's like second or third video which we have created, second or third part. So what I have done, when we talk about Selenium, so we need to work with different actions, right? So what I have done, I have, because it's not possible to explain each and every method, how to work with action driver, which I have already explained. So later on, what I have done, I have added different other methods as well, other reusable methods. So these are the different other methods which I have created, like when we work with drop down. So this is how we can create the method in action driver class. Select by visible text, select by value, and select by index, right? And how to get all the options from the drop down. So you can use this method. So these are the different reusable methods, guys. You can easily utilize these methods. Some JavaScript methods as well, like click using JavaScript. So sometimes normal method may not work, so we can use JavaScript method to click an element. Similarly for scroll as well, highlight an element, how to work with windows and frames. So here also I have created those methods, right? Alert handling as well. And we have browser actions, different browser actions, like how to refresh the page, how to get the current URL, maximize window, and some advanced element actions as well, like move to element, drag and drop, double click, right click, send keys with actions, clear text, upload file, etc., right? So these are the different methods which I have added in action driver class. Now if I talk more about it, so what are the other updates? So if I open pom.xml, so what I have done here, just make sure, guys, when you push your code, so this dependency, the TestNG dependency which we have added, make sure, earlier it was test over here, so make sure it should be compiled over here. Okay, the scope should be compiled, so that we can easily run our script using Maven. And another changes I made over here, pom.xml, is this one I have added over here, testng.xml. So we are going to utilize in our continuous integration using this pom.xml only. We run our script using this pom.xml, so that's the reason I have given the suite over here, testng.xml over here. So simply you have to add this plugin over here, or update the plugin. This is your Fire plugin, Maven is your Fire plugin, you need to update. So anyway, I'm going to push the code into GitHub repository, so from there you can easily get the code and you can update in your the framework which you are creating. You can easily update the code. So these are the two changes for pom.xml as well. Now what are the other changes? So if I go to testng.xml, I have corrected, like deliberately we failed some test cases, right? So I have added all the classes over here, and it is working fine now, like all the cases are getting passed. So I'll show you as well. Before we push the code, I'll run it once and then we'll see how it works. So yeah, let me run it, guys. So right click and run as testng.xml. And another thing is, because we are running in local environment, right? So I have already created, I'm already running the Apache server and MySQL server over here, and I'm running this script on local environment, just for your information, right? So if you want to run on the demo site, you need to change the URL in the config.properties, and you have to change the URL in testdata.xl data as well. Like from test data, you have to change the test data on this Excel file as well, in this test data file. Let me run the script whether it is working fine or not before pushing the code. So run as TestNG suite. So it will run in headless mode. You can see it's running. It will execute all the test cases step by step, like one by one, and we can see the results as well. You can see, guys, all the test cases are passed. Total test run 7 and pass 7, failure 0, and skip 0 as well. So let me open the ExtentReport from here. Open with web browser. You can see all the test cases are passed over here, right? So this is how you need to make sure that your script is working fine before pushing the code into GitHub. Now what I'll do, let me run it through Maven as well. Like what we can do, we need to make sure before pushing the code into GitHub repository, so it is working. Like what we can do, we can right click on the project and run as Maven clean first. So what it will do, like it will clean up the project, like it will clean this target folder, whatever we have, the build, the compile code. Basically it deletes the /target folder, like this target folder directory, and the compile code it will delete all the jars, right, and reports as well. So later on, next time we can start fresh using Maven install. So install. So this you can see delete, it is deleting from here. So we can use like this, and another command Maven, what we can do, run as Maven install. So make sure this is also working fine. So basically what it does, it will reinstall all the like jar, the project related jars, and compile the code, and it will store in .m2 folder. So these are the things which we need to make sure like it is working fine. So you can see build success over here. So don't forget to do Maven clean and Maven install before moving the code into GitHub repository. So you can see total test run 7, failure 0, error 0, and skip 0 as well. So all the things are done. Now let me show you practically like how to push the code into GitHub repository. And this is the document which I have created. So in this document, what you are going to learn, we Git and GitHub basics. I have created some notes and how to download the Git, right, steps, and create an account on GitHub, and later on push the project to GitHub. So let's go through quickly, guys. So you can go through this like Git, because we have already talked about it, Git and GitHub basics. So you can go through this, and the difference between Git and GitHub as well, how they work together. So you can have a look all these notes. Now these are the download steps of Git. Download Git from below link. So I have given the link as well, and I have given all the screenshots how to download and all, right? So you can easily refer this document and you can easily install. You can just follow all the instructions and all the screenshots, and you can easily install it. So make sure before we work with like Git and GitHub, make sure you should have Git on your system. Like this you can see step by step you can download. So it's very easy to download and install Git on your system. Now launch Git bash from your desktop icon, and we'll see what is the version, right? So yeah, before that let me talk about create an account on GitHub. So you can just follow these steps, guys, how to create an account on GitHub. So I have given the complete steps as well for like how to create the account on GitHub. Now let's talk, this is the most important, right, how to push the project into GitHub. So launch Git bash from your desktop. So where we have this Git bash over here, so we can launch it, increase the font a little bit. So what we'll see, we can check the version using this one. So this is the command, guys, we can use git version. So it will show you the version which we are using for Git. And later on what you need to do, now navigate to your project directory, correct, where your project is located. So you can simply use this cd command, change directory, and you can give the project path, correct. Or what is the shortcut, what you can do, you can go to the project directory, right click and properties, go to the project directory. Like this is my project directory, right? And here what I can do, right click, go to more options, so git bash here. So we can use like this as well. So you can see automatically it is showing my project root directory, correct. So this is how you can do, guys. Now what is the next step after that? Initialize your project using git init command, right? So that is used for initialize the project. So git init, simply you have to do like this. So it initialized empty git repository in this path, the path which we have where we have our project, right? So how to check this? So basically what does it means? Git has initialized a new repository in your project folder. A hidden .git folder has been created inside test repository, the project repository, right? So let me go to the project repository, and that will be OrangeHRM. You can see inside this OrangeHRM, this .git file has been created, folder has been created, and this is, just make sure, like this is hidden, guys. You can see the color is little blur. So that is you have to change the option from here to see the folder. So for me it is already, I think it is already there. If you go to open, you can see show hidden files folder and drives. So you can make sure that .git file has been created. Now what you can do, you can simply write one command. Let me close this one, and we need to work this one. So simply you can use git status to see what are the untracked files. So these are the different folders, right, where we need to I mean the commits are required, right? So this is how you can check using git status command. Now what we'll do, some of the folders are not required to be pushed. into GitHub repository, right? So for that, what we can do, we can use this touch.gitignore command. So we can create our gitignore file. So file will be created, and we can update the like screenshots we don't need, right? And we don't need some of like reports also. So because every run that will be created, so what we can do, we cannot it's better not to push all those changes. So what I'll do, simply I'll use touch git ignore. So we can run this command. So you can see it is successfully done. Now if you go to the project directory, and here that file has been created, this got .git ignore. What I'll do, I'll open it, open with WordPad, and here we can update our git ignore file. So I think this document I have already updated. So you can see git ignore file will be created in project directory, and right click and open the file in Notepad or WordPad, and you can ignore the files whatever we don't want to push. You can update the files over there. So ignore build and dependency files like all the .class jar related, and ignore id specific files like this, Maven specific files, log and output files you can ignore, and test reports and screenshots also if you want, you can ignore like this. So test outputs, I have given the complete like details over here, like ExtentReport also, and test output as well. So we can ignore those files. Simply what I'll do, I'll copy these details and I'll put in that ignore file, .ignore file, right? And simply you can click on save to save the document in text only format, which remove formatting. Are you sure you want to do this? To save in other format, click no. If I okay, let's save like this, that's not a problem. So just close it. Now let me try to open it again. Open with WordPad. You can see all the changes are updated over here. So that's fine. Now what is the next step, guys? So this is done, and after that what we need to do, save the file and now run the command git add dot, right? So what it will do, before that what I'll do, yeah, let's run that command. So to add all these files, whatever untracked files are there, so simply use git add and dot space dot. So it will add all these files into staging area. So what we need to do, and after that we can check using git status. Git status, you can see these are the files, right? And here you can see changes to be committed. So these are the files that has to be committed now. So we just, what we can do, we can understand this. So in local, these are the file which I have selected, and now we have to commit those, the local changes, right? So the next step is commit the changes. So simply we can do like this, git commit, and we can give command like this. And what it will do initially, if you connect with git repository, GitHub repository, so what it will do, it will ask you to like give this it requires some identification, right? So you may get like this, like please tell me who you are, and you have to provide your user ID and name. Some identification you need to provide. So you can provide your username, like what is the username, and what is your email ID which you have created. Basically it identifies your need to identify your account, right? So you can provide your GitHub user ID and your email ID. So what I'll do, I need to make the commit statement over here. So I'll put git commit initial commit of OrangeHRM project, and simply what I'll do, press enter. Now you can see all the files are committed, right? Now locally all the things are changed. Now what is the next step we need to do? It won't ask for me like this one, because I have already connected to GitHub repository, right? And it is already identify me. Now what you'll do, you'll get like this, and later on, before pushing the changes, make sure you have created your GitHub repository on GitHub, right? So what I'll do, I'll create new GitHub repository. So simply I'll go to GitHub site, sign in, I'll log into my GitHub account, and we have to identify using authentication code, guys, two-way authentication. So what I'll do, I'll get the code. You can use any tool like for verification purpose, like Duo Mobile or something. So, and you have to install that on your system 7. Now it is verifying. Now you can see successfully I'm able to log in. And what I need to do next, I need to create the new GitHub repository using this new button. And here I'll give a repository name, like let's say Selenium hyphen test framework. Correct. So it is available, it is showing like it is available, and I'll make it public only, and no need to select all this for now, and simply I'll do create repository. Now you can see guys, repository has been created, and what I'll do, I'll simply copy this GitHub repository and come back to our the path, right? So we have created the GitHub repository, and I have given the screenshot as well. You can see all the screenshots related, like how I have created the GitHub repository. And now we have to link that GitHub repository with our local repository, right? So this is the command for that: git remote add origin, git remote origin, git remote add origin, and put the path over here, the project path, sorry, GitHub repository path, and simply press enter. Now it is linked with GitHub repository. And the next thing what we need to do, push to main branch. Now let's see what are the branches are there right now, right? So for that we can write this command, git branch show current. So we can write simply git branch double hyphen show current, right? Like this you can give the command over here and simply press enter. So you'll see master branch is there, correct? So what I'll do, I'll change that master to main branch. So what we can do here, we can write this command, git branch -m master to main. So we'll update from master to main. So we can do like this, correct? And again, if I run that the previous command, like git branch show current, so you'll see now it has been changed to main, correct? Now simply if you like you are going to push the changes, so simply you use git push origin main and press enter. Now it will push all the changes to our main branch. And what I'll do next thing, simply refresh the repository which we have created. Now you can see guys, all the initial commit changes or OrangeHRM project you can see on GitHub repository, correct? So we have two main branch folders like main and test. You can see all the classes over here, ExtentReport and BaseClass, everything is pushed to GitHub repository. Now if you refresh the project, if you come back the project, come back on OrangeHRM, you don't see the cylindrical symbol over here, correct? So you can see here we have test project, so you can see one symbol over here, but here it is not showing. So how to do that? So simply right click on our project on Eclipse, and here we have team and share project. Click on share project and click on finish over here. Now you can see, if you drag it over here, you can see it is showing this main branch over here, OrangeHRM. Now all the changes are updated to GitHub repository guys. And here you can see the folders which we have added in git ignore, those are not added, this target folder, right? And a test output folder, and here also in test resources the ExtentReport is not moved, right? Because this has been created at runtime, so we don't want this one, because every time when we run this, it will create different screenshots and it will create the different reports, right? So that's the reason no need to push those changes which are not required. So this is how you can do, you can push the code to GitHub. And this is the folder, this is the file guys which I have created, and it will be very useful. So what I'll do next, so here is the URL from where you can download this file for free of cost. So you can see you have to go to this, I'll provide the link in the description box of this video as well. And simply this is the file which I have created over here, I have uploaded. So you need to download this one. So this is all for today guys. So probably next video I'll show you how to clone this project on your local repository and how to use that, or probably we'll start Jenkins as well. So thank you for watching, have a nice day, and if you're new to this channel then please subscribe it. Thanks a lot, bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 23 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and in the previous part we talked about the basics of Git and GitHub, and later on we have seen how to move the project into GitHub repository, how to push the initial framework, the project which you have created, to GitHub repository. So this is what we have discussed in the previous video. Now today we'll focus on how to clone the project, right? How to clone that project in your local and import in Eclipse. So this is what we are going to discuss today, because we have created the framework and we have pushed that code into GitHub repository. Now it's your turn how to clone that project. So we'll talk about it. So we are going to talk about like how to clone the repository from GitHub and import the project into Eclipse. So these are the two main points which we're going to discuss today. So I'll show you practically how to do that, and later on we'll verify the project setup whether it is fine or not and run the script. So I'll show you also how to run that script, right? And let me know guys in the comment section as well if you are successfully import the project in your Eclipse and whether you are able to run this project or not. So let's get started practically doing this. So we need to follow certain steps to clone the repository from GitHub. We need to run one command. So open the GitHub. First of all, we need to open the GitHub and go to your repository, the repository which I have given the URL, right? So we'll go through it in a couple of minutes, and we need to just copy that repository which I have provided. Open the git bash or command prompt and navigate to the directory where you want to clone the project. So simply we need to go to the project directory where you want to clone the project. Let's say like this Eclipse workspace, we want to clone the project. Run the following command to clone the repository. So we need to just write a simple command like git clone and put the URL here, the repository which we have created, and wait for Git to finish the cloning the project. You should now have a local copy. So these are the simple steps which we need to follow to have that project into your local repository. Now import the project into Eclipse. So for that also we need to follow certain steps like open Eclipse, click on file, import. From file you need to go to import, and then you have to select existing Maven project under Maven category and click next, and you have to browse it, navigate to the folder where you have created the project, where you have cloned the project, right? So you have to select that folder and click finish to import the project. So let me show you practically so that you can understand better. So this is the framework guys which we have created. Like we have our GitHub repository over here, so you can copy the GitHub repository from this code option over here, and you can copy from here, or you can copy the URL, that is also fine. Now what we'll do, we have to go to the Eclipse workspace, right? So simply I'll go to that where we have created all the projects. So from here I can go. So here you can see all my projects are listed down over here. So this is our main project, OrangeHRM project, right? Now what we'll do, we'll run right click and show more options and git bash here. So simply I'll go to the place where I want my project to be deployed, right? To be cloned. So let me increase the font as well, and simply here we need to run the clone command, git clone, and put the repository URL over here. 1 second guys, I think it's not copied properly. Like this, correct? And just press enter. So it is cloning into Selenium test framework, right? And you can see it is done. And if you go to the workspace again, you can see the project has been cloned over here, this Selenium test framework, right? So this is how you can clone the project. Now you have to import this project into your Eclipse, right? So for that, what you need to do, since we already have this project, right, the original project which we already have here, so basically it will import based on this pom.xml, the artifact ID. So in your case, like if you're not creating this project from beginning, then that's fine. Otherwise, if you have created, like you are following the videos from the beginning and you have created in the same way, so what you need to do, the copy which we have cloned here, so here what we need to do, simply open it and go to the pom.xml, open with WordPad, and here you need to change the artifact ID. So let's say OrangeHRM project, I can say copy, right? OrangeHRM project copy, because we already have that project, the same pom.xml we have. That's the reason, because we are going to create the copy, right? So this is how we can do. In case if you don't have the project in Eclipse, then simply you can ignore this step. And now what we need to do, simply go to the Eclipse, and here we have file, and we have new, not here, yeah, import is there, import file, import, and existing Maven project. So you'll see all the options over here, right? From Maven we have this existing Maven project, so simply select that one and click on next, and here you have to browse that project. So what is our project? So you need to select that project, Selenium test framework. So select that folder, and you can see this is the, you can see here pom.xml, the artifact ID, right? OrangeHRM project copy, and simply click on finish, So this has been done, guys. You can see here Selenium test framework, correct? It has been created, and you can see pom.xml we made the changes, so that's why you can see this greater than symbol over here, right? So this is done. Now you need to see couple of things over here, couple of you need to validate. So verify the project setup. So check the dependencies whether your pom.xml is properly, like all the dependencies are it is not showing any error or not. So you need to just verify this. So I think it's perfectly fine. You can do Control S and you can see it is working fine. And you can do, in case if you get any error, then what you need to do, right click Maven and update project. So, and the shortcut is Alt F5. So from here you can do right click and Maven and update project. Simply you can select that project, it is already selected, so click on OK. So it will update your project. And later on what you need to do, you need to check the Java version, right click the project properties, Java compiler. So right click and go to the properties, and here we have Java compiler, and make sure the version is selected properly, the compiler version, right, 17, right? So these are the couple of things you need to check. Now let me run the project whether it is working fine or not. So I'll open the TestNG.xml, right? And what I'll do here, and because we are running in local environment, so our XAMPP control panel is like Apache and MySQL is already running. So what I'll do simply, and another thing is, guys, since we are running the project in headless mode, so you can see in the base class as well. So if you don't want to run it in the headless mode, then simply you need to, what you need to do, you need to just comment this line, headless mode, this arguments, this options dot add arguments headless, this one you need to just comment it. So let me run it whether it is working fine or not. Right click and run as TestNG suite. And let me know, guys, if you are not able to do it in the comment section. Even if you are able to do it successfully, let me know so that I'll come to know like how many of you are successfully imported this project into your local and you are able to run it successfully. So it's running all the test cases in headless mode, and you can see 7 test cases, 7 passed. And if you see main resources, just refresh the project, and here you'll see ExtentReport has been created over here. Right click over here, open with browser, and you can see all the test cases are passed, correct? So this is how you can import the project in your local, and you can clone the project and you can import in Eclipse, and you can run the project locally. So this is all for today, guys, and let me know in case if you have any questions related to import the project. And next time we'll talk about set up the project in Jenkins pipeline, and yeah, so we'll talk about Jenkins in the next video. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 24 of Selenium Framework development series from scratch, and in the previous part we have seen how to clone the project from GitHub and how to import the project in Eclipse IDE, right? So this is what we have seen in the previous video. Now today we'll focus on the CI/CD basics, continuous integration and continuous deployment process, and we'll create one project in Jenkins. So we are going to use Jenkins as CI/CD tool. So what we'll do, we'll create one freestyle project in Jenkins, and after that I'll show you how we can run the script, how we can run the build in Jenkins server. And in the next video I'll talk about how to create the project pipeline, guys. So that will be the next part. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we're going to talk about the basics of CI/CD, the introduction to CI/CD process, and why CI/CD requires in Selenium. And later on we'll talk about what is Jenkins, the tool which we are going to use for CI/CD process, and I'll show you project setup in Jenkins, right? Before that I'll talk about how to download and install Jenkins as well. So basically I have already done that part, but actually I have taken all the screenshots, and I have created very good documentation as well. So I'll show you that document, and I'll provide the link at the end of this video as well, so you can follow those documents. So this is what we are going to have a look today. So let's get started with the first topic, introduction to CI/CD. So if we talk about the CI process, so CI is nothing but the continuous integration, right? Continuous integration that automates code integration from multiple contributors. So generally in a team there are multiple resources, right? So it integrates it. What it does is it automates the process of integration, the code integration from different resources, right? So I'll talk about it in a couple of minutes with an example. So this is continuous integration, and what it helps, like it detects issues early with automated builds and test. So basically it automates the process of integration, like automatically it does, and will test the build, and in case of any issues we can easily detect it, right? So that's how it will happen in continuous integration. Continuous deployment and delivery. Deployment, if we talk about it, so it auto releases the code to production, right? That is nothing but the continuous deployment. So whenever there are changes and once it is integrated to the staging environment, and if everything goes well, we go for the deployment. If we talk about the continuous delivery, that is nothing but that requires a manual approval before the release process, release into production environment, right? So let me give an example so that you can understand better. So let's say there are 3 environments we have. This is the production environment, and here we have staging environment, right? And let's say we are working on few change requests. Let's say this is test or development environment, test 1, and here we have test 2, and let's say here we have test 3. And let's say for this environment we got change request 1, change request 2, and here we have change request 3. These are the different changes, guys, which deployed on this server. This is dev or test environment, and here also this changes CR2 deployed on test 2 and CR3 deployed on test 3, right? And it is successfully deployed and tested over here, and everything looks good. And CR2 also, let's say this CR1 belongs to login page, right? Some changes on the login page. This CR2 belongs to home page, and let's say this CR3 belongs to admin page. So all the changes have been made successfully by the development team, and it is deployed on respective servers, and we have tested it, and we have written the automation code as well here, right? Now what will happen, all the code is working fine. Now what we'll do, we'll integrate the code into this staging environment, right? And this one also will push the changes here, and we'll merge the code into staging environment. Now we'll make sure that all the integration code is working fine or not. So whenever there is a push, like whenever we push the code, we'll make sure here everything working perfectly fine or not. So how we are going to verify that, right? So that is nothing but the continuous integration process. So once it is integrated over here, we'll make sure we'll run the build in Jenkins. That is continuous integration tool, right? So we'll trigger the build over here, and we'll make sure because of this change request 1 deployed over here, and other change requests like CR2 and CR3 are deployed over here, and because of those changes the other functionalities are working fine or not, right? Like here we perform the regression testing, that will be done automatically, right? That regression test will be performed automatically, and once everything goes well, then we'll deploy that code to production environment. Like once we give our release note to the development team, then development team will deploy that into production. That will be done using continuous deployment. So these are the basics of continuous integration and continuous deployment, guys. Moving on to the next one, why CI/CD in Selenium. So it automates test execution on code changes, right? So as we have discussed, and it ensures stability before the deployment, right? So we can deploy the automation code and we'll test it as well, and we'll make sure everything works perfectly fine before the final deployment. Reduces manual effort in regression testing, correct? So what is Jenkins now? So it is open source automation server, and you can call it as CI/CD tool as well. We used to call it CI/CD tool, used for CI/CD pipelines, and it integrates with GitHub, Maven, TestNG, and Selenium tools. Supports plugin based extensibility, right? So we have different plugins in Jenkins, so using which we can integrate with different tools, and yeah, I mean it is based on different plugins, so we can we can try different features in Jenkins using different plugins. So let me show you guys practically how to run the build in Jenkins, right? So what I have done, I have created different documents. So here you can see Jenkins, I have created one document called Jenkins download and setup. So we need to make sure a few things before we deploy, before we run the script from Jenkins, right? So the first thing is Maven should be installed on your system, right? For this part I have created another document as well for Maven. So let me show you as well Maven setup, how to do that. So it's very easy, like download Maven and set up Maven home directory. So you need to just download the Maven from this one. So I have created this separate document for Maven as well. So you can easily download this Maven from this link, and a file will be downloaded like this, and extract that. Right, you need to just extract it, and what you need to do, you need to keep in C drive. That's how you need to do. And later on, this is the inside of this Apache Maven when you extract it, right? And after that, you need to set some path, right? So go to system properties, and here environment variables, right? You need to go to the system properties. Let me show you. So advanced system settings, so environment variables, so you can go over here and you need to do a couple of things from here. So just go to the path over here, click on edit, and not this one guys, we have to Maven home. So we have to set this Maven home path. So the Apache Maven which we have extracted, that path we have to give over here. And the second thing is from the user variable we have to give this path. Click on edit and you can see we have set up the path for Maven and JDK as well, for Java as well, if you have not done so for JDK. So this is what we need to set the path for Maven and Java. Click on environment variable. So the same thing which I have showed just now, you can see over here as well. So this about the Maven setup, how to download Maven and how to set up it. And coming back to the Jenkins one, so Maven should be installed on your system. That is the first criteria. And make sure Eclipse project is running locally from Maven. So I'll show you one thing. So make sure this sweet XML setup correctly in pom.xml, right? So the one which we have done in the last video also, I have shown you that one. So if you go to the pom.xml, so here the plugin should be added correctly, right? This sweet XML tag where we have keep our XML TestNG.xml, right? So this plugin should be added over here for this one, Maven Spherefire plugin, right? That is one thing you need to do. Another thing would be scope for TestNG dependency should be compiled. So if you come on top here, this should be compiled guys. This should be compiled for TestNG dependency. That is another thing before running the script in Jenkins. And then Jenkins setup, make sure right click on the project, run as Maven clean and install. You can do that, so it will install all the artifacts. You can do clean, right click on the project and run as Maven clean. Once you run this, make sure it is successfully, it will be done. So that is one thing you need to check, like it should display build success. And later on you need to just run the you can go for Maven install or Maven test. So make sure that should be again build success, right? So that is what I have given here as well. Maven install, so it will install all the artifacts again, and then you should get build success. If you get any problem over here, then just try to rectify that. Otherwise your script will not run in Jenkins. Now follow the below steps to build in Jenkins, set up build in Jenkins. So before that we need to download the Jenkins from below link, right? So we have to download it. So the installation process is very simple on Windows. I have done it. So simply you have to go to this Jenkins website and install it from here. You'll get this installer package Jenkins, and simply you need to just follow the process. Next you can just go through this documentation as well. So I'll provide the link at the end of this video, so that you can download it for free of cost, and you can just go through this documentation. You can see, yeah, so once it is done you can click on finish, and it will ask you to unlock the Jenkins. So enter your initial admin password located in given path. So it gives you this path, right? Initial admin password. So from there you'll get the password in your system. You'll see under program data Jenkins folder, you'll get this password under secrets. So you need to just provide the password over here, and then it will be unlocked, and it will suggest you to install some plugins, some default plugins. So install suggested plugins from here. You can just click on this one, and then it will install all the plugins and create your own admin user. So you will get, after that you'll get this screen. So you need to create the admin user from here, and then you need to just instance configuration you need to do. That will be like it will be run on 8080 by default 8080 port. So you need to just give the, I mean, you'll get the URL like this to run the Jenkins, and then you'll get the message like this, Jenkins is ready. And simply it will be you can see the Jenkins server like this, guys, like Jenkins screen. So let me show you that. So what we can do, go to the browser, and here localhost colon Jenkins, right? So here we have to provide the username and password, and make sure from services Jenkins server is up and running. So go to the services, and whenever you restart your system, so just make sure Jenkins server is running over here. You can see it is running, right? So this is how you have to verify, and then click on sign in. So this is how it looks. Manage Jenkins. If you go to manage Jenkins, and where you need to go, click on this. 1 second, you go to the dashboard, manage Jenkins, and just come down over here, and you can see the plugin option over here. So you can install different plugins as well. So one plugin that is we required for like showing the report, that is HTML publisher plugin, right? HTML reports, HTML reports like this. So this one you need to install. I think this is only the one plugin which I have installed. Other are installed automatically. So now what we'll do, go to the dashboard. Now we'll create new project over here, right? So for that also I have written all these steps. So run the Selenium script in Jenkins. So let me create one project over here, a freestyle project, right? Enter the item name, what will give, OrangeHRM. OrangeHRM, OrangeHRM build, and a freestyle project. Select the freestyle project, click on OK. And here you'll give the description, guys. Orange project, some description over here. You can write some description over here, and no need to select anything over here. And source code management, you have to select Git from here, and here you have to provide the GitHub URL. So let me log into GitHub, my GitHub account. So since I have already enabled this two-way factor authenticator, so you'll get it, the code on your mobile. You can download this DO mobile, and you can get you can enable this two-factor authentication. Two, so it will verify, ask me later. Now you can see this, not this one. Go to the, where is our project? Go to the repository, and this is the project which we have created, Selenium test framework, right? And simply copy the repository from here. You can see all the steps I have written. First you create the new project build, and after that you have to go to the this source code management and select the Git from there, right? So simply select the Git from here and put the repository over here. And in case if your project is like the repository is public, then no need to select the credentials from here. Otherwise you need to add the credentials. If it is private, then you have to add the credentials, and you need to add you need to select that from here. So for now I think no need to select for me, because this is public repository which I have created for you guys, right? This is fine. Now next is, you can see the branch which we have pushed our changes to the main branch, right? Later on, if you remember, we have changed the branch name to a branch name from master to main, right? So we have to change the branch name over here to main, and this is done. Now what we'll do, so we can Paul SCM, we can use it for automated the process. Whenever we check in, then automatically it will trigger the build. So that we'll see later on. For now, what we'll do, at build steps, so here we have to select the Maven, right? For Maven, what we need to select, invoke top level Maven targets. And here, once you download and install Maven, then you'll see these build steps as well. I think one thing I forgot, guys, I'll show you at global level what we need to select for Maven. So here I'll see this Maven 3.9.9, right? So the version, and here clean test, like that we have to give. So that also I have given over here, you can see in the screenshot. So just select the Maven from here and simply give goals as clean test, the Maven command, right? So this is done. Now post build actions, so what you can select, publish HTML reports, and simply what we can see, click on add, and here we need to provide the directory. So the project the reports directory, where we have this SRC test resources. So simply select like this with a /. We have to give the ExtentReport as well. So simply just copy the ExtentReport and put it over here. Like this we have to give. And what is the report name? We have ExtentReport.html, correct? So simply instead of index, you have to give ExtentReport.html. So let's see the document, whether what I have given over here. You can see SRC test resources, Spark report, like this. This is our path, right? And here also the other pages we have to give, and you can give the name HTML report or HTML extent report, like this. You can give the report title. Now I think it's done, guys. So let me just click on apply and save it. So before I run this build, what I'll do, I'll show you one more thing. So what you can do, minus Jenkins, and you'll see this configuration global settings, right? So just go to here. I'll show you my the global configuration over here. You can see this is the localhost Jenkins URL, and what I have done here for Maven, I have selected this for sending the email automatically. Why it is not showing here? Mine is Jenkins, plugins, cloud node, tools, credentials, user system information, system log. Go to tools. I think we have to go to the tools, right? So manage Jenkins and tools, and here we have to simply select git.exe from here, right? I think this is by default, and Maven we have to give like this. Maven, the path which we have, where we have installed our Maven, where we have extracted, right? So we have to give like this. The folder name, you can give any name over here, Maven, and make sure that will be reflected when we create the freestyle project. And this is the path, Maven home path. So just make sure this is set up correctly. Now coming back to the dashboard and where we have created the project, right? So this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM build. So click on this, and here we have an option called build now, right? So simply click on that and we'll see, and here is the build getting started. Go to the console output. Now you can see it has started, right? So cloning the repository, you can give the see the proper message over here. Now you can see tests are getting started. So this is how you can set up the sample project in Jenkins, guys. Hopefully it will run all the test cases successfully. So let's have a look. So I'll upload all these documents in ATI digital library site. Let me show you. I have already done that. So here you can see I'll provide this link in the description box of this video, guys, and here from this site you can download this Maven, Jenkins, and the GitHub personal access token as well. How to create the GitHub personal access token if you haven't done so far, right? So let me come back to the, you can see build success and total test run 7, failure 0, error 0, skip 0. So it looks good. The project, our output, like everything looks good. Come back to this OrangeHRM, but why it is giving some error, right? The reports are not generated, seems like. Let me see. ExtentReport, archiving project level SRC test resources to, we made some mistakes, I guess. So go to the OrangeHRM, configure SRC. This is not required. Let me see. You can see here that is not required. We should start from SRC test resources ExtentReport, and this is the our report name, right? ExtentReport.html. So that was the mistake I made. So that's the reason it did not generate the report. So let me build this project again. So click on this one and console output. Meanwhile, let me go through the documentation, guys. There are a couple of more things over here. So our build is running. So meanwhile, I'll check this one, the other things. So here I have given the everything, and you can see build success. You can view the report as well. So there are a couple of issues you may encounter. So resolution of the below issues if you encounter. So if report is broken, like CSS is not working properly, so if you won't get the report like this, so there is a solution for that. So you need to just go to this link, right? Localhost where your Jenkins is located, and you need to just give this a script by going to this one, this script console. You have to provide this code over there and save it. But that is not the permanent solution. So there is a permanent solution, guys. So go to your Jenkins path where your Jenkins is located, like C drive, program file, Jenkins, and you need to open this Jenkins.xml file. And what you need to do inside that, you have to just add this script arguments tag, this one, right? And then permanently it will solve your solve the problem. Save the file and close it, and now restart the Jenkins server. You can restart like this, and or else you can restart from here as well. So this is how you can do, and right click and you can do stop from services as well. And there is one more problem, that is one problem, like in case if you get the broken CSS. Another one is problem if you get like below error while set up the repository, right? So sometimes what happens is if it is not recognize your GitHub repository, right? So you'll get the error like this. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to run the following command, because I have already done for other projects, so that's the reason I did not encounter this error, right? So but I have got this problem earlier, so that is the reason we need to, we have to run this command. So git remote set URL, like this you have to give the command over here, and your token, like GitHub token, right? You have to provide the GitHub token over here. So for that also I have created the documentation how to create the GitHub token. So you need to just follow these steps, guys, to create the GitHub token if you haven't done so far, because that is I think kind of mandatory. So probably you might have already created it. So you need to just provide that one, and github.com and username, whatever username you have for GitHub, and you have to just give the repository name.git, and then it will be done. Let me see where our project. So you can see build success, total 7 runs, failure 0, error 0, skip 0. Everything looks good now. Coming back to the console output, you can see in success, and coming to this OrangeHRM build, and here we have the project, the report name we have given, right? HTML ExtentReport. So click on that. You can see the report is properly visible over here. You can see all the test cases are passed, and you can view the screenshots from here. So this is how you can set up the project in Jenkins, guys. So let me know in case if you have any queries. So next video we'll talk about how to set up the Jenkins pipeline. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 25 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and today we are going to talk about how to send the automatic email from Jenkins build. When we run the Jenkins build, then how we are going to send the automated email. So in the previous part we have already seen how to set up the Jenkins, like download and installation part, and later on we have set up the build as well, the OrangeHRM project which we have. For that we have set up the build, and we run the project successfully from Jenkins. So if you haven't watched the previous video, then I would recommend first go to the previous video so that you can understand the initial setup, like how we have done in Jenkins, and then come back to this video, like how we are going to send the automatic email. So let's get started. So there are two configurations in Jenkins to set up the automated email. One is global level at global configuration, and another one is project build level configuration. So this part I have already done, guys, global configuration, and I have documented as well whatever global configuration is required. So I have already documented everything, and then I'll show you, and at the end of the video I'll share you the link as well so that you can download that document. And for the second one, project build level, the build which we have created in the previous video, right, the initial build. So for that we are going to set up at project level, like how we are going to send the email. So let's get started to do it practically. So this is my Jenkins server, guys, and here you can see OrangeHRM build. So this is the build which we have created in the previous video, and what we are going to do here, I have created the documentation as well. So I'll provide you the link at the end of this video, and let me go over it one by one, right? And we'll see the global configuration level as well. So what we'll do, we'll go to the dashboard, and here we have manage Jenkins. So first we need to go to the manage Jenkins, and from here we have to go to this system global, configure global settings and paths. So simply go to that, and let's follow the documentation as well so that you can understand when you follow this document, when you download it and when you follow it, right? So log into Jenkins and navigate to manage Jenkins and system. You need to just click on this and update system admin email. So first of all we need to update the system admin email. So this one, system admin email address. So I have provided my email address over here, from which it will show us like from where we like start the email, like from where we send the email. That is one setting you need to do. And another one is, if you go below, so navigate to extended email notification section. So just scroll down at the end at global level, and here we have extended email notification. You'll find it. So basically no need to download any plugins for this, because we have already with latest Jenkins we already have all these plugins like extended email notification and all. And here what we need to do, since we are using the Gmail, right? So we have to provide this SMTP server over here. So at SMTP server for Gmail. So that is nothing but the smtp.gmail.com. So in your company's whatever server we are going to use, like smtp server, that you have to provide. You'll get it from the ICT team, right? So, and this you have to provide over here, and then port we have to use like 587. So 587 is for TLS port, and if you are using SSL, then we have to use 465. So here I'm using TLS port, so that's why I have given 587. And later on, what you need to do, guys, we have this advanced option over here. So click on advanced, and here we have some credentials. So this is my Gmail credentials, and now, and here you can see I have checked this TLS port, TLS, right? I'm not using SSL, so we have checked this TLS. So what we are going to do here, credentials you need to add it from here. So Gmail you have to provide, and instead of providing the Gmail password, what we can do, we can create the app password. So how to create the app password from Gmail? So here also I have given how to generate app password for Gmail. So you need to go to the Gmail account and manage your Google account. You need to click on that one, and later on you have to go to the security, and from security, two-step verification will be there, correct? So make sure you have this two-step verification active in your account, Gmail account. So after that, you need to click, you need to just scroll down at the end, and here you'll see app password. So you have to generate the app password from here. Enter the app name and generate the app password. So you just need to provide the app name. So you can see here I have created a couple of them before, and as many as you want you can create over here. So just provide the app name and click on create. So you'll get some, I think 16 digits password over here, and then you need to copy that password and just come back to the previous this one, credentials in the global setting, right? And here you need to add, from this button you need to add the password. After this, what you need to do, you have to click on this advanced, this is not required. So here you can see default content type. So here you have to give plain text. So here you can see, now come back to the Jenkins, there is another advanced setting, enter the following. So plain text you have to give like this, and then default recipient, you need to provide your email ID and reply to as well. So what are the recipients are there, who are the recipients? So you need to just provide all the recipients, stakeholders using comma, and reply to address as well. And then default subject line will be there like this, project name, build number, and build status. So just give the subject like this, and default content, email body. So you'll see the email content like this. So this one also I have provided over here, so you can see the proper like project name, project build number, build status, and everything will be there. You need to skip these two things, please, and script and all here. Yeah, after that, so this is done. Here one thing, guys, we need to just put the this path, the ExtentReport path, which we generate when we run the build, right? So here you need to provide in your based on your the path which you have in your project, right? So this is the path which we have. I'll show you this one when we run the build. So probably let me open it in the next tab. So I'll show you how we have that OrangeHRM build, and this is the ExtentReport. So this path you need to provide. This is the build which we run in the last time, right? So this is the report from the last build. So just provide that link over here, the complete link over here in the email body, so that you'll see the ExtentReport through link as well. And later on, what you need to do, default trigger, this one you have to expand this and select always. So irrespective of whether it's fail or pass, you need to get the report, right, the email. So simply select this always, and this is optional, like no need to set this one because we have already set up the extended email, right? So extended email notification we have already set. So I think this is pretty much done. Default trigger should be checked as always, this one, and now it is done. This is optional, so no need to set up this one. Now we go for the project level setup. So we'll do the project level setup from the dashboard. So go to dashboard and select the OrangeHRM build and configure. So let me recap, guys, what we have done earlier. So we have given the description of the project in the previous video, and here we have source code management. We have selected Git, provided the GitHub URL, and credentials not required in case if your GitHub repository is public. In case if it is private, then you have to provide the credentials over here, and the branch which you are referring right to run. So here we have main branch, and after that build triggers. This probably we'll discuss in the next video, how we're going to run the build automatically when we push the changes. so that we'll talk about it later. Now come to this one, build steps. We have Maven setup over here. So just setup, we have done this setup in the previous part, right? And we have this publish HTML report. So we have provided the HTML path and what is the HTML file we have and name of the report. So these are the settings which we have already done in the previous video. Now we are going to set up the email, right? So what we have two kind of email setup over here, email notification and editable email notification. So select this one, and here what you need to do, default recipient, I think we need to select. If you go here, so default recipient list, you need to just provide the email ID, and I'll copy my email ID, guys, and reply to also you can give, that is fine. And other than all these are not required. And here attachment, we can provide the report from here, right? Last time we run the build, so the ExtentReport path we can provide here. And attach build log, we can give attach build log, so that it will attach all the logs generated when we run the script, when we run the build. And just click on this advanced setting as well. And here what we need to do, always triggers should be always, and you can cancel these developer recipient list and all. And what else, I think we have to click over here advanced, and you can select the attach build log from here as well. Do we need to provide attachment here? I think that is not needed. Always should be selected, right? After that, recipient list, again we have to provide here. This one we have to provide our email ID, gmail.com, and reply to list, that is fine. And after that, I think that's it. Here we have added attach build log, that is not needed, I guess. Always is fine. Recipient list, trigger, add trigger, we have already added always. And here attach build log, and this is our, yeah, I think now it should be fine, guys. So click on apply and click on save. Now let's run the build, whether it is working fine or not. So let me quickly recap what we have done at project level. So these are the previous settings which we have done. Let me just editable email notification, which we have added just now, right? So you can see here recipient list we have provided and reply to over here, and all these things no need to provide. And here you have to provide the attachment, right? The ExtentReport and attach build log, you have to select the build log from here. And advanced settings, if we go, and here we have to add the triggers as always. And from here you need to just provide this recipient. I think this is not required, but let's see. Apply and click on save, and let me run the build now. Click on build now, and here you'll see the build is running, the third build. Go to the console output. Just a minute, guys, we haven't started the, because we are running it from, let me cancel it, because we are running it from our local OrangeHRM environment, right? So we have to start the server, MySQL and Apache. Let me make sure it is running. Now it is running, that's fine. Now let me run the build again. Build, this is cancelled, so let me run the build again. So console output, here you can see it started, build has started. You can see it is executing all the test cases, and after a couple of minutes it will show us how to send the email, and it will take like 1 minute. So it is running all the test cases through Jenkins build. Now you can see build success, and email was triggered always, right? Here you can see total test run 7, failure 0, error 0, skip 0. Build is success, and email was triggered for always, sending email trigger always, sending email to Hitendra Verma, my email ID, and finished success, right? Now let's see whether we received the email or not. You can see, guys, this one got aborted, right? The build 3 which we abort. So you can see the abort email also we have received, and this one is OrangeHRM build, the project name, the build number, and it is successful, correct? So here you can see all the project name, build number 4, build status successful. This is the build URL. You can directly go to the Jenkins build URL is given over here, and last commit is also there, branch name, and a build log is attached. So when we open this build log, you can see all the logs over here, the Jenkins, how we have run, how it was run. So you can see all the logs over here, correct? And just cancel here, and you can see ExtentReport as well, it is attached. So click on this, you can see the ExtentReport has been it is referring to, like, it is navigating to the ExtentReport, right? So this is how you can set up the automated email in your Jenkins server. Click on back to OrangeHRM build, correct? So this is all for today, guys, and in the next video I'll show you how to run the Jenkins build automatically, how to trigger the build automatically when we make the when we make any changes in the code and push the changes to the GitHub, right? So that is an important session as well. So this is all for today, guys. Thank you for watching, and if you're new to this channel, then please subscribe it. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. And yeah, I forgot to tell you, this one I have already uploaded in our let me show you, in ATI Digital Hub library, automation testing, and yeah, this one. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video so that you can download this document, and this is free of cost. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 26 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and in the previous part we have seen how to trigger the email automatically when we run the Jenkins build, right? Now today we'll focus on how to trigger the Jenkins build itself automatically. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about how to run the Jenkins build, or how to trigger the Jenkins build without code changes at scheduled time. So that will be done using an option called build periodically. We have an option in Jenkins to trigger the build periodically, right, without code changes. And there is another one with code changes at particular time interval, how to run the build using this option, POL SCM. That is nothing but POL, source code management. SCM stands for source code management. And third option which we have, GitHub hook trigger for GIT SCM polling. So this stands for Git source code management polling. So what does it mean? So we can run the build, or we can trigger the build anytime when there is a code change. When there is a code change and when we push the code into GitHub repository, automatically build will be triggered, right, whenever there is a change in the code. So these are the different options which we have, guys, to trigger the build. So basically the first two options are easy ones, so I'll talk about it, how we can set it up in Jenkins. But third option I'll show you practically how to achieve this, because we need to do little work for the third option. So I'll talk about it practically, right? So let's have a look all these options in Jenkins. So this is a project in Eclipse which we are working on, OrangeHRM project. And if I go to Jenkins, so here I have already logged in localhost 8080 port, and we have created OrangeHRM build, guys. This is the build which we have created in Jenkins. And last time we have seen how to trigger the emails automatically when we trigger the build. So if I click on configure, so all the settings which we have done in the previous videos, like source code management, it is picking the repository from our GitHub repository, right? And here you can see the branch mentioned over here, main branch. And here we have an option called build triggers, correct? And these are the different options which we have, like 5 options which we have. But the 3 options which I talked about, those are the main ones, right? So build periodically, let's talk about this one, build periodically first. So if I select this, so here you need to just mention the cron pattern, cron syntax, right? And at particular time interval the build will be executed. So we have cron pattern in this, like we have the first one represents the minute and hour and day, right? And this one, the fourth one, will represent the month, and the last one is days of the week, the particular day of the week. So like that we can mention the cron pattern, we can do that. And let's say suppose I want to run every 2 AM in the night, right? So how to do that? You can mention like 0 minute, and you can mention 2 over here, and just if you tab out, you can see here would last have run Saturday 1st March at 2 AM, right? Would next run at 2:54, correct? So basically, and here you can see spread load evenly by using H2. It is giving the proper suggestion as well. So H stands for hash. So if I put the syntax like this, so it will run every 2 AM in the night. So we can basically we can give like H like this, H and 2. So it will run at random time, like between 2 to 3. So you can see it is selected 2 hours 10 minutes, right? 2 hours 10 minutes it will run at night on 2nd March, right? So this is how you can mention, like it shows like would last have run at this time, and what would be the next run. You can see here. So suppose I want to run like Monday to Friday. So for the last star, what we can see, we can remove it and we can mention 1-5. So that means it will run Monday to Friday at 2 a.m. So this is how you can represent the cron pattern. You can mention the cron pattern in this when you want to run the build periodically. And this does not belongs to like whether code changes are there or not, right? Without the code changes, it will run the build. So this is an option, guys. And another option which we have called SCM. So what does it mean? When there is code change, then here also we'll use the same cron pattern, and when there is a code change only, then it will trigger the build. So we can represent, let's say, suppose every 15 minutes you want to run the build. So you can mention like 15 and then star means any hour, any day, and any of the month, and one more star. So if I type out, so you can see spread load evenly, we can mention H as well. So if I put H, so you can see would last have run Saturday 1st March 11:10, right? Randomly it will pick the minute like 11:10, then the 15 minute it will count from there. So it will be like 11:25. If I mention like star, so every 15 minutes it will run like 11:15, then 11:30, 11:45, like that. If I mention H over here, then it will run in like random like 11:10 and then 11:25. So this is how you can trigger the build using this Paul SCM as well. So this is about build periodically and Paul SCM. So you guys can, there is no settings or nothing like that. You need to just put the cron pattern over there and select this option and apply and save it. So this task for you guys, you can do it. Now let's talk about this one, GitHub hook trigger for GIT SCM polling. So right now I'm selecting this, right, and click on apply and save it. So if you go to again configure, you can see the option has been selected, right? Now how to do it? So for that, guys, we need to do little work. So let me tell you what we need to do. So here we have, if you go to GitHub, if you go to your repository, GitHub repository, there this is the project, right, which we have created in which we have in our GitHub repository, Selenium test framework, right? And here you can see settings, and we have an option called webhooks. So here we have to create one webhook, right? So one URL we need to put it over here, and based on that it will trigger the build. So how it will be done, because it will not pick the local host URL, right? It will not pick the local host URL. So what we need to do, we have to find a way to represent this local host, or we need to find a way to create a custom URL for our Jenkins build. How to do it, right? So that is the biggest question over here. So what we can do, so for that we can download this ngrok application. So what it will do, we can create the custom URL for our application, for our Jenkins application, right? So how to do it? So I have already documented everything over here. So we need to download this ngrok from this URL. So you can see for Windows we can directly download from here, or if you are using Mac OS or Linux, so you can download from the respective options from here, and you will get the build like this, guys. You can get the downloaded folder like this. You need to just extract this, and after that what you need to do, you need to keep in C drive. Okay, and C drive, just rename this ngrok version 3, all those you just remove it and give like ngrok only. You can keep ngrok and keep it inside C drive. Okay, that's how you need to do. And another thing what you need to do is you need to sign up ngrok with Google account, right? So you can see I have already signed up over here. I have already signed up, correct, with ng. So simply you can just sign up with a Google account. That is very easy step. So after that what you can do, you navigate to authentication tab. So here we have one option called your auth token, right? So here you'll get the token. So screenshot I have provided over here. And after that, now go to ngrok path and open CMD. So simply go to ngrok path, so here you need to just write one command, guys, to run the below command. So we have to configure the URL, right? The authentication token we need to configure. So how to run the command? ngrok config add -authentication token, auth token, and there your token from here, from ngrok site. You can see from your auth token option. Correct. So this I have already run in my case. Now we have to do one more command we need to run. So simply what you can do, so you can run like this: ng-rock http and 8080. So it will does not support a dynamic color. Why it is showing like this? Just a minute, guys. ng-rock and http 8080. Now you can see it is session status online, and you can see account on my name, and this is the URL it has created. So this is the URL for Jenkins. So simply copy this, and if I fire that URL, you can see Jenkins will be loaded. Visit site, you can see, and you can see it is showing the Jenkins site, right? So we got our URL. Now how to set up the web hook? So next step, what you need to do, fire the URL, you can see the Jenkins site, and add webhook in GitHub repository. So simply what we can do, so simply we have to go to our GitHub repository from here, right? Go to your GitHub repository, and settings option is there, and there we have webhooks, and here we have add webhook, and here we have to provide the two-way authentication, right? Authentication code 437983. So you can see here we need to provide the payload URL. So simply put the Jenkins URL, and later on what we need to do, this is the syntax, guys: Jenkins URL, and this we have to provide GitHub webhook. So slash like this. So you need to just provide the URL like this, and here you just select application JSON, and all these are fine. And here you need to select just the push event. Just select just the push event, and simply add webhook. So you can see webhook has been already created over here, has been added. Now what we need to do, simply we have to make some changes in the code, right? Before that, let me show you our Jenkins build. So you can see build 4 is there, right? Now when we push the changes, then it will show 5th build will be run automatically. So let me simply make some changes. We'll make the changes in the test classes. Let's say not here, dummy class test check-in, control save. You can see we need to, you can see this greater than option, right? So that means we made the changes in the code. So simply go to the project where we have created our project, where our project is located. Show more options, git bash here, and here what we'll do, simply write git status. So you can see it is modified, right? One file is modified. Now what you will do, git add dot, it will add the file. If you run again git status, now it is in green color. Now we need to commit the changes, right? Git commit -m test check-in, correct? Press enter. One file changed, you can see here, one insertion. And after that, git push the changes into GitHub repository. Git push origin, and where is the branch? What is the branch? Main branch, right? So press enter. You'll see it has been already pushed to the main branch. If you go to my GitHub and simply check that, you can see test check-in, you can see, right? It has been already done. Now check the build whether it is running or not. Here you can see, guys, 5th build is running automatically, right? If I open here and console, so this is how you can trigger the build whenever there is a code check-in, and when you push the changes into GitHub repository. Let's see whether it is running successfully or not. You can see build is success, and it is sending the email. It is sending the email, build is success, total 7 runs, 0 failures, 0 errors, 0 skipped. And if I check the email, you can see build has been build is successful. We got the email as well for build 5. right? And here you can see the beautiful format of the email, correct? And you can see the reports, Jenkins report from here, and you can see the build log as well, which we have already spoken about in the previous video. And here you can see the Jenkins report. So this is how you can trigger the build automatically in Jenkins. And other two options, please check from your end. Those are the very easy ones, and I have already uploaded this document in our Git in our ATI Digital Hub library. So let me show you that one as well. Here we have already uploaded that document, right? Automate Jenkins build job. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video as well. So this is all for today, guys, and in the next video I'll show you how to run the Jenkins build through Jenkins pipeline. That is an important session as well. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 27 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch, and today we're going to talk about how to trigger the Jenkins build using pipeline job. Correct. So in the previous video we have seen how to trigger the build, the freestyle project build automatically when there is a code change and without code changes, right? In the previous video we have seen that. Now today we'll focus on how to create the pipeline job and how to execute our Selenium script, the project which we have created, correct? So basically earlier in earlier videos we have created the freestyle project. Now today we are going to create pipeline job, which is more realistic, and in real world projects we use pipeline job only. So what is the difference between freestyle project and pipeline job? The main difference is in it is more flexible, guys. This pipeline job is more flexible because we are using scripting over here, whereas in freestyle project we used to do everything, the settings in UI only, Jenkins UI only, and we have limited things over there to explore, right? But using a script we can do many things in this pipeline job. So that is the reason we go for pipeline job in real world projects. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about how to create the Jenkins pipeline job for our Selenium framework, and later on we'll talk about the Groovy script. So basically we create the pipeline job using Groovy script, which is object oriented programming script, right, for Java platform. And there are two ways we can create Groovy script. One is declarative script and another one is scripted pipeline, right? So like the scripted way is more complex, but the declarative way is very easy. So I'll show you that one. So using pipeline keyword we can create this Groovy script, right? So we'll create it and add that into our project, and I'll show you how we can run our script and then run the pipeline job. We'll run our pipeline job by like automatic how to send the automated email as well. I'll show you that one, and how to trigger the job automatically. So these are the things which we are going to explore today, right? So let's get started. So this is the project which we are working on, OrangeHRM project, guys, and what we are going to do, and if you can see Jenkins we are running on localhost 8080, and this is the project which we have created. This is freestyle project, right? OrangeHRM build which we have created, and we have explored like everything, like how to send the automatic email and how to trigger the build whenever there is a code change and without code changes, right? So this is what we have seen in the previous videos. Now today we'll create the free pipeline job, right? So how to create it? Click on new, and here I'll give OrangeHRM build and I'll give pipeline, OrangeHRM build pipeline, or simply I'll give OrangeHRM pipeline job, right? And here we need to select this pipeline and simply click on OK. So you can give description over here. So let me simply give description like this, the project description. You can give it over here, and after that no need to select anything from here. Triggers which we have seen in the previous video, we'll use it later on. And pipeline, here we need to use, this is important. So either you can write the script over here, directly write the script over here, or what you can do, you can pipeline script from SCM, right? Source code management. So we'll read it from source code management, and here we'll provide our GitHub repository. So select Git from here and provide the GitHub URL over here. So I have already this is our GitHub repository, guys, and from here we'll get the GitHub URL and put it over here, repository URL, correct? And credentials are not required because this is public repository, so this is not required. And later on advanced, this is not needed, and a branch is main branch, correct? So our project which we have pushed the changes to main branch only, right? Here you can see. So that is done. And later on what we can do, a script path Jenkins file. So this file we need to create in the project path. So the settings are done for job. It's very easy. Now what we'll do, either we create the script inside this. Anyway, we have selected this SCM, so that's fine. Here we have given the GitHub URL, GitHub repository path, and credentials not required. Main branch we have selected, and Jenkins file which we need to create in the project path. So what we'll do, simply we'll create the Jenkins file, the script, right? So simply right click and new, and then you can select file, and simply main. Here you can provide the Jenkins file like this, file name. Click on finish. So here you can see Jenkins file has been created. Now here what we'll do, I have already written the Groovy script, guys, to save our time. So let me explain you. So this is declarative Groovy script, so which starts with the keyword pipeline. Whenever we start, so it starts with curly braces, starting curly braces and end with curly braces, right? And let me go over it one by one. So agent, it will run the build whenever there is any agent available, right, in the pipeline. So we can give keyword agent and any like this. And tools, there is another step we have over here, tools, which start with like what is the tool which we are using, the Maven, and you can give the Maven version over here, right? The everything whatever we have given in freestyle project in the same way. So this is what we have to give over here, the tools. And then we have different stages. So stages will again start with curly brace and end with curly brace. And here what we'll give inside stages, we can write the stage as well. So check out what is the URL, the project repository URL. So here I have provided the repository URL, correct? And the branch is main branch. So this is the syntax, git branch and branch name and URL colon URL. This is simple, right? And then just end with curly brace. This is step. And another stage we have over here, and this is the end for this stage, okay? And we have another stage which is build, correct? So we need to write Maven command over here, Maven clean install, correct? And it will clean the project and then install the Maven artifacts. And we use for Windows batch command, right? BAT. For Linux or for Mac OS, you can use SH. You need to use SH, right? And we have here stage, another stage is there. So here we have build, and then we have test, Maven test, right? MVN test command. And later on, after build and then test, and here we have reports. So how to publish the HTML report. So here we can write another keyword like steps. And here in an array we used to give like report directory. What is the report directory we have? So this is the report directory, the project directory which we have, src test resources ExtentReport, correct? ExtentReport. And report file, what are the reports files we have? ExtentReport.html here. And report name you can give anything over here, extend spark report I have given. So just close this stage as well. And after that, post build, what we are going to do, right? So this is for the UI purpose, to showcase the reports on Jenkins UI artifacts, right? And here you can see it will show the reports once build is done, then it shows the report in the Jenkins UI. And once for the success, guys, once post build, what we'll do in case of success, I have written the email format over here. So I used simple HTML format here, and you can see I have given my email ID over here and the subject line like this. If you remember the previous video, we have selected we have the default subject line, right? So we use like this, and body starts from here, and we have given some inside the HTML tags which we have given the latest Jenkins build has completed, like the last time which we have used. And we have used here Jenkins environment variable, like environment.job name. This will give us the job name, and this will gives us build number, right? And build URL. And I have used some coloring as well in case of pass, like green color, right? So this is how you can create the email format. Similarly for failure as well, in case of failure, I have created the email ID or email format here as well. So after that, we are this is simple text and HTML format, right? And attach log. So we are attaching the log as well. So this is simple Groovy script. So what I'll do, simply I'll copy it from here and I'll put it inside the file which I have created inside our project and save it. Now you can see we have to check in this code, right? So what I'll do, simply right click properties and go to the project path, and this is the project path we have. Right click, show more options, git bash here. So you can see git status. If you see, you can see we have one file, Jenkins file, which we have created. So how to add it? Git add dot, it will add the file git commit updated or created Jenkins file for pipeline job. You can give like comment like this and press enter, and then simply git push the code into GitHub repository, git push origin main branch, right? Now you can see the code has been pushed to, let me refresh here, Selenium test project repositories, Selenium test framework. You can see guys, created Jenkins job for pipeline job, right? So this Jenkins file for pipeline job, so you can see the file has been added, correct? So what we'll do next, we go to the pipeline which we have created. So here we have the same file, and everything is done over here. Simply what I'll do, I'll save this job which we have created in Jenkins. So apply and click on save. Now let me run it, whether it is working fine or not. So simply I'll click on build now, and we'll see, you can see the build one has been started, and we can go it from here, console output. So you can see obtain Jenkins file from this the repository path, right? And it start the pipeline. So let's see whether it is working fine or not. Now you can see test has been started from here. Executing all the test cases. You can see all the test cases have been executed. I think this is still executing. Do you have some failure? I'm not sure. Let's see. It is sending the no suitable checks publisher found. So you can see build finished success, and email sending to this one. Let's see we got the email or not. So here I have my Gmail already open. So you can see build success OrangeHRM pipeline job first, right? We got the email, and you can see the proper format, build number one, build status success, and this is the URL, Jenkins URL, and this is the last check-in which we have done, last commit, and build log is attached. And here you can see ExtentReport URL as well. So you can see ExtentReport attached to this one as well. Let me go back. Yeah, go back to the email. Now what we'll do guys, this is done, correct? So this is how you can execute. And if I come back here, go back to the pipeline, OrangeHRM pipeline which we have created, you can see result like this in the pipeline. And here you can see stages as well. You can see all the stages over here: checkout, SCM, correct, source code management, tool install, Maven, checkout, and build, whatever we have given in the Groovy script, checkout and build, test, reports, right, and post action. So you can see all the things step by step in pipeline. And what you can see, if you go here, configure, delete pipeline, you can extend Spark report, you can check the reports from here. And what else, stages we have already seen. Now what we'll do, let's fail it deliberately, and we'll see. Yeah, one thing we wanted to check as well, like trigger the job automatically, right? How to trigger this job automatically. So what we can do, last time I have explained that one as well. So we need to go to C drive where we have this tool ngrok, right? So just go to that ngrok and start command prompt over here, and simply we need to write one command, ngrok http. We need to create the custom URL for public network, right? So ngrok http 8080 for our Jenkins. So simply press enter. Does not want dynamic. Why it is showing like this? ngrok and http 8080. Press enter. Now you can see this is our Jenkins URL, guys. So what I'll do, simply I'll copy it. So we have to update our webhook, right? to trigger the build automatically. So what we'll do, simply I'll go to the repository which we have created, and go to the settings, and from settings we have to go to the webhooks, and here we have the webhook which we have created last time, right? So here we need to simply update this webhook, update it, and later on just scroll down and click on update webhook. So our webhook has been updated. Now what we'll do, simply come back to the Jenkins job which we have created, and here let's check in the code, right? Let's make the changes in the code, and we'll see whether our build is getting executed or not, will be triggered or not. So what I'll do, simply I'll make the changes to our login page test. So let's deliberately fail the test case as well. So we'll see the email whether the format is coming correctly or not for the failure. So we should get like failure email, right? So what I'll do, simply for invalid credentials, deliberately I'll fail it. Like let's say we are expecting invalid credentials 1 in case of providing invalid credentials. This is for invalid login test, guys. So save it, and then simply come back to this one, OrangeHRM project, and you can see here the status. We have modified login page test. Simply run all the commands like add and commit, and then push origin main. Now as soon as this is done, hopefully the build will run. So come back to the build, you can see the build second will start from here. So let me refresh. So that has been already pushed, and here it should start the second build. Let's see why it is not getting started. Oh, we forgot to check this option, right? So we haven't selected at the beginning. So what we'll do, we have to select this GitHub hook trigger for GIT SCM polling, right? Apply and save. So let's see whether it will trigger or not. I think after making the changes, we have to do the check-in again, because just now we have done the settings, right? So what I'll do, simply I'll make the changes over here. Invalid login test, like this. That has been done, guys. Now come back to the, now you can see in the quiet period expires in 2.7. You can see the build second has been started, build 2, right, automatically. So this is how you can trigger the build automatically in pipeline as well. So it is the same process like what we have done in the previous video as well. So now it will execute all the test cases, and one test case gets failed. So let's wait for some time. I think a couple of minutes it will take to execute all the test cases. And it will since we have applied the retry logic, so it will try it will add couple of more it will try couple of more times as well. So total we should get 9 test cases, out of which 7, like 6 will be passed, 2 will be skipped, and 1 will be failed. It is executing all the test cases. We forgot to add that checkbox. So you can see that the build has been failed, and you can see finished failure, correct? And here you can see total test run 9, failure 1, error 0, skip 2, correct? So let me show you the report, the email. Go to the inbox, still failing, failure, and here you can see why we have 2 more still failing. Oh, those are different builds, guys. So this is, you can see the latest Jenkins build has failed, right? And you can see build status failure, and this build number 2, right? And here you can see this is the build URL, and the build log is attached. You can see the build log over here, like this, right? So this is how you can create the Jenkins job, and you can run your script from Jenkins, right? And we have completed both the things, like the freestyle project and Jenkins job as well. So this is all for today, guys. Let me know in case if you have any questions related to this, and if you're new to this channel, then please subscribe it. Thanks a lot. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 28 of Selenium Framework Development Series from scratch. So we have covered so many topics as part of this framework series, guys, and we have integrated with our framework. So if you haven't watched the previous videos, then I would recommend first go through all the videos previously. So you can go to the playlist and watch previous videos and then come back to this video. So there are a couple of topics which I left with. So one is Selenium Grid and another one is Docker, right? So Docker container. So today we'll focus on Selenium Grid, and in the next video I'll talk about Selenium Docker, like Docker container, right? So let's get started with today's topic. So this is the topic for today. So introduction to Selenium Grid, and I'll show you how can we integrate with our framework and how to execute the script using Selenium Grid. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we're going to talk about what is Selenium Grid. We'll talk about why we use Selenium Grid and installation and setup part, and I'll show how can we integrate with our framework, right? So practically I'll show you how to run the script using Selenium Grid as well. So this is what we are going to discuss today, and let's talk about some theoretical stuff. What is Selenium Grid? So Selenium Grid is a component of Selenium that enables parallel testing execution across multiple machines and browsers, correct? So this is one of the components in Selenium suite tools. We have Selenium IDE and Selenium WebDriver. So in the similar way, we have Selenium Grid is one of the components, right? Earlier we had RC as well, like 4 components. So RC was the 4th component, like remote control, which is already outdated. And this Selenium Grid is a component of Selenium that enables parallel test execution across multiple machines. Multiple machines means we can execute our script on different operating systems and across different browsers. We can execute on different browsers as well. It supports distributed testing. So it works on the basis of a server that is called hub, which we're going to discuss in a couple of minutes. So from where we can control all our testing, all our nodes, right? So basically it works as a server that is nothing but and we can execute our script on different machines. So that's why it supports distributed testing, helping reduce overall test execution, since it is it enables parallel test execution. So it reduces the overall test execution time. Ideal for CI/CD pipelines like continuous integration and continuous deployment, where multiple test cases need to run simultaneously across various environments. Selenium Grid allows you to run your test on different browsers and operating systems simultaneously using a hub node architecture, which we discussed, hub node architecture, right? So it works on the basis of hub node architecture. What is hub? Acts as a central point to control the test execution. So there will be hub, as I have told, like it works as a server which controls our test execution, and there are different, it will connect to different machines. So those machines are nothing but the nodes. Different nodes will set up different nodes, will register all those nodes to this server, this hub. So this is hub, and node, the machines where test cases will actually run. It can have different browsers and operating system, correct? So here we can run on a different operating system. Here we'll run on different operating system, and here we'll run on different operating system across various browsers, like different browsers. So this is the concept of hub and node in Grid, Selenium Grid. In continuation to what is Selenium Grid, so Selenium Grid is a core component which we already spoken about, right, of the Selenium suite alongside Selenium WebDriver and Selenium IDE. From Selenium 4, Selenium Grid is built in and comes with standalone mode. So we can register hub in a separate machine and a node in a separate machine, sorry, in a same machine, standalone mode, like same machine. So when we register together in a single machine, that is nothing but standalone mode. And there is another method, distributed mode, which we discussed, like distributed testing, right? So where we can set up hub at one machine, and we can connect to that hub with different other machines, other nodes separately, right? So that is distributed mode. And there is a Docker support as well, so which we are going to discuss in the next video about the Docker container, right? So this is about Selenium Grid. And if you ask question like why we use Selenium Grid, so run test in parallel to save time. So since we already have like in TestNG parallel execution, right? But that is we have some limitation over there, right? We cannot execute our script on different operating system, and that will be based on a single machine. Here in Selenium Grid we can execute our test across different machines and browsers. So run test in parallel to save time, test across different operating system browser combinations, useful in remote execution and cloud setups, easily integrate with CI tools like Jenkins, and scales up automation testing infrastructure. like Docker container, right, which we are going to discuss in the next video. So these are the different reasons or different things which why we go for Selenium Grid. Right, so let me show you guys practically how to integrate Selenium Grid, how to set up Selenium Grid, right? So I have already created a documentation, very good documentation on this Selenium Grid setup, how to do it. I have already installed it, so I'll show you step by step how can you install on your system as well. And since we have already a single system, I'm not connecting to any other system, so I'll show you at like single system how to connect to hub and nodes, and how to run our script across different browsers. Since we have our script is already, if you remember, our script is already support different browsers, so I'll show you how to execute our script in different browsers, right? So this is the complete documentation which I have created, and I'll provide the link in the description box of this video so that you can download this document as well. So step 1 says download Selenium Grid. So go to Selenium Grid official website, selenium.dev/downloads. So here I think I have already opened, right? You can see here downloads, and just scroll down here, you have Selenium server. So we have to download this Selenium server jar files so that we can run one command and set up our hub, and later on we can run another command to install different nodes, set up different nodes, register to that hub, right? So you can install this Selenium server latest version from here. So basically it contains Selenium WebDriver bindings and Selenium Grid, Selenium Manager. So we need to download this Selenium server file, jar file. So here I have already done that Selenium server. So this is the first step, guys. You have to install it, you have to download Selenium server jar files. You can see like this 429, which I have already done, and place it in your local system, preferably C drive, right? C Selenium Grid. So let me open my C drive. Here you can see Selenium Grid folder, right? And here we have jar file, Selenium server jar file. What is the next step? Start the hub. Now how we are going to start the hub? So open command prompt and navigate to your Selenium Grid folder. So you have to navigate to this folder and start command prompt, and you need to just run this command to start the hub, our server. So how to start? Just select this and type cmd, press enter. You'll see command prompt open with this location, right? Selenium Grid inside C drive. So simple command we have, java -jar space -jar, and select the Selenium server jar file, space, simply type hub and press enter. So it will start our hub. So it started Selenium hub 4.29.0, and this is the URL, and this is the port, default port we have 4444, correct? So what I'll do, let me go to the document again. So here you can see we have started this, we have started the hub from this command, and then you can see it is sockets created, events was ready, the same thing which we are getting here, right? And it is started our browser, it is started our server. Now if you go to, let me open in, or you can open here as well. So this is the URL we have to start the hub. So you can see this is the view of Selenium Grid, right? So 4.29.0. if you install 31, then it will display here 4.31.0. so the grid has no registered nodes yet, so we have just started the hub. Now we have to start the node as well. So step 3, start the node test machines, where we execute our scripts. Open another cmd window and run the following command. So in the same location, Selenium Grid will start another command prompt, and cmd start another command prompt, and here write java -jar, select the Selenium server jar file, and then space node, and then -port, and default port for this is, you can like 5556 you can do, you can start with, or you can use this 5555. Press enter, and then it will register the nodes, different nodes to the server, to the hub. You can see sending registration event. It started Selenium node, you can see, right? So let me open this, still loading, press enter. It is sending registration event. Yeah, you can see now. No, it's still loading. I don't know why it is taking this much time. Usually it won't take that much time. Let me cancel it. And start the hub again, sorry, node again. I think we have to start the hub again, guys, so it is taking much time. So let me start the hub again. Java-jar started, hub is started, so we need to connect the nodes. cmd java-jar node port 5555. So let's see, or we'll try 5556. Sockets created, event bus ready, looking for existing driver on the path, and a node has been added. You can see here node has been added. So you can see now it has created different nodes, like 4 nodes, one for Chrome, one for Firefox, another one is Edge internet browser, which is already outdated, and we have Edge. So basically we have, it is, this Selenium Grid is integrated with Selenium Manager as well. So whatever drivers we have in the system, it will create different nodes based on the drivers. So in our system we have Chrome, Firefox and Edge already, so we have, it is showing all these nodes over here already, because we haven't created separately, right? We have just created one command, we have just written one command over here, we have fired one command, and we have created node -- port 5556, right? So it creates different nodes over here based on different browsers, whatever is available on the system. Now you can see these numbers 8 over here, so it will run on 8 different it, like, say, I mean different, it will run on 8 different sessions. Similarly browse this one as well, Firefox, at the same time it will run on 8 different sessions at one time in the single time, right? So this is how we can start our hub and node. And later on, let me go over documentation again. So verify node registration, you can see easily, you can see this screen, right? And after that, modify your framework code. So we need to just modify few places, guys, and here you can see base class, we have to modify the base class. I'll show you where are the changes I made. So that's very simple changes, like we need to use, for this we have to use a remote driver, right? Because we are going to use execute our test cases on remote machine, correct? So that's why we need to create the object of this remote WebDriver instead of WebDriver, correct? So we have to use this class remote WebDriver. So based on that, I made some changes to the script, so let me show you. It's very easy, like whatever changes I have made. So what I have done in the config.properties, I have defined two variables like Selenium Grid and Grid URL. So this is the hub URL which we have, and the Selenium Grid, we are checking the flag from here. Like if we are running the script on Grid, then we need to set it as like true over here, and suppose we want to run it locally, then we have to make it false, and based on that it will get the values over here. Like you can see prop.get property from the properties file Selenium Grid, true or false, and then we'll convert into boolean, because that is the string, right? So we convert into boolean, and this is for URL. So you can see I have written one if condition over here. If Selenium Grid, if true or false, if it is true, like Selenium Grid, then we'll execute this script on Selenium Grid. So equal ignore case Chrome, so we have passed one parameter as well, Chrome string browser, right? Browser parameter we are passing over here, and then we have created the object of Chrome options, and we have added different arguments, like headless mode we are running on Grid, and then driver.set remote WebDriver, correct? And we are passing the Grid URL, and we are sending these options like headless mode and window size and all different arguments, right? Different options. So you can see, like, we need to launch the browser like this, driver.set, and similarly for other drivers, other browsers as well, like Firefox and Edge. And so this part I have written this if condition, and if we set the value as false over here, then it will execute the previously what we have written as part of our framework. how we have written, right? Simple like Chrome options we have written in headless mode. These are all we have added later on in our script, and you can see how to execute it, right? If you want to execute on Chrome browser, so simply we have set this Chrome driver over here, right? So this is what we have earlier done. Now what changes I have made, I have just added this upper part, like this part I have added as part of this Selenium Grid. So it's very simple code changes which I made in our base class. So similarly, which I have added a couple of parameters over here. Selenium Grid is equal to true and Selenium Grid URL, which we are reading it from base class, right? And TestNG XML, I have just created different test because we are running parallel is equal to test, and here you can see test. This is for Chrome, and I have created another test for Edge, correct? And one more changes I made, guys. You can see here we have earlier we used to read the browser from config.properties, right? Here you can see, so there is no use of it. This one, instead of that, we are reading the browser from TestNG.xml parameter only. So here you can see parameter we are sending the value we are sending Chrome, correct? And parameter name browser. So this is the parameter tag which we have added in the TestNG.xml. And here what we'll do in our this method, setup method, which we are passing string browser. So here we are just passing this browser over here, and we have to add this annotation. Just remember, in before method we have to add this annotation parameters browser. So these are the simple changes which I made to the script. So like I think everything is done. So you can see config properties true, and let me run it whether it is working fine or not on Grid. So what we'll do, simply I'll right click and run as TestNG suite, and you can see it will run the script on Grid environment. So you can see remote WebDriver instance created for Grid in headless mode. And if I show you this Grid UI, so you can see sessions, you can see 3 sessions are created at a time, right? And here you can see 3 of 8 concurrent session we can start. So you can see now one session, one case is executing right now. So it will change based on how many test cases are running in parallel mode. So this is how it looks in the Grid, and here you can see it is executing all the test cases step by step, like one by one, sorry, in parallel mode, right? And you can see here after you saw some message, right? And then it is started Firefox browser as well. So now you can see all the test cases 7 passes, and here you can see now no running or queued session at the moment because all the test cases are already executed, correct? So this is how you can execute your script on Grid, right? Grid environment. Now what we'll do, we'll check whether our script is working perfectly fine or not. So what I'll do, I'll mention the flag over here false, Selenium Grid is equal to false, and let's see whether we are able to run locally or not. So right click on the testng.xml file, run as testng suite. Now this time nothing will happen on this Selenium Grid, it will be open as it is, and yeah, no running or queued session at the moment. And here you can see we are running the script locally. So this is how you can do, guys, and I have made the changes to 3 places. One is base class and config.properties in testng.xml, and I haven't pushed the changes to the GitHub, so I'll push the changes. Last time I have created the pipeline job, right? So at that time I pushed the changes. Now today you can see all the test cases are running locally. So what I'll do, I'll push all the changes to GitHub so that you can, I have already copied the code here as well in this document, the document which I have created, but I'll push the changes to the GitHub repository as well so that you can easily access all the code base from there. You can see testng.xml, and yeah, so since we are running in a single machine, we have set up hub and node in the single machine. You can run test on another machine as well. So just follow the steps here. We need to just give the IP address of hub machine, and you can set up like this. So if port 5555 is not working, then you can run it on 5556 or 5557 as well. So you can see total test 7 runs, passes 7, failure 0, right? And nothing happened on this Selenium Grid cycle because we run it locally. So let me change this to true for now, correct? So it will run, or let me make it false only. Later on, what we'll do in the next session, we'll talk about the Docker, how we are going to create different containers, right? And we'll execute like for one browser we'll create one container, and so on for other browsers, and we'll execute our script from Docker. correct? And later on will integrate with Jenkins as well. We'll create a Jenkins file to start Docker containers automatically. So that is what we are going to discuss in coming videos. So for now I think we are good to go ahead with this grid. So let me just push the changes. Git status, you can see 3 files where I made the changes, like BaseClass, config.properties, and testing.xml. So git add dot, it will add the file, and git commit -m, add the message like grid integrated grid logic, git push origin main branch, right? Let me refresh it, so the code will be available now. Integrated grid logic, you can see here. So just now I have pushed the changes. So this is how you can start grid, guys, for your framework. You can run your script on grid. So this is all for today. So in the next video we'll talk about Selenium Grid with Docker, how to set up Selenium Grid with Docker containers. So this is all for today, and let me know if you have any other questions related to grid. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 29 of Selenium Framework development series from scratch, and in the previous part we have seen how to run our script using Selenium Grid, right? Now today we'll focus on how we're going to enhance our framework, and we are going to use Docker to run our application, to run our script, right? So this is the topic for today. So introduction to Docker and how we are going to run our Selenium test using Docker containers. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we're going to talk about what is Docker. We'll understand first what is Docker and why we use Docker in Selenium or Selenium Grid, right? So basically we're going to use a Docker using Selenium Grid only, right? So I'll show you how we're going to use that, and we'll talk about a couple of things which are important in Docker when we talk about Docker. So Docker containers and Docker images, we'll discuss about it, and I'll show you the installation and setup of Docker, and at last I'll show you how we're going to integrate our framework with Docker. So this is what we're going to discuss today. Now let's talk about the first topic, what is Docker. So if we talk about the meaning of the word Docker, right? So Docker basically it's a labor, or I would say it's a worker who works at port, right, to loads and unloads the containers, right? So that's why we can, it's an isolated environment. If you talk about in computer language, it's an isolated environment, right? So we can easily relate with the real meaning of Docker. So that's why if you see the image of Docker, right, so it looks like this. There is a sheep which contains, you know, different containers you can see inside it. It's a sheep, or maybe like whale, right? You can see. So that's why we can that's why the name comes like Docker. So basically if you talk about the real definition of Docker, like what is the meaning of Docker? So Docker is a platform that helps you to build ship and run applications in an isolated environment called containers. So there are two things when we talk about Dockers, images and containers, right? So basically images is nothing but the blueprint, and containers is an object, right? So it makes easier to develop, test and deploy applications quickly and reliably across different systems. So let's say we build a framework, Selenium framework, right? Now we want to test that, we want to execute our script in a separate environment or anywhere if you want, right? So how to execute it? So there are like we need certain applications using which we develop our framework, right? So we need like Selenium, so let's say Selenium 4, we need Java application, we need Maven, we need Chrome driver, just for an example, right? We need these applications to run our script. So when we use this Docker, right, so we don't need to install them separately. Basically it the containers will like it contains all these applications, like the images will contain all these applications,
and build the environment for us. So it makes easier to develop, test, and deploy applications quickly and reliably across different systems. It supports distributed testing. So what is the purpose of using Docker, right? So it helps us to test the application on like different environment, right? For cross-browser testing, and I would say the parallel testing also, helping reduce overall test execution time. So that is the benefits of Docker, using Docker. Docker allows you to package your application along with everything it needs, like libraries, dependencies, environment variable, into a single unit called container, right? So why we use Docker in Selenium? So we mainly use Docker for the following advanced use cases in Selenium. So Selenium Grid with Docker. So to use Selenium Grid with Docker for parallel execution and cross-browser testing, and CI/CD integration, continuous integration, and continuous deployment. If you are going to use Jenkins or TeamCity or any CI/CD tools, it will be really useful, right, when we use Docker. Containerized test execution, scaling and isolation to scale up your framework in a next level. And as we discussed, how we are going to use in an isolated environment. So these are the main things, like use cases. That's the reason we use Docker in Selenium. Now if you talk about Docker containers and images, what do you mean by Docker containers and Docker images? So Docker image is like a blueprint or a snapshot of an application and its dependencies, right? So basically you can say it's a class is having everything, right? So I have given an example over here. Think of it's a recipe. Let's say we are going to make a chocolate recipe. I would say we are baking a cake, right? So it's a recipe. Docker image is basically a recipe. So it includes OS, tools, Java, Chrome, libraries, right? So basically Docker image contains everything like operating system, tools, libraries, correct, all the applications, correct. And another thing is Docker container. So when we can say it's a recipe. So recipe will contain everything, right? What are the ingredients and what are the steps, right, to bake the cake, correct. And if you talk about Docker container, it's a running instance of a Docker image. So this is nothing but the object, correct. So we have created the images like recipe, and how we are going to execute that. So basically Docker container is like how actually we are baking the cake. So it's a running instance of Docker image. Think of it like baking a cake from recipe, from the above image, right? And the cake is the container. You can have multiple containers from the same image. So with same recipe we can create different, like little bit, there will be little bit changes. Like let's say we want different flavors, so we can create different flavors. Like let's say we want vanilla. We have created the recipe for chocolate, and we can create different little bit changes, like we can create different flavors like vanilla, strawberry, or any other flavors, right, using the same image. So in the similar way we can create different instances of the same image. So this will be the next video, guys. Anyway, I'll going to explain first the Docker, and later on we'll use Docker Compose in the next video, right? So now let's talk about how we are going to use Docker in our framework, right? Installation and setup. So I have created a separate document as well, Docker for Selenium Grid, and how we're going to run tests using containers. And here I have given some theoretical stuff as well. You can go through it. So how we're going to install Docker, that is the first thing, right? And install Docker desktop on your system. Using this link you can download it. So I have created very good documentation here. So you need to just follow it, and you can create you can install this Docker desktop on your system. So you need to just follow step by step. You will get Docker desktop installer, and you need to just install that. You can see 438 version I'm using right now. Maybe I think it's been a little bit like it's been long time, I think 3-4 months when I have installed this, but you can use the latest version. And here you can see you need to just select everything like this, and Docker installed successfully, right? You need to just follow this process. So it looks like this once you install the Docker, and you'll get the icon over here, the shortcut, and you need to just click on that and you'll get like this. After successful Docker installation, run the below commands. If no errors, that means your Docker is running successfully, right? So if you remember last time we used Selenium Grid, right? So instead of let me show you how we have done that, right? So we use Selenium Grid last time. So we had to start the hub and nodes, right? We have created the hub and node. So how we have done that? So this is how we have done Java and jar. So this is how we have created the socket, like Selenium hub, Selenium. So that will be localhost 4444, right? And how we have started the nodes, how we have, so you can see Selenium Grid is started. The grid has no registered nodes yet. So how to connect with nodes? So we have to install the Selenium server, right? From there we can create a Selenium hub and Selenium nodes. So how to start nodes? Over here, java-jar space tab, and here node -- port 5555. So you can see it will create different nodes over here, like all the nodes, Chrome, Edge, and Firefox, right? So this is what we have seen in the previous video, how we have created the hub and nodes, how to connect to the nodes as part of Selenium Grid. Now no need to do this. We are going to do this using a Docker, right? So what I'll do, I'll simply close this, and close this as well. So you'll see this will be gone, right? It will take a while. Now you can see Selenium Grid failed to fetch, right? Now what we are going to do, we need to just follow this documentation. After successful Docker installation, run the below commands. If no errors, means Docker is running successfully. So to know the Docker version which I have installed, so simply type cmd, and you can see here Docker simple command version -- version. You can see the Docker version over here, and whether our services is running successfully or not. So you can see Docker ps, you can see there are no errors, right? So that means it is successfully installed and there are no errors. Now what we need to do, so we need to create hubs and nodes here as well. So how we're going to do that? So the latest version of Selenium is 434, right? So simply we need to do like this. So we need to write the command docker, right? You can see full Selenium and hub and colon, what is the version? 434.0. So this will pulls the latest version of Selenium, right? It creates hub. So simply put enter, and it will download. And here you'll see, guys, this is our Docker, and once it installed downloads, then you will see over here in the images. So first we'll create the image, all the images like hub and nodes, and later on we'll create the instance of those images, right? So it will take a while to install, and later on what we'll do after this, we'll install different nodes as well, because we are going to run our script on different browsers, right? Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. So simply we use like this command. So now it is done. You can see downloaded newer image for Selenium. So you can see here, you can see it has been downloaded here. To tag the name which we have given 434, and this image ID 5 days ago created, like it was, the version was there for 5 days ago, and some like size is there. So it installed here, the image has been installed, right? Which contains all the application, and container is nothing but the instance which we're going to create to run our application. Now what is the next thing? Let's copy this and install that one as well, like download that. So it will create the node for Chrome browser. So it will download like this. You can use, instead of latest, you can use like instead of 4.34.0, instead of that you can use latest as well. So it will download the latest version, and this is the name of the image, right? Similarly we'll do it for Firefox, and subsequently we'll do it for Edge browser as well. And we need to create the network. So the network name here we have given Selenium Grid. So this is the command for to create a network, Docker network create Selenium Grid. These are the commands for full pulling the required images for Docker. So it is done in a while. Yeah, it's done. So you can see inside Docker node, Chrome node, right? Now what we'll do for Firefox, let's download it, and at last we'll do it for, yeah, it will take a while, and at last for Edge as well. Now you can see there is nothing inside containers, right? So we need to create the instances of those images which we have created. So it is done, and here you can see as well for Firefox, right? Similarly we'll do it for Edge. And after that we need to create a network, Selenium Grid network, and we need to run that container. So how to connect or how to run a container, right? So this is a simple command which we have, docker run -d-p on this, like already we have this 4444 localhost, right? On that port it will run. To connect a network we need to write the command like this, and we have to give the name of the hub and what is the from which image which we are creating, right? So this is the image which we have created on top, like here you can see. So simply what we can do, we can, I think network will be there, I have already created earlier. So now you can see all the four, one is hub, all the four images you can see here. Now let me do this. So here you can see error response from daemon network with Selenium Grid already exists. So network is already there. So in your case guys, if you do the first time, you'll see you don't see this message, right? Now what we'll do, we'll run this command, this run command, and simply let's run this command. Yeah, so what it does, it will create the instance. You can see it is running, and inside the containers you can see the instance has been started. And if you fire this URL, you'll see Selenium Grid already over here, right? 4.34.0 you can see over here, and the grid has no registered nodes yet. Now we need to connect all the nodes over here, right? So how to do it? So we have these commands. So basically we are going to use the same run command, and there are some certain parameters we need to give, like the size, right? 2 GB size we are going to use to run the instance of all the, like for that instance Chrome for hub from for Chrome node, right? And simply -- network Selenium Grid, the name of our network. And these are certain parameters, other things which we need to give, like the event bus host, the Selenium hub, it connects to the hub, and this is the port 42 and 43, and session 1 and instance 1. So based on how many instances you require, you can put it over here. So simply, and this is the name of our hub, the image which we have created on top, this is the same name which we have given over here, right? So simply copy this command and let's execute it. So you can see the instance will be started for Selenium Chrome node as well. Similarly, what I'll do, I'll copy this one as well for Firefox, and you can see the instance of this will be started for Firefox node, and at last for Edge as well. So I have changed the instances guys, the sessions and instances I have changed over here. And if you fire here, you can see a couple of nodes are created over here, right? You can see this is Chrome and this is Firefox. Now let's do it for Grid as well. Now you can see all the nodes are started, instance of all the nodes, all the images, right? And here you can see the Edge node is also started, and we have given different concurrency like 1, 2 and 4 based on our how many test cases we have. So based on our running session, it will give the number over here. Now what we are going to do, verify Selenium hub and nodes are running. You can see using this image, right? Here you can see actually those are running. Now changes in the framework code. So what are the changes we made in our code? So there are two things guys. You can, if you remember, we are running our OrangeHRM application on localhost, right? So what we need to do, because see here I have written the scenarios like if site is hosted online, then we can simply use the the URL which we have for the open source for the OrangeHRM, right? So public site accessible from anywhere, but since we have hosted the OrangeHRM locally, we need a separate URL like this. So these are the changes we made in our framework, because we are going to use localhost OrangeHRM, right? We have already hosted using exam control panel, right? Where we have started our MySQL and Apache, because we have hosted the OrangeHRM application locally. For this one also, if you haven't watched the video, then you can go back and you can see in the playlist, right, how we have hosted the OrangeHRM application locally. So you can see we can run the application like this. So we need to add here like host.docker.internal, right? Like this, you need to create the URL. So that's what here I have given. Like we need to make the changes in the config.properties file. So let me open in Eclipse the framework. This is the framework which we have created, and where we have, I already made the changes because those are very minimal changes from the previous video, like not much changes are required. So where we have what we need, resources, config.properties, right? So here we have, this is, so I used few parameters over here, like URL base. This is the base URL, the original application, and here we have the local where we have hosted our OrangeHRM application. And since we are going to use Selenium Grid using Docker, so we need to use this URL, correct? And similarly in the base class also I made the changes, because we are going to use that URL, right, when we use the grid. And I think last time I have explained this. We have given one parameter over here, Selenium Grid. So if you want to run it locally, then you need to just mark it as false. If you want to run in Selenium Grid using Selenium Grid or Selenium Grid using Docker, you can just put it like true over here. And you can see base class where the changes I have made. So you can see in the config browser method, so here you can see the changes, like if Selenium Grid, if you are using the Selenium Grid, then we are going to get the URL from this parameter URL grid from the config.properties, right? So this URL which we are going to use when we use the grid. So these are the two, like, couple of changes which I made. Apart from that, all things are same from the previous video. So this is config.properties and BaseClass.java. I put it over here, the class. Anyway, I already pushed the changes to my GitHub, and I'll provide the link in the description box of this video as well. And I'll give the document link as well, guys. The Docker setup final which I have created here, the document, I'll give the download link as well, which I am going to upload in our ATI Digital Hub website. So this is done, and what we need to do, simply we need to run the application using Docker. So I need to open the TestNG.xml. Here we are going to use parallel is equal to test, and we have created different tests based on the browser, Chrome, Edge, and Firefox, and we have given our all the test classes over here, right? So let me just run it and we'll see how it executes, right? So right now you can see no 0 out of 7 test cases. So right click and run as TestNG suite. You can see it has started, right? You can see 14% concurrency, like right now 2 test cases are running, and here also you can see the test cases started. You can see remote WebDriver, right? Remote WebDriver instance created for grid. So it will execute all the test cases, the 7 test cases which we have as part of our framework. Let's see how it executes other test cases. Now you can see all the 7 test cases, 7 passes, failure 0, right? And here also you can see all are done, right? Now you can see 0 of 7 instances or concurrency. And if I see the report, so just refresh the project and ExtentReport. Here you can see open with browser, You can see today's date 23rd of July, and you can see all the test cases executed successfully over here. Let me open some screenshot. You can see it executes all the test cases successfully. So this is how you can use Docker in Selenium, and you can create different images, and corresponding you can use the containers. So this we have done manually, right? How we have pulled all the images manually over here using the command, and we have created the different instances over here, right? And that's how we did today. But later on, what we are going to do, we'll integrate with CI/CD, right? So in the next video, we are going to use Docker Compose, and we are going to use a Jenkins pipeline. How we are going to do that, right? So that will be probably the last video of this series. So we have done everything, guys, about the Docker. So let me know if you have any questions related to Docker, and you can play around this application, how we are going to create different images and containers. And we have terminal over here. You can write the direct commands from here. We have used command prompt from here, right? Outside you can use it from here as well, and you can anytime you can stop this containers as well from here. We have different buttons over here, and you can delete it, and you can, by using the commands, you can get it back as well. So this is all for today. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So this is part 30 of Selenium Framework development series from scratch, and this would be probably the last video of this series. So let's get started. So today we are going to talk about run Selenium Grid using Docker using Jenkins pipeline. So in the previous video we have seen how to run our Selenium Grid using Docker, right? Now today we'll focus on how to run this Docker using Selenium Grid, and we are going to use Docker Compose. So let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we are going to talk about what is Docker Compose and what is YAML or .yml file extension, and why we use Docker Compose in test frameworks, and we'll have a look the YML file, right, overview of that, and Jenkins pipeline as well. Jenkins pipeline we have already covered, but we need to make some changes when we go for Docker Compose, when we are going to use YML file. So this is what we are going to discuss today. So let's get started with the first topic. What is Docker Compose? So basically Docker Compose, it's like Docker tool or Docker Compose tool for defining and managing multi-container Docker applications, right? So it uses basically for the managing multi-container Docker applications. So suppose we are going to use multiple nodes inside a Docker, then we can go for Docker Compose. So all the configuration will be done using a file extension called YAML file format, right? To configure all the services like Chrome, Firefox, and how to set up the hub and different nodes. So that configuration will be done using this YAML file format. So we'll talk about it in a couple of minutes. Allow launching all containers with one command like Docker Compose up. There is one command needed only to just start the containers, Docker Compose up. So if you see, if you have seen in the last video, right, we have manually downloaded all the images, and later on we have started the containers manually. But when we use this Docker Compose, then the manual configuration is not required. So we are going to use this YAML file, and we are going to start our services. So great for setting up Selenium Grid with multiple browser nodes. Yeah, so if we talk about what is YAML or .yml file, right? So YAML is an markup language, or it is also called yet another markup language. So this is one kind of markup language, and primarily used for data serialization and configuration. YAML, on the other hand, it's simply a common file extension used for files containing YAML formatted data. To use this YAML file format, right, so the extension of that file is .yml. Like no need to get confused with this one, YAML and .yml, both are same. Basically this is the file format which we are using, and this is the extension .yml. Human readable format used to define services in Docker Compose. Some key aspects of YAML file: use indentation, not tabs. So here we uses spaces, not tabs. No need to quote strings unless necessary. Structure like to configure services, images, ports, environment, etc. So the question arises here, why we use Docker Compose in test framework. So automates environment setup, like to set up hub and corresponding nodes as per our requirement. Avoids manual browser nodes node management. Ensures consistent test environments across machines. Improve continuous integration and continuous deployment efficiency by integrating with Jenkins. Yeah, so this is about a Docker Compose, guys, and I have already created a document as well, documentation, which I'm going to share after the end of this session in our separate website, ATI Digital Hub, right? So last time we have covered this one, Docker for Selenium Grid, so you can download it from here. So here also I have given the notes, and let's talk about how we are going to implement in our framework, right? How we are going to use this Docker Compose in our framework. So there are a couple of things which we need to do, like we need to create one YML file. So the file has been already created here. So you can get it from GitHub repository as well. Here you can see, if you go to this GitHub repository, github.com selenium hq/docker selenium, here you can get multiple Docker compose file, right? And so what I have done, I have created the file already, and I'll explain you this one, and how to configure in our framework also we'll talk about it. And another thing is Jenkins pipeline overview, right? So Jenkins pipeline we have already covered as part of our framework, and you can see in the playlist here, part 27 we already covered, right? Jenkins pipeline, how to configure the Jenkins pipeline. But in this case, what we need to do, we are going to configure this Docker compose inside our Jenkins pipeline, right? So let's do this couple of things. Like first we create this YML file inside our project directory. So if you go to the project, let me close all these first. So here this is our project OrangeHRM, and here you can see Jenkins pipeline. So I already made the changes over here, Jenkins pipeline. So before I explain this on Jenkins pipeline, what I'll do, I'll create another folder to keep our YML file. So simply at the top level, we'll create one folder called Docker, and inside this Docker folder I'll create file, and here I'll give docker compose.yml, docker compose.yml. Click on finish, and here what we are going to do, from our Word document, the document which I have created, I'm going to share this later on. I'll copy this configuration, and I'll put inside this docker.yml file, and click on save. So let me just go through this, guys, and how we're going to start our services. So first we need to create the hubs, right? So hub is given here, you can see Selenium hub. So we are going to start the Selenium hub automatically using this YML file. So 4.34.0 we are going to use, right? So I think it is already there, our Docker desktop. So what I'll do, containers, there are no containers, images. So let me delete all the images. It's deleting all the images. So it will download from the beginning, like it will download all the images first, hub and all the nodes, and then corresponding it will download all the containers. It will create all the containers. So let me go to the project. So this is the setting for hub, to download the hub, and later on we have different nodes. So you can see here replicas. First of all, image. This is the image I have given for Chrome node, right? Selenium node Chrome, and this is the size it will run. It will uses the 2 GB sizes, right? And deploy replicas. So it will use one container. So this is for container. How many containers we are going to create? One, and depends on Selenium hub. And here you can see a couple of like few other parameters like environment. So Selenium hub host will be Selenium hub, and publish port 4442. These are the default ports. So we need a couple of ports over here, publish and subscribe, to exchange the messages. 44443, and maximum one session we need for Chrome. This requirement, this is based on your requirement, how many test cases you have. So one session I need for one container, maximum session. And similarly for Firefox, if you remember, we have 7 test cases, so one a container we are going to have here, and one session per container. Similarly for Firefox, same kind of configuration over here. This is the version I have given, and here we can see the maximum is 4, because we are going to have we need to create 4 sessions for Firefox browser, right? And similarly for Edge, we have 2 sessions over here. So this is brief about Docker compose file. So here we have created, and you can see Jenkins file here, right? Jenkins file. Let me just go through quickly because we have already covered this Jenkins pipeline as well. So here we have the tool configuration, Maven tool configuration, and here we have the environment path for Docker Compose file, right? So file space will, like, from where we get the file will define /docker from the Docker folder, right? From the main project path. Selenium Grid, we are going to use the Selenium Grid from the configuration. You can see here where we have config.properties, we are going to use the Selenium Grid is equal to true, right? And then what we have, different stages we have: start Selenium Grid via Docker Compose, and here again the compose path, the path we have given below, and Docker Compose dot, here we have the Docker Compose, this is the base path, right? The project path, Docker Compose dot yml, and here we have created a file, right? Docker Compose dot yml, and this is to start the Selenium Grid, and we are going to use 30 seconds to get ready our hub and nodes. So we are going to check out the repository which we have created. I think here I have already opened the repository. This is the project which we have pushed the changes to our GitHub repository. So we are going to take the project from here, our code from here, right? And later on we have Maven build command, Maven clean install. We are going to use Selenium Grid here and Maven test, and at last we are going to stop the Selenium Grid as well. And using this file we are going to delete all the containers as well. We are going to stop the Selenium Grid and down all the containers, and this is for report purpose. This is as it is, as we have already covered, and the couple of emails which we are going to send in case of pass. In case of success we are going to send this build success, and we have, in case of failure, we have this for failure email, right? So this is pretty much about Jenkins file. Now what we'll do, let me go to the project path and move these changes first, right, to our GitHub repository. This is our project path. Right click here and git bash here. Git status. So two files we have made the changes, like Jenkins file we made the changes, and here we have added Docker folder, right? And inside that we have created Docker Compose file. Make sure the spelling is correct here. Docker -compose.yml. Yeah. Now we are going to use git add command, git status, git commit -m, and we'll put the message updated script for Docker Compose. And lastly we need to push the changes, git push origin main branch, right? So we push the changes. So let's have a look like whether it is updated to the GitHub repository or not. Updated script for Docker Compose, right? So it is already being updated here. Now what we'll do, simply we need to just see the Docker here. So here containers all blank here, and images also. So make sure like your Docker desktop is running, right? Docker engine is running. And another thing is, this is not required. So here you can see Selenium Grid, it's failed to fetch, but just to check the status, better you have this localhost to run our hub is running on this port, right? 4444. So you can check the status from here when we start our script from Jenkins pipeline. And I have already logged in our Jenkins, guys, and this is the pipeline which I have created, right, in the pipeline video. So let me open it, and what we'll do, simply we need to build the project, and then we will see how it will download all the images and how it is going to create different containers, right? So let's get started. So simply click on build now. Let's see whether it is working or not. So you can see Selenium Hub pulling, it is downloading all the first it is downloading hub, so it will take a while. You can see downloading, and here you can see the status. Firstly images, it is not downloaded yet, so it will come, it will take a while. It's downloading all the hubs and nodes, so let's wait for a couple of minutes. So if you haven't watched the previous videos, then you can go to the playlist of this Selenium framework from scratch after going to my channel Automation Testing Insider, and you can see all the different videos from here. And we have covered pretty much everything as part of this framework, right? So in 30 videos we have covered everything. Still downloading. So this is one-time activity. Once it is downloaded, the images, later on it will delete the containers only, so image will be there as it is, as per our Docker Compose file. So let's see, download complete, and here you can see still not showing why. I think download complete it is showing. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. It is not showing. And let's see Selenium Grid. You can see here Selenium Hub has been created, right, 434, and subsequently the other nodes will be also created. So let's have a look this one. It is downloading all the Selenium Hub pulled. It will download all the nodes as well. We have not started the hub, so that's why it is this site cannot be reached. It is coming, and let's wait for a couple of more minutes. Only we have seen the hub over here. Hub is downloaded automatically. You can see Firefox pulled, Chrome pulled, and let me see the Docker. You can see Firefox is there and Chrome is also there, and you can see no edge is also created here, right? And now you can see the services have been started. So here you can see, now you can see all the nodes. Why it is not showing? Let's refresh it again. Containers not created yet, right? All the containers also started, and Selenium Hub as well. Why it is not working? Yeah, now it is loading. You can see Selenium Grid 434, and here you can see Chrome, Firefox, Edge, and Chrome nodes have been started. Now what it will do, it will run the other, it will start. You can see the latest comment, right, which we have added when we push the code, updated script for Docker Compose. Now it will run the script for us. It will take a while as well. It will download all the artifacts and then start the test. So it will take a couple of more minutes, guys, to execute all the test cases. You can see DB verification test, and here you can see the status as well. Like the test cases are running in this Edge, and parallelly it is running on Chrome, Firefox browser as well. So I published this document as well in our website ATI Digital Hub. Once I complete that, I think little bit things are pending, so I'll add it and then I'll release this document as well. And I'll provide the link in the description box of this video so that you can download everything from that site, right? So it is executing all the test cases, and whatever logs, the messages which we have, it is capturing, and it is showing all the logs over here in Jenkins pipeline. And we are running in headless mode, guys. For the first time it will take some time because it has started from executing all the downloading all the artifacts, right? So that's the reason it is taking some time. You can see container, all the containers are there, Selenium Hub and Firefox 1, Edge 1 and Chrome 1. It will delete all the containers as well. Images will be there as it is because it's still running the test cases, so we need to just wait for a couple of more minutes. This is you can see query executed successfully database test case which we have written. We have created in this framework, we have covered all the things, right? Like API testing and database testing as well. You can see from here initially whatever framework or whatever Selenium concepts are there, we have covered all those. ExtentReport, enhance the framework using TestListener, how to border an element in green color or red color, data driven framework, how to set up OrangeHRM site locally. So whatever we run the test cases, that is the site has been set up locally on our local machine using this XAMPP control panel, right? You can see MySQL and Apache services are running over here. So this is the video for that, part 17. And database testing, so because of the database testing we have configured that locally. And we have soft assertion also, we have covered API automation, rerun the failed test cases, how to push the project into GitHub, how to clone the project, run the Selenium project in Jenkins, trigger the auto email Jenkins while build is done, trigger the Jenkins build automatically, run the Jenkins build using pipeline job, and then Selenium Grid. And at last video we have covered last part 29, Docker for Selenium Grid. So let's see how far it is done. So you can see build success, and let me go to the Docker desktop. You can see containers, all the containers have been deleted, right? Only images are there, and you can see it is stopped as well. And if you come here, this will be stopped already, right? So you can see it is success and sends email to this my email ID as well. You can see in the email, you can see build success or in HRM pipeline job 7. So build success, and here we can get the status of the ExtentReport also. We can get it from here. What is there is some path configuration field, so from here we can get the ExtentReport. I think I need to fix this, that is not a big thing, we'll do that later. And here you can see the reports, proper report, right, inside this Jenkins job only. So from here also you can go, if you go to top OrangeHRM pipeline job, here you can see ExtentReport.html. you can see the report over here. Employee verification, you can see the screenshot here. So everything is done, guys, for this project and today's video as well. So let me know if you have questions, any questions related to this. So I already pushed the changes to the GitHub, so you can download the project from there, and you can download this document as well when I publish this. So by the time when I publish this video, it will be down, it will be uploaded there. So thank you for watching. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video of Automation Testing Insider. So as part of our new framework series, so we have already completed all the concepts and all the videos related to framework, and we have covered all the topics, right? Now today I'll show you how to clone the project. So basically the cloning part I have already covered in part 23, I guess, how to clone the project. But later on again we used some other functionalities like how to run your project in the grid and how to use Docker and all, right? So suppose you want to clone this project and how to do little bit changes, right? How to do that and how to run your project initially. That I am going to show it today. Right? Okay. So let's get started. So this is the project which we have created, OrangeHRM project, and you can see this is the GitHub URL. I have already pushed the changes to the GitHub, so you can clone this project. So let me clone it, and then I'll show you what are the changes you need to make to run the script, right, in your local. Okay, so let me copy the URL from here. So I'll provide the link in the description box of this video, this GitHub URL, right? And you need prerequisites, like few things like Git should be installed, and you should have GitHub account, and Eclipse for sure, right? You need Eclipse as well. So we have already covered all these topics in the in the playlist. You can go through it like one by one. We have already covered all the topics. So let me show you how to do that. So first of all, I'll go you need to go to the location where you want to clone the project, right? We have copied the URL, and I'll go to the Eclipse workspace path where I have kept all the projects, right? So let's say suppose we want to keep our project over here, we want to clone the project over here. Okay, so what I'll do, simply we need to go git bash here, and you need to just write one command, git clone, and just put the URL over here, right? This is our framework URL, git URL, right? GitHub URL, and just put the enter. Now it is cloning into Selenium test framework. So you can see it has been cloned, right? The project is imported over here. We can see the project is coming over here. Now what we'll do, since we just cloned the project, right? So we have already the original project, OrangeHRM project. So if you're following the same like if you're following my videos from beginning, if you have created the same project in the same location, then what you need to do, you have to change the pom.xml, the artifact ID. Otherwise, if you have not created the same project, if you're not cloning the same project, then you can leave it, like if you're doing it first time. Otherwise, you have to go to the pom.xml, open, edit in notepad, and artifact ID. Where is the artifact ID? Here, group ID, artifact ID. What we need to change here? OrangeHRM project. This one, artifact ID, you need to just do it, copy, right? So this is the thing you need to do, and Control S, save it, and you are good to go. Now what you need to do, guys, here we have already cloned the project. Now you have to import this project into Eclipse, right? So how to do it? So simply go to file, and we have import option here, new you can see import option here, right? So click on import, and existing Maven project, you have to select existing Maven project, click on next, and you have to browse the location where you clone the project, right? So this is the folder you need to select, Selenium test framework, right? Select folder, and then click on finish. Now you can see the project has been imported in Eclipse as well, and you can see cylindrical symbol over here, and you can see there is a change, right? You can see here. So why? Because we made the changes in the pom.xml, that's why it is showing like there is some change has been made in the project. Now how to run this project, right? So let me close this BaseClass, which was opened from the OrangeHRM project, which is our original project. So this is the project which I cloned right now. So now suppose you want to run it on your local, what are the changes you need to make, right? Suppose you don't want to run in Docker and all. So first we need to see like whether it is working fine or not, like our code is working fine or not, right? So there are few things we need to make changes over here. The first thing is test data. Of course we need to make some changes over here, but before that let me open the config.properties, and we are not going to use grid. So what I'll do, I'll simply make it false. Okay, and I'll open the main class as well, base class. Okay, and in the base class, config browser method will be there, configure browser, this method is there, right? And here we need to change the URL. So in case of Selenium Grid, we are using this URL underscore grid, correct? URL underscore grid, and now we are going to change it to some other URL local. So suppose you want to use the local URL. If you remember in part I think 17, we spoke about how to set up the OrangeHRM site locally, right? So if you don't want to use that one, then you can use the original URL which we have, the main URL of OrangeHRM. So let me run that one. So like this is the main URL we have, where username admin and password is admin123, right? And this is the site which we have set up, we have done all the setup locally because of the database testing, right? If you remember. And for that we have to run this exam control panel as well, right? We have to start this Apache and MySQL server, right? So suppose you don't want to run this like if you haven't done the setup locally, then you can use this URL. So this is the URL which we are going to use, URL underscore base. So what I'm going to do here, I'll use this URL underscore base, okay, and just save this. And here also we make the changes, so save this config dot properties as well. And here I'm not sure whether we have used these the credentials from here, but let's change it as well, admin and admin123, admin123. okay, now what we need to do, we have to make one more changes. So I'll go to the src test resources test data, and here also we need to make the changes in the test data. So for valid login we have used OrangeHRM underscore h1, which is the local credentials, right, for the local site. So what I'll do, I'll use the base URL credentials, admin and admin123, control S. Invalid, anyway, that is not required. Employee verification we are not going to do for this basic testing. Okay, now this is done. So I think everything is done. Let me open the TestNG.xml, TestNG.xml, and what we'll do, I think we can comment this line, because we are not going to use the local URL, right? The site which we have set up locally, we are going to use the base URL, and we haven't done we don't know the database for that, right? Because if we are going to use this site locally, for the database verification we have installed the site locally, and we have done the DB verification using that, right? So if you are going to use the base URL, then it will not work, right? If you are going to use this URL, then it will not work. So what we'll do, simply I'll comment this test case from here. Okay, so just comment this class, DB verification test class, and I think rest of the things are fine. So let me run it, whether it is working fine or not. So right click and run as TestNG suite. So it is executing the test cases, all the test cases. You can see all the actions are performed. WebDriver instance is closed, home page stage is started. In 3 browsers it is going to execute all the test cases. Now you can see total test run 6, pass 6, failure 0, right? Now let me open the reports, how it looks, where we kept the report, ExtentReport here, open with web browser. So you can see this is the report we have. API test case is passed, and we exclude the DB test, right? And here you can see one dummy test as well. So you can see the admin123. So it took the new credential, the base URL credentials, right? So you can see the invalid test here and invalid login test and OrangeHRM logo verification. It excludes the DB verification test and all. So this is how you can clone the project, and you can import in Eclipse, and you can run for the first time, and you can go through all the classes, how we have configured everything. So this is what I wanted to tell you guys, how you can set up it for the first time without Docker, without Grid, right? And if you want to do it with Grid, and you want to use the Docker as well, then just follow the like all the latest videos step by step, so that you can configure it easily. So this is all for today, and we have created all the documentation here as well in the ATI Digital Hub site. So the prerequisite which I have already spoken about, you need Git and GitHub, right? So how to do Git and GitHub basics, push your code to GitHub, download and set up Maven,
set up OrangeHRM site local in your local system. So all the documentation are in this site. So this is all for today. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye bye.